All right, 1 second. I am just getting the TikTok stream open. We should have both of the YouTube streams live, and I think Twitch is live as well. If you're watching on Twitch, say hi. I'm slowly working towards 1,000 subs on Twitch. I think I'm getting pretty close actually, which is to me fantastic since I don't actually play any games. I have, however, downloaded that I Am Jesus Christ game that people are playing, and I'm working on getting that up and going so I can do like a live playthrough. But the problem I have is I tried running it in a simulator or a virtual machine on my Mac, and it just doesn't really work. It's really glitchy. It might be maybe the processor type. I don't know. I have to look into some settings that might fix it, or try possibly a different virtual machine software that might fix it. But if that doesn't work, then I think what I'm going to do then is get my old Windows machine plugged back in and try to get that working. Yeah, I'm getting pretty close. I'm at 826 followers on Twitch. Hey, if you're watching this right now and you're on YouTube or TikTok and you have Twitch and you use Twitch frequently, hop over to the channel on Twitch and drop me a follow. It would be awesome to get over 1,000. I have a lot of people in the community that debate on Twitch. I don't fully know what people do to grow on Twitch other than the obvious, which is playing games while you're debating. I think that's kind of the thing. Although it looks like there's quite a few people now that don't really do they don't really do gameplay while they're either debating or talking. It seems like that's like optional nowadays, but nevertheless, it's an interesting platform, and I'll see what I can do about my friends over on Twitch so that they can watch on Twitch without having to switch over to new applications. But we should have some guests loading up here shortly. We're doing God is Imaginary tonight, probably our most used prompt. So all God concepts are free to request up. Saint Brianna is asking, "Am I a gamer?" I am not. I hate fun. In fact, so I definitely don't classify as a gamer. But I do. Listen. If people are into gaming, love that for them. Nothing wrong with being a gamer. It just happens to not really be my thing. Everyone kind of has a thing. That's not my thing. But when I was younger, I did a little bit of gaming. I did some other sports games, Madden. The hockey, the NBA games, and probably more than anything, like I'd say, like I was a big fan of the Mortal Kombat series for a while, but life takes over. Nevertheless, we got some super chats. Let me go through some super chats. As always, friends, we'll read the super chats live on stream in between guests as much as possible, and then anything left over typically gets read at the end of the live stream. Questions for me will be read if there's a relevant question during the live stream that comes in through via super chat. Typically try to answer it in the middle of the stream, or between guests in the middle of the stream. Aisling says Justin and Knuckles. I did play a healthy amount of Sonic back in the day when I was coming of age, as you might say. Sonic was super popular, so I definitely played some Sonic. Obviously Mario. I'm old enough that when Duck Hunt came out, it was still revolutionary. Guys, I'm really fucking old. Anyways, Josh Rude Music, thank you for the super chat, says, "Finally realized the true meaning of the old abbreviation. What would Justin do?" WWJD. The church tried to convince you that WWJD was what would Jesus do. It actually is what would Justin do. It just seems like some people got confused initially by the early marketing attempts. You're the best, my friend. Sent you an email tonight about Doug too. Well, thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. I'm getting closer and closer to getting through my email backlog, and not as close to getting through my Discord message backlog, but I'm doing what I can. Nevertheless, good to hear from you, Josh. And TL Pineapple, thank you for the super chat. Says, in your God is Evil debates. Oh, this one we just did on Wednesday, because it's Friday. On Wednesday, yeah. Christians always say we can't judge God because we can't know actual evil. Isn't that an internal contradiction? Because God says we became like him after eating the fruit. Kind of, yeah. So in Genesis 3:22, it says that man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And I mean, that could really only mean that, I mean, basically, humans do know good and evil, right? So, would that mean that they know enough about good and evil that they can judge God? I think that's where it gets sticky, because even Job attempts the same. In the book of Job, Job essentially tries to call out God for inflicting this evil upon him, even though it was undeserved. And God's response is like, hey, sit down and shut up, you peon. You don't know anything compared to me. And so I think there is probably a fine hermeneutic, if you're a Christian, to say, listen, they do know right from wrong, but they just don't know as much as God knows. Like, they know most of what is right and wrong, or right and wrong that you could know is in a human sense, right? That's what a Christian would typically say. That being said, though, if we're being like super literal with the Bible, yeah, it would just mean that we know good and evil. And, excuse me. This idea is reinforced in Isaiah 7. In Isaiah 7, verse 16, it says, before the child knows good from evil, or how to choose the good from the evil, so on and so forth. So it does seem to imply that human beings possess the capability of knowing right and wrong, which means theoretically we could charge God. It's the craziest thing that says right and wrong is written on our hearts, but then all of a sudden when our hearts tell us God is evil, we can't trust it. Which is weird, because then Jeremiah says that the heart is deceitful among all things. Well, listen, was the moral law written on our hearts? And if so, then are our hearts deceitful about the moral law? What a weird place to put the moral law if our hearts are deceiving us. Adam says, did you ever play Noah's Ark, NES game from 1992? I did not. So back in the 90s, how would I say it? So back in the 90s, I grew up in the Catholic school, and while these stories were interesting to me, I was so young, and, the Catholic school system is so kind of liberal with their teaching anyways, that I was never really drawn to the biblical narratives like when I got older. Once I got old enough to kind of understand these concepts of history and God. So no, unfortunately, I never did play the game. I bet, though, I can get it. Let me see. I bet there's an NES simulator for Mac. I bet on the NES simulator, I can find a ROM for Noah's Ark. So I'll definitely see if I can find that. Let me look real quick. If you know of one, email it to me, friends. So we say Noah's Ark NES game ROM. What do we got? It does exist in emulator land. It seems like they've got a version of it. So I'm going to download the ROM, and we'll see what we can do. This is actually a really good suggestion. The NES ROM should actually work on my machine, because I should be able to run it on Mac. I don't have to get Windows installed for that. So. Good suggestion. I'll get the Noah's Ark game taken care of, and we'll get it played. Although I'm trying to figure out, in order to download it, it looks like I have to give it a download location. And it looks like Europe might be the location closest. Oh, it's downloaded now. Good to go. I'll give it a look there, Adam. Thanks for the suggestion. And only LC, good to see you again, friend. Thank you for the super. It says, I love Killer Instinct, Mortal Kombat, Super Mario on Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Agreed, actually. Those were pretty good games. Mario, Mario's got staying power for a reason. Mario is just kind of dope. It was a really fun game when it first came out. Most of the iterations subsequently that came out were really fun. And even some of the games, I would say, like Mario Party and whatnot, just really neat, like innovative type games. And then, of course, Mario 3D was kind of a huge thing. That was a big step forward. So yeah, some of the classic games are kind of fun. And of course, the Nintendo 64 was a huge leap forward in systems. Real Marcus Holloway says, hate that Doug damned hunting dog. Wait, hate that Doug damned hunting dog. Always, oh, I see what you're saying. In the, fuck. In the Duck Hunt game, there we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm with you, actually, Real Marcus. The dog in the Duck Hunt game wasn't really all that helpful, to be fair. So, there's a little bit of that. But thank you for the super chat. The dog was, by the way, mocking you. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and gay for Justin. Well, thank you. And I definitely don't believe that, let's see. I definitely don't believe that the dog was necessary for the game, except for maybe to be a distraction to make the game harder, because the dogs didn't really add any value to Duck Hunt, And Texas Panhandler, great to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for the super chat. It says another DZ love connection made. I love to hear it. I was hoping we would hear really good updates after your rendezvous. And it sounds like that is the case. Having a great time. There's no one else for me at Base to Shara. This love is in the air. I don't even have a sound effect for this. How about this one?
Amazing.
That's what I like to hear. Listen, we're a community for a reason, friends. If there's somebody in the community that tickles your fancy, nothing wrong with reaching out to them and getting to know them better. Politely and kindly and safely, and love to hear that for you, Texas Panhandler. And if I had to guess, and I'm not a betting man, but I am a guessing man, I'm going to assume Base to Share is going to have some feedback for us sometime tonight as well. Congratulations to you. And PW says, how come I'm just hearing about the talking honky and fire snakes now? Interesting. If you want me in the club, start with that, not morals. I have no idea what you're talking about. I think what you mean to say is the talking donkey and fire snakes. And fire snakes are really cool. So it's important, if for those who don't know what he's talking about, the fire snakes are basically the seraphs, or in plural, seraphim. And so the seraph isn't just like a snake individual. It's not like an angel individual. This goes back all the way to probably Egyptian lore, where the seraph is like a fiery serpent with wings. It's like a flying serpent that like has got fire as part of some of its natural capabilities. So yeah, I mean it's a really cool piece of imagery, and a lot of people don't really know the lore. Like they don't really know that a seraph is so cool because it just says seraph. It doesn't say like fiery serpent inside of the Bible, which they could say that. Nevertheless, yeah, big W to seraph. So let me reread your comment and make sure I'm understanding it correctly. So what you're saying is, how come I'm just hearing about the talking donkey and the fiery snakes now? If you want me in the club, start with that, not the morals. I gotcha. You're saying if God wanted you in the club, he should have started less with these bullshit laws of Moses and more with talking donkeys and fiery snakes. And you know what? I kind of get that. Actually, I get that quite a bit. So big W, we're actually in agreement there. And based Ashera, thank you so much for the super chat. It sounds like we've got a follow-up to our friend Texas Panhandler. Says, madly in love with Texas Panhandler. Wow. There is some stuff happening. We've had such a great trip, and rock hard for the Texas Panhandler. Rock hard indeed. Right now, I'm rock hard for Ashera and Panhandler. This is fantastic. All right, friends, I've got more super chats. Let me grab just two more, and then I'm going to get our first guest, Nielsen, in here, and my friend, my good friend, Cyber, and we'll get the debate started. Double Donkey Surfer, good to hear from you. Hope you're doing well. It says, speaking of 90s biblical nostalgia, did you ever watch those super evangelical Jesus cartoons from the early 90s? Sonic the Hedgehog was my jam. Up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right, hold A, press start. I actually forget some of the cool cheat codes other than the Konami cheat code. That was legendary. That being said, I did watch a couple 90s cartoons. There was like Bible Man. In fact, I'm going to do a Bible Man spoof soon. And then there was another one with like a time traveling robot. What the fuck was that? I don't even remember what that was. But yeah, there was some weirdly weird ones about that time. And you know what? It is what it is. All right, last super chat. We're going to get some debates going from Jameer. Trent Horn, and by the way, thank you for the super chat. Jameer says Trent Horn and Alex O'Connor debated. I saw that, and I'm so sad I couldn't watch it live. I was busy. Alex cooked Trent on there being miracles in every religion. Trent argued God makes miracles in other religions to bring people to him. Is that biblical? No, it's not fucking biblical. And if I was Alex, I would have played the same cards. I would have said, listen, miracles are abundant. Even fucking resurrections are abundant. I would have trotted out all of the resurrections and demonstrated how they were nonsense. I didn't watch the whole debate. I don't know how well Alex did, but I know this. Trent was fucking brave for picking a topic that is virtually unwinnable. Oh, Superbook, that's the name of the show. Thank you, Superbook. Listen, I haven't watched a lot of The Apologist, but I've seen a little bit of Trent and like a little bit of Mike Winger over the couple years. And those two, I feel, first of all, they always bite off more than they can chew, but they're usually kind and respectful. So I would give both Trent, like someone like Trent and Mike, lots of credit for both being respectful and also taking on the more challenging topics. Because to be fair, that is kind of the crux of the religion. If Christ is not raised, then the religion is false and there's no point in believing it. But also, even if Christ was raised, it doesn't mean the religion is true, which is the part that they never realize. But nevertheless, let me grab Nielsen and Cyber, and we're going to get Bible Guy in here too. We're going to have a foursome now. I think we've got everybody loaded up. Welcome in, friends, and welcome in, Nielsen. Nielsen, are you at least 18?
I'm 27.
Sure. And are you a believer?
Mm, I'm anti-theist. I'm not a theist.
Oh, you're an atheist.
So you don't take atheist, yes. So you don't take atheist God.
No, not typically. So I do some Q&As here and there if atheists want to call up and ask questions, but typically on
Oh,
these debate nights, I just do debates. You know, people get bored if
oh,
I switch it
okay.
up, you know.
I okay. I think I started following you because of Ian.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I like to listen to Ian, so I will go out now. So thank you.
Yeah, Ian's dope. Well, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you dropping me a follow, and I'm sure we'll connect soon.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Bye.
cheers.
I just want to know, why is Dalton running from me? Kidding.
Dalkin!
What? Hi, Cyber.
Oh man.
Hello.
Dalkin is running from Cyber on which topic? Cyber, are you now peddling with M's the flat Earth theory?
I should.
That would be a good spoof for like a what would we call it, like an April Fool's spoof stream.
Crystal was telling me all about her Bibles that you signed and stuff, and now I told her I'm gonna get Justin to sign my ass, and I'm gonna sell that on eBay.
Oh fuck yeah, I'll do it. Let's go.
Double the money.
I did. So for people who don't know, let me go ahead and say it. Crystal might pop in sometime tonight with like, I guess maybe would say like an announcement or a piece of information. But when I was down in California for our West Coast meetup, she brought some Bibles, some old Bibles of hers to sign, and so I signed them, and she's going to be auctioning them off to help her pay for a new computer, and because she wants to be able to stream to multiple locations, like what we're doing, and she really needs a new computer to do so. So that being said, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because, hey, listen, friends, like we're all part of the same community here. We need to be supporting each other. Crystal, I've never seen Crystal ask for money. She's always done her own thing to raise it herself and to be self-sufficient. Even like a year and a half ago, we did a fundraiser for her. She didn't ask for that. I just decided we were going to do it. So Friends, if you love and appreciate Crystal, highly recommend going to her Discord server, following, put notifications on that. She's got a tab in there for the Bible auction. And if you're interested in one of her classic Bibles signed by yours truly, get involved in the auction, or you can just donate directly to her to help her get a computer that is worthy of building her stream and her platform. So you have to start somewhere, and I think this is a good place to start. Also, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZLive, to participate in the discussion. You don't have to have TikTok, and you don't have to sign up for anything to get involved in discussion. If you've got a God belief, we're more than happy to hear about it, no matter what that God belief is. Even if it's a wacky off-the-wall one, like I'm sure Dirk is watching right now, and he worships the sun, and we've talked to Dirk a couple times, and I'm still halfway undecided if he's real or if he's trolling us. But nevertheless, if you got a God belief, pop on up, and we'd love to talk to you. If you're watching on TikTok, you can just hit that guest request button, and we'll get you into the guest queue, and we'll be able to talk about whatever it is, God-wise, that you believe in. But with that, friends, I do have some super chats, so I'll fill some space here and read some super chats while we're waiting for some opposition to load up. And remember, your Bible tells you kind of have to. So, 1 Peter 3:15, always be ready to give a witness for the hope that lies within inside. That's inside of you. Probably a better way to say it. And so, definitely load up if you want to talk about your God. You've got people here that are familiar with your background, most likely, and we can engage in it at a relatively sophisticated level. Chris, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says Rock of Ages, still a rollin', keep a rollin'. It's been a minute, actually, since I've heard that song. I feel like eventually we do need to get a theme song for the quadrinity of rocks. I just haven't done it yet, so maybe we'll work on that. I did also, I keep forgetting, I want to reach out to Pinkbeard, aka artist formerly known as Sebastian Cole, and see if I could utilize one of his songs. I have to pay for the copyright on it, I'm sure, as like an intro outro song, because I love it. If you haven't heard Pinkbeard's albums yet, make sure you get on iTunes and do that. The Knights Who Say Knee, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, now they might go back. Dude, I know. To Deshaun Watson. Perhaps Doug can provide clarity. Nice draft, though. Rock hard for Doug. Fuck ice and boo bees. Just cuz. I think we're in agreement on basically all fronts there, Knights Who Say Knee. And yes, for those who haven't heard the horrible news and are a fan of football, the Cleveland Browns are considering going back to a predator fucking quarterback in 2026 and giving him one last shot. I have no idea why. It is the true definition of sunken cost fallacy. They wasted so much money on this absolute loser that they feel like somehow even though he's got 1 year left in his contract, that they need to find a way to utilize him. Let him the fuck go. Buy him a hotel room and let him watch from the hotel room. We don't need a predator behind center. And Atlas, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Hope you're doing well. It says can't watch live today, but wanted to tithe, say hi, and say thank you. Well, thank you, Atlas, I really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. And let me grab just one more super chat, and then I think Chewy is going to be our first guest. Connor, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says working on a new project will take time, as they do. But here's a hint. 1, 2, and 3 are in, but 4 is right out. So obviously it's going to be a Monty Python related joke. Maybe the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Hope I can get it to you at some point. Slante, well, thank you, Connor. Do let me know how it's progressing, and looking forward to seeing it. If it is a Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch, I think you'll have quite a few people interested in seeing it as well. But let's grab Chewy and see where we can get here. Welcome in, Chewy. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God? Chewy.
Oh, my bad. My mic was up.
Oh, that's all right. I can hear you now.
All right, I'll start over, I guess. I'm in my 40s.
Sure.
I believe in God. And what was the other thing you asked? That it?
My next question would have been, which God do you believe in?
The God that created everything, the one true God.
So, Allah?
Allah just means God in Arabic
Okay, so
or Aramaic or
Shiva.
whatever.
You believe in Shiva
No,
and Vishnu?
just the one
Chronos?
that's true.
Marduk.
Chronos?
No, just the one that's true.
Definitely Kronos then.
There's definitely a God, regardless of who's right or wrong
Iluvatar.
about it. Whatever religion's right or wrong, there's definitely a God, and that's the one I believe in.
Eru Iluvatar.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
So,
you don't believe
I
in
came up
Jesus
because of
then?
the prompt, actually. I definitely believe in Jesus. Jesus was
Oh,
God,
so you're
for sure.
Christian?
Yeah, Jesus was Yahweh. Yeshua was Yahweh.
Well, that's not true. But anyways, it sounds like you're just a Christian then, right?
Yeah, by my understanding of Christian, not by the understanding of Mormons or Jehovah's or.
Okay, weird that you wouldn't just say you're a Christian. So, what do you think is the best argument for God's existence? And I would say preferably the God that you actually believe in. But if you want to give an argument for a generic God, we can work with that.
That's fair. It is weird though that you think that a person, especially one who would classify himself as like a basically historical Christian, wouldn't answer in the way that he chose.
Well, I mean, either are or you are not a Christian. That's all we need to know.
I never said either.
If you're part
I said I
of
believe in the one true God.
Oh, that doesn't tell us anything. So if I'm
It
asking
tells you enough, though.
which God
Do you guys believe in a God?
it actually doesn't tell me anything, right? Because a God could be like literally the rock behind me on the shelf. You could say that you believe in that God, right? So when I ask you what God you believe in, I'm trying to get some detail about what you believe about God. That's like the starting point. So it just sounds like you're a Christian.
Right there would tell. Yeah, for sure. But
Which is
that makes
weird
me
that you
when
wouldn't
people
just
want to
say
like,
it.
No. So what I would say to that is, it sounds like you got your fishing rod and you're like trying to bait something and bring it in, right?
No,
I don't need to give you all the information. Well, let me ask you guys a question. Hypothetically, if it was hypothetically true, let's say hypothetically it's true that there is one God that created everything. Therefore, nothing I said would be wrong, right? I said I believe in the one true God that created everything.
Right, but we're asking you to give you some characteristics about that one true God, and the easiest way to know
I can give you characteristics.
The easiest way to know the most amount of characteristics that you would attribute it to that God is whether or not it was a specific God. Like if you tell me, listen, I believe in the God known as Zeus. Well, listen, that's actually really interesting because that tells me some things about the God you believe in. So when you come in and say, I believe in a God, but I'm not going to tell you the name of the God, all that tells me is that you do believe in a specific God, but you won't actually tell me which one for some reason because you don't want me to know. It's neither here nor there. You've now given me the name of the God that you follow, and now we can proceed. So my question, which I assume you're getting ready to answer, is what do you think is the best reason, evidence, or argument for God's existence?
Well, I think you could test all the text, right? You could look at the Quran, look at the Bible, look at the Hindus' 3 books that they have. I can't remember all 3 of their names, so I'm not even going to try to cite them, right? We could look at all these texts, these religious texts around the world. We could see if there's any formula to achieve what these books teach, right? Does it give something we can see that is not of this world as evidence, right? I think the Bible does that. It says it'll give you the Holy Spirit. So unless you've never received the Holy Spirit, I wouldn't expect you to understand that end of it, but that is supernatural. It's also spiritual.
I actually have a spirit of Doug, which I wouldn't expect you to understand because you don't have the spirit of Doug. The spirit of Doug actually told me that the spirit of Yahweh is bullshit.
Well, that's fine, but Yod-Heh Vav-Heh would tell you that only a fool in his heart says there is no God.
Well, Doug already told me that only a fool would follow Yod-Heh Vav-Heh.
Well, hey.
And Peggy told me.
I guess only one person can be right, though, right? Those are contradictory statements. Therefore, only one of us is right.
It's actually 2 people because, Peggy, the spirit of Peggy is in me, and she also confirmed to me what Justin said. So it's actually.
Well, bro, I'd stay as far away from the peg as you can, man. As a man.
Why?
But that's your choice.
We got a pleasure center right there.
Something about it.
Is it scary to you?
Something about it. It's not scared. I'm not.
Why
afraid.
is it so scary to you?
What's scary to me exactly?
Are you Dalton, Cyber? Are you guys scared of Peggy? I'm not scared of Peggy.
No, I said the peg. I said the peg.
To Peggy
seems to be, which I guarantee all 3 of you would
sounds
say
like
that's just fine.
Sounds like your mind's in the gutter now. We said Peggy.
I mean, I am human, so I'm capable of being in the gutter. That's possible.
Dirty Christians. Okay, so
dirty Christians.
Well, let me
For all
clarify
our
one thing real
unrighteous-
quick, which is you said that
Sure.
the text, the holy texts, are evidence. By text, did you mean just the
I
Bible
didn't
or
actually
all
say
of them?
that, but I believe it. I believe that, but I didn't say it.
You said that. I literally wrote it down as you were saying it. That's why I'm asking clarification. Which text?
I actually have pictorial memory,
Which-
so I
well,
didn't say that.
That's
but
auditory, not pictorial. So you're barking
That's
up the
fine.
wrong tree. So which text
Yeah.
do you think is true? Is it the Bible or the Quran or all of them?
It seems like you guys want to go down a trail. I just wanted to deal with the text that you had in the background, which is now gone, which is your God is imaginary.
The text is still in the
I
background.
didn't know
think
that
you're
what this
confused
was
about
was
where
an
you're at.
Hold up. I didn't know what this was an interrogation of my doctrine, right? I thought what this was about your topic, which is your God is imaginary.
The text is still there.
The text is still there.
Oh, how come I can't see it? All I
Because
see is
you're
the
obviously
boxes.
you're obviously not looking at the right place then.
Huh. Or
Are
I'm
you-
just, my eyes are getting old, so.
Are you unwell? Like what's happening right
No,
now?
I'm walking. I can stop for a minute. I'm actually in a field.
Yeah, that checks
Getting
out.
ready. Get ready to harvest,
So-
man. Or, well, not harvest, plant, but
That sounds about right. So the only thing we're
Yep.
trying to figure out is what you meant when you said that the holy texts are evidence. Is it safe to assume by holy text you just mean the Bible?
I mean, I believe that the texts that were written, like I believe certain texts that were written, whether letters or instruction or law, that certain things came and that they were passed down through the work of the Spirit that resides in Yahweh to man, right? So through the prophets, major and minor, and the different individuals within the Bible.
I'm asking you, which text are you referring to?
You want to know exactly which one?
Are you referring to the
60s
Quran?
Okay. I would say, I thought we said Bible.
No, I've been asking you to tell me which book, and you wouldn't tell me.
A Bible, obviously. If I'm a follower of Christ, the Bible.
Well, that's not
know that.
obvious because there are Christians who think that the Quran is inspired too. So when I
Yeah, I
ask you
wouldn't call them
very
Christians.
easy, specific questions, well, they call themselves Christians. Okay, I don't know what
Tell
you're
me
going to call
something.
them. I can only tell
What?
you what they would tell me. And so
You
I'm
went to
not
seminar,
asking
right?
you to. I didn't go to seminar. I went to seminary. So
Same damn shit.
are
Anyways, let me ask
are
you a
you
question about
sober
the-
right now?
I am. I'm still walking though in the field.
I find this
Dude,
very.
I'm like working.
I find this very unbelievable.
Hold on. Let me find a place to sit real quick, and then
You're
I'll
gonna
try
need to sit
calm
down. You're gonna want to sit down.
All right, hold on.
And quick question, since you're walking in a field, what's on your feet right now?
Do you want me to turn the light on? My bare feet, actually. That's how I walk.
Well,
Can you
you're
hear it?
going to need some better boots for this hike, apparently.
What's that?
You need some better boots for this hike.
Dude, I'm in my backyard, my back field. That's where I'm at. I don't know why I need boots.
Oh boy.
I don't live in the South. I don't have rattlesnakes. I'm in the Midwest, man.
It was
You
never
can walk in
mind.
your bare feet. Do you guys not walk around your bare feet?
It was a metaphor for the discussion we're having. Don't worry about it. You'll clear it right over. Okay, so what do you think is a good reason to believe in your God?
My God specifically?
Yeah.
Well, I would say common sense.
Can you be more specific? Because my common sense says that your God doesn't exist.
Oh, well, that's fine. I think your imagination is imaginary.
My imagination is quite literally imaginary. That's what the word means. I'm asking you to give me a reason to think that God's not imaginary.
Oh, I doubt I could convince you. But what I would say about it is you could research the book, the Bible, the 66. You could start there. Look at the
I have.
the
What
book
about-
if you'd like.
Never heard
Well, I
of
know.
this book.
And
What
that-
is this book you speak of?
You said you were a Christian, right?
So
How long were you a Christian? I know it was a
Shoot-
long time, 30
shoot,
years.
I want you to focus, right? So you said if
Yep.
we research the Bible, right, I'd find the answer. I have researched the Bible. What is the answer I should have found?
Well, if you were saved, you should have found the Spirit of the living God that says He will come to you. Comforter will come. He will teach you all things.
Well,
That's why
that
you're not
would-
supposed to call any man rabbi or father.
That would only be true if
Right.
that spirit existed. But my contention is that the spirit doesn't exist. So what would be the evidence that it does?
So you went and studied the book and went through all this, claimed to be a Christian and never felt that spirit. And the whole time you read this and didn't understand the instruction.
No, I was as
Proceed.
delusional as you were. There are things that you think are the spirit,
So-
and it
so let
turns
me
out
ask you, so
actually
you
aren't
believed-
the spirit. And so
you
it
believed
turns
you had
out
the Holy Spirit.
So it turns out that anyone can convince themselves that they have the spirit, and it's literally just being convinced of something. It actually isn't demonstration that the spirit itself does exist. Let me ask you a question. If somebody claims to have
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
spirit, what would be the testable evidence that they did?
Well, I mean, I could give you an example from yesterday when I was with a group of believers in Christ
Mm-hmm.
on here, actually. I think there's about 6 of us all together during the time over the course of, I'd say, an hour and a half. But individuals would come into the box, right? Like we knew who was saved and who was not. And I don't know those people personally, but I knew by the work of the Spirit inside them, right? It was obvious and evident.
You mean you formed an
you know
opinion?
What's crazy?
So I'm
I
asking.
didn't form opinion. We all like.
So
we
what
knew
I'm
in the
asking,
Spirit.
yeah, because you guys you didn't know in
unity.
the Spirit, you're all just part of the same cult. If you go to like a group of Catholics,
Well, I
they're
mean,
going
that's
to
your personal opinion, but I
intuit
think
that
your
you're
imagination's getting the best of you
that
right
you're
now.
not going to be saved either, right? So the
Right,
problem
like,
that you
I would
have
just say
here
to
is
that,
basically you're
since
just
you're gonna
saying
insult
the people who already
your
agree with
imagination, once
me,
again, is
the
being very
people who already
imaginary.
agree with me. So the evidence
your
that the
whole
Holy
posse,
Spirit
you get like
exists is that
600 for the
people
last, what, 3
who
years? I've known
agree
you from
with
the beginning.
me
You know what my
agree
other
with me.
profile is, Justin?
Dude, why are you crashing out right now? I have no idea
I'm
who
just
you
asking,
are, but
because
I'm
I know how
guessing
you play, dude. I used
guessing
to
you
talk
come
to you
up
about 4
here.
or 5 years ago
I'm
quite a
guessing
bit.
you come up here and crash out a lot.
I don't crash out. I just know
You're
your
doing it
game.
right now.
I know you're very deceptive, manipulative
Oh yeah,
person.
what's my game?
I know these 2 guys have been back. It's Justin.
No,
I know the blonde-haired girl that. Hold up, I'm not done. I'll give you my profile name.
Tell me.
You would
yeah.
never take me on. Listen, hear me out.
I'm
For
taking on
years,
right
you
now.
wouldn't take me on.
I have no idea who you are.
Because I
Take me on
told
right now.
everybody you're bullshit, dude.
What? I'm sorry. Who are you?
What's that?
Who are you?
I'm a guy you wouldn't like if I told you my profile name, and
Tell me.
I'd have to make another
Tell
one
me.
to get on your account again.
Tell me
No.
who you are, coward.
I'll tell you when the conversation's done. That's my word.
You won't tell me anything after the conversation's done because you'd be gone.
Well, it just means you wouldn't be able to control
Sounds
the
like
whole
you're
conversation
just
anymore.
afraid to tell me who you are.
I'm
Are you
not afraid to
somebody
tell you
that
who I am.
came and said like a bunch of misogynistic
I
and
definitely
racist
wouldn't
bullshit?
trust you with my children, so
That's
that
what
you know,
it.
there
That's
is
what it
reason
sounds
not
like
to give
to
you all my
me.
information.
That's what it sounds like to me. What's your other profile?
What's that?
What's
I
your
said
other
I'll
profile?
tell you when the conversation's done. I give my word to that.
You won't.
Unless
tell
you
me
cut
now.
me short or you're rude, then I probably just won't give you anything.
Go ahead and tell me now.
I really don't have to listen to a damn thing you say. You can boot me if
Yeah.
you don't like it.
Well, you can cry all you want. Everyone just knows that you're a coward now. Are you lonely?
What makes
Like,
a man a coward? What?
Like, do you not have any friends? You need to come on like atheist live streams
Coming
and
from
cry.
a guy who's been on TikTok 5 years attacking something he doesn't believe in. That's fucking funny, dude. Real funny.
And you're not sober. Like you're slurring your words
No,
right
no,
now.
I'm serious.
Like,
Let's
I think
talk
you need
about this.
you need
I
to seek
remember
professional
4
help.
years ago, that blonde-haired girl.
I think what you
she
need
was at your
to
house
seek
for a
professional
while.
help. Actually,
Maybe it's your
don't.
wife. You guys both.
Actually,
you
don't
guys
have.
spent 5 years
I d-
attacking Jesus Christ.
I think
You've
it's been
gained nothing.
three.
You've lost
3
ground.
years. It's
the
been 3
Christians
years.
on this platform have planted
It's actually
more
been.
seeds than you guys can
It's
take
actually
away.
been. It's been 3 years.
It's gotta hurt to know more
The-
people are planting seeds than you guys
It
can
actually
take away.
actually hurts to know that no one watches Christian live
It
streams.
hurts
That's
to
why
know
they're
that
all
your
here
whole
watching
life
mine.
is based around something
In fact,
you do not
do me a
believe in. You're
favor,
a coward.
everyone
you
who
are a coward.
everyone who's like benefited from my live stream and has left their toxic religion, put a 1 in the comments. Let this guy know that people are actually
Like I
watching.
said, it doesn't matter.
Let this guy know that people are actually watching my live stream and it's actually moving the needle, because this guy obviously doesn't know better.
Dictator.
He
Dictator.
actually hasn't been paying
Coward.
attention.
Coward.
Imagine
Coward.
crashing out in somebody else's live stream, and then when they get
I'm not
muted,
crashing. I'm just telling everybody.
when they get muted,
Imagine calling somebody
Yeah.
a coward when you won't even disclose your name.
that's pretty crazy. It's weird. All these
don't really
people, like they want
Demons.
like suicide by mute buttons
Demon.
so bad. They want to come in and yell and shout so that they
Possessed.
will get muted
Possessed.
on purpose. That way
Yup.
they can run around and say, "Oh
Y'all are
no,
possessed.
they muted me. They wouldn't. They were terrified of me.
I
They
got nothing
muted
better to
me."
do.
I love it when they accuse me of having nothing better to do
That's
when
it.
they're on my live stream. Just so we're clear, you obviously have nothing better to do than me. Like, I'm up here actually doing my job, and you're not doing your job. You're up here like just acting like a child. So it sounds like you got nothing to do.
Drew, do you think you're being a good representative of Jesus right now?
Do you guys think you guys are good representatives of anything?
Yeah,
I'm not
Mhm.
representing anything.
Yeah, what are you a
No.
representative of?
atheism.
You guys are some
Myself.
of the biggest assholes I've ever seen on
I'm
TikTok.
a
honestly.
representative of
That's
the
why you're
Bible
here crying?
guy.
You guys are deceptive. You're manipulative.
Oh,
you guys
yeah?
dog
How
walk and
about-
gaslight the shit
How
out of
about
everybody.
we do dog walk them? That's for
All
sure. You're
you've
getting
done
dog
is
walked
take the
yourself.
arguments of 2,000 years
So
of historical.
we're still waiting for you to
history
present an
and
argument that would
theologians
prove us
debate people.
wrong. Prove us wrong then.
I mean, there's nothing that's going to prove you wrong. You've
Well, it
already
sounds
told
like you
me
don't
in
have
the past
anything
that You would
then.
never ever go
Sounds like
back
you don't
to
have
that
anything
point.
then.
Question, Chewy. Chewy, maybe I can bring this back to topic.
All right, go ahead.
So yeah. So you were talking about, if you read the text, if you pray and do these things. So
Don't tell me what I said. Just ask me the question.
So we can go to the Book of Mormon, right? In the Book of Mormon, in Moroni chapter 10.
Why don't we just go to Islam then?
Well, hold on. Now, Moroni is the son of Mormon. The Book of Mormon is named after Mormon. Moroni is his son, and he's getting ready to hide these plates because he knows that he's about to be unalived. And he gives a final plead out to the people who find this in the future. And so starting in Moroni chapter 10, verse 3, behold, I would exhort you that when, this is speaking to us in the future, that when ye shall read these things, if it be wisdom in God, that you should read them, that you would remember how merciful the Lord has been unto the children of men from the creation of Adam down unto the time ye shall receive these things and ponder it and in your hearts. And when ye shall receive these things, I would exhort that ye would ask God, the eternal Father, in the name of Christ, if these things are not true. And if ye shall ask with a sincere heart, with real intent, having faith in Christ, he will manifest the truth of it unto you by the power of the Holy Ghost. And by the power of the Holy Ghost, ye may know the truth of all things. Now, this is one of the passages.
Do you believe in the Holy Ghost, first of all? Do you believe in the Holy Ghost? Hold on. Do you believe in the Holy Ghost?
Let me finish. Don't interrupt that. You wanted me to go. So this is a passage that Mormon missionaries use. They exhort you to read the Book of Mormon in its entirety. And to do this is called Moroni's Challenge. To do Moroni's Challenge. Now, this passage tends to be the one that converts people over to Mormonism. So have you done this?
With the Book of Mormon itself?
Yeah, with
not with the
Mormon.
Book of Mormon, but I would say with the Quran, with the Hadith, so with like a lot of the Jehovah's Witnesses, and just because I have in-laws that were all my in-laws were primarily Jehovah's Witnesses, so I know the text to some degree. I mean, I don't know it like I know the Bible, but what is your point?
Yeah, so my question is that you were saying that, just if you're a real Christian, you would have prayed and you would have felt this.
I didn't actually say that. Like I said, if you got a question, ask it.
Why do you ask a question and then interrupt? Like you ask questions and then you interrupt.
You guys are a bunch
So we have another text. We have another text that says the exact same thing to know whether or not Mormonism is true, to know whether or not Joseph Smith was a true prophet. Have you done that?
Dude, how did we start talking about the Mormons? Why don't I trust Islam, which was like, what?
Are you going to answer the question?
I don't think he can't track. He doesn't know why I'm asking.
Yeah,
let me ask you this.
How much do you know about Mormons?
Answer questions.
I'm going to answer the question, but I want to make sure I'm on the right doctrine here, right? Okay. So do the Mormons believe Jesus was God in his incarnation, or did he become God?
They believe he is part of. So
that's not answering my question. Stick to the point of the question. You know what I
am answering the question. So they're not Trinitarians, right? They don't believe that there's 3 in 1. They believe Jesus is God, that Jesus was God. But God, like God the Son, who's Jesus, God the Father, but they're distinct persons. Like if I'm at a party, I talk to God the Father, and then I go talk to Jesus. But they all hold the divine.
You're avoiding my question altogether. You're missing the point. Was he?
He actually told you.
Was he
the answer to your question? He told you the answer to your question, which is that
answer my question.
He is God. He's just not part of a Trinity. If you were busy listening rather than crashing out, you would have heard it. In fact, I'm pretty sure everyone heard the answer that he is God. He's just not part of the Trinity.
This is not traditionally what Mormons believe. They never believe that he was born God. That's not what they believe. They believe through the
So the Mormons actually believe that Jesus is the Jehovah of the Old Testament.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with my question. My question is,
no, he had to have been God. If he's the God of the Old Testament, then he had to have been God before he was born.
Well, the Mormons I've talked to on here would probably disagree. Are you guys Mormon? You said you're Mormon?
No, nope. I live in Mormon Central.
So neither of you are Mormon, but the Mormons in the world are telling me this, and I've been on here like 5-6 years, and that's what I've heard from the Mormons. So I can speak from the Mormon side. Like I said, I haven't studied their book. If you want to talk about Islam and that's fine. Since you want to jump from book to book, which I don't even know how this is fruitful in any way.
It's fruitful. If you stop crashing out, you'd see how it's fruitful. So Cyber's actually just drawing a parallel between your
It's okay,
claim of
so-
the Holy Spirit and what the Mormons' claim of the Holy Spirit is, right?
Mhm.
So you're saying that if, in fact, my religion is true, you'd be verified through the Holy Spirit. And I asked you, how can you verify if somebody has the Holy Spirit? You said some bullshit like, well, you would just know because you would be in one accord. Well, that's adorable, but the Mormons have the same belief and the same practice. They believe that they have the Spirit, and they believe that they can act in one accord to tell who is the true revelation. So Cyber's just drawing a direct parallel to the nonsense that you said, showing that that answer isn't an adequate answer because it can be applied to the Mormons as much as to the Christians. And any answer that can be applied to two, what you would say are diametrically opposed religions, can't be a good answer to the question. Do you kind of see where Cyber was going with that now?
All I see is you spouting out a bunch of shit out of your mouth, honestly.
So it's over your head, then you couldn't
No, I'll
grasp
tell you
it?
what you said. Like I said, I just don't believe your opinion on the situation here. What I think the
I'm
situation
sorry,
is
Cyber, did I
This doesn't want to
mischaracterize?
answer.
Cyber, did I mischaracterize your point, or did I understand your point correctly?
No,
That wasn't my argument.
You steel manned it good.
wasn't
Yeah,
my
I thought I'd
argument.
still meant that pretty good because I was listening. Well, let me maybe ask a better question. I'm going to ask a
Wasn't-
very easy, super
wasn't
easy
my
question
argument.
that anybody with the Holy Spirit would be able to tell me. So,
Of
and
course,
again,
because the person with
this is just a yes or no, right? So, in
the guy
order
without the
to
guy
enter the
without the
kingdom of heaven, do I need to be
Tool.
baptized?
by the Holy Spirit, by Holy Spirit fire, you do.
No, by water.
By water. Let me ask you this: since you guys have all the questions, I'll ask you one back.
Just
If
a
it
yes or
was
no.
true that-
Do I
no,
need
no,
to
no,
be
no, no,
baptized
no,
with
no,
water?
no. This isn't a yes or no question. And,
The
It actually
quiver in
is
his
kind of a
voice
yes or
is
no
so-
question. Yeah.
quiver in his voice is so.
In fact, I bet Dalton and Thyra both know where I'm going with that.
They're both
and
toads.
they'd be able to tell me the answer too. So I'm just waiting for you to tell me, Chewy.
Whenever
in
you're
order
done
to-
talking, ladies.
In order to enter the kingdom of heaven, do I need to be baptized with water?
Like I said, I'll ask you a question first, since you guys have got all the damn questions in this
So you're not going to
interrogation.
answer
And
then. You can't answer.
I said I would. I'll answer it, but you got to answer one of my questions.
How about you just give me
first.
the answer, and then whatever
No, all
you want to
you've done
ask
is
me
ask
after
questions.
that,
It
I'm
sounds
more
like
than
what you guys
I'm
think
more
you can
than
do is
happy
interrogate
to.
people without being interrogated yourself. You're cowards.
We actually get
There's three of you.
interrogated
You guys
all
have
the
literally
time.
run from my questions
We actually,
because you guys are cowards.
well, we've never heard you ask a question yet. So I promise
Well,
you, as
'cause
soon as
you
you
won't let
answer
me,
my
because you're
question, I'm
cowards.
more
You're a
than
bunch of
happy
people
to
that want
answer
dog walk Christians
whatever.
because you're cowards.
Well,
You
it
spent
sounds like
5
it's happening
years.
to you right now. 3
You
years.
spent 5
Actually,
years. I
it's
gotta
been
yell
3
because you
years.
guys won't shut the hell up. So
My
you spent
first,
5 years
my first
talking
video
about
was
something you don't
3
even
years
believe in,
ago.
that you think is ridiculous
Actually,
and
I would
imaginary.
say I think this
But it takes
fall.
up all your
I think
time.
this fall
It's
it'll
fucking
be
funny,
the completion of
That
4
is
years.
hilarious
I'll have
that
to,
Jesus
I'll have to
Christ
think
takes all
about
your
that
time.
one.
And one day,
It is
on
actually
spite,
kind of
you will
funny.
bow and you will confess that Jesus Christ is
Yeah, none of
Chewy's
that
getting-
shit's gonna
Just to
happen.
be clear, Chewy, if you
chickens.
yell, you're just muffled. Anytime Justin talks, all of us on the panel are just muffling in the background, right? Nobody will hear anything that we say as soon as Justin starts talking.
Are you okay, man? Do we need to call like
I think
professional
dude
help
needs to
for
go on a
you?
diet so we can hear his voice better, so he
Chewy-
don't sound like a big dude.
Have you not
Chewy,
seen
you're
Cyber? He's not
embarrassing.
exactly overweight. I'm thicker than Cyber is.
He looks like a big dude to me, like he could probably at least lift a little.
He could lift you. I'm sure of that. Nevertheless,
I throw bales
Chewy,
over my head
Chewy,
like
this is
they're freaking-
embarrassed. This is Chewy. This is embarrassing. Like your conduct. If I were still a Christian, I would be so embarrassed to have you representing my community. Like this is it. This is just you're acting like an absolute child. You're literally putting your fingers in your ears and yelling out blah 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 blah. Like this is embarrassing. Jesus would be
Nothing more
disappointed in
embarrassing
you.
than your
yeah,
He's
this is
upset because we
pretty
make
rough.
money off
your
of.
face is.
He's upset that we make
You're
money shitting on his Bible. Is all it is.
Mom was
Yeah, so the reason why, to be sure, the reason why this upsets people so severely isn't because like we're bad people. It's because our existence terrifies you. It means that you could be wrong, right? You're this thing that
I'm
you
definitely
like so dearly, this
not wrong.
afterlife, seeing your loved ones again.
Not
The
wrong.
fact that we could be right demonstrates that you are terrified of the probably inevitable
be right.
consequence that your
You're not
God
even close
doesn't
to right.
exist. So then maybe
my God
you
not
should
only exists,
maybe
you're not
you
even
can
close to right on
maybe you
anything
can
you
answer
said
the
today.
question then.
Right,
Use
right
the-
after you
use
answer
the-
mine.
use
You
the
can't
power of the
answer a
Holy
question. You guys are
Spirit.
cowards. You guys haven't
Use the
answered a
power of
single
the
one of my
Holy
questions.
Spirit.
I've answered at least 20
Use
of
the
your
power
stupid
of the
ass
Holy
questions.
Spirit.
As you tried to
didn't.
dog walk me down your scripted trail because you're a bunch
Well,
of damn
it
cowards.
seems
And your
it seems
faces
like
are
you've
all
already
ugly as
been
hell.
dog walked
You
already.
guys look like you guys all
It's
came out of
okay.
prison just yesterday. You're so
A
dirty
prison?
and ugly.
And to
I
be
look like I
clear,
came out of
you haven't
prison?
answered questions.
Hell yeah. I went to jail. I was locked up for a while. I know what
Yeah,
idiots
that
look
checks
like.
out. That does
I
check
don't-
out.
Yeah,
I don't
was
think
an idiot once
anyone
in
would
my
ever
life.
say that I look like I just got out of prison.
Yeah.
Look
I
at
mean,
me.
Yeah, you guys look like a bunch of men.
to
that
be
are kinda
fair,
scruffy.
I don't know.
Like you haven't seen light in a long time.
I'd
Like you
hold
can't
Dalton's
get a lady
pocket.
you don't. But
That's
you're
all I'm
horny as
saying.
hell. Gotta watch the ladies.
Dawn, you
Probably
let me
can't
hold your
say-
pocket?
You're gonna
100%, you can hold my
pocket,
pocket, Justin.
What
Fucking
no
A,
means,
all
right?
right,
You're the
well.
type of men we teach no to, right?
No means no. Well, you're the one that went to
'Cause you got
prison,
bad
not
behaviors.
us. Just to be clear, you're the one that went to prison, not us.
How about
So
I
it
get one question?
sounds-
Let's see if any of
sounds
you
like-
three can actually answer it genuinely.
I tell you what, I've been waiting for you to answer mine so I can answer yours.
I've answered at least 100 questions. My
You-
question is, can
you
you
mean
guys
like
answer one? I'll
maybe-
answer
maybe
one
2 or
question, and I'll give you
3.
guys 3.
Oh, that was
for
his,
all-
his one question.
for
And the
your
answer is
trinity of
yes, I can
demonic
answer
power
a
here.
question, but that
That
was your
is
question. You
true.
used it up.
So I'll make you a deal, Chewy. I'll allow you
Sure.
to dodge my question in order.
I don't usually
for-
make deals with the devil.
Well, today's the day. So I'll answer your one question on one condition. What you're going to have to do is you're still going to have to answer my question afterwards. The question that I asked you was, do you need baptism to enter the kingdom of heaven? Baptism by water. That was my question. So when I'm done with yours, I still require an answer to that question. And then on top
Yes.
of it, you have to tell me what your other TikTok profile is.
Oh, that's fine. I told you I would tell you if you guys were genuine, but all I've been so far is muted, dictated, and insulted.
Yeah, I
So
wonder
if you guys
why.
wanna have- you
Wonder
guys
why that's
wanna- hey,
happening.
Because you guys are a bunch of mocking. Hold up, I've watched you guys long enough over the years. I know who you are.
Do you
Bunch of
need your
mocking,
baba,
scoffing.
Chewy?
No, I'm good actually. Do you think I'd still be on here if my
You sound
emotions were as
good.
fragile as you
You
ladies?
sound
Can we
really
get a
good.
bunch of
Why
Can
don't
we
you
get a
bring up
bunch
2
of
other
baby?
Christians
Can we
and
get a
we'll
bunch
do a
of
little
baby
war against you
bottles in
little
the comment
shitheads?
section?
We're definitely
for
going to baby
Chewy?
bottles. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think you guys could answer a question. Cowards.
Well, I already told you I would. I was
You're
just making
dodging
sure
the answering my one question.
you didn't even ask it.
That's because you guys are too busy speaking in it, and your egos are too big in the way.
Well, let's
No,
be
no.
clear. You haven't actually answered questions. You've just did the 5 Ds of dodge debate. Remember,
It's
if you
true.
can dodge a question, you can dodge a debate.
Here you go again, speaking instead
It's
of
true. In
receiving my
fact,
question.
I actually had to force him to tell me what religion he participates in. And
This is
he's
how manipulation
he's
works,
critical
people. When you go on
of
Justin's
us
live,
for
what you get is his
he's critical of
homies,
us
his
for not
minions.
answering questions, which
A lot
is
of
pretty
times they'll
wild.
pretend they don't know who each other are. They used to do that years ago.
I'm sorry, I don't
And
know
then
who
they bring
Cyber
their
is.
homies up, and what they do is like
When did
dogpile on you. 'Cause
when did
that's what
when did I
shitheads
pretend
do.
I
That's
didn't
what-
know who Cyber
That's what
was?
cowards do to people. Right?
Man,
That's
this
what they
guy
do to
really
people.
this guy really sounds like he's got the Holy Spirit fruit inside of him. This is wild.
Yeah, hey,
I've
God
never
gave
felt
us
somebody
power
so
to
Holy
step
Spirit
on the
filled.
snakes, right? Hey,
Man,
come on, Justin.
the-
you know,
In
you know,
fact,
you
fruit
know,
of
people
the
quite
Spirit
often
here.
call me
Snake, son.
Justin's little brother.
Justin, what does the Bible say about stepping on the?
The Bible says that the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, generosity, faithfulness,
Yep. And what does it say about snakes, Justin?
gentleness, and self-control. And there's no law against such things. So it
What
sounds
does it
like
say about
maybe
snakes? What
maybe
does
you
Jesus
just don't
say
have the
he's giving the
Spirit.
disciples power over snakes to do over snakes?
to tread on serpents. And it's
Just-
funny, you're not
That's
doing a lot
right.
of
And
treading
who
right
does he
now.
call the
You're
serpents,
you're
right?
drowning
He-
in the snake
He
den
calls
right now.
certain individuals like
You're
you
you're
three,
literally
the children of the synagogue
drowning.
of Satan.
You're drowning in the snake den.
You guys are serpents, man. You guys are
Oh,
serpents. That's
it's
what you are.
true. Hiss, 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 motherfucker.
Hey,
Now
you
give
don't
me your
have to hiss,
question.
you don't have to have the scales, bro. They're living inside you.
Listen,
you
I'm
got the
Satan.
Luciferian
I'm
spirit.
Satan. Give me your question.
Okay, Azaziel.
Still waiting. Did you
guys are
forget
ready.
your
You guys are
question? Did
Are
you
ready
forget
for
it?
the question? No, I got it right here.
What
All
is
right.
it?
It's for all 3 of you, and now I want to hear each one of your answer on it. If Jesus Christ is truly nothing more than a myth and a fairy tale,
I didn't
right?
say that.
hold on,
That's not my
question's
position.
not done.
It's
That's
not my
the first
position.
part of a 3-part question, right?
That's my
one
position.
question.
That's only
Sounds-
Cyber's position.
Sounds like this
So
is a
this is
question
only a-
for Cyber, not for us two.
Toadstools, man. I swear,
Yeah.
I'm working with toadstools.
Maybe
Tell
the
me when
point. Maybe the poisonous dart throwing ones even.
Tell me when you guys grow up and become toads.
Well,
No, wait. You're not addressing me and Justin, though. You're only addressing Cyber, to be clear.
No, the question
I'm
is
the
for
only
all 3 of
mythicist
you
up
to
here.
answer individually when I'm done with the damn question. When you guys let me finish it.
all right, go ahead and finish your question, then we'll explain
All
to you
right,
why it's a dumb
let's
one.
see. All right. All right. You guys have literally spent all these years on TikTok, right? Literally going after Christians primarily. Justin, you can't even deny that at this point, right? And you have nothing better to do. You spent thousands and thousands of hours, just like I have. I'm not assaulting you for that. What I'm saying is you spent all that time just against Jesus. And
No.
if you knew anything about the other doctrines of the world, you know
Not
there's
just against
much better
Jesus.
things to do. Well, primarily against God in itself, but that's just because you hate him, which is fine.
No,
That's your own thing.
You don't hate
So
things
my
that don't
question is
exist.
generally this: all this time you've spent that you could have done good in the world and helped people instead of insulting, assaulting,
Well, we do
and
do that.
dogpiling on people.
We do help
Why?
people.
Why? I
We
want
help
you to give a
people.
legitimate answer to the people
We
in
help
this damn
people.
box.
Chewy, we help people.
No, this ain't helping shit.
Yeah, I freed so we've helped free so many people from listen, people can see what religion has done to your brain.
Yeah.
It's absolutely corroded
Yeah,
it,
it's
and we're
allowed me
helping
to
to
endure it.
liberate people. Don't ask questions if you don't want to hear the answer. Justin's and mine and Cyber's work, we've all been
Shithead.
working to help liberate people from the crash out craziness that is Christianity.
I just want to be clear, these types of
afraid to answer
crash
the
outs
question.
only happen when you believe in these goofy ass religions. They don't happen
toads.
on nobody's atheists aren't trolling around on TikTok crashing out on Christian live streams typically. Sometimes they do, but typically they don't.
If you
And the reason why we do this is
send me a-
because we're demonstrating the
got a Band-Aid.
dangers of religion, right? The dangers of religion is that somebody, Chewy, who knows what your real name is
like Justin.
they're so unstable.
You end up like
right?
this guy here.
Because the religion has caused you to think that everybody who's not part of your religion is evil.
Mike
And that's
dictator.
that's
Mike
why
dic-
that's why the
Primarily
work that we do is liberating people from the nonsense of your
Primarily you.
religion, because your religion is toxic
Specifically-
and it harms women and
Specific-
it harms children and it's just overall bad for society. And so listen, if you lived in a nation where everybody believed in vampires and they wanted you to believe in vampires, it'd be well within your, personal purview to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't do the vampire thing. I don't think vampires are real. That's really all we're doing here is saying, actually, we live in this society where people believe in this particular God, and it doesn't seem like the God is real. It doesn't seem like the God has any discernible benefits. And in fact, it seems like believing in this religion makes you a worse person. And so it would seem from our point of view, we're actually
Just
doing
naturally
what we think is good by liberating people from toxic religions. Now, we can't liberate people from their bad mental thinking, their irrational thought processes, or their over emotionalism, like what you're exhibiting now. But we can at least help people to realize that the religion itself is kind of nonsense. So
you really didn't answer my.
So, I mean,
You didn't answer shit.
you're more welcome to rephrase the question if you think it needs to be answered a second time.
So I'm gonna respond to that. What you just said. Then what you're
Wait, you're not
saying
gonna
is
ask the
this.
question?
Hold up. No. If that was his answer, if it's
So
a
he doesn't
legitimate,
want the
genuine
answer to the question then.
No,
Sounds like he
got
doesn't
your
want the answer to the question.
I'm gonna expound on your answer.
Well, you
okay?
just said it wasn't an answer. So did
what
I
you're
answer the
saying
question
is
or not?
There's nothing better for you to do for humanity or good.
Did I answer
other
the
than
question
sit
or
on
not?
here, mock and scoff other people's
Did I
beliefs, 'cause
did
you're
I
a dick.
answer the
You're a
question
dick.
or not? So I
You
did
what?
answer the question then. So
What's that?
now you're crying that
You
I
did-
did answer the question. You just don't like the answer.
I don't think you answered it genuinely. It would be like if you asked me, do I
So the answer to the
And-
question is pretty simple, which is, namely, we don't believe that your religion is true. And even if all we ever wanted to do was tell people what we think is true, we're within our right to do so. Even if religion was benign, there's nothing wrong with standing up and saying, actually, here's my opinion on this particular matter. And it just happens to be that people are listening to our opinions, which is why we're moving the needle and you're not. That's why Christianity is slowly decreasing and atheism is slowly increasing, is because we're living in a world of information, and information is fucking up Jesus bad.
And I'll go ahead and
According
answer.
to
You
your
wanted
own
to hear
dumb
from all
and
three of us.
biased
Chewy, you wanted to
opinion.
hear from all three of us. You want to hear from all three of us.
All right,
So hold on,
that's
Chewy.
fine. Can I respond to one at a
Dude,
time? His answer or not?
Sure,
So,
go
or
ahead.
Am I just listening to your damn script? Okay, thank
You
you.
said
Let
you
me-
wanted
let me
all
res-
three of us to answer.
I do. I want you guys to.
Now he
I want
doesn't.
to respond.
He doesn't want all three, obviously.
Oh, so you guys,
It's
you
weird
guys just
because
get to speak
it's
for me.
weird because
That's why-
it's weird
then you
because
guys don't
I said
understand why people
something,
crash out on
and
you
then Justin got
dumbasses.
to speak, and now Cyber doesn't get to speak. You
Because
didn't
guys
ask. You didn't make
you're rude,
retorts
you're assholes,
about
and you think you're
me.
actually doing humanity good, but
There's
you're
only
actually
one.
just a bunch
There's
of
only one
dicks.
asshole here that I can see.
Yeah, look at the new son of a bitch.
Damn it!
You can't
So
see me
listen,
because my face is not on there.
this shithead here,
I do see
and
three
this
dipshits
toad
in
over
front of me, though.
here,
Just to be,
I believe.
Just to be clear, my face ain't up there, dipshit. What do you see yourself?
To be clear, Chewy, we need you to answer the question as to whether or not I gave you an answer to your question.
I was very specific. Let's see if everybody in the chat knows. Who did I ask all three? So I at least get the three answers. If I'm not allowed to rebuttal your answer to that question, fine.
I asked
you guys
you
both have. Yeah,
if,
I said I would
if you
after
think
all three of you
I
answer. So
answered
there's
your
two more
question,
people who need to answer. I
well,
would say that you answered.
It's weird because the other two were trying to answer and then you stopped them, right? It seems like maybe you're confused, right? So you asked me a question and I answered it, and the other two were going to answer and you stopped them, and then I asked you, hey, did I answer your question? And you're about to say yes, and then you started complaining that the other two didn't answer your question, which is weird because it seemed like you were preventing them from answering your question. So maybe we can ask a better question. Did you want to hear the answer from the other two or no?
Well, let me say it like this. I would love to hear you guys' answers. This is so cool when we do it this time.
Oh, well, that's easy.
You respect
okay.
this. Look,
all right, Cyber, what's your answer?
Yeah, so unlike shithead down here and toad over here, I'm a mythicist. And I believe that we ought believe in true things. We ought to have justification behind the things that we believe in. And if we don't, and we just follow things blindly, then those lead to atrocities.
True. Dalkin?
Yeah, like we're like over here like working towards like freeing people from like the slavery of religion. We see like the thing that like if religion does this to you, it turns you into someone like Chewy, and the sooner like more people can deconstruct and get away from this really nasty like mindset, the better off, the happier they'll be in life.
Yeah. Were those sufficient answers?
So none of you actually answered my question officially. You kind of, but I'll answer your question to the same rate in which you answered mine. Okay, Justin?
Maybe you can.
No, I'm going next. I'm going to.
Maybe you can rephrase your question. If you think our answer didn't address your question, go ahead and rephrase your question, and we'll be happy to give you a more
here's the
maybe direct answer or an answer that you would enjoy.
No,
and actually ask the question and don't
here's
side
how water
tangent.
baptism leads to salvation, right?
Wait,
red is blue.
Do you remember my question?
Yeah, it was about water baptism, whether or not you needed that for salvation.
Yeah, so it's a yes or no.
Water is blue, yes or no?
That's water actually appears blue. None of you guys the way that light reflects through it.
What was my question I asked you guys? What was my question again?
So your question was something akin to...
Because I heard every one of your answers and none of you answered.
So your question was something akin to, if the Jesus stuff is all made up...
without knowing.
If the Jesus stuff is all made up and all mythology, then why do you spend your time on the internet trying to debunk or to debate something that you don't even believe in? That's about the question that I heard. Did you have a different way to phrase that?
There was a third part. I said there were three parts. I specified that from the beginning. The third part matters. If you leave that part out, then you didn't answer my question. Well, what is it?
What's the third part there, buddy?
Instead of doing something good for humanity, right?
This is good for humanity. We already explained that.
Hold up.
So we explained to you that this is good for humanity. Now, it may not be what you think is good for humanity, but it is what we think is good for humanity. And I think you're actually proving that today. You're proving that getting rid of this religion is, in fact, good for humanity. So it turns out we did actually address your question. You just didn't like the answer.
Based on what moral ground? Based on what moral grounds?
The same moral ground that you think you have. The only difference is we don't believe in a fictitious moral ground.
So now you believe in the Bible.
We don't believe in a fictitious moral ground that's subject to somebody's mind. We believe in the moral grounding that comes from our own internal thought processes, which is actually kind of what your moral ground is. The only difference is your moral ground is rooted in a mind that doesn't actually exist, which is also a dictator, by the way, too.
Dictator.
Let me ask a question, because this is going to be a key difference. Hold on. This is going to be a key difference in our moral standing here. I do not think, Justin doesn't think, Dalton doesn't think that it is ever acceptable at all to grape children. We don't think that's ever acceptable.
True.
Do you, in your moral grounding, do you think that it's ever acceptable?
My moral ground, like I said, you guys are fucking.
Oh, you're not going to
you guys
answer
are
that
skipping.
one.
He's not going to answer that one.
No, I will. I'll answer this. Here, you guys didn't answer a damn thing I said. Not a
We
damn thing.
did,
You guys
but
skipped
we
over the
did, but
thing.
you just
Okay.
you just didn't like the
All right,
answer.
that's fine. I'll take your
Yeah.
bullshit answer.
So, do you think that it is
No.
morally
How many
acceptable?
questions do we get for each other? Am I
or-
answering his?
You haven't
now?
answered a single one of our questions.
I'm trying to answer the baptism one. Ready?
Well, we're
Yeah,
waiting
sure,
for
go
a real
ahead,
answer.
the baptism.
On what? The baptism one or what? Which
It's a
one do you
yes.
want to answer for?
It's a yes or no to the baptism question.
It's not a yes or no.
It is.
Well, then let me ask you this about baptism. It's not necessary. No,
It is. Oh, you're saying
No,
so
it isn't.
baptism's not necessary then?
not water baptism. Spirit baptism is necessary. The spirit baptism of the Holy Spirit fire. That's
Well-
what's necessary.
Well, how do you?
Someone hasn't read the Gospel of John.
Go ahead,
I
bring up the
know.
verses. Let's go
Yeah,
through them.
how do
I know
you
I know
square
you want to use every
John
freaking
3:5, which it says, from Jesus' own words, "Truly I tell you, no one can enter the kingdom of God without being born of water and spirit." What does it mean to be born of
Yes,
the water?
and that comes after this conversation with Nicodemus, does it not? Isn't that the one right after the
Yeah,
conversation?
but I'm asking you what water means.
Oh no, that matters because when you know the context, you know
Actually,
he just got done
well,
explaining to
actually,
Nicodemus.
you do know
that you
the
have to be born
context.
of
What I'm
water.
asking you right now is,
He's
what does
talking
water
about
mean?
The womb, the water in
What
the
does
belly.
water-
It's a physical birth and a spiritual
So
birth.
you have
Figure
to
it
be
out.
physically born again?
Oh my gosh, you're an idiot.
I
have to be-
I love that the
You're an idiot, dude.
I love that
Pretending you
the
don't know.
Your
You're
mom-
pretending
I know
so smart on the Bible,
the
but
only
you avoid-
waters that Chewy are familiar with are the tears that he's crying right now. It's hilarious.
That actually
Tears you
is
guys probably
definitely
are
the
gonna use to
case.
baptize to hell.
So I think the problem that you've got here is if you like
I
just
hope they
simply
cool you in
read
the
the
fiery pits
passage.
of hell, man.
I can't wait for a little bit of heat. It's cold where I live. It's cold as shit. We
Me
need
too.
some good flames.
Yeah, I mean it's real funny when
So
the flesh
I
is
think-
burning off your
I
bones.
think the
son.
problem that you have, well, there's no flesh in hell. It says, Jesus answered him, "Truly I tell
Right,
you,
shalom.
no one
Depends
can
on what
see."
you mean by hell. Are you talking about shalom?
Says, no one can see the kingdom of God without being
Paradise.
born from above. And Nicodemus said to
bosom.
him, "Can anyone?
Tree
Having-
firmaments.
How can anyone be born after having grown
About the
old?"
supernatural
So
son of-
Nicodemus does actually address being born in the womb. So he says, "How can anyone be born after having grown old? Can one enter a second time into the mother's womb and be born?" And Jesus said, very truly, I tell you, no one can
my
enter
other
the kingdom
profile
of
name
God
now.
without being born of the water
Leaving
and
that.
the
You ain't
spirit.
getting it.
What is born of the flesh
Leaving now,
and
man.
what
I'm done
is
with this shit.
born of this. Oh, you're done now?
Give
You don't
my
want to read
word,
the
man.
you don't want to read the Bible?
I've already read that over and over. What I don't want is you to interpret the Bible for me because you're the worst fucking interpreter, and all you've done in all your
Well-
life.
well,
in
then
the
how
last
come-
6 years is,
Well, how come
listen,
it's
I'm
so?
going to give you the profile
How come
name
it's
after
so?
you shut the fuck
How
up.
come it's so difficult
I'm
for
done
you
with
to
you guys.
just
I'm
answer
no
my
longer
basic
throwing my pearls to
questions?
swine.
How come
Oh,
it's
are
so
you about to run away,
difficult?
Chewy?
Yeah, that's what you
He's
are,
gonna
swine.
run.
It sounds
Are you
like he's
ready? It was
running.
Chewy the Sith Slayer. Do you remember the first time you met me? You're talking
Nope.
to me? After
Nope.
that, you always that's because
No,
that's
you're not
exactly what you
memorable.
said every time I came up
No.
after that. You wouldn't take me anymore.
Didn't
'Cause you're a fucking
didn't
coward.
didn't remember
You
that
spent
name
your
once.
whole life attacking something
No.
that you don't
Chewy,
believe
I'm
in.
sorry,
when you could have
bud.
been
You're
feeding
just
the
not-
poor,
You might.
helping the
I mean,
broken.
Chewy, you're just another crazy in the band of crazy we usually deal with. Like you're not memorable. Sorry, bud.
Not
Like
at
we won't
all.
even remember you 5 minutes after this.
Yeah, in
Cowards.
fact, the amount of people that crash out on this
Codes.
live stream are
Fucking-
so common that like Chewy the Sith Slayer wouldn't remember that at all. In fact, the amount of people that have Star Wars like monikers in their names are abundant. So I have no idea why we would remember yours in particularly, especially if all you did was come and crash out.
You want me to
Although I would say it is
I'm gonna
fun when
remind
you
you-
get crash outs like yours
You want me to
because then
remind
we
you to
get to
come-
clip it. So now
You're
that we
afraid.
Dalton gets
Cow-
to have a heyday with you.
Oh yeah, we're absolutely gonna clip this and have a heyday with you, buddy.
Cowards.
It's gonna be a wild ride. You're gonna be in the collection of the 2026 favorite crash outs, maybe even. Depends. It depends how good the crash out gets. If you've got more left in you, got more crash
I
out
hope
left
you
in
play
you.
it all. I hope you play
It might
all, son.
actually. It might actually make the top
You're
10.
a coward.
You
You're a
think
coward.
You think you have it in you? Think you have the
Coward.
top? You got
mute
top
and
10
dictate
material in
people's
you?
opinions. You're
You
a
got
bitch,
top.
dude.
You
really
think
are.
you got top 10
You're
material
one
in
of
you?
the children of the seed of the serpent. You
I am. I'm the devil of Satan. It sounds like he's got top 10 material in him. I could be wrong, but
child of the serpent.
Doesn't the Bible say something about having no unclean speech in your mouth?
yeah,
Yep,
in
you're a child of
Colossians.
the
Swearing.
serpent.
In
You want me to tell
Colossians.
you the words that Christ actually used in the
Well,
Greek? Are you ready for it?
you're not.
Can you do
you're
it
not
without crying?
Christ. No, he definitely
wanna
can't do
do
without
that, dude.
crying. So So you're not Christ. You don't get to
certain-
go to the temple and flip tables over. You actually just have to follow instructions, right? In fact, that's
Cowards.
part of your own moral framework
Dictators.
is that God's morals don't apply
Dictators
to
and-
men and men's morals don't apply to God. So
Dictators and
by
cowards.
the same very moral framework that you
Dictators and
yourself
cowards.
have, it's
Dictator-
funny that Chewie doesn't realize the reason why he's getting
Dictators-
muted is because he's the problem. That's the craziest thing. I've actually been on
Problem
other
amongst the
people's
devil.
live streams before. It doesn't happen very often, but I've never
Problem
been
am-
muted once. And the reason why
Problem
I never
amongst the
get
devil.
muted is because I don't just come in and shout
Problem-
over people and make them mute me. But I'm
Problem-
hearing some people in the queue right now
Problem
saying that this
amongst
is
the-
definitely going to be a crash out,
Problem
of,
amongst
like one of the top 10 crash outs of 2026.
problem amongst demons.
For all the Christians right now who are in the comment
For all the
section,
Christians,
let
all the
us
ones that are
know
gonna
if you're
pretend that there
embarrassed
are-
of
all my
Chewie's like
minions pretend
behavior.
now to be Christians and pretend to be say what I tell you to say.
Oh yeah, no true
What's it like,
Scotsman,
you little
sure.
girl? You don't like that when someone tells your game to you? You little pussy.
Yeah, Dalton,
No
you,
one-
you
no
little
one-
girl, you,
this guy's really tough.
you little woman.
Yeah.
You guys
I
are
don't
really
like being
tough.
muted. You guys don't want a conversation.
bet he-
you want to mute.
I bet he's
control,
got
and
really
dictate.
big
You're a bunch of
guns.
manipulative
Chewie,
assholes.
turn
You've
your
always
camera
been
on,
like
buddy.
this.
Put
I've known
your
you for
camera
5 or
on.
6 years. Put on
You
your
mean-
camera. That
you mean
makes
3
you
years?
Will
tough.
never
I've been
turn
doing
his
this for
camera
3
on.
years.
Face. Show
Been
your
doing it for
face.
3 years.
Yeah, you've been.
We-
well, it might
we
have
wanna
been
see-
3. I've been on about 5 or
We wanna see
to
it, tough
6,
guy.
so I know you're one of the first ones I saw that was a real asshole to everybody.
Go ahead and
Wait,
open your
who?
camera, tough guy. Oh, Chewie's live content contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. Sorry,
your little
Chewie.
minions, your little minions.
Sorry, Chewie. You've been banned by TikTok now. Okay, well,
Damn, that's gonna be a great clip. Can't wait to get to it.
that's a fun
Wait, was
one.
he saying I was like the meanest one he's ever seen? Like one of the
Maybe?
first ones?
I'm not sure.
If so, damn right I am. I hold Christians' feet to the fire.
Fucking A. Well, friends, that was a good time. I'm going to read a couple super chats. We're going to get our next guest in here, which is going to be Pete. Pete was just in line after Chewie, and we'll keep the show rolling. Randy, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's huge, my friend, but also 20 more. 40 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Huge W, my friend. I really appreciate that. Also, MK, thank you for the super chat. Says, according to the Talmud, Balaam did unspeakable things to that donkey. Gotta love the Talmud. I actually haven't heard the Talmudic retelling of was it Numbers 21, 22? Balaam and his ass situation. Now I'm going to have to go back and reread it. Thank you for letting me know. And Randy, thank you for the additional $10 super chats. Please support this channel and others like this. Yes, because Randy, as you've just seen, these Christians, these God believers are out of their minds and they can't even control their fifis. They get on a live stream and they crash out like children and then they think we're evil for it. Pretty crazy. And William Rogers, good to see you, buddy. Says, haven't heard your opinion on either the Jewish Publication Society Bible or the Christian Standard Bible. Your thoughts? Well, I'm not crazy about the CSB. I think it's adequate. I think it's okay. I think it does a little bit of apologetics, but it's not horrible. I would take it over the NIV probably. I would, however, say that I prefer the Jewish Publication Society. My only complaint is there's a lot of occasions in the JPS where they smooth out difficult passages. And I would rather them just translate them directly and let the reader fight with the meaning of the text, rather than trying to tell the reader what to think about it. That's my only complaint. But other than that, I like the JPS. And Evan, my friend, think of a $10 super chat, says, I'm too broke to secure one of these signed Bibles, but Crystal needs a computer. Please give this to her. All hail Doug, rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, simply wet for Sharon. Thanks first for all you do, for doing this full time. Well, thank you, Evan. I appreciate that. And I'll definitely send this over to her, but please, for the love of Doug, don't start sending me super chats to send to Crystal tonight. 30% of that super chat is going to be taken by TikTok, and then I have to pay taxes on top of it. So please, if you really want to give something to Crystal, her Cash App and PayPal, all this stuff's in her bio. Just go to her profile and give her the stuff, friend.
And she's in chat. And she is in chat.
Yeah, you don't have to send that shit to me. In fact, speaking of Crystal, before we move much further, let me get her up here. Danger says, our newest cartoon is out now, The Mason Jar Incident. We are a secular charity, and we are almost 1,000 followers. Well, thank you, Danger Aware. I'm glad hear the update is going well, and I know we haven't connected recently. I promise we'll get around to it, but thank you for the update. And Crystal, welcome in.
Listen, don't send me that. The next time we see each other, buy me a cup of coffee.
I gotcha.
Okay, but don't send me that. But I will, while I'm here, tell everybody about the Bible auction because, listen, I had the fun opportunity a few weeks ago to meet Justin, and I thought, what a fun way to raise money for my upgraded computer than to bring some Bibles and have Justin sign them for me. I figured if Trump can sign Bibles and he's never read one, we should definitely have some signed Bibles by Justin who has. So they are very cool Bibles. All of them are vintage or antique. They are different. They're not just, we have like a hardback. We have one that's like 100 years old that has a zipper around it. Another like one that's really kind of grungy, beat up. It's really cool. If you want to bid on a Bible that is signed by Justin, head over to my Discord. The link is in my bio. And if you, for some reason, don't want to use PayPal, DM me first. I just would rather go through PayPal. It's just easier for me. But they just start at $20 each, and that includes free shipping in the United States because I'm just trying to have a little fun here. I thought this would be something you guys would love. Like, who wouldn't want a signed vintage Bible from Justin? How cool is that? So go check out my Discord. The link is in my bio, or DM me if you're not on Discord, and I'll help you proxy bid. And Justin, thank you so much, but just buy me a cup of coffee next time we're together.
I got you, friend.
Don't send
I
me.
got you.
I know about the fees that you have to pay, so don't do that. Anyway, thanks so much. See you later.
Thanks, Crystal. Crystal, go over to Crystal's server. It's actually in our live chat right now on our Deconstructing server. So check that out.
I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna head out too. I've been doing this since 10 in the morning, but I had fun with that crazy caller. But hey, you have a good night, y'all.
Thanks for coming up. Good to see you, buddy. W. Dalton, he came in at the right time too. Got a real fun caller in there. Well, friends, I'm going to grab our guest Pete left. So I'm going to grab exactly 7 super chats before we get super buried in super chats. And then I'm going to grab Elaji Kamara, who appears to be a Christian. And then we'll keep the conversation rolling. Stray says, still have gift for your diabetic friend. Oh, for Sean. Discord DM. Oh, you sent it over Discord. I'm so sorry. Okay. Let me write down a note. I'm sorry. I've got like 100 Discord messages I haven't read, and if you sent me data, I apologize. I haven't gotten it yet. Let's see. From Stray to Sean, also known as Mr. Morpheus. I'll write a note on my sheet to go to Discord after this and check for your message. But you've got some help on that for Mr. Morpheus. I won't be able to hold on to it forever or for more super chat reminders because I've lost 1/3 of my income. Fuck. I'd love to help him. I'm sorry, Stray. I'll get it taken care of. I did talk to him recently. So, he's also in our Discord as well. Mr. Morpheus is. You can probably find him directly there, but I'll pass your information along. I'm sorry about that. And Travi, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, I got into a pretty heated debate about numbers 5 that end with the other person telling me to unalive. What's your perspective on it? Also, new name for Dalton is Balton. Rock for Doug and gave for Justin. Good name, actually. So my position has been pretty clear. It says that if the man suspects the spirit of jealousy comes upon him and suspects that his wife is cheated, just take him to the priest and they're going to drink the potion, and the potion is going to make their womb swell up and their thigh rot. Or you could say fall away. There's a couple ways to interpret it. And it just means that whatever's inside of them is going to come out. It's going to discharge. And possibly in the future, they won't be able to conceive again. But if they're innocent, it says that they can go on to conceive. So it sounds to me like what's happening is they're going to discharge whether they're guilty. And if they're innocent, nothing's going to happen and they'll be able to give birth and to conceive. So I guess I don't really know, without getting like super specific, I don't really know what the point of contention is. The reality is, if a woman is already pregnant when the man brings her up on charges, and remember, there's no rule. There's not like a rule that says, well, you can only bring her up given this particular occasion, right? if a man suspects that that a woman has been unfaithful, no matter whether she's pregnant or not, he can bring her up on charges. And if it turns out that she's guilty, then what's inside of her is going to be miscarried or aborted. That's just what's going to happen. So, Sarah Wilhelm says, "Hi, Justin. Was hoping you could shout out my beloved Jeff, aka Eek Orbs, for his birthday." Well, happy fucking birthday,
Happy
Jeff.
birthday.
I wish I had a happy we could do this one. Happy fucking birthday. He's a big fan, and I know it'll make his day. He just finished the Old Testament in his NRSV updated edition using his secret Bible decoder ring. Fuck yeah. Justin's fucking rock. That's what I'm talking about. Well, thank you for letting me know, Sarah. And happy fucking birthday to Jeff. And congrats for getting through the Old Testament. It's a slog. And Birdkeeper Mikey, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super test. This guy is the reason why what you're done is good, or what you're doing is good. Christians and Christian nationalism keeps people from seeing truths in all the things going on. And we have this orange goof in office. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin. What a goober caller. It's true. If we've learned anything from that call, it's that what we are doing actually is good because of assholes like that. And Zach Penetroff says that guest was only let out of prison because of the Geneva Conventions got involved, forcing him onto the prison population without any way for them to escape his insanity was legally a form of inhumane torture. I don't know what he went to prison for, but if I had to say, whatever it is, it had the moniker aggravated with it. I don't know what type of aggravated thing he did, but I'm sure it wasn't good. And Drew, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says people like Chewy need to take Valium before he calls in. I know. That guy could definitely handle a therapist and maybe a good prescription, if I had to guess. And Drew with another super chat, thank you so much. Says, and clearly Chewy hasn't read 2 Timothy 2:24 through 25.
Rue.
There's a bunch of passages in the Bible that talk about like, hey, this is the type of behavior you should have. But if you go to 2 Timothy, it says, the Lord's servant, that's Chewy, must not be quarrelsome, but kindly to everybody, an apt teacher, patient, correcting opponents with gentleness. So obviously Chewy hasn't read his book, which is why he comes up and clowns himself. And last super chat for now from Kibbles in Bits. Thank you for the super chat. It says, as someone who got free from evangelical charismatic Christianity 35 years ago, you guys are helping me deconstruct the last shreds of the toxic crap I was raised in. Chewy encouraged me to donate to this worthy cause. Thank you, Kibbles in Bits. And I'm glad you found your way out. There's a lot of people that are still stuck. They're locked in to these toxic religions, and it's hard for them to find a way out. We give them the information they need to get out. So I'm going to grab Elaji, and then I'm going to grab after that Anonymous from the YouTube queue. But I hope I pronounced that name correctly. How you doing, Elaji? And how do I pronounce your name correctly?
I'm doing good. My name is Alaji Kamara. I'm from Gambia in Africa.
Sure. And are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 19 years old. I'll be 20 next month.
Sure. And is it safe to assume that you're a Christian?
Yeah, I just converted to Christian like 1 month ago. 1 month ago. I live in a Muslim country and my family is Muslim. So they abandoned me after I converted to Christian.
Boy. So you jumped out of the frying pan right into the fire, huh?
Yeah. So
well, nevertheless, let me ask you a basic question. What would be a good reason to believe that God exists? And since you converted to Christianity, we'd be most interested in an argument for the Christian God.
Are you Christian?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Did you think that we were?
You're Muslim or what? What's your religion?
We're atheists.
Yeah, I thought you were.
Mm-hmm.
No, atheists. Okay.
So,
I have I was having a Christian friend who told me about Jesus, and then he'll be telling me about Bible words. That's encouraged me to become a Christian.
Sure. Well, let me say a good
My English
question.
is not very good, so I apologize on that.
Well, your English is better than the last guest, and he was a native English speaker. So, what do you think is a good reason to even believe in a God at all? Chewy?
How do I say it in English? My English is, I don't know how to say some words in English. That's the problem. It's not I used to I learned English in school, so it's not very, I don't know how to say some words in English.
Well,
That's the problem.
It sounds like, and don't take this the wrong way, you might not be the best fit for what we're doing here if your English is poor, because we are going to be debating some topics. And in order to do that, you probably do need to have a good handle on the language that we're using. So nothing wrong with you, but I think we'll have to move on to someone that's got a better handle on the language, okay?
All right, thank you so much.
Cheers. Best of luck.
Hang out in chat and listen.
Yeah, please do listen. And to be fair, like if you have to pick between Christianity and Islam, I guess I'd pick Christianity. But like, really, you don't need either of them. They're both kind of a waste of time. So, you can just abandon both of them. I'm glad he figured out that Islam isn't true, though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's get Anonymous from our YouTube queue. And welcome in, Anonymous.
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing, Anonymous?
Good.
Anonymous, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 27.
Sure. And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Sure. Which one?
God. Just a normal Christian one.
Gotcha. So you're Christian. All right. What do you think is a good argument or a good reason to believe in the Christian God?
So you would say that God is like really hard to prove in the heliocentric model, right?
I would say God is difficult to prove in any model of the universe.
Right. So that's why not only, but I think the Earth is flat, right? And I have one good proof, which I'd like to bring up.
If the Earth being flat is proof of Christianity being true, it would also be proof that the Egyptian religion was true and that the Babylonian religion was true. Like all these ancient cultures believed that the Earth was flat, so it's actually not evidence for Christianity.
Right. I was just thinking about that like 5 minutes ago. So it wouldn't prove this God specifically, but it would be like a good start.
Why?
Well, how would God create the flat Earth world?
He would have created it the same way he created the sphere Earth world.
I'm not sure what that is.
The Earth, being a ball, would be a sphere. He would create a sphere the same way he would create a flat Earth. It just...
Oh, sorry, I thought you said spirit. I don't know. Like, wait, do you want to hear my proof? Or...
Nah.
No, we just want to know why your God's real. We don't care about the flat Earth model. There is somebody you can talk to though about that, Dr. Blitz.
Yeah. Tell you what, we'll just grant you the Earth is flat. Right. Why should we believe in God?
Let me just tell you the thing. It's called a sunset fader.
No, we're not interested. The Earth is flat. Tell me why we should believe in God.
It disappears above the horizon.
That's adorable. The Earth is flat. I disagree with you. Why should we believe in God?
But didn't you just say before it's evidence of a God?
No, I didn't say that. You did. So again, I can grant you that the Earth is flat. What does that have to do with God?
Well, what do you mean? Didn't you say that?
I can grant you that the Earth is flat. It still doesn't mean that God is real. Give me the argument for God being real. Did you never consider this point?
Well, I don't see how you could get it in atheism.
How could you not? What prevents you from getting a flat Earth in atheism?
Like say gravity, for example. You can't get a flat world with gravity.
Why not?
I've literally had no one explain that, even try to explain that.
I'm asking why. Why can't you get a flat object with gravity?
If we believe in the flat Earth model, I don't believe
that'd be
gravity
your claim,
exists.
wouldn't it?
No, we believe in the flat Earth model. We don't believe gravity exists.
True. This guy shouldn't believe in gravity at all.
I can explain it if you want. Like in the
What, you believe in gravity?
No, like it's just relative density.
Yeah, we agree. It's just density. So what about God?
It's not density, it's relative density.
Same thing. Tell me where God comes in.
It's different.
Well, where's God come in?
He made the world, the flat Earth world.
Yeah, prove it.
Well, that's the thing. This is like you take everything into account.
You never thought about this yet, have you? Okay.
No.
You get,
He's never got past the flat Earth portion.
He's been shut down on flat Earth so often that he's never got to the part where it validates God's existence.
I've just never really debated like in this sort of section, but
I grant that.
You just take it as like a conglomerate of information along with all the other physical proofs like Noah's Ark and
There's no Noah's Ark.
Pardon?
There's no Noah's Ark. It doesn't exist.
You were talking about the one on top of Mount Ararat, correct?
It doesn't exist, yes. The Juniper site has nothing to do. There's no wood up there. It's not a boat. There's no remnants of an ark.
Studies that have been done have shown that it's made out of limite, which wood never petrifies into.
I don't remember that.
Did you read
I remember seeing some pretty good evidence on it.
Did you read the geological reports?
Remember, this is just one part.
But did you?
I still think it's real.
Did you read the geological reports?
I'm not sure. I only seen a little bit on it.
Okay, so you haven't really looked into it then. So what else you got for us?
Well, like I said, it's like a conglomerate of all the physical proofs.
Like what?
And testimonial and emotional and logical.
Be specific. Which proofs? Be specific.
Flat Earth? Can I give a flat Earth proof?
I already agree with you. Earth is flat. I'm trying to figure out why God is real.
But you can't agree because you can't get it in atheism.
Why can't you?
It's contradicting your worldview.
Why? Where's the contradiction?
Like gravity can't make.
There's no gravity. It's just density. Yeah. Try again.
No, in the heliocentric model.
Why? Why can't we have
believe
flat?
In the heliocentric world model?
Yeah.
We're atheists. We don't believe in the heliocentric model.
Duh.
Wait, so you're claiming atheism in a flat Earth world?
Yeah.
What we're saying is there could be atheists who hold to a flat Earth.
I've literally heard Ian and you are the only people that I've seen that claim that.
Just waiting for you to tell me where God comes in.
What do you mean? I did.
You didn't. So again, the Earth is flat. This happens by natural means. There's a lot of flat objects in the universe. There's no such thing as gravity. So why do we need God for this?
How do you get the dome?
The dome. Yeah, I agree. It's there. Yep. Mm-hmm. Where's God come in?
How do you get it?
Obviously, it came about through natural means.
Like what? It's your point. You got to prove it.
It formed through crystalline structures. So if you read the ancient writings, they describe how it crystallized. And if you believe in the naturalistic model, what that means is that when the stuff in the atmosphere cooled down, the gaseous outer portion of the dome was actually able to crystallize.
Okay. You got any proof for that?
I don't need to. You just asked me. You asked me how is it possible, and I told you how it's possible. You haven't given me proof for anything yet. So as far as I can tell, all I need is a good explanation. So we're actually just kind of waiting for why God is required for any of this. Also, to be clear, even if I didn't have an explanation of how it happened, it wouldn't mean that God did it. You're still required to give me evidence for God. Having a God at the gaps argument is just a losing argument every time.
It's like I said before, it's a conglomerate of everything.
We're waiting for the everything. Yeah, what's the everything?
It's all the logical arguments, emotional.
Well, give us one. Give us an argument so we can talk about it.
Well, I wanted to talk about the flat Earth ones,
but you already granted that Earth is flat. What about God?
I'll have to talk to Blitz, I guess.
Yeah, you should do that.
Sounds like
how would you
He's one of
Sounds
them.
like you're
He's
not
one of them
gonna-
glow
above the
earthers.
horizon then?
Yeah, it sounds like you're not gonna engage then, huh? It's a shame you waited
Well,
in the
this is
box
what
for
I
like an
wanted to talk
hour,
about.
and now you're not even going to address the topic of God. It's weird that you would do like all that waiting for nothing.
Well, I got a list of all the others, but this is what I want to talk about.
Okay. Why would we accept a Christian God when the Bible tells us all kinds of things that are just demonstrably false?
I suppose because he's the only God that talks to people.
No, he's not. There's gods that talk to people in every religion. If you read the holy books, there's all kinds of gods. In fact, even in the ancient Greek times, there were people that had near-death experiences and saw various gods. So, I mean, that
In-
obviously can't be
in-
the case.
In fact, a quick story, just real fast, is in Greek mythology, you have Zeus who was cheating on Hera with a wood nymph and ran off. And when Hera came down to find him, she ran into this other wood nymph named Echo and asked Echo where Zeus and this other nymph went. And Echo wasn't about to tattle on her friend. So Hera cursed her with only being able to repeat the last thing she said, which is why we hear echoes when you're out in open spaces. So deities talking to humans is a thing that goes way back.
Well,
Oh, we lost him. And he's gone. Lord took him. Okay. Well,
All right, good. I couldn't do the flat earth very much longer. My brain feels dirty after that.
that's right. He apparently he's wherever the ark is, which is non-existent. Okay, friends, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get Mountaintop in here. Mountaintop's been in and out of the guest box, but I think they've been waiting the longest. Mason says, reading the first chapter of Isaiah, am I understanding it correctly? To me, it's just God crying like a little bitch. I added bitch. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the prophets are just God crying. Like, they're not listening to me. Oh, boo-hoo. And so, I'm going to go and fuck them up, right? Yeah. I mean, that's pretty common for the prophets. And Uvu Lagan says, Fight of Gods is a fighting game where you can fight as Jesus. Oh, I've heard about this. Santa, Zeus, Anubis, etc. to see who is righteous and who is not. It's on PC. Rock hard for Doug and simply what for Sharon. I did hear about this, and I got to be honest, I would like to play it. I just haven't been able to get around to it. You got to remember, my schedule's so busy. Gaming doesn't often make it to the top of my list unless it's like super relevant to what I do. But I would like to check that one out. And Nightman cometh, good to see you, friend. Says, I think Chewie is that Liam weirdo who was creepily obsessed with Parker and Dean. Oh, maybe. I don't know if he's been a fixture on this live before, but he's come up on atheist streams before. I believe that, and I feel like I recognized his voice. Like I must have heard his voice before, but I don't remember ever talking to the goof. So it's hard for me to remember if we've crossed. But Corey, thank you for the super chat, says Chewie's crash out was legendary, and I'm so honored to have heard it live. Thank you, Justin, for the great channel, and the three of you are a great team. Have a great day. Praise Doug. Well, thank you. And yes, Cyber and Dalkin are an amazing team to work with. That's why you keep seeing us over and over and over again. And Misha says Chewie claiming Dolphin looks like someone who was in prison was the funniest thing and has made my morning. Thanks for the laugh, you big baby, Rock Hard for Doug. I want to know what about Dalkin would lead someone to believe that he was in prison. I'm so confused. Like, oh well.
I don't think Dalton would know what. Well, I don't think I would either. But I don't think he'd know what to do if he ever ended up in jail.
I mean, he'd probably make friends with everybody, as you know, he would do.
Yeah.
Randy, my friend, thank you for the additional super chat. Says Christians are unbelievable. The scary thing is that so many Christians are in the background of our society, believing and voting to have theocratic government. That is the case. That's why we do this. It's not just that they exist and they want to force it on us from the top.
Yeah. With that said, real quick, so I live in Idaho, and we were, this last legislative system, were a few votes shy of passing Bibles needing to be read in school in the homeroom class. The only reason why it didn't pass is because the area I live in is very Mormon heavy, Mormon centric, and they use the KJV. And on the western, northern side of the state, they're not. They couldn't agree on the Bible translation that would need to be read because that was going to be put into the law. That's what prevented it from passing. Had they agreed on what Bible verse to read, it probably would have passed.
It's true. And Misha, good to see you, friends, is listening to your old streams and learned that you have a twin. Have you considered doing the funniest thing 3 days after you pass away, O Messiah of Doug? We're not going to be doing that, and my twin will never make it on this stream because I don't think he's ready to be open with where he's at with his belief system. But yes, I actually do have a twin brother. And Tracy, formerly Iantu, I knew it was you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, imagine Chew Toy Chewy thinking the Holy Ghost would live inside that potty mouth. And isn't the Holy Ghost supposed to help you to be a crash out pit king? No. And in fact, this is one of the funny things. If you go to 1 Corinthians 7, there's a really funny thing that happens in 1 Corinthians 7, where Paul is like, when he's talking about like what we would say are different types of sins, he talks about the sins of the flesh as being more severe because the Holy Spirit lives in you. Let me grab that one real quick. Let's see. I think it's 1 Corinthians chapter 7. So it's either 7 or 8, right? Oh, I was one off. 1 Corinthians chapter 6. Sometimes my memory only works so well. But yeah, in 1 Corinthians 6:18, it says, do you not know that whatever is united to a prostitute becomes one body with her? For it is said the two becomes one flesh. But anyone united to the Lord becomes one spirit with him. Shun sexual immorality. Every sin that a person commits is outside of the body, but the sexual immoral person sins against the body itself. Or do you not know that the body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, so on and so forth? So he's like, say, don't do these things because you're uniting the Holy Spirit with this sinful thing. Well, it'd be the same too if you're having these internal impurities, right? And Slugrazer says, thanks for dealing with these guys all day. It's not their fault. If I was in the exact same position, then I would believe this stuff too. Slug, I think you're right. Given the right context and upbringing and information, this could have been any of us. And maybe the reason why he's so angry is because he's got a genetic predisposition somehow, right? Or maybe he was environmentally trained to behave that way. And last super chat for now from our friend Dylan. Thank you for the super chat. Says, the callers have already been well cooked today and have watered our fields with their tears. As a glutton, I must ask, may we have another? Rock hard for Doug. You know we're going to get another. The night's still young. It's only 7:42. The amount of callers that are left to come on this stream are abundant. So let me grab Mountaintop and we'll get another discussion going. I'm going to grab Chet while we're at it as well. But welcome in, Mountaintop. Are you at least 18?
I am.
And do you believe in God?
I do.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Okay. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
So it depends on what you consider evidence, because the witness of the Holy Ghost is evidence to many people.
So,
but you might not take that as evidence.
Well, I wouldn't, because people who claim to have the Holy Spirit disagree with each other before. And so that can't be good evidence, because you would think that the Holy Spirit is leading people in all truth, which is what it says in John, that they'd all be in agreement, but they're actually not in agreement. So maybe something better than that.
Well, I think, how do you think the Holy Ghost is supposed to work? Maybe that's the issue.
The Holy Spirit is supposed to lead. In fact, it says in the gospel that he is only going to say what he is told to say. He's going to basically relay it from the Father. Now, the problem that we have here is we have no testability to know if the Holy Spirit is there, if the Holy Spirit's doing that. It's always going to come down to some person saying, no, I have the Holy Spirit. I speak for God. So unless you have a way to demonstrate who is really with the Spirit and who isn't, it's kind of a stalemate argument. It's kind of a useless argument.
So when I look at the Holy Spirit, I don't take it as, if I'm filled with the Holy Spirit, I'm going to be completely like a robot. I'm just going to relay a message. I don't believe that. I believe the more righteous you live, the more you practice what you preach, the more you understand the scriptures, that's stronger that link with the Holy Ghost will be. So yeah, someone might have a little bit and someone might have a stronger connection. And so that person might say, yeah, I feel the Spirit. But then you might have a person that's literally like a prophet that is just overwhelmed with the Spirit, and they are able to do maybe some of the stuff. I don't believe in seeking signs. I think it's actually okay. What I want to get to is explain why everything isn't so black and white. What atheists want, they want everything like just lay it out, give me the bullet points, like this is why it's true.
Right.
And
you're going to tell me what I want?
Well, I mean, in general, right? You talk about Christians in general, so I'm allowed to generalize a little bit as well.
Well, I can tell you what I want. I want anything that is somehow true, whether it's an argument or a piece of evidence, or it could even be like a text that is saying phenomenal things that it wouldn't otherwise know somehow. Like, for example, if there was a text that like was 3,000 years old and it perfectly described quantum mechanics, I'm like, fuck, that's really special. We don't really have anything like that.
Well, I mean, we kind of do, and like if you were to read, like, just pick up a quantum physics book and like not really know all the science that led up to get to those conclusions, it might not even make sense to you. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you have to learn precept upon precept to understand. Okay.
So what about the Bible would lead us to believe that it's true?
I mean, well, let me tell you why it's not so black and white. Why it's not like, oh, God just opened up the sky and says, here I am, follow me. This is what you got to do.
So you're not going to address the Bible, but go ahead. What do you got to say?
The Bible is basically it's men, and especially like the prophets, trying to understand God the best they can with the amount of spirit they're able to obtain in the time period that they are in. And the reason God just doesn't open the sky up for everyone to say, here I am, is because, like even in our court system, we recognize, like based on your knowledge, based on your age, based on, how things happen, it will be the degree that you're judged, right? So, if you have like premeditated, like all of that stuff's taken into account when you're judged, right? So if you're like young and ignorant, you're not going to be judged as hard, right? So it's actually a form of mercy. And so because God knows, like the human...
Am I going to hell or not?
Go ahead. Who's going to hell?
Me. I said, am I going to hell or not?
I can't judge that. I think
so
only
is the Bible
God
true?
knows everyone's...
The Bible says that I won't go to heaven. In John chapter 3 and Revelation 21 says that those who disbelieve won't be saved. They'll be obviously in hell.
Well, there's still time, brother.
Well,
there's still time to read.
Well, then you should be able to answer the question. If I die right now, am I going to heaven or hell?
I mean, I don't know your story, so I do believe that you do have to. The only way to the Father is through the Son, and through baptism, and there's a whole bunch of nuances, a whole bunch of things that I can't address all the different.
Well, what does the Bible say? Because the Bible says that those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned because they do not believe in the name of the only Son of God. So I don't believe in the name of the Son of God. That's John chapter 3, verse 18. So that means I'm condemned. Like, is the Bible right or wrong?
So, I mean, if you are with your heart believe that he's, yeah, I mean, you're condemning yourself, really. That's what it comes down to. It's not God condemning you.
Okay, so, well, no, I didn't condemn myself. I don't believe in this thing. So then, by your own words, then, somebody like me, yes, I would be going to hell because I'm going to die, and I don't believe in the sky carcass. So that just means that I'm going to hell. God condemned me to hell. I didn't condemn myself to hell. Now, if God knew that showing up to me would, in fact, uncondemn me, I would, in fact, believe, then it seems like the fact that he isn't showing up is kind of on him. He knows exactly what it would take to convince me, and he's chosen not to do it, which means it's something that he's got to deal with. So I don't find this to be a very compelling talking point at all.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you might have a little too much confidence in yourself because you're still human, and even if you saw God, you would still be tempted to rebel. And if you did rebel, like look what happens to some of the prophets.
So what? It's
like
all forgivable.
They're under greater condemnation.
It's all forgivable.
No, because God judges on the heart. So if you know that he for sure exists, if you know he for sure exists and you still rebel,
like I don't know what
it's going to be a greater sin.
I don't know what judgment means to you. Like either you're going to heaven or hell. Like just using the word judgment doesn't mean anything. Like if you're going to heaven, the fact that you're being judged to me is negligible. I don't really care, right? So if the question I'm trying to get around is whether or not like we're going to heaven or hell, that seems to be the question at hand, right? So I'm not compelled.
Well, you're gonna love this part.
I'm not compelled at all to feel one way or another about this religion just because you're like, well, he's going to judge you according to X, Y, and Z. But he's obviously not. He's going to judge you based on whether or not you believed the right thing and whether or not you acted in accordance with that belief. I don't believe that, which means I'm not going to act in accordance with that, which means I'm going to go to hell no matter what he judges me on. So none of that's relevant. Now, the question that I've got is, what would be a good reason for me to believe in this dead, like zombie Messiah?
Because I honestly, I don't see anyone in any other literature, any record, any book, any story where the example of Jesus Christ speaks to the soul so well. Like the more I read the Bible, especially the New Testament, and how Jesus Christ deals with all these different, challenges.
A meaningless platitude. Listen, it's great that you love the teachings of Jesus. I love some of the teachings of Jesus too. I also love some of the teachings of Buddha. It's meaningless to me. We don't even know if he said those things, by the way. So the question,
I would like to push back.
I'm not intrigued. I'm not intrigued by whether or not you like the teachings. I want to know whether or not the book is true. What were you going to say, Cyber?
Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of like to push back on like the example. We have a case where Jesus has been traveling. He's hungry. He goes to a fig tree. He knows the fig tree is out of season, knows it's out of season, and it doesn't have fruit on it. And he knows it doesn't. And then what does he do? He curses it and causes it to wither. He throws a tantrum. Is this a good example that we should be following?
I wouldn't say a tantrum. He's trying to get a point across.
What point?
So he's talking about bearing fruit. Well, it's just I see it. It's going to throw me off with it being out of season, and there's a whole bunch to it. And I'm not the greatest when it comes to recalling scripture, to be honest. But I read it like an hour a day, every day, and
okay, that's fair. What about in Luke when he says that you can't follow him and love your mother and father at the same time, that you have to hate your mother and father and then come follow him? And he kind of doubles down on this when his family is trying to talk to him, and he's made aware that his family's trying to get in touch with him. And he says, "Who's my family? They're not my family. You guys are my family. They're not."
Yeah, so that actually I read that like maybe a week ago about how he even said like Jesus Christ would also like pin the son against the father against the son, stuff like that. And it's to like hate your family is right, like in some translations, but the actual more accurate translation
Don't do it.
would be what?
You're gonna make a huge blunder. Don't say it.
That's a lesser love.
Show me in a single lexicon where it says that.
It's I see, and I should like I normally like I try to take notes and everything, and I'm in my car right now. But if I literally looked all this stuff up like last week, and it's literally it's a lesser love. It's not like you hate your family. It's like you love God as number one, and then everyone else is number two.
Oh boy, have you bothered to look up the Greek word?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have everything on me, but I this was like a week ago. I went through.
Which lexical resource told you that it meant love less?
I can, man, if I had my computer, I could pull it up. But it's,
because if you
and
go
I know
to the Thayer's Greek lexicon, which is free and abundant, just says it means to hate, to pursue with hatred, to detest, and to be hated and detested.
Okay. Yeah, I'm there's it's yeah, I can't pull it off the top of my head, but I with translations, yeah, I need to have my notes, so I can't back it up at this moment, but another time I'll be able to bring receipts for sure.
Sure. The only thing I would point out, if you're talking about translations, and especially if you don't know the language, which it appears that you don't, you kind of have to lean on the lexical resources. Like you can't just say it means this because I heard a pastor tell me. You actually have to lean on the lexical resources. Well, you didn't look it up in the lexicon, obviously.
So, okay, I mean, if you give me 5 minutes, I could get the receipts.
Sure.
Now, the receipts, is this going to be a lexicon or is it going to be a pastor's talk?
It's not going to be a pastor. It's going to be a breakdown of the language.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to get off my phone, and I because it's like I'm just learning some of this stuff, and yeah, it's very fresh, so it hasn't really stuck. I like to like make sure I know what I'm talking about, and then it sticks. So it's but yeah, I definitely, it wasn't some pastor guy like trying to explain it away. It was a breakdown of it, and anyways, yeah, I'll probably just stop there because
right. Well, since you don't have the tools with you to work on this particular problem, we can move to another one, which is I think the thing that all of us are trying to figure out right now is, why would we trust a book called the Bible? It says so many things that are demonstrably untrue. Like, I have no good reason to believe that the book is a guide from God for anything. So what about this is like relevant to validity of Christianity or God existing or to it being true?
Well, I just know human nature is pretty crummy. And you just go back in time. And so even say you're a God-fearing people, like you're going to have to deal with a lot of stuff, and even within your own believing group. And I just think it's a group of people that knew God at one point and then had this up and down with their faith,
but and why would we believe that is my question.
So I think God doesn't want us to be like, I agree with some of the stuff, like where if someone's gonna say you're going to hell, you better believe that's totally wrong. That's lazy man's way of trying to share the gospel, right? So there are.
I'm asking about the book. Why would we believe that the book is true?
So just for me personally, I looked in the Quran. I went through it. I don't want to bash any other religions, but there's things that in Islam that don't compute. It
Like
does
what?
feel like. So like, so in the Bible it says the only way to the Father is through the Son. I don't agree how Islam just sees Jesus as a prophet.
But buddy, we're not talking about Islam. We're talking about the Bible. Why is the Bible true?
It's when you read everything in the Bible and see, it's not like if you were to make up a religion, I would just make it sound like the best religion ever. But you have this record of this people struggling because we're all human and we have this human nature it's combative with God's nature, right?
Is Islam made up?
Is Islam made up?
Yeah.
I think it took truths from Christianity and Judaism and kind of put its own spin on it.
Okay, so no, it's not true. It's made up. So the same problem.
I mean, it has truth in it,
you're
but...
pointing out. The same problem you're pointing out in the Bible is something that the Quran would have also. Meaning, it says things that are embarrassing. It says things that would make some people at that time period look negatively by people in future generations. Like, why wouldn't they just write a better story? Because the story is roughly about a group of maniacs that actually did exist, as is, I believe, the New Testament. The New Testament seems to be depicting some but not all real events, and the people involved are loosely out of their mind. Jesus was, they say, liar, lunatic, or Lord. He was obviously a liar and a lunatic, not Lord. Why would we think otherwise?
I mean, do you know how bad human existence was back then?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm asking about Jesus. Why would we believe that Jesus is anything but a liar?
He wasn't a liar. He was the light. He was able to shine truth.
Why would we believe that? Rather than just reiterating platitudes, tell me why we would believe them.
I mean, he calls out. He was Jewish. He called out people in his own faith. He called out.
So what?
He was about. I mean, that is a big what.
That's not a big what. Yeah, it's happening all the time. Menachem Mendel Schneerson had his own version and corrections of the Jewish faith. Doesn't make him the Messiah. Try again. So what about Jesus would warrant us to believe that he's anything but a normal dude who was out of his mind?
I mean, he did die and was resurrected.
Sure. What's the proof of that?
So Josephus.
Motherfucker.
There's
that. My Babylonian exile.
Yeah, you're not going to.
There's also, I mean, so
Josephus didn't say that he resurrected, and Josephus wasn't even there. So that's not a good. It's not a very good.
He was a couple. He was a couple years old. He was a newborn baby.
Yeah, and he wasn't around for that. Yeah.
Yeah, but he still knew people that would have been around that probably had witnessed it, and he had grown up. Well,
it's a shame he didn't
hearing stories, hearing testimonies.
It's a shame he didn't interview any of them.
I mean, why do you think he wrote it down?
He didn't.
So what he wrote? He didn't write.
What he wrote down? What he wrote down? We don't know, because all the remaining copies we have are drastically different from each other. And only the ones that are preserved in Greek by the Christians have the reading retained that the Christians like, that talk about him possibly being the Messiah or a miracle worker. If you look at the other ones that were retained, they differ greatly in how they're describing Jesus. And so this particular section of text doesn't even appear to be from Josephus himself, if at all.
I would say there's debate on that. I do know that maybe a scribe or someone had put their 2 cents and scribbled in Christ in there, and that's where people.
There you go.
Right, but they were also talking about him being James, brother of James, and it was very obvious it was talking about Jesus Christ.
Well,
but because you add Christ in there,
book 20
it causes
book 20 is a different story. We're talking about book 18. Right? I'm not asking if Jesus is real. The dialogue tree that you're on right now is whether or not Jesus is real. I don't care. I can grant you that Jesus was real. I'm asking, why would we believe that he was raised from the dead?
the Holy Ghost.
Why? What's the Holy Ghost got to do with that? I don't believe in the Holy Ghost.
The Holy Ghost, it was given access to everyone after his resurrection, and even the apostles like John.
But that's what you have to prove.
Yeah,
like you're trying to justify a miracle claim by using another miracle claim. You have to figure out how to justify the first one before you move on to the second one.
And and earlier too, with a guest before, I brought up the Book of Mormon and Moroni. Moroni gives this challenge where if you read the Book of Mormon and you pray about it, that the Holy Ghost will let you know that the Book of Mormon is true. And this is actually a challenge that Mormon missionaries use to convert people. And so people convert to Mormonism because they feel the Holy Spirit is telling them that the Book of Mormon is true. Thus, Joseph Smith was a prophet. But you don't believe that Joseph Smith was a prophet. So how do you differentiate what you view the Holy Ghost to be versus what Mormons view the Holy Ghost to be?
So that's always been a question of mine, and I take that very serious. That's a very good question, because even within like LDS, right, you have like different fractions, I guess.
Same with Christianity.
Like, yeah, so like they have FLDS, which are like the fundamentalists, right? So I always wonder, like, how did those guys, like, how are they getting confirmation to be in the FLDS? And I don't honestly, and that's one
they
where
did the same thing the early Christians did. A teacher would have, or a priest or somebody would have different teachings, and they'd branch off and they go start their own. Same reason why there's all these different denominations of Christianity today that hold the wildly different views.
Yeah, and I honestly, I think that's why a modern day prophet is needed. So I'm LDS, by the way.
Oh boy. Well, let me ask you a question then, because it sounds like we haven't gotten a real answer about believing yet. So, what in the world? I asked the same question we asked before. What in the world about the Bible would lead us to believe that it's true? And I haven't heard anything yet. What I keep hearing is, well, the Holy Spirit, yada yada yada. But is there something in the Bible that's testable? Like you said, the resurrection, but I don't believe the resurrection happened. So what now?
So when you read the Bible, it's all about attitude, right? Like if I'm going to learn about quantum physics and I'm like, I hate math, I hate science, screw this. Am I really gonna be able to understand it? So the Bible actually says,
I have no idea what you're trying to poison the well now. You're saying that we can't understand the Bible because we hate it. That's not the case. So
no,
I'm just asking you, what about the Bible would lead us to believe that it's true?
I'm saying you have to come in with like an open mind, and it literally asks you to test the word.
Every one of us right here on the panel used to be Christians. We're all open-minded. So what about the Bible would lead us to believe that it's true? Because we did test it, and it seems to not be true.
I disavow.
Sorry. Cyber, weren't you a Christian at one point? Oh, no, I'm sorry. You were raised Orthodox Jewish. I apologize. We were all believers in the Bible God, at least.
And what made you leave? Like, what was the tipping point?
The Bible wasn't true. Jesus fulfilled no prophecies.
But how'd you know
the Bible says, because you can just look at it. Like, I have eyes, I can read it. So it says
God
it has internal contradictions. For example, one of the most famous is in Matthew, the birth of Jesus is sometime before 4 BCE. But in Luke, he's born in 6 CE. You've got a gap of at least 10 years. This is not what we would expect if there were like eyewitnesses to any of these events. They would have at least been able to nail down his birth. And even like the very beginning of Matthew and Mark are full of contradictions. Mark misquotes Isaiah and accidentally attributes Malachi to Isaiah. Matthew does the same. It gets the father of Jeconiah wrong. It misses 3 generations between Joram and Uzziah. It can't even count. It says there are 7 generations between these individuals, and if you count them, there's actually just 13. Like, these people are goofs. They're not serious. I have no reason to trust them. So why would we trust them?
So I believe you've seen it even in modern day where people, sola scriptura, right? Like they treat the text very sacred. And, there's thousands of years that transpired. There's wars going on. There's destruction. People are, when anyone goes through a conquest, they burn the libraries, they burn the books.
What does
they
this
kill
mean?
all the teachers.
What does any of this mean? I asked you, how can we know the Bible is reliable? And you're just telling me about the destruction of libraries.
Yeah, because I'm saying that they did the best they could with the records, and who knows, like, what was destroyed, especially in the New Testament, like the early persecution and everything.
But,
like,
buddy, I don't know what this means. Everybody who preserved a book was doing their best. What does this have to do with whether or not it's true?
Because most of the early converts were poor. It was mostly based on oral tradition.
So what?
So by the time stuff got written down, things maybe had gotten a little jumbled.
So then we shouldn't trust it.
You and LDS have a special, like, not special, but a little different take that we can trust it as far as it's translated correctly.
Why? And why would we even trust that?
Because God's true. And
I have a quick question for you, because I think this will illustrate something with LDS theology. What is your view on exaltationism, that God was once human and then was exalted and became God? And likewise, you as a human, if you go through the temple, enter the celestial kingdom, that you also can be exalted and become a God. What's your personal view on that?
So I think in the New Testament, it says that we can be joint heirs in Christ.
But you believe that you can become a God?
To the exact, like, Heavenly Father will always be the Father, right? And if I take part in his divine nature, I'm not replacing him. I'm not the number one guy.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking is, just like God was once human, he didn't replace his God. He's joined with his God. Do you believe that you'll get to create worlds like God the Father does?
I believe there's a potential. How does it work? I don't know.
Because you realize that this is something that LDS theology is actively changing right now. They're pushing hard away from that. They're going as far as in one of their primary songs where it said, "An earth made clean again," to saying "the earth," because LDS theology is quite literally pushing away from exaltation. And when you talk to other LDS creators who do lives and you bring this up, they're going to say, no, that's what the prophet said as a man. He didn't say that as a prophet. That's something they may have taught, but it was never doctrine. And so this is something that we see going on actively right now in the LDS church, but you hold that it is a possibility, that it's a potential. This is why, we fell away. This is why Justin is asking the questions. How do you know what you're receiving is the truth?
So I always know there's always going to be an element of faith. It has to be, it's part of the recipe for this. You can't, like, I don't know 100% because
you just say that's what you should have said is I don't know. Right? If he says, how do you know it's true? The answer should be, I don't know. I just have faith that it is. Because that's really what you're saying.
I have enough evidence for me to say, well,
what's
just
the
like
evidence?
how I read history books and I know I have enough faith in historians about
but what's the
Julius
evidence?
Caesar. Huh?
But what's the evidence?
I mean, what's the evidence for Julius Caesar? Like, I'm trusting on people that know more than me.
Do you believe that Julius Caesar was deified? Because the ancient texts talk about him doing miracles and being deified. We can believe that Julius Caesar existed. We can believe that Alexander existed. We can believe that these people existed without believing the mythological claims. I believe that Jesus existed. I don't believe the mythological claims about him. So I'm asking you, not
Yeah.
about the proof that these people existed. What's the proof
Mhm.
of the mythological claims about them?
So I want to know where I came from. I don't believe that we came from some primordial soup.
Mountaintop, my friend, you're a nice guy, but you're gonna drive everyone crazy with not answering questions. So I got to move on to the next guest. Okay.
Well,
oops, sorry. Fuck, Chet. Come back, Chet. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you, Chet. I love you. Yeah, listen, he was a nice enough guy, but I can only ask the same question so many times without getting an answer before it's time to move on. Sorry, friends. It just is the way it is. If you don't answer questions, we can't get anywhere in the conversation. Let me grab a couple of super chats, and we're going to get Quinn in here. And Michelle Cock says, I'm only here for the cat cameos. Hail Satan. I'm sorry, Santa. Well, we should get some. The cats are napping in the other room. I don't see them, but they'll wake up here shortly, I'm sure, and find their way on in here to give us some excitement. And Digital Lumberjack, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, oh, what the fuck? Cyber lives in Idaho? My neck of the terribles? I mean, it's true. Although he's not Mormon.
No.
Just lives in Mormon country. So just to be clear on that. And Carnage, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, the people are demanding to know if your hoodie is as soft, plush, and thick as it looks. And also, where you got it. It is as soft and plush and thick as it looks. And I picked it up at a Target while I was in California at the California meetup. And I was unctioned by the spirit of Carnage Asada to do it. So, friends, if you want a big, plushy, oversized hoodie that's super comfortable, go visit your local Target. They may or may not have one. I can confirm the Target by me does not have one. In fact, I have it on good word that Carnage has a green one, and it's just as comfortable as the blue one. But you'll need to verify that with her, of course. And
how did you end up buying that sweater in California from where you're from, with the clearly in a hotter climate?
So what it just happened to be when we were out there, it was getting cold at night. It was like 60 during the day, 70 during the day, and it was like 50 at night. I was like, holy shit. I didn't realize it got so cold in the desert during the nighttime. So I was like, I need something. And this is, they have different style out on the West Coast. They just happen to have this at the Target on the West Coast, not on so far in Ohio, but you never know. Maybe next year's West Coast trends will be Ohio's winter trends. Could happen. Never know. Mr. Timon says, what scriptures did Paul refer to in 1 Corinthians 15:3 if the Gospels were written yet? He wasn't referring to shit. If I knew anything about Paul, if I know anything about Paul, he was referring to some vague Old Testament prophecy that he was interpreting as being about Christ's death and resurrection, not about what was in the Gospels. It doesn't seem like the Gospels had been written yet. If he was referring to something that was in the Gospels, it would have been maybe hearsay, would be something that somebody said about something else. But we have no evidence of that. As far as I'm aware, Paul doesn't quote from the Gospels at all, but he is aware of some of the traditions that show up in the Gospels. Like he's aware of the love feast. He's aware of different practices of the body and blood, it seems like. And so I don't know, but that all comes through the culture. You don't need the text to get that. Joshua Everett says, we should put together a fund to commission a custom Pinkbeard intro-outro. I agree, and don't worry, we don't need a fund. I will be contacting him to see if I can get rights to use one of his songs for intro-outro. I got it covered, though, friends. Don't worry about it. And House70 says, notice that Muslims are almost always reluctant to spell out their religion when asked, is there a holy book reason behind this? Well, part of it, there is something that is allowed within the religion that allows you to lie in particular cases, especially when it comes to like getting people into the religion, it seems like. So that's kind of where it comes from. And also if it's self-preservation, like if you have to save your life to, you can lie to do so. So it's not strictly as taboo as it would be in Christianity, although I would say in Christianity, there's lots of instances where it's okay. People just don't know that because they haven't read the book. And William says, if it isn't the guy who destroys wannabe Bible scholars by being an actual Bible scholar, how are you today? Well, thank you. I would be cautionary with the word scholar. I do have an undergraduate degree and a master's degree in biblical studies, but my personal opinion is that you shouldn't call yourself a scholar until you've finished your PhD. So I don't refer to myself as a scholar for that particular reason. I will eventually be going back to school to do a PhD, but until I finish it, I don't know if you should call me a scholar. However, it is true that I'm well read and studied on the text, as is Chet and even Cyber as well, who went to school. Both of them actually went to school to study this particular field. And last super chat for now from our friend Porcelina says, nothing better to get through working overtime than listening to Justin cook Christians. Rock hard for Doug, simply what for shared, gay for Justin, and gay for Dalkin, although Dalkin has left now. But agreed on all accounts. Thank you, Porcelina. I hope you have fun watching the live stream. We've got quite a few guests left to get up in here. So let's get Quinn, who was next in line, and we'll get some conversation going here. Welcome in, Quinn. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hi, first of all, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
No, I'm good. Yes, I'm over 18. I do believe in God, but not your traditional idea of God per se. We can get more into that now. I'll give you a bit of a background. I grew up conservative Christian, went to church, went to youth group, was in the worship team, went to a Christian school actually, memorized a lot of biblical verses and so on. I was involved in a lot of spiritually based themes in terms of like spiritual warfare. I know you're aware of these kinds of things. I saw a lot of stuff where the Holy Spirit was moving amongst believers. I myself felt that in a sense. But as I got older, I got more into asking questions and challenging a lot of what I read in the Bible. A lot of the stuff didn't make sense.
So what do you believe right now?
So I believe, I would say Gnosticism is the closest thing as to what I believe.
So,
and I'll tell you why.
You
So I
believe
read
in
a
like
lot of
the demiurge and different things like that?
yeah. So I believe in enlightenment. I believe that we have a frequency. We emit a frequency, a high or low frequency, and it affects. It's very much a new age sort of idea. I get that, but it ties into Jesus quite specifically in terms of
The
us
frequency.
living in an illusion. The matrix, this whole world, the universe is an illusion.
We're in a matrix.
We're in a matrix. If you've watched the movie, it's very similar to that. And the reason why I strayed from the Christian faith was because a lot of the stuff so let me get to the point. In my teen years, I started reading a lot of books.
I don't know if we need your backstory. We just need to know what you believe. So you believe we're in a matrix, and how did you come to this conclusion?
Well, that's what I was getting to. So I couldn't subscribe to this idea of we were created perfectly and Adam caused the first sin that had a byproduct of death and suffering. He basically caused death and suffering we see today, because a lot of people say, oh, the death and suffering is because of Adam's sin and so on. Because if you look at evolution, and I believe fully in macro evolution.
But no,
if you look at
you believe in the matrix, not evolution.
I believe in both. I believe
well,
in both.
If you believe that you're in a simulation or some kind of matrix, then everything that you're experiencing is probably just in your head, right?
Well, not entirely. I believe we are spiritual beings that are experiencing this illusion because of we are trapped here as prisoners.
Is it an illusion or is it real though? Are we experiencing something objectively, or are we just like imagining it?
It's a good question. It's an illusion, but we think it's real because we are experiencing it. So
well, it sounds like we agree then. Yeah.
Well, we still feel it, right? We still feel pain. We still feel emotion.
But if everything's just happening in our heads, it means that you agree with me that God is imaginary.
Well, no, not entirely.
Well, it sounds like to me.
I think we can still feel things. Doesn't mean it's an illusion. It's an illusion because okay, maybe illusion is the wrong word.
In what sense is God not imaginary?
In what sense is God not imaginary?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me go back to what I believe when you spoke about the demiurge and so on. So I believe that we are here
You will
again,
never
as
answer
this,
that question.
It's definitely not going to answer the question. What you've described to me sounds like God is imaginary. I'm just asking you to demonstrate how he's not imaginary, because if it's just something that's in our heads, that means it's imaginary.
no, okay, no, I disagree with you on that.
Okay, so does God exist independent of our heads then?
Yes.
All right, and how can we know that?
Well, okay, I'll give you a very literal example. Okay, do you believe in the supernatural
No,
at all?
no.
Have you had any experiences? Have you read or heard anything of anyone say? Obviously, you have,
Mhm.
but you haven't experienced anything firsthand. Now, I have.
I
I've
have,
got a very
and they have perfectly plausible explanations. So, but personal
Okay.
experience is not evidence of anything. What would be evidence that the God is real rather than imaginary?
Well, I'm giving you from my personal perspective, as to
Personal
why I
experiences
think.
aren't relevant. People have personal experiences in every religion. It doesn't mean that their God is real.
Okay, but you can't prove it the other way as well.
Actually, you can, because when we give people medication,
Oh.
they stop having these experiences. So the best evidence that we have would say that people
Really?
are having mind experiences that are not part of reality. And also, they'd be contradictory. If somebody experiences being visited by the Egyptian gods, which I know someone who has, and if somebody experiences being visited by the Hindu gods, which I know somebody who claimed to have done that, and those are mutually exclusive with the Christian God, then they can't all be right. It seems to be that the evidence is that people are having breaks with reality. They're having psychosis.
Do you think that's the only plausible explanation for that? Or do you think there's a common denominator for people, for religions or religions existing coming from a more older common source that we've possibly lost a translation to, or if we've lost context of because of our memories being wiped, being in this matrix we're living in? That's why we cannot
Why
really
would our memory
explain
be
our past
wiped?
for control, because
Who's doing
if you
this?
look at the demiurge. So if we look, I
The
know it sounds
demiurge. Why is the demiurge doing it?
okay, because we essentially are. He's keeping us here. This is why the world is so messed up. Why there's suffering. Why there's
Why
death.
does the demiurge do any of this?
Because he wants to keep us here. Because we have, according to
Why?
Gnosticism, to exist. He thrives on our existence, our pain, our suffering, our
Why?
low frequency. Because he wants
If human
power.
beings cease to exist, would the demiurge die?
So that is why Jesus came to save us.
Just need a yes or no. If human beings cease to exist, does the demiurge die?
If our souls cease to exist in this realm, yes, then he ceases to exist. That's
Okay,
why
so the
he is desperate
demiurge
to
didn't
keep us
create us
here.
then.
He did.
Well, if he
That
created us,
explains
that means
why.
he existed prior to us existing, which means he'd be dead. You just said if we don't exist, then the demiurge is dead. You just described a scenario where we didn't exist and the demiurge was alive. So now you've got a contradiction.
That's if he's reliant on us existing at the point of time when he created us.
But
that's why our souls in this prism.
But if he created us, he created us in time. You can't create anything outside of time.
How do you know that?
Because time is a sequencing of events, and all acts of creation are a sequence of events. You can't have sequencing of events without time.
Okay, but if he's in a completely different dimension that's outside of time and reality,
Well, then he can't do anything.
for him if he has the power to do that.
He doesn't have the power to do anything. If he's outside of time, he can't do anything without time.
How do you know that?
Because it's defined by the word time. If time is what you need for a sequence of events, then God can't do anything. Any action requires a sequence of events, whether it's thinking a thought or creating something or even having a conversation. All of that happens inside of time.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Where do we come from? Why are we here? Where do we come from? What's your explanation for everything existing?
We evolved from the universe, and as far as we can tell, the universe is necessary and eternal. So, there's no such thing as nothing.
But you don't know for sure, right? You don't
Well,
have the answer.
well, what we can say is what the actual evidence suggests. The evidence suggests that the universe has existed in some form forever. And it looks like the ultimate fate of our universe is a series of like bangs and crunches. So if the DESI data gets confirmed for the third time, that the expansion rate is accelerating, but less and less at each measurement, then it means that eventually it'll just not be accelerating and gravity will pull it back in on itself. And we'll have another series of bangs and busts, which is what a lot of people have been talking about ever since the last publication of the DESI data. And if that's the case, then our universe is just in an infinite cycle of bangs and busts. And as far as we can tell, quantum fields are fundamental. We don't have a way to create them or get rid of them. They just appear to be fundamental. So I don't really know why we would need something to create the universe if the universe just existed forever.
Okay, but you don't know that it's been around forever, do you? You don't have those answers either.
But
Now,
actually, that's what
the
I'm telling you
reason,
is we have scientific data points, and the inference of those data points is that the universe has never been in non-existence. There's never been a state where the universe didn't exist. You would need some sort of evidence to the contrary if that was the claim.
So not only do we use, like, say, the DESI data, but we take like Dr. Sean Carroll's quantum eternity theorem, which states if there's any amount of energy in the universe, then the universe has just always existed. And a plethora of other things that we find through physics, through biology, and other things, we can infer that the universe has just always existed.
okay, you can infer, but you don't actually know. That's the thing. You don't have
Well, you don't
hardcore
either.
facts.
So we
Exactly. So you can't.
we have
So to
hard
say
evidence. We have hard
so
evidence. We
so
have hard
atheism is
evidence.
actually a fake. End of the
No.
day.
No, we have hard evidence for our position, meaning we have actual scientific data points and working models. You don't have that. You've got, I feel a thing, I think a thing. We're asking for actual evidence that would validate your position because we have actual evidence for our position. So what would be your evidence?
But you just said to me that you don't actually have the answer.
We have
Like
those are
No.
evidences.
you have some evidence pointing towards it, but you don't have conclusive evidence
There's
that the
there's
universe
almost
has
no
always
such
existed.
thing as there's like 100% positive in anything. Like you can be 100% positive that we exist, and then we still have to deal with hard solipsism, which philosophically could mean that we're just brains in a vat, but we have to operate as though we're not. So you're asking
Okay,
you're asking dumb questions. No one's asking, can we prove anything beyond a shadow of a doubt? We're asking, what evidence is there for any particular worldview? And it just happens to be that our worldview has evidence, and so far yours doesn't have any.
So
Well,
where you should
it
start out
does.
with is a null hypothesis at something doesn't exist, right? As a neutral stance. And then you look at the evidences and it's going to push you one way or the other. The evidence that we
Yeah.
review pushes us towards no God, right? That the universe has always existed, right? So going from that neutral stance, what evidence do you have that should push us the other direction?
Yeah. Well, like I say, I mean, I've got personal experience. There are billions of people who have had personal supernatural experiences that cannot be explained, and
They
a lot
can
of
be
these
explained.
these experiences are exactly the same.
They can be
I can give you an
explained.
example. My wife can see into the future, right? The other day we
Sure.
were at a restaurant.
Well, we've
We were at a
talked to a lot of
restaurant.
people who claim to be clairvoyant, and what happens is when we ask them to write down the predictions, it never comes true. So that's great that you think that your wife sees the future, but again, we're just going to call you a liar
No,
until you
I
actually
was
write down the predictions
skeptical.
ahead of
I
time.
was
Let us
I
know
was
what those
skeptical
predictions
of this
are.
myself.
I'm sure you were. So the problem with your
Yes, and
claim
I
is
saw
you're
it
just
firsthand.
the problem
So
with your claim is you're asking us to believe your story, and we already don't believe your story because you think that we live in a matrix, right? If I told you that I was with Chet the other day and I saw him levitate, would you believe me?
And I
um,
predicted it.
I don't know. I don't know him.
Would you
So, and
believe me, or would you want evidence?
yeah, I would want evidence.
There you
Yes.
go. So we would want
So
evidence for the same number of reasons you would want real evidence. Just saying, I was there and I experienced this thing isn't actually evidence for us. The same reason why me saying
I
that
just
Chet
think
levitated isn't evidence for you, your wife, and you being there isn't evidence for us. What are you going to say there, Chet?
I was just going to say, I never levitate when people are looking.
Fuck. That's a good point. Good point. So Quinn, here's the thing. I think we've gotten.
Can I just say one? Can I just say one other thing?
Well,
So,
what I'm
I
saying
mean,
is we're not actually getting anywhere in this conversation because you don't know the difference between evidence and feelings. So, like, until you can give us some piece of evidence for your worldview, we have no reason to consider it yet. What's the actual evidence?
Well, I've just explained to you what I believe based on what I've read, what I've experienced in life, the things I've seen, what makes sense based on all the religions we have.
But that can't be viable evidence because I would just say I did all the same shit and came up with the opposite answer. That can't be evidence.
Okay, but you also haven't really given me conclusive evidence. You say you've got
Conclusive
some
evidence
that
of
points
what?
to something that the universe has always existed.
Well, what I'm saying
atheism is essentially a faith
atheism is actually not a faith. So atheism is based on evidence, and you have no evidence. That's the difference between your position and my position.
You don't have evidence either.
My position is based on actual evidence, and yours is not. And even if I didn't have evidence for my worldview, it'd still be irrelevant. The God worldview will always have the burden to present evidence because you're claiming that something exists. If I said that the tooth fairy existed and you said, no, the tooth fairy doesn't exist, the evidence burden would be on me to demonstrate the thing existing because you can't present evidence for the not tooth fairy worldview. You can only examine the evidence that is presented. You can say that evidence isn't compelling. That evidence isn't good. But you can't present me evidence for the non-existence of the tooth fairy because non-existent entities don't actually exist. So you're attempting to do burden shift because you can't actually demonstrate the validity of your worldview, which is fine. We're used to that. That's why I'm just saying it's time to move on because you're actually not going to present evidence. And that's fine if you're not going to. Just be honest and we can move forward. So either you have evidence or you don't. Which is it going to be?
Well, I've just told you everything that I believe and where I am. I'm not an atheist, but I'm not a Orthodox Christian, Muslim, whatever, believe in Islam, whatever. What I've told you is just my personal experience, and I hope that I've maybe reached out to someone who's listened to this and maybe resonates.
What if somebody has had an actual experience and they literally had like the angel Gabriel appear to them and tell them that we're not in a matrix, that Islam is true? Are you going to accept that evidence?
If it happened to me, I would.
No, it happened to them. They're telling you this. Are you going to accept their story?
No, probably not.
Oh,
so why should we accept yours?
But he's a special boy.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying that like you guys are very staunch on your atheism and no God exists. There's no evidence for a God.
Which is why you can't give us evidence. Maybe if you can give us
faith-based too.
It's actually not faith-based.
It's also faith-based.
It's definitionally the lack of faith.
Be honest.
Definitionally speaking, atheism is a lack of faith in God. So like just calling atheism is a faith is irrelevant because we're basing our opinions on actual evidence, whereas you're not. You're basing it on maybe my fifis or my personal experience, which isn't evidence to us.
Look, I'm gonna be
you've already
can you reference?
You've already demonstrated that you don't believe other people's personal experiences as evidence. So for the same reason that Cyber said, we don't have a reason to trust your personal experience. We're saying that because you don't trust other people's personal experience, which tells us that universally speaking, we shouldn't accept other people's personal experiences and feelings as actual evidence, which is why we keep asking you for evidence beyond your feelings, and you're not going to give any. So we're just going to move on. This is going to go in circles, and I don't know if the audience really cares for too many more circles. I think we've already done enough. With that being said, friends, I'm going to grab just a couple super chats, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. I'm going to grab we got 10 short super chats here. From Rachel says, why can't these motherfuckers answer a direct question with a direct answer? They never will because it puts them in a bad corner. It's giving evasive as fuck. And like they know they're shoveling BS. That's it. Because when you're telling the truth, you can just answer the questions. When you're not telling the truth, you have to do the question answer shuffle. And House, thank you for the super. It says my electrons are decaying listening to Chewy. I know. It's so bad though, but at least Chewy did crash out and give us a little something to latch on to, you know? And Brent says, I'm a believer, but it's ultimately a choice to believe. It's actually not a choice to believe. You are either convinced or you're not. You can't choose to be convinced by something, so you're wrong there. The Bible is a tool, but it does have errors. Well, that is clear. It obviously has lots of errors. The earliest Christians, universalists with no Bible, they were not. The earliest Christians absolutely were not universalists. I have no idea where you thought that came from. It certainly didn't come from history. And Tracy, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, hi, Big Papa. Well, hi to you. Oh, and Dolphin, and hello to Cyber. We lost Dolphin, unfortunately. But good to see you again, buddy. And Valentine says, could you do a rage view of The Chosen? I don't know what a rage view is. I think you mean review of The Chosen or The House of David. I haven't seen either yet. Or maybe a Christian movie like Reacteria from Valkai. Please watch The Promised Land. It's funny. I did watch The Promised Land, by the way. It was really good. But the reason why I don't do a lot of movie reviews is a lot of times there's huge copyright issues on YouTube with doing that. You kind of have to find movies that are in the open domain, and you have to fight with the copyright laws to even do that. But there are some really cheesy Christian movies that you can do it with that I've been meaning to do. We just haven't done. Hopefully we'll be able to get around to that. And Black Bantha says, why do these people call in? Can't they just believe what they believe and that's it? Or are they trying to confirm their own delusion? I think it's a mixture of that. They want to confirm their own beliefs, but also they're compelled by their God to witness to others because the goal of all these religions is to cover the world and to dominate everybody. And unfortunately, in order to do that, you've got to convert the non-believers, which happens to be us. And as you've seen, they don't have a good reason to believe. And Shop Boy says, I'm not crashing out. He says, crashing outly. That is my favorite thing. When they shout that they're not crashing out. I'm not crashing out. You're crashing out. You know, sure. Whatever you got to tell yourself, buddy. Storm Chaser Noah, good name, by the way, says, what does Jesus and cherry lollipops have in common? They're both red, edible, and on sticks. Oh, fuck. That's fucking fantastic, by the way. That would be the case. Love you guys. Keep it up. Well, thank you for the joke. I really appreciate that. And last super chat from Osprey says, this guy sounds like he's 4 light beers deep. That's 100% the case. Pacing furiously in his yard and on the verge of tears. LOL, chill Christian vibes. It does make me want to reconvert to Christianity, by the way. It really does. All these like really nice Christians coming up and speaking tenderly and graciously to us really does move the needle a little bit. But let's get in Nikolai from Korea and have some more God discussion. Welcome in, Nikolai. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm above 18 and I believe in God.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Fantastic. And what do you think is a good reason to believe in the Christian God or God at all?
Because it leads to absurdity and the impossibility of the contrary.
Here we go. I love it. All right, so go ahead and provide an actual argument for that. I can open up a notepad if you really need to like do notes or syllogisms or whatever makes you feel good.
I don't really care about syllogisms. I'm just saying that.
Well, then go ahead and give me your argument.
Well, the argument is that in order to ground certain objective realities that we can all agree on and live and make sense of reality, we have to have something outside of it that grounds that.
Like what? Like what needs grounded?
Logic.
Why?
Well, because if logic is just illusory, then you even asking the question is irrelevant and therefore intersubjective.
Well, I didn't say it was illusory. Why does logic need grounded?
Well, because then it's mind dependent.
It is mind dependent. Logic is a language that we use to describe the behavior of the universe. And you're just saying, well, it must be transcendental. It must have some weird independent existence. Why would we believe that?
How do you make sense
and real
of it?
quick too.
You can't hold me to a standard then. Like
Yeah,
your
and real
standards
quick
arbitrary.
too.
I didn't hold you to a
Well,
standard.
let me
Go ahead, Cyber.
let me run something by you real quick.
Asking
So
for
this is like
evidence is a
what's
standard.
It's not.
hold on real
Go
quick.
ahead,
So this
Cyber.
is what's called Tang, like the transcendental argument against God. So I would say that logic is grounded in difference. The fact that A has the properties of A, and if it had any other properties, then it would be object B. And if you're to ask me, well, what grounds that? If I just say, well, the impossibility of the contrary, right? That doesn't get us anywhere. And
No,
you can't get
that
around the
doesn't work.
impossibility.
No, it's actually that's false because again, the reason that God can ground it because he has certain attributes that allow him to ground it. Your view would be just well, it exists because it exists. It's just
No, that's your
No,
view.
my thing is logic is grounded
No,
in
it's not.
difference. The fact that yeah, it is. Item A has the properties of item A. If it had the items of property B,
What
it
are those
wouldn't be item
properties
A.
that
Thus, we get
what are you
It's
Thus, we
actually
get
pretty
the
easy.
law of identity, right? The fact that it has the properties of A and not the properties of B, right? That is the law of excluded middle. Now, item A cannot have the properties of item A and not item A, right? Thus, we get the
You're just
law
appealing to the
of
thing in question.
non-contradiction.
You're not demonstrating how it's grounded. You're just saying it's different.
Yeah,
We're actually
difference.
we're
It's
actually showing
grounded
it
in
to you.
difference.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
like
so the objects of that item do not have the properties of this other item. That is difference. That's what grounds logic.
yeah,
The
yeah.
fact
So
that there's difference.
logic is the language that we're using to describe that these two things are different things. That's it.
Is logic grounded or is it not grounded?
Well, I think
It's
the
grounded
way
in difference.
yeah, the way you use grounded is going to depend on like who you're asking. Like you're going to use grounding because you think there's some weird transcendental grounding. The way Cyber's using grounding is saying the reason why logic works is because of differences. That's it.
Yeah, if there's no difference, then item A, we would just have one item. There'd only be one set of properties, and that's all that would exist.
That doesn't follow at all.
It does, yeah.
You're just saying
It
it
does.
does, but you're not actually demonstrating how
well,
it actually
if
grounds
these
something.
two
If I can-
items, if these two items have identical properties, are they the same or different?
If they have identical properties, well, it depends on what you how you.
I'm
define
holding a
properties.
ball and a pencil. If these two
Well, you've
items
already delineated them
have
with
the
language, so
identical same properties, are they the same object or different objects?
I notice you're running away from the actual contention.
I'm actually
No, I'm not.
demonstrating the
You
point.
are.
I'm
Both of you
demonstrating the
have.
point.
No, because I answered very clearly, and you guys.
We're
are
still
not
waiting
answering the
for you to participate here. So the reason why these are different items is because one, there's two different items and they have different properties. Like the properties makes them different. The fact that there are two of them makes the numerical difference as well, right? So what we're saying is the fact that these two are different and they possess two different properties, that's what the laws of logic are describing. That's what the grounding is.
A description requires to describe something requires what?
Language. That's why I said language.
No, it requires a mind.
No, I agree. Language requires minds. Yeah.
Yes. So how do you if someone comes to a different interpretation of reality that you're
I'm sorry.
experiencing, someone
If
says those.
if minds
Hold on.
if minds
Are
cease
you
to
gonna
exist
interrupt, or you just-
tomorrow,
is this
are
all
these
this is? Is
two
that you
are these
interrupt,
two
don't answer
identical?
questions? Is this all that this is that you interrupt before someone can get their
No,
question out so that you can look smart?
no, because you actually didn't address what we said. You've now mischaracterized. You've now
No, I said-
mischaracterized what we've
was I
said, so
asking?
I have to bring
What
you
was I
back around to what
No.
you're doing,
What
right?
was I
You're saying
asking?
that without minds, then the descriptions and the language wouldn't exist, and then therefore the grounding doesn't work. But that's not actually what Cyber's saying. What Cyber's saying is that independent of minds, these two objects have different properties, and the laws of logic are describing that.
So if logic exists without minds, it's mind
They don't.
independent.
Logic doesn't exist
So-
without minds.
Okay, so then Cyber's argument falls apart. What's the
Wrong
grounding?
again. So the grounding is indifference. Our ability to describe two different things that
So
are
you're saying
different.
that the ability to describe something.
Our ability to describe two things that are different are grounded in the identity of those things, those different things. When we talk about the laws of logic, we're just saying we have developed a language to describe how two things, or even one thing, can be different from another thing. That's all that we're saying.
But it doesn't change the
Okay,
fact that in
so
the
every
physical
time you
world they
mute me
are
when
still
I'm trying
different.
to hold you to your arguments, this isn't going to go anywhere, and you're wasting everybody's time.
Sounds like you're wasting time because you're not actually engaging with what we said.
Nope, I answered very clearly. You guys just don't seem to understand the philosophical
We actually
problem with your
do
position.
understand the problem.
In order
with your
to
position.
describe the thing in question, to describe the logic in question, you're appealing to your mind, correct? And
Obviously, language comes from the mind.
Can language and descriptions exist outside of minds?
Obviously not.
No.
Okay, so how do you ground it outside of your intersubjective
We're not
your
grounding
mind
the
and
language.
Cyber's mind and my
How
mind?
are you using grounding? How do you
He
think
doesn't
I'm using
know.
grounding here?
He doesn't
What do
know.
you mean, how are you using grounding? What do you mean?
What does grounding mean to you?
Can I jump in a second? Because like when I think about grounding relationship, and I think this is kind of what Cyber's doing and everybody else, it's like it explains or accounts for the thing in some way. But you know, guest, you brought up grounding. That's your term, so maybe you would like to define it.
We're not playing the definition game. I'm asking you guys the question.
Well,
You're not
well you don't like ours.
Just used a word.
No,
You just used a
I asked
word
you,
in your argument.
Now he's afraid to like give his own definition of his own verbiage, which is pretty wild.
Well, it doesn't. It's a. First off.
So we're just asking you, if you don't like our definition, give us yours.
No, I'm saying your definition is internally contradictory because you're
Give
relying on
give
your
us
mind
yours.
to define
It's
the
actually
thing that
it's actually
you're
not.
saying
But give
is
us your
objective.
definition. Give us your definition.
It actually just saying it's not is not an answer.
We're just waiting
this
for
is
your
cowardly
definition
behavior.
now. We're just waiting
You're
for
just
yours.
saying it's not.
We're just waiting for your
No,
definition.
until you guys actually bother.
We're just waiting
listening
for
to
your
what
definition of grounding.
Yeah.
Well, listen. So we were asked to give a grounding for logic. We provided what we felt was one, given the way that we understand grounding to work, right? So could you give us what you think logic is?
Not dependent. Grounding is that which is not dependent on other things in order to.
Grounding is just what makes something true, real, or the case.
Grounding is what is not dependent on other things.
Yeah,
Is that your definition?
Well, to be clear, Cyber's grounding is non-causal.
You can't ground it.
Cyber's definition was non-causal, which means it works as grounding because
No, it doesn't,
there are
because he has to use his
distinctions
own mind to
between. You're wrong again. You're not paying attention. This is where I really wish you would pay attention, because he's making a distinction between our description of logic and what logic itself is describing. So these two things right here, are these two things different whether we exist or not?
Well, of course they are, but that's
okay.
irrelevant.
So if all human beings,
because
if all human beings disappear tomorrow, these two things are still different, whether we're here to describe these things or not. Now, the fact that in objective reality, these things are different, that's what the laws of logic are describing when we use the laws of logic. We're just describing the fact that there are things that have different properties, and the
reality,
and the fact
and do they
that
have
things
influence over reality,
the fact
whether or not
that
minds
things
exist.
have differences is what makes the laws of logic work. And he's gone. Okay. He really wanted to get to a point where we would say that the laws of logic are transcendental, and they're not. Weird.
And I'm happy because I got to use Tang, because to deny this, like why is that the case? Because it's the impossibility of the contrary. Like,
I
it's
know, that was really
ridiculous.
good. Okay. I don't even know what to write for this goofball. Ortho Bro thinks the laws of logic are transcendental, cooked by Cyber and runs. There we go. Good enough. Well, that was a good time. Cyber, that was a hell of a illustration to demonstrate the laws of logic. I love it. I might use that again in the future.
I think it works because it also fits within your view of logic not being objective, because you can still say that in order for us to recognize the property differences, that does require mind, but that doesn't change the fact that they do have property differences.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Well, friends, I'm going to grab just a couple super chats, and then we're going to get Scrooge McDuck in here. And then I think after that was Jonah in the queue. Guitar Atheist, good to see you, friends. Christians are the reason we have a child rapist as president, and that is the case. In fact, if it wasn't for Christians, that Epstein fellow wouldn't, friend of Epstein wouldn't be in the White House. And Guitar Atheist says, Trump is no different from any other Christian I know. That seems to be the case. Anytime a Christian was going to go to bat for a president like Trump, that tells me there's really no distinction between the Christians and Trump. And again, Guitar Atheist says, Justin, you're a scholar in my eyes. I guess the scholar is relative, perhaps. You've taught me stuff no others have been able to show me, and I deconstructed 20 years ago. Well, shit, Guitar Atheist, I'm glad that I was able to help. But yeah, I mean, Chet and I think might agree on this too. I think in the world of academia, I think you're very careful about where you apply the word scholar. Outside of academia, it might have a broader use. But I would say inside of the academic world, they try to keep that mostly for people that have achieved the higher levels of academic education. Guitar Atheist says, humans are the only animals that believe they're above death for some reason. It's true. Although I would say some of the other animals are lucky in that they don't know they're going to die, which I think is probably an advantage. And Angry Amalekite Infant, thank you for the super chat, says, happy Beltane, everybody. Happy Beltane to you. A Celtic holiday. We're now halfway from the equinox to summer solstice. True. We're getting pretty close, actually. June 21st, right? Is the summer solstice, if I remember correctly. Maybe we should do a summer solstice party. I'll have to work on that. Dr. Joe, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, Nikolai hasn't grown into his words yet. He's making mouth sounds, but not sense. His religion is actually called sesquipedalian. Fucking amazing. And that's true. He learned a bunch of fancy philosophy words, doesn't really understand how they work, and now he wants to go bash people over the head with it. And Jay Bandersnatch says, pretty sure if Jesus had a conversation with Chewie, he'd become atheist. Probably true. I bet if we pressed Chewie on the laws that Jesus liked, he wouldn't like those laws at all. And Kane says, this Chewie crash out is biblical. Biblical is probably a fine way to describe it, I would imagine. And Game Guy says, shutting down anonymous argument by granting a flat earth is brilliant. Basically checkmate in one move. Because that's all they came up for. When they want to prove God through flat earth, they just want you to get bogged down in the flat earth argument. I don't give a fuck about that. Even if the earth is flat, doesn't mean God's real.
And I learned that too with tag. If they want to run tag, you just grant them all their premises except what ties it to their specific deity, because they're not used to it. Flat earthers and people that are running tag, they're so used to getting into the arguments over like the first premise and stuff that as soon as you just grant it to them, you immediately take them off their script. They can't run their script and they don't know what to do and they flounder.
It's true. And that's all they have is a script. They don't have anything for real. Friends, I'm going to grab, I think, 5 super chats. I apologize. I'm trying not to get too buried. I'm going to grab just 5 of them, and then we'll get Scrooge McDuck in here. Reverend Nate, good to see you, buddy. Says, I'll make a deal with the devil. Justin, how much would it cost to get a mini basketball net for your stream? For Donkey on the Clowns, I should actually get, I don't know where I'd put it, but I would love to get a mini basketball net, even if it's just for fidgeting while I'm on live stream. I'll have to work on that. That'd be pretty fun, actually. And Slow TDI says, oh, he can tread on snakes. Now for step 2. Hey, guest, you got any bleach? Oh, shit. That'd be fun. It says in Mark 16:16, if I remember, that they'll be able to drink poison and nothing will befall them. And then Mower Don says the Bible tells us to be innocent as doves and as wise as serpents. So what's bad about serpents? Caller or Christians? Well, they don't know. They've memorized particular forms of rhetoric, and that's all they've been able to get past. FF Privateer says George Lucas nailed Chewie in Star Wars. Indeed, every word Chewie spewed out in Star Wars was 100 times more rational than the Christian Chewie. Golden shit, gay for Justin. I know I should get Chewie for the soundboard for these exact types of guests. And last super chat for now from our friend Mr. Morpheus says Sermon on the Mount, blessed are the etc. is fake. The alteration only works in Greek. If Jesus spoke Aramaic, it wouldn't work. It was added. This is a fair point. There's a number of items. I haven't looked exactly into this issue, but there's a number of items in the New Testament that seem to only work if these texts originated in Greek. And I don't really have a good reason to think that Jesus was speaking Greek a lot. So it sounds like maybe they were written in Aramaic and then translated into Greek. I don't know. It's hard to say, but the reality is the people in the New Testament appear to be Greek speaking, and I have no good reason to believe that they're Greek speaking, but there is a book out that's been recently done called Did Jesus Speak Greek? I haven't read it yet, but I heard it's actually got some pretty decent evidence. Let me get that one. Did Jesus Speak Greek? It was done by a real scholar too. Hold on. It's a book. Let me find the book. It's by Scott Gleaves and Rodney Eugene. It's called Did Jesus Speak Greek? The Emerging Evidence of Greek Dominance in First Century Palestine. So that's something that you could look into on this topic. But Scrooge McDuck, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yep.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I would just say just God as like a concept is real.
Okay, so you're not a Christian. You don't believe in Jesus?
No, sir.
You don't believe in a Trinity?
I don't really know. I'm just sure there is a God.
Could you just say real fast then that Jesus isn't the Son of God and he did not unalive for our sins?
Okay. He isn't.
And what else?
What did you want me to say?
He didn't unalive for our sins and he's not the Son of God.
All right. He's not either of those things.
He's not the Son of God. Can you say it?
Kid, do you want me to tell you why I believe in God now?
I just want you to say that you don't believe Jesus is the Son of God.
Okay. I don't believe that.
No, I need you to say it.
Okay. I don't believe Jesus is the Son of God.
Awesome. Fantastic. And you don't believe in any specific God, which I think would be a lot of fun if that were true. I'm sure it's not. But what's your argument for God and why is it tag?
I would say, what do you mean tag?
Well, I just assume you're going to run tag, but go ahead.
Okay. So, I would say, like, about two main reasons. I'd say the more interesting one is there's really a lot of unexplained stuff that happens in the earth. And
Like what?
Such as the supernatural, and I would say the most interesting one is, are you familiar with like missing 411 cases?
Yeah, people go missing.
That's it.
Yeah, we agree that people go missing.
Like unexplained.
Yeah, that happens all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe
that
not
happens.
unexplained. We don't find them, but I wouldn't say unexplained.
Yeah, I think that's the problem is like not being able to explain something just means you are lacking you're lacking evidence or information that would provide the explanation, but that doesn't actually get you to God. That just means you're lacking some information. So what's the actual evidence for God?
Okay. I'd also say it's really certain traits that like don't make sense to evolve.
Like what?
Such as like most humans, we search for beauty and stuff like that.
Oh no.
And I don't really understand why you would evolve that trait.
There's a lot of good reasons for it. Let me ask you this question. You ever met a peacock?
Yes. Well, not in real life, but I know what a peacock is.
One of the main sex selections traits in peacocks is like their colorful tail feathers. It does nothing for the overall wellness of their offspring, but yet they find beauty in that, and nonetheless. So, like even in the animal kingdom, there are animals that appreciate different forms of beauty, even when it doesn't really add to the survival of their species. Sometimes a brain can just like particular patterns, and maybe at one part in their evolutionary history, these colorful patterns did help them, and maybe it doesn't help them anymore, but that's kind of irrelevant to whether or not we can appreciate things that are aesthetically pleasing.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. I haven't thought about it like that.
Yeah. And it could be the case too that like in the case of peacocks, if the male does not have the colorful plumage of the feathers, there could be something going on that's just not beneficial for the continuation of the species, thus it'd be less desirable. It'd show that maybe there's some sickness going on, something else going on, some genetic stuff going on, thus it wouldn't be desirable, so they're just not selected for.
And that's a pretty good refutation to my point. Like, why would humans have like yeah, that's a good like explanation. I haven't thought about peacocks before. All right. No, you guys kind of beat me, so I'll see you later.
Fair enough. Good to hear from you, buddy. Take care.
See ya.
Oh, fuck, he was
Peacock
honest.
defeats Scrooge.
Wow, it's not too often their argument fails and they admit that it fails. Usually they just fight tooth and nail whether or not it was successful or not. That's pretty interesting. I guess I would give Scrooge McDuck some bonus points for just admitting the argument failed. Big W.
Yeah, I'd say big W's on that too.
Next in line, I believe, is Jonah. And Reverend, thank you for the additional super chat. Chewy, people don't like Chewy. There's a lot of super chats about Chewy. Holy shit. Chewy shows like this, Chewy shows like this are akin to cancer screenings. Not a cure, but they identify the dangerous parts that we have to deal with head on, like you. Exactly. Yeah, it's not that this show is curing all the problems of religion, but it is helping. It's aiding. We're diagnosing that shit. And Miss Meg says, I'm all about snakes, so it would be a compliment to say, have snakes within. Actually, snakes aren't that bad. Like most of them don't just arbitrarily attack humans. And Oppo says, Chewy, do what your cell lover taught you and wash your prisons. When he admitted that he was recently in prison, that sent me. I was not shocked at all. Steve Wright says, Doctor, which brain donor do you pick for the operation? Abby normal. Oh fuck. That's a play on abnormal. That was a good one. Marilyn, my friend, good to see you, says Justin is God. Well, Marilyn, you know that I disagree with you, but thank you for being here, friend. I hope you're all right. And by all means, take care of yourself. And also, Chris, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And last super chat for now from our friend Guitar Atheist says Mexico is going to have universal health care before us. They already voted it in. And the only thing Christians are doing is keeping the 1% with all the money and power. They are so scared of thinking differently. It's crazy, too, that the religion that's like nearly founded on helping the poor and feeding the hungry and like healing the sick, they're like, no, we cannot have a tax, no matter what, that we collect to help people that are sick. That's crazy. Jesus would hate that. Okay. Obviously, you and I are reading a whole different book. Let's grab Jonah here from our queue, and we'll keep the debate rolling. Jonah, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah. And which God do you believe in?
Abba.
So you believe in Yahweh, but not Jesus?
As a child
I don't
of God.
think like.
So you believe in Marduk?
No. All right, so to simplify, I bought a Bible at Barnes & Noble, and the God contained in that book, the New Testament and the Old Testament.
So you're a Christian?
Well, I wouldn't say... Yeah, and I wouldn't say my dad is God. Like, my Abba is not God. That's not the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's written in the... I'm just going off of
I'm
what's
sure it
written in
is.
there.
Well, listen, Jonah, we're going to do this. I'm going to leave you with Chet and Cyber for a minute so I can use the restroom. But please do give us your best evidence or your best argument for why you think that this particular God is real, and we can start there, okay?
All right.
All right, go for it.
Genesis 15:5. It says, Then the Lord took Abraham outside, look up in the sky and count the stars if you can. That's how many descendants you will have. And then,
hey,
I don't know. I just Googled Jews in the world, and it says 15.7 million.
Do you know, according to Jewish and Christian tradition, do you know who wrote Genesis?
I have no. I think it's Moses, but I don't know about that.
Yeah, Moses. So when Moses, who is writing this, is it the case that his people at the time are fairly numerous?
After the Exodus, you're saying?
Yeah.
It could be. I don't have proof to that, but it like that's an argument, I guess, because how would Moses have known what was before him? You know, that's the hard part.
Because according to the tradition, God is telling him the story. All of Genesis is God telling Moses the story leading up to where they're at, right? And so if we take a look at what the estimates of people would have been at the Exodus, they estimate, because it talked about how 600,000 men left on foot, but that's just the men. We're not taking the women, the children into account. So they estimate that if it's true, there probably was around 2 million people that are leaving, like, if true. So if Moses is, in my view, I don't believe Moses existed. But it's the case that when Moses is receiving this, he sees the people out there, right? So he could have just been like, hey, look how numerous we are. I'm just going to write this in as a prophecy to tell the people there, because we just came out of Egypt. Look how numerous we are.
And in fact, it's even more explicit than that. If you go into Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 1, right, we have, these are the words which Moses spake to all of Israel on this side of the Jordan in the wilderness. Now, if you go down to verse 10, it says, the Lord your God has multiplied you, and behold, you are this day as the stars of heaven for a multitude. So we know for a fact that Moses saw this as having already been fulfilled in his time.
That's true. So then, but then that doesn't discredit it. It's just reconfirmed in the. I get all right. So my argument for why God is not imaginary is that he's faithful to his covenant, and one of those covenants is the one that I said. I looked at it as like an indefinite, like, because he makes it, it's like in depth, like always true. Like it's not gonna not be true.
Wait. So the prophecies always come true?
Not the
and what God says always come true?
The covenants.
Oh, I think Justin's going to have some things to say about things that God says is going to come true, but they don't come true.
Yeah.
No, not things that are going to come true, like the covenants that he makes. So the one with Noah, the one with Abraham, the one with David, and then yeah, I guess you're right. Like the new covenant is the one that's prophesied. It's not like directly stated.
The covenant with David seems to have failed as well, because he says that there's never going to cease to be somebody on the throne of King David, and there absolutely was a ceasing of a king on the throne of David.
Well, I consider Jesus as the last and everlasting king.
But he never sat on King David's throne, not even once. In fact, he's not even qualified to. He wasn't born from David's line. He didn't come from David's body. And he comes through a cursed lineage. In Jeremiah, it says that none of Jeconiah's descendants will be allowed to sit on the throne of King David ever again.
Yeah, but doesn't Luke establish?
Luke establishes the genealogy through Nathan, which is not a viable route for Jesus, because the 2 Samuel 7:12 says that it's going to go through Solomon. But also, neither one of these genealogies go to Jesus. They end in Joseph. So if Jesus didn't come from the body of King David, then obviously he isn't fulfilling the prophecy.
So Jesus is not descendant of, he's not descendant of David.
No, not according to the text. According to the text, he was adopted by a guy who might be descendant from David.
Let me see. Sorry, I'm looking at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I just
Luke 3:23 says that it goes through Joseph, right? It says he was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, who was the son of Heli. So that goes to Joseph. Matthew goes to Joseph as well.
yeah, so he's not like directly
Right.
David, the son of Jesse, and then Nathan. Yeah, it's not Solomon.
Right. So unless this guy came from the physical line of King David, he's not qualified. And it's also true that when the Hebrew Bible says that this king is going to be sitting on the throne, it's clearly a physical throne inside of Israel, which is why Micah chapter 5 says ruling in Israel. It doesn't say in the clouds or in the heavens. It says ruling in Israel, which means this is obviously somebody that's going to be in Israel. And if Jesus never did that, then he was never the king.
Yeah, but they wrote it like it's documented that they wrote it and they put it on the sign, like they put it on the
It's not
on the cross.
They were mocking him. Do you think mocking somebody for not being a king makes you a king?
But he wouldn't not be there if it weren't true.
No, that's not true at all. They killed him specifically because he wasn't the Messiah or a king.
But then why would they, like, just because they did it mocking? In fact, they said he claimed, and then he said, and then Pilate was like, I wrote what I wrote.
Yeah,
so mocking him.
To mock him. Like if you just read the chapter, they're not doing it because they think he's a real king. In fact, if you read it, it says they kept coming up to him saying, "Hail, King of the Jews," and striking him on the face. They're striking the dude on the face. You don't walk up to the king and strike him on the face. They're mocking him, bro.
I understand that, but that doesn't. So like King Louis during like the French Revolution, it's like he was a king and they executed him.
Well, he was a real king who actually served as king. Jesus never did. You can be a king and be killed or disposed of, but Jesus was never even that. Jesus was some guy who people said he was going to be a king. He never was a king. And then they murdered him. And as they murdered him, they were mocking him because he wasn't an actual king.
So then what about, so in terms of mocking somebody and it being, then what about like in the wilderness when they call up on the, is it Balaam?
I mean, in Numbers 21,
why
22?
are you pivoting?
What's that got to do with Jesus?
Because, yeah, right here, he blesses Israel. Like they go to mock him and instead they bless him. And it's like, that's what happened with Jesus.
Well, I think you're confused. Balaam's not a king.
I'm alluding to the point where he was going out to curse them and instead he blessed them. And I'm making the claim that these...
Do you know the story of Balaam? In the story of Balaam, there's this guy named Balak. And Balak is like, listen, these Israelites are really fucking scary. I need to call on someone who specializes in cursing and have them get cursed so they don't come here and fuck me up. So he calls on Balaam, and Balaam is like, yeah, I'll go do it. And then God stops him and says, no, you won't do it. In fact, you won't curse them. You'll give them a blessing. But this has nothing to do with anyone's kingship, except for maybe Balak.
Yeah, but I'm saying that you're saying that they were punching him in the face.
Yeah.
The point, yeah, and that they were doing it to curse him, like
they were
the king.
to mock him.
By doing that, they blessed him.
No, we're doing it to mock him.
They made it true, even though they didn't mean to.
They were doing it to mock him.
Yeah, and then by mocking him, like they made it real. Like
they actually didn't. So Balaam didn't mock anybody. Balaam uttered a blessing.
Yeah, but my point is what they meant. They did it to curse. I brought my like right here. I'm looking.
Balaam
at
didn't utter a curse. Balaam uttered a blessing.
I brought you to curse my enemies. Instead, you have blessed them.
You got it. He didn't curse anybody. He blessed them. Buddy, if you think mocking someone makes them a king, you're in a lot of trouble. Am I a king right now? Am I king of America right now?
Well, somebody would have to tell you, or you'd have
Don't
to have
mock
subjects.
me. Don't mock me. I've got subjects. Now you're making it true. I am the king. He just mocked me. You guys saw him mocking me?
I didn't mock you.
Hail Justin, King of America. Hail Justin, King of America.
Let's go.
He'll take your taxes now.
We got a king. I need taxes. I need tithes and offerings.
Well, he would be your king.
There you go. So I'm king. Cool. I'm the king of America.
Just give unto Justin what is Justin's.
We're going to need you to start rendering, Jonah.
All right. Well, the whole argument that I have is, again, that God is faithful to the covenants that he made.
Well, I don't think he is.
I'm saying that
because, first of all, he wasn't faithful to the covenant to David, which is that there would never cease to be somebody on the physical throne, and then there would never cease to be Levitical priests. That didn't happen. They're gone. And he also wasn't faithful to, probably not even faithful to Abraham, because his descendants weren't supposed to be plucked up out of the land. They were supposed to be numerous and prosperous. And even when they did get plucked up, God says, don't worry, I'll bring them all back. And then he tells them like when he's going to do that. In Ezekiel 12, he talks about how all of them are going to be brought back to the land, and subsequently in the rest of Ezekiel. And then he says that all of this is going to happen within that generation. And that shit didn't happen within Ezekiel's generation.
In fact, we get many prophecies where he's going to reunify the tribes of Israel, and there's going to be peace, and that doesn't happen.
it seems like something cyclical. Like they go and like, especially like after the kingdom is split, like, and that's probably why I stopped reading a bit of the Old Testament. It's like they go, they follow, then they fall away, and then he curses them, or not curses them, but punishes them in some way, and then has a prophecy of restoring them, and it's just a cyclical thing until Jesus, and then like until Micah, right? And then or Malachi.
Well,
it's a cyclical thing.
Well, what I'm referring to is a promise in Ezekiel 36 where God says, I will take you from the nations and gather you from all the countries and bring you into your own land. I will sprinkle clean water on you, and you shall become clean from all your uncleanness, and from all your idols I will cleanse you. A new heart I will give you, a new spirit I will put within you, and I will remove from your body the heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. I will put my spirit within you and make you to follow my statutes and be careful to observe my ordinances. Then you shall live in the land that I gave to your ancestors, and you shall be my people, and I will be your God. And this is supposed to go on forever, which he'll reiterate later. Now, the problem with this promise is all this was supposed to happen long ago. In fact, earlier in the same book, God says to Ezekiel, what is this proverb of yours that the land of Israel is saying that the days are prolonged and that every vision comes to nothing? Tell them, therefore, thus saith the Lord God, I will put an end to this proverb. They shall use it no more as a proverb in Israel, but say to them, the days are near and the fulfillment of every vision. For there shall no longer be any false vision or flattering divination within the house of Israel, but I, the Lord, will speak a word that I speak, and it will be fulfilled, no longer delayed, but in your days, O rebellious house, I will speak the word and fulfill it. And then he utters dozens and dozens of prophecies, including the one that we just read, and they didn't come true at all in that generation, which means this God's promises just don't come true.
Well, so the argument that I have is that they aren't fulfilled. Like they're, again, it's a cyclical thing because he doesn't fulfill them fully because they're going to fall away again for whatever reason. And
Then he lied?
he didn't, he doesn't give like exact prophecies.
He did though. He quite literally told you what he's going to do. He
does.
says, "I will bring them from the nations which they were scattered, and I will bring them back to this land." And what's that supposed to mean?
Okay.
In fact,
Yeah, exactly what it says.
in fact, the
But
reasoning
at the
why
time,
the reasoning why this is going on is because the Jewish people are like suffering, and God has viewed that the suffering that they have gone through is done, and so he's giving these prophecies to say, hey, the suffering, whatever you're going through now, is about done. You've about paid for the reasoning why you're where you're at, and I'm gonna redeem you and bring you out of your situation. And then it just never happens.
but doesn't, so sorry, just I'm kind of trying to learn as well. Like Ezekiel takes place during what point in history?
So Ezekiel is prior to the Second Temple. So Ezekiel most likely was written during the Babylonian exile. That seems clear from the text itself that he's writing from the land of the exile. He's mostly writing about what he says is going to happen when they return from exile. And then it didn't happen.
Okay, so most of the prophecies are interpreted to be after, like, to rebuild after that immediate exile, right? Like from Babylon, and then like they raise up Cyrus, and then they go back, right?
Yeah, but the problem
Or not
is
they raise up, but God raises up.
the prophecies did not come true, is what I'm saying.
Well, that's all I really have. Like I believe that some of them are not yet fulfilled.
Can you name one that was fulfilled?
Yeah, so let me go. So I heard you the other day. I watched a few of your videos and you were talking about Ezekiel. All right, so Ezekiel 45 is the one where it's Cyrus, but then two before that on 43 is the Savior of Israel. That one hasn't been fulfilled unless you count Jesus. Well, I'm not, sorry, I worded that wrong. I believe that Jesus is going to fulfill this. But
How?
then this will bring out the people who have eyes but are blind, who have ears but are deaf.
That's such a vague reference. I mean, I could fulfill that right now. Like, that's not a meaningful reference. You could apply that to anyone who claims to be bringing the truth.
Yeah, and the question was, well, but the question was, can you find one that Jesus did fulfill in its entirety?
So that's the thing. There's now we're getting some. All right, so none of the prophecies in their entirety have been fulfilled.
Right.
I agree with you there. But the covenants haven't been. It's like an en passe. It's like they haven't been broken, but they haven't been fulfilled.
They have been broken.
I'm saying that sorry?
They have been broken. I already told you. The promise to David was that there would always be somebody on the physical throne, and for a long period of time, there has not been.
Man, that's where I. Could there theoretically be
like,
one
look,
in
if
the
we
future?
can, because look, if we can do like partial fulfillments, while Justin and I have both rode donkeys, like we can go through and cherry pick a bunch of the prophecies. We can even find non-prophecies and say, hey, look, we did this. Right? This is why complete fulfillment is important.
Yeah, I understand that part. Okay, so the whole every covenant that he does is ratified with blood in somehow. Like the one with Noah, they sacrifice. The one with Abraham, he sacrifices. The one with David, he sacrifices. So to usher in the new covenant, like just like he asked Abraham to sacrifice his son and then replaces it, like he would have used his, and then that's in the New Testament. He says, "This is my son, who I am proud of." I'm attesting to I'm arguing from the point of view that he's of the line of David,
but he's not.
He is the right.
We already went over that.
Sorry,
he's not from the line of David. We already covered that. Like you can't just wish him to be from the line of David. He actually has to be from the physical line of David. He's just not.
And I guess that's I guess that's that, because I'm reading it and you're telling, I understand your point, but yeah.
I mean, where in the Bible can I find him being from the physical line of David? Because what the Bible says is not from the line of David. And if you read one of the promises made to David, like Psalm 89:29 says, I will establish his seed, that's the seed, forever, and his throne as long as the heavens endure. That throne isn't established forever. There's been a vacancy in that throne for a long time, and Jesus wasn't from the seed of David.
Yeah, but so again, this all hinges. Would you humor me in saying that the scriptures, based off of scripture, I'm going off of scripture.
But,
right? So then if I go
but the scriptures don't have him as being from the line of David. That's what I'm telling you. The scriptures describe him as being adopted into the line, and that doesn't count. But what's your take on Psalm 110?
The Lord said to my Lord, sit at the right side, or sit at my right hand until I humble thy enemies and make a footstool. So
yeah, so what? It's about David. It's a song about something about David, not about Jesus.
Well, no, it's not about David.
Sure it is. Read the whole thing. It's clearly talking about David. All the prophecies in that passage, or all the sayings in that passage, are sayings that have been said elsewhere about David.
So you are a priest forever in the order of Melchizedek. Where is that said about David?
Actually, it said right there about David. So David was a priest. In fact, if you read Samuel, he does offerings as a priest as the ark is being carried into Jerusalem. He's giving offerings and sacrifices in priestly attire. And to say that he's a priest according to the Melchizedek line is just saying that he's a priest that's not of the Levitical line. The Melchizedek line is a reference to priests that are outside of the Levitical line.
Yeah, like before the law was given, like they were just before that time.
There you go. So when he says that David is a priest in the order of Melchizedek, it just means he can act as a priest of the Lord, despite the fact that he's not one of the Levites.
But that wouldn't make sense, because then why would the king that comes after him get leprosy?
The king that comes after David? What are you talking about?
Uzziah.
Uzziah? That's way after David. What's Uzziah got to do with David?
Succeeded David?
Yeah, obviously Solomon.
So just read Psalm 110. It's actually pretty clear what's happening here. So in Psalm 110, I don't know what your Bible translation is going to say, but it should say something like this: Le Devi Mizmor, which means to David, a psalm. And then it says Ne'um Yahweh. And what this means is an oracle of Yahweh. This is not a verb, by the way. Ne'um is not a verb. It shouldn't say he said or he spoke. That'd be a different word. This word literally means an oracle of Yahweh to my master. Le'adini means to my master. And then he says, Shev le'amini, which means sit at my right hand. So this is clearly a reference to David. It's an oracle of Yahweh to David. And he says, sit at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool, which is what also happened to David. 1 Kings chapter 5. Solomon says, you know that my father, David, could not build a house for the name of the Lord because for his God, because of the warfare which with his enemies surrounded him until he put them under the soles of his feet, which was what God did for David. And the whole rest of the chapter reads the same. The rod of thy strength, the Lord will send out of Zion. Well, that's what happened.
Sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. You said 1 Kings 5, which verse?
1 Kings 5:3.
3. Got it. Sorry. I just wanted to follow along.
Yep, 1 Kings 5:3. And then the rest of it is clearly about David. It says, the rod of thy strength, the Lord will send out of Zion. Rule thou in the midst of thine enemies. That's what David did. David ruled out of Zion using the strength of Yahweh among his foes until he defeated them. Says, thy people offer themselves willingly in the day of thy warfare, in ornaments of holiness from the womb of the dawn. Thine is the dew of thy youth, which is all true of David. People went to battle with David in the warfare and did so willingly. Verse 4, the Lord has sworn and will not repent. Thou art a priest forever after the manner of Melchizedek, which is for the reasons I explained prior. The Lord at thy right hand doth crush kings in the day of his wrath. Yep, that certainly is the case, actually. It says he will judge. The Lord here is not Yahweh, by the way. This doesn't say Yahweh in the Hebrew text. It says Adonai. Now, depending on the vowel pointing, you could say that means the Lord rather than the Lord, like David, but there's a bigger debate there. But it says, the Lord at thy right hand doth crush kings in the day of his wrath, which is what David did. He will judge among the nations. He filleth it with dead bodies. He crusheth the head over a wide land, all stuff that David did. He will drink of the brook in the way, therefore he will lift up the head. Literally describing, Psalm 23. David lying down in green pastures by the water, as he says in so many of other psalms. So I can't see a good reason to think that this is somehow a weird, vague, hidden prophecy about Jesus, because Jesus couldn't read Hebrew. He was quoting it in the Greek, and he didn't realize in the Greek what it meant.
But see, you make a great point. I wish you went a little fast, but so if I go to 2 Samuel and then David's last words, no, where is it? David in old age. Right, in his deathbed, he's telling Solomon, do this and do that. So he still has enemies, even in his deathbed. So, but then to say that would say that the second part is wrong. I'm not implying that.
David united the kingdom and put down the enemies. That doesn't mean that there was never another one that popped up. Surely there were.
There just seems to be like a sort of, and this is my interpretation, but like a sort of finality, like a sort of, like I don't know what the word is, like impermanence maybe of that psalm, like it's like definite. And with David, it's like it's true for a bit, which I guess to your point is like none of the, because he doesn't sit at the right hand like the way Enoch, like my interpretation is like he picks him up and like from heaven they view that.
I have no idea what, I know you said words, but I don't know what any of that means. What's Enoch got to do with this?
Sorry, let me slow down. So let me go back to Psalm 110. Sit in the place of honor at my right hand, like in a literal sense. So
Mm-hmm.
if we take that as Jesus sitting, like again, like I'm not trying to stress that part, but the David never arose and to sit at his right hand. You could make the argument that
But
Elijah or
did
Enoch did.
Cyrus? Because Cyrus was at God's right hand. In fact, Isaiah, God says, I took him by the hand.
But did he? Okay, so where in 45 he says that?
And Isaiah, it says it in a couple different places about various peoples. But yeah, I believe Isaiah 45 is where God says he took Cyrus, his Mashiach, by the hand. So sitting at the right hand is the place of honor. You can see where somebody sitting at God's right hand is the place of honor. It doesn't necessitate that David is literally sitting in the heavens, or else the rest of what God says about his right hand wouldn't actually be true.
Yeah, but he's implying that there's like rest. Like after this, you will have like no, like, you know, like again, it's like come sit here and that's it. You don't have anything else to worry about.
But that is the case. Isaiah 45 says, thus saith the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped, to subdue the nations before him. This is military language. God grabbing the leader by the right hand, giving the place of honor and defeating his enemies. That's what we would expect if this is about King David. Jesus didn't do none of that. He didn't rule in Zion. He didn't have military. No one went out to battle with him. None of this is actually true about Jesus. Not a single point.
But then that goes back to without him crushing the reed. It's the whole point, you know. Where is it? In 43, the Savior of Israel.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm going back to, so you're making it, I understand your point. You're saying that Psalm 110 is about military victory, like military dominance.
That's what it says.
I'm saying that it applies more in a spiritual sense in like the way it's Isaiah 43, and that the order of Melchizedek is something that is like it. David still had to use the Levitical priesthood.
No, he wasn't Levite. He couldn't be part of the Levitical priesthood.
That's what I'm saying. Like he needed them. Like
no,
he himself wasn't a priest.
Well, he was allowed to be a priest, as was described in the book in Samuel. He was allowed to do the priestly duties, which is why he's described as a priest in the order of Melchizedek.
Sorry, let's go over that point one more time. It's when he leads the ark back. So that would be 1 Samuel 6.
That's part of it. Yep, 1 Samuel 6. He's leading the ark. He's doing offerings, so on and so forth.
But he's not in the temple, right?
Doesn't matter. Neither was Noah. Neither was Melchizedek.
Yeah, but that's before. That doesn't count because that's before.
Well, that's why he's a priest in the order of Melchizedek, not in the order of Levite.
But David lived in the time of Levite.
And just to be clear, But you do understand too that there wasn't a temple during the time of David too, right?
It was a tabernacle still, right?
That's actually a very good point. No, there was no temple.
Yeah,
there
they
was
had a tabernacle.
The tabernacle, yeah.
But it still had the same, like he couldn't just walk in and if he had like drank wine or something.
He could. What do you think
the rules still applied?
What do you think? No, they don't. There's priests at Shiloh. Shiloh wasn't where the tabernacle was. That's where Samuel got his start, was at the temple or the shrine at Shiloh. There's a bunch of Yahwistic shrine places that are being utilized appropriately prior to the building of the temple. That's a good point, Cyber.
Okay, yeah. So this is something that I would like to investigate a little more, because isn't that like in the time of Judges, everyone was building their own. That's part of the reason. Like the point of building a temple was to centralize and to not have people just doing however they wanted to, and ordering the Levitical.
And David lived prior to the building of the temple.
but not prior to the Levitical priesthood.
But it
And you're
doesn't
saying
matter.
that
You can't give offerings at the temple if there's no temple. So David did exactly what a lot of people are doing. He gave sacrifices and offerings, 1 Chronicles 15, 2 Samuel 24. He does so on a number of occasions. He's allowed to. He's allowed to do his own sacrifices and offerings. 2 Samuel 6 even. And that's why he's described as a priest according to the order of Melchizedek. He was a priest that offered sacrifices and whatnot on his own without the Levites doing it for him. And obviously you can't be in the Levitical line, so he's part of the Melchizedek line, a non-Levitical priesthood. That's it. That's all it means.
all right, but then then the whole thing with Uzziah.
What about it?
This is what trips me up. Uzziah got he became unclean. He developed leprosy because
So
he
what?
did that.
Because he did what?
Because he went in and offered when he wasn't like. I'm trying to look for the verse right now. Like I'm.
Are you
Uzziah
referring?
moved-
Are you referring to Leviticus chapter 11 when Nadab and Abihu give improper offerings? Or are you referring to when King Saul is told not to give an offerings, but wait for Samuel, and then he doesn't wait for Samuel and gives an offering anyways?
So that would be one of them.
I think he's talking
remember that
about.
would-
So in 2 Chronicles 26, Uzziah gets leprosy for trying to burn incense in the temple.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's not a priest.
But what?
And the temple already
Yes.
exists.
He should be delegating that to the Levites. So he's
Yeah,
not.
David doesn't have a temple.
But that doesn't mean that the Levites don't have any, like that doesn't discount the Levites.
I know, and they obviously accepted him. That's why he was with the Levites, giving offerings with them.
All right. Well, so what I guess the conclusion we've come to is that only David was of the order of Melchizedek, but Uzziah was not.
That is the only person in the entire Hebrew Bible that is said is of the priestly order of Melchizedek, which you would expect,
Yeah, he's never brought up again.
given that David is the most popular king out of all of them, and the only one that God says is a man after my own heart.
Very true.
So my point is, though, not a single part of Psalm 110 is even remotely about Jesus whatsoever. Nothing in that is about Jesus. Unless you want to turn it all into a giant metaphor, which I'm not willing to do.
All right.
So let's do this. We've got some more people waiting to get in. You've been pretty good faith. We really appreciate you coming up and having a chat with us. A lot of people get like really bent out of shape, and like lose their minds. You didn't do that, so good on you. That being said, we do have some more people waiting to get in, so we're going to try to do that. But come back, look up some documentation. There are apologetics out there on Psalm 110, why it must be about Jesus. I've already read them. But go ahead and read them. If you find them compelling, bring them back, and we're going to talk about the next phase of Psalm 110.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, cheers, buddy.
And I would almost say too, yeah, this is for you, Justin. It seems that the only time David was allowed in the tabernacle is during times when the ark was captured. When the ark is present, he's not allowed in.
True. That's a fair point. Okay. I like it. Well, let's do this. Friends, I'm going to read just a couple super chats, and then I'm going to get Suzanne in here, and I'm going to bring in Gretchen. I think Gretchen came to do some debating with us. And Laysman says, Happy Friday, Justin and Cyber. Just want to say, I love how granting the flat earth to flurfs totally stunlocked their brain. Rock hard for Doug and Justin fucking Rock. It's pretty wild. Like, they're not used to getting past that part of the script. And once you actually just let them get past it, they stall out. They don't know what to do with it. And House 70 says, the frequency theory resonates with me for some reason. Oh, shit. Okay. I see what you did there, House 70. Okay. And Peter says, your stream tonight is getting me through spring cleaning. Well, spring cleaning is important. I hope you get everything out. Also, my kitten, Filbert, is growing so fast. Oh, please do share pictures on the Discord. Never knew how incredible kitten cuddles are. They are the best. Kitten cuddles, puppy hug cuddles, baby cuddles, they're all amazing. And Space Lord, good to see you, buddy. Says, LDS guy wore out at least one pair of tap shoes tonight. Replaced my main floor carpet with wood this week. Excited. Definite old man energy here. Listen, hardwood's the way to go. You can always lay down a carpet if you need something soft, but tearing out, you can lay down a rug, tearing out carpet always sucks. So if you can get away without doing like actual laid in carpet, I highly recommend it. That's just my own personal opinion though. You don't have to listen to me. I'm just an asshole on the internet. Dave says, it's interesting when a Christian calls atheists sheep and then rejoice, the Lord is my shepherd without hesitation. Good point. Next time I get called sheep, I'm going to quote them all the Bible verses that say that God is the shepherd and he is the sheep. I bet that he might not be prepared for that one. Binge Thinker says, I'm an electrician. I ground everything. Oh, good electrical joke. And I bet your bonding is fantastic. Anyone? No? Anyone? All right, we'll leave that electrical joke for later then, I suppose. Carlos, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, beautiful community, doing my best through my divorce process. Thanks for the loving support. Hail, Doug. And I know it's a difficult process, and you've kind of discussed it with us, so we won't press for anything further, but we are absolutely here for your friend, and we love and support you. Please be safe and make sure you have a good lawyer. Now, Carlos, also sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Huge W. And I got 3 more super chats. Sorry, one just came in. Game Guy says, hail King Justin, for he has been publicly mocked. Indeed. Now that you've seen me mocked, you can never doubt that I was the king. And Ryan...
And that guest will never give to Justin what is Justin's.
Render. Ryan, thank you for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate it. Tithe to the king. And you all saw it here. You all saw me get kinged when that guy mocked me. So you know that I'm the king. And thank you so much, David. Great to see you for the $99 super chat. That's monumental. Way more than Jesus ever got. Because my gut is Christians will start abandoning the Old Testament because of all of you. They have never had to deal with this onslaught in their existence of their God. They try to dump Old Testament with New Covenant bullshit, but you guys always kill that. It's just a matter of time. I agree. That's why you've seen, like, there was a Christian pastor, was it Andy Stanley, that said we need to unhitch our horse from the wagon of the Old Testament, I believe is how he said it. No, you can't. You can't do it. You'll never get away from it. If Jesus is God and the Trinity is true, you'll never get rid of it. Sorry, it's here to stay. And Jesus said to follow that law. You'll never get rid of that shit. All right, let's bring in Gretchen. And our next guest ran. I don't know why. I was just about to bring him in. So I guess we'll bring in Luis Souza after that. And if you're watching on something other than TikTok, you can just hit that guest request button and we'll get you into the queue. You don't have to be on TikTok to join up. If you're on TikTok, just hit that guest request button and we'll pop you into the guest queue and we'll have a great time there as well. And with that, let me bring in Luis, and I think Gretchen is with us now. Let's test your audio real quick, Gretchen.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Perfect.
Wonderful.
Welcome in, friend. Let me make sure that you're visible as well on the vertical screen. 1 second. I think you might be visible, but it might be like in a bad. Interesting. It's not showing. I'll work on that as we're waiting for Luis to load up. But nevertheless, okay. Luis is getting the loading dots of death. So we'll give that a second to see what we get here. It's interesting that you loaded up just fine. I'm going to do a copy. on the horizontal stream, but on the other stream, it didn't load up so well. Let me reload it and see if that fixes it.
Horse for life.
Fucking A.
Down to my DNA. It's predestined.
Well, Luis never connected. I'm not sure why. So I guess we'll just have to move on to the next guest, which it appears is going to be, let me see, I'm going to reset the transformation on this too. It appears to be Mr. Fleebjuice, which I'll tell you what, is not a name that I have seen before, but we'll do what we can here. Bring in Fleebjuice. Oh, actually, I think I know why the COSO isn't showing. There we go. Now you're showing. That's on me. My layers were backwards. Mr. Fleebjuice, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 18 and I do believe in God.
Okay, and which God do you believe in?
I'm Christian, so.
Okay, so you believe in the Christian God. And what do you think is good evidence or argument for the Christian God existing?
Well, from what I've understood, right? Because I still have a lot to learn in my religion, so I'm still in the beginning. So I hope you guys are not too hard on me. But from what I've come to understand is that when Christians say that we believe in God, many of the times we say, oh well, there's many other gods like in the polytheistic point of view, right? Like there's the God of war, the God of love, and whatnot. But from what I've come to understand, that there's this misunderstanding where people think that God is also a symbol of what love is. But in reality, what Christians actually believe is that God is not just a symbol, but rather He is.
We're not too worried about any of that. You can believe a different version of the Christian God if you want to. We're just asking, what would be a good reason to believe in this God that you believe in?
Well, because the attributes of God are not just His attributes; it is what He is. You know what I mean? And it's something, and these attributes, or rather, Him, is something that we always talk about on a daily basis, even without us even knowing.
Right, but
like for
we
example,
would have to demonstrate that the thing existed before we can give it attributes. What's the evidence that it even exists?
Well, because for example, are you capable of loving?
I am capable of loving, but your definition of love, I'm sure, is going to be different than mine.
No, there's only one definition of what love is.
I don't know if that's the case. What do you think love is?
That's completely untrue.
Well,
and also my ability to feel feelings has nothing to do with whether a God has attributes or not.
So I was still talking, sorry. But
well, she was already talking. Maybe you weren't listening.
Oh yeah, probably yeah. You're right.
So listen, we agree that we have the ability to love however you want to define that. We're trying to figure out why that has anything to do with God. Because I could just say, well, Florperdorp is love. And that proves that Florperdorp exists. Adorable. You need something better than just defining your God into existence.
Yeah, it's a lot more complicated. It's hard for me to explain it.
It's because
it's like a tree, right? You start with a trunk, right, and from there it just branches off.
Well, where's the trunk?
It's what I said in the beginning, right? It's where I said that it's seeking the good of the other. It's not just doing good for another person or doing good things to another person, but it's actually seeking what is good, whether they like it or not. Do you know
what's that got to do with God?
Because God is love.
Yeah, that's what you have to actually prove still yet. You just keep repeating it. Demonstrate that God is love.
Well, it's because it's just gonna go in a circle.
Yeah, because you're just defining God into existence. It's easy. I could define anything into existence. We need something better than you saying it's true. I mean, to be fair, I mean, Gretchen and I do both believe in Florperdorp, but we don't believe in God.
Absolutely, yeah. But I also believe that love is a series of chemical reactions in the brain. So if you believe God is love, and I believe love is a chemical reaction in the brain, then transitive property, God is a chemical reaction in the brain?
Fucking A, let's go.
No, that's incorrect. Because love isn't a feeling; it's an action.
Oh, tell me how.
That's why I said you seek the good of the other. It's not a feeling. It has no
Well,
love.
not according to the
nothing
dictionary.
to do with feelings.
The dictionary says that love is profoundly tender,
wrong.
passionate affection. Affection. It's a chemical reaction. We can measure it too.
That's incorrect. That you're talking about affection.
The dictionary is incorrect. Jesus, we can't even rely on the dictionary now.
No, because that's a misunderstanding in the worldly sense. I mean, we
So,
forgot what love.
why would
actually
we
is.
accept your
If we're only
definition as
relying on
opposed to like
if we're-
the dictionary definition?
Because if we're only relying on our feelings for what love is, then that's just
Yeah,
incorrect.
but what I'm
because it's
asking
like
you is
saying-
why would we
it's
rely
like
on
you're
your
excusing-
definition rather than somebody like the dictionaries?
Because if you define love like that, then it loses.
Then my argument
all
doesn't
its
work.
meaning.
It'd be very inconvenient for my argument. So
Because it
I'm
loses
using the
all-
word love the way that it's actually defined in the dictionary. You can complain
So
to the
you're
dictionary all
following-
you want about that, but your argument's with the dictionary, not with me.
So then love absolutely doesn't exist then.
It does, yeah.
Hold on,
It's a
have you
strong
read-
affection or... Go ahead, Cyber.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have you read 1 Corinthians 13 on what love is? 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 4 through 7. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love is not envious or boastful or arrogant or rude. Nowhere
not-
here does it say. Nor does it say it's an action.
That's not God at
Those
all.
are actions.
Envy is an action?
It says it's not envious.
Is envy an action?
It says love. Mhm.
It's
Who's
also,
talking right now?
this is one of my favorite things too, because God contradicts like all of those definitions. He is self-seeking. He does demand his own way. He is quick to anger. He does keep a record of wrongs. He does all the things that Paul says love doesn't do, which is crazy.
He's not self-seeking.
Yeah, he is.
Though.
He literally
And he
killed
murders babies.
all of the...
He's seeking the
Yeah,
good
he
of
literally
us
killed
for
all
the
of the
good of
Egyptian
us.
firstborn just to find glory for himself.
All right,
He literally
calm down.
murdered
He seeks the good
babies
for
for
us.
his own glory.
Not
He seeks
very
the
loving.
good for us, for the good of us.
It's good. It's good for us to be murdered if
In
we
fact,
don't worship him
in
appropriately.
Ezekiel,
You're not
Go ahead, buddy.
understanding what I'm saying.
Ezekiel 36, 22 through 23, it is
I
not
don't
for
think
your
you
sake that
understand
I'm
what
about to
you're saying.
act, but for the sake of my holy name.
I mean, it's like a plant, like not getting any water.
Uh-huh.
So it's like
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
the plants, and we're basically refusing to have water, which is God.
We're not refusing to have water. We don't believe that the water exists.
No, but it's like the water telling the plant, like, you need me, but the plant
But-
is saying, no, I don't.
What do we need God for?
What do you mean a plant needs water?
What do I need God for?
What do you mean a plant needs water?
I'm
You're
a
plant and
I'm a
God is
human.
the-
What do I practically need God for?
Dude, if I'm trying to explain to you something, at least try to understand it.
I am trying to understand. I'm saying that I'm not a plant.
Troglodyte.
Oh my
Not
gosh.
You're
not
a plant
all
and need
I was
water.
giving
Just
you a
accept it.
metaphor
Not-
as to what
not
our
all
relationship with
metaphors
God
actually
is.
work, which is why I'm asking you just flat out, what do I need God for? In the metaphor, I'm the plant, God's the
Because
water.
He's your source
But
of life.
but
You
what
can't
what
exist
does
without God.
God do that I need?
He gives you breath. He allows you to live
I'm-
every day.
Well, prove that
I have
my
lungs
breath
for
comes from
that.
God. Yeah, because as far as I'm aware,
I
my
got lungs
lungs
for that.
move in and out based on impulses from like my nervous system
Right.
that come from
Due
my
to an
brain.
order that the universe, right? Because God ordered the universe to do that.
Well,
Prove it.
Again, that's what we needed to prove.
What do you mean? If God is love, then it fulfills that.
But he's not love.
That law.
Is it
Can you prove it?
is it loving to like rape
We already
women?
covered that.
Well, you guys are covering it pretty wrong.
No, we're not. Is it loving
That's
to?
a
You guys
strong
are only relying
rhetorical
on feelings,
response.
though. You guys are
Is it
only
loving
relying on feelings.
to kill babies and
Oh.
rape women?
No.
Is your God Yahweh, the guy from the book?
This guy doesn't read the book. He
Yes,
doesn't know that Yahweh kills babies and rapes women.
I mean, if that's your
That God doesn't do that though.
How much money you
he's
want to
a
bet on
fucking
it?
monster.
I will pay
God
you $100 if I can't demonstrate that God kills babies and rapes women. But if I prove it, you have to pay me $100.
No, because I don't do bets.
You don't do bets? That's a shame because you could win some money here.
Well, I mean, the Bible says we can't do bets.
Where's that at?
So
Yeah.
Wait, why can't you? What scripture says you can't do bets?
He don't know. He's not read the book. We'll just show you the passages. So, I mean, first of all, Gretchen already alluded to the killing of the firstborn in Egypt. We can go to Exodus like 10 through 13 for that. But in Exodus 10, God brags about how he's going to kill the firstborn. In fact, it might be Exodus 11. Give me a second. And he's going to do so in order to bring glory to his name, right? The last plague says, I will bring one more plague upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterward, they will let you go from here. Indeed, when he lets you go, I will drive you away. Tell the people that every man is to ask his neighbor, and every woman is to ask her neighbor for objects of silver and gold. The Lord gave the people favor in the sight of the Egypt, blah, 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 blah. About midnight, I will go throughout Egypt. Every firstborn of the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sits on the throne, to the firstborn of the female slave, who is behind the handmill, and the firstborn of all the livestock. Then there will be a loud cry throughout all of the land of Egypt, such as has never been or will never be again. So God does intentionally murder individuals, some of them being children of slaves even. Did you not read this book?
let me ask you a question.
So you're not going to address the
Can
passage
you answer
just
Justin's
read?
question?
Well, it kind of leads
don't
on
think
to
you
as
read
to
the
what you're
book.
trying to ask. Do you believe that some people deserve to die?
Again, that's a deviation. Are you going to address the passage? Do you think
Yeah,
that
sure, you could see it that
Do you
way.
think
You
that
could see it that way.
babies do you think that babies deserve to die?
Well, no, just try to answer the question. Yes or no? Do you think people deserve to die?
No, I don't think so. But that's kind of irrelevant. We're not actually just talking about individuals dying. We're talking specifically about we're talking specifically about babies. We're talking about babies, not serial killers. Try to focus up.
All right. No. I said people. I said.
We said babies the entire time, children.
No. I'm pretty sure I said people.
No, you said people. We didn't, and we are the ones that asked the question. So
Yes,
what
but if
you're
answer
trying to
the question-
reframe our question because you don't like our question. Our question was simple, which is
No.
whether or not
I
it
was
was
going to
ever
answer your
okay
question,
to kill babies and to rape women. I didn't say
My son.
just to kill anybody.
My son, just answer the question.
I did.
No, we don't believe people deserve to die. It's just a natural process of life. But people don't deserve to do it.
Now
Not
you
even
got an
Hitler.
answer twice.
You gonna go for a fourth pivot? Because
So not even Hitler.
No, I actually don't believe in murdering other human beings. I think we should remove them from society if we have the opportunity. But if it happens to be that the only way, which sometimes there is an only one other way, in order to save the lives of others, we have to take out the life of somebody else, it can be unfortunate, but it is for the safety of the individuals. But I personally don't believe that human beings should ever be in the business of murdering other human beings, even if that human being is evil or terrible or anything like that. But again, it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. We're still talking about babies. So you said it was never right. You said it was never right to kill babies and rape women, which is why we're still talking about babies. And I showed you an example where God clearly killed some individuals. Some of them would have been babies, and I just need to know, did those babies deserve to die?
I mean, it's because
That's a yes or no, my dude.
That's an easy
Listen,
no.
God is justice too.
I mean,
you guys have to understand that if God is love, then God is just too. I mean, he's the only one.
That's certainly
And
not
plus,
the
you answered
case.
the question
what did the
already.
baby? What did the babies do
You
to
said
deserve it?
Those fucking babies were biting nipples and crying and keeping people awake at night. You
people
have
do
to murder
deserve
the
to die.
babies.
So there you go. That's your answer.
Well, no one heard the answer because I was busy mocking you. The minute you start advocating for God murdering babies and raping women, you can't really say that God is justice anymore, because what that would mean is that it actually is just to kill innocent babies. You don't believe that, do you?
Well, I already answered your question, but you were too busy.
Okay,
mocking
so
me.
then that means that you can't say that. You can't say that God is just if you don't think it's just to murder babies.
But I answered your question, but you were just too busy mocking me, though. I mean, how
Yeah,
do you expect me to answer your
and now
questions
I'm
if you
responding
interrupt
to
me?
you a second time. I'm responding to you a second time, and I'm hoping you're going to
Listen, if
respond
you're
to
not gonna listen
me.
to the truth,
What
I
I'm
mean, if you're not
saying
gonna
is
listen to
that
anybody,
you
then
said
it's
that
fine.
murdering babies
It's okay.
is okay sometimes. Is that true?
I didn't say that though.
Okay, when is it okay to kill babies?
It's never okay to kill babies, though.
Except when God does it?
Never.
Only if God does it, yes.
Okay, so then sometimes it is okay.
It's okay.
Oh, so it is okay.
Not for humans killing other humans.
I
Only
didn't
if
ask.
God allows it.
Well, God actually commands
But
humans to kill other
it's fine
humans.
for God to do it, though.
So
Wait,
if
what did the
God,
woman say?
if she said it's fine for God to do it?
Well, yeah, because if he is just and he's the one that created everybody, then yeah,
Well,
of course it is.
He can't be just if he kills innocent people.
Just means
He
fair,
can
doesn't
be just
it?
though, because you don't know
Just
what
means
is to come about.
just means getting the
I mean, what if
getting the punishment
what if
that you
like
deserve,
1,000
that
Hitlers
you
were to
earned.
be born through that offspring though?
So that's a hypothetical that no one can answer. And the reality is, even if that were the case, God has alternatives. For example, God could literally change his heart so that it wouldn't become Hitler. He does that to quite a few people in the Bible. And so murdering the babies doesn't have to be the inevitable consequence. Also, he could have just closed the womb of the mother so that it wouldn't have been born in the first place. So if you're saying
Yes, but
God
he
can
can't
just
interfere
God
with
can
free
just
will.
that's bullshit. Killing somebody is interfering with their free will.
No,
Imagine
that's
fucking advocating for murdering humans and then saying, no, we can't violate free will. As if murdering somebody isn't violating their free will. That's the craziest thing I've heard in a long time.
But also God has free will to do stuff too.
So in Genesis, when God shut the wombs of Abimelech's household, he shouldn't have done that.
I don't know about that.
I know, because you haven't read the book. In Genesis, when Abimelech takes Sarah, part of the punishment is he closes the wombs of all the women in his household. Should he have done that?
It's up to God to do these things. I mean,
Should he have done it?
God?
I'm asking you, should he have done it?
Ask God that.
I'm asking you because I'm trying to get your opinion, because you're the one defending the position that God can't violate free will.
Right. But I'm
Also,
not God.
hold on. Somebody has the live. Hold on. Somebody has the live stream playing in the background, and all I can hear now is it echoing. Who's ever playing it over the speakers need to turn the speakers down. I don't know who it is, but somebody's playing it over speakers. That you shouldn't do that. What were you saying there, Gretchen? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I said, well, I would love to ask God, make him real for me. Show me where he is. I'll ask him my fucking self. Just make him real. Come on, you can do it.
I
He's
can't do it.
love
I'm not
and
God.
justice. It's because God's not real and you are.
That doesn't make any sense. If you say God isn't real, then you can't trust yourself. You can't trust your senses.
Well, that's not true at all.
That's not true at all. I trust my senses. I
It
don't
is.
believe in God at
Oh,
all.
okay, fine. Prove
This
to me
is
that you
this
that
might
you
be
actually exist.
the worst
Prove to me
tag.
that you actually
It
exist.
might be the worst tag argument ever. I'll say
Listen,
the same
prove to me.
thing, Frisbee. I'll say the same thing that I say to everybody who goes down the path of hard solipsism. Hard solipsism ruins your position as well as ours. If you're saying you can't prove that you're not a brain in a vat, well, neither fucking can you. So going down that route only tells me that you're so desperate to prove you're God that you're willing to undercut your whole argument in an effort to undercut our argument. So hard solipsism will get you absolutely nowhere. Do you want to deal with adult territory or retreat to solipsism?
I don't know what those definitions mean, but I know that God does exist.
You certainly don't know that. You
I
believe
actually
it.
do.
You don't know it. You believe it. If you
No,
knew it, you could provide the
No.
evidence that would demonstrate that God did exist, but you
Provide
can't do that.
evidence.
What you've done
You
is
cannot
actually showed us
provide that
contradictions. You've actually shown
cannot
contradictions
provide
that your
that
God
doesn't
doesn't
exist.
exist. You said God is just, but he kills babies. God is just, but he rapes women. So what you've told us is that your God is contradictory.
Every time
So
when justice is
it's
done,
not justice when you rape women. Give me one scenario in which it would be okay to have women raped for a crime they never committed.
But that's not right, though.
I mean,
What
it
is it
happens.
then?
It happens in the Bible.
What?
God causes it.
Yeah, but you're reading the Bible wrong.
Oh, tell me what, you use the Holy Spirit and you read it for me because I suspect you've never read it. So this is the punishment
Oh,
given
that's it.
after
I knew I
David's
was doing something wrong.
after David's
what is that
betrayal
literally
of
mean?
Uriah the Hittite and the taking of Bathsheba. So thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. And he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight, for you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. So God literally has 10 of, if you keep reading in chapter 16, has 10 of David's wives sexually assaulted by somebody from within David's household. Did those women do the crime that David's being accused of?
It's okay. I mean, you're still reading the Bible wrong, but.
Well, I'm
Can
asking
you explain
you.
how he's reading it wrong? Tell us how he's reading this passage wrong.
Because you're reading it through the eyes of judgment. I mean, that's.
Tell me what's wrong about it.
Who are you?
Tell me
who
what
are
I'm
you
doing
to
wrong.
judge?
Tell me what I'm doing wrong.
You're judging God. By your
I'm
own standards.
I'm aware. I'm asking you to read it for
How
me.
should we read it? How should this read?
Yeah, tell me how to, because the way I do it is I read a word and then I go on to the next one and then I go on to the next one and then I put them all in context and put into the context of a sentence. And the words just mean what they mean. It's real super easy.
Yeah, all we're saying here is that the words on the page mean what they say. When God says, I will raise up trouble against you, is he doing something?
There's more evidence in the world.
Frisbee, when God says, I am raising up trouble against you, let me retreat into another bad talking point rather than answering the question. It's really easy,
He
Frisbee.
ran out of pivot, so he went to meta crybaby. That's great.
I'm not even crying.
When God says, I will
Look, when
raise
you
up
tell us
trouble
we're
against
reading it
you,
wrong-
is he doing something?
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
When God says, I will raise up trouble against you, does that mean God is doing something?
It means he's allowing something to happen.
Nope. I didn't ask that. I said, is he causing something to happen?
He's allowing something to happen.
That's not what the book says. See, now you're lying on it, right? See, our whole shtick here is that the Bible says what it says, and now you're saying it doesn't mean what it says, right? God says,
He says,
I will raise up trouble,
against
To answer your
you.
question,
which
then
Is that
means,
active voice or
yeah,
passive voice?
it just means God's doing it. Did they not teach you like subject, object, verb agreements or anything like that in
it's kind
school?
of both. I mean, it's kind of both. He's allowing it, but he's also.
Does it say he's allowing it?
making happen.
He's definitely making it happen.
No. Calm down. Let me just hear the second part.
Yeah,
that I
calm
said.
down,
But
Justin.
he's also doing it.
Oh, yeah. If he's doing it, that means he's causing it. So
Wait,
what
if
does
he's
it
doing-
mean to be the cause of something?
All right. I think I'm just done.
So you don't know like basic
think
words
I'm
like
too.
I don't know.
cause.
It's because it feels like that's 3 against 1, and I don't think that's fair. Because you guys
Well,
are all interrupting them.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll say Gretchen and Cyber don't talk again. It'll just be me and you.
Okay.
I still need you to answer my question, or just run. He ran. Okay. Well,
Yeah, of course he did.
he didn't run because you two were with me. He
Not
ran
like we were
because
bringing up additional points.
yeah, he hated the fact that we just asked him basic questions about causation.
Mhm.
Okay. Words are really hard for Christians. Like we really need to bring back hooked on phonics for Christians.
They can't handle it when you want them to read their book.
Yes.
That's it.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
Well, friends, I'm going to grab a couple
They
super
need,
chats.
they need
and then
Veggie Tales brought back.
Oh, before
maybe.
you do super chats, can I beg everybody to go sub to Async Network, please? Please,
Yeah. Well, tell them where to find it.
please. They'll find it. I gave all the mods all my links. They should be putting it in chat right about now. At least I hope, if it worked out. You know, all my machinations were coming to fruition at the right time.
Have them posted up in the Discord too.
Okay, guys, post it in the Discord too.
But yeah, Gretchen's got her own channels on YouTube. Gretchen, are they listed in your TikTok profile?
No,
Okay.
it's not in my TikTok profile. I never really did figure out TikTok so hot.
Okay.
And I get a lot of warnings when I get on TikTok.
Well, we all do.
Who'd have guessed with my attitude, right? But the YouTube channel is, I mean, it's mine, but it's really for all of us, you know. It's for, you know, we got one guy who wants to make funny shorts about God and atheism and all that. And we got Carnage wants to do a funny dating show kind of thing. And everybody has their own ideas. They want to try these things out to see if they can do them, but they don't have the time or the resources or, you know, the will to stand up a new channel just to see if they're any good at it.
So it's linked up right
that's
now
why I
in
put
the
channel
Discord chat.
together. That's why I put the channel together. So now, like, you don't have to start a whole brand new channel. You don't have to do all the things. Just come by Async and say, hey, Gretchen, I want to jump on stream. I want to see if I'm good at debating. All right.
Perfect.
And you come up and do it. And that's pretty much all there is to it. So,
well, friends, find the link on the Async Network in the Discord and get it followed.
If we can get monetized, then kind of like Deconstruction Junction. I know how they keep all the money from the Decon Junction streams. My plan is to whatever creator is doing that stream, they get to keep any super chats or any ads they get. So
perfect. Okay, that's good information. I didn't realize that the first time we talked about it. But the Async Network is easy. It's at a-sync network, so you'll be able to find it pretty easily. But iReactor, thank you for the 666.
YouTube punk should be there. It is. It's in chat now.
iReactor says, ever consider doing a pro LDS stream to show Christians what it feels like to deal with gratuitous statements? Loved your mythicist stream. iReactor, I haven't done that, but that's a really good idea. That's something that maybe Cyber and I would want to put together, because he knows more than I do, and really get into the nuts and bolts of it, because it's a good way to illustrate the nonsense of Christianity.
And real quick, God allowed the invention of Mormonism so that mainstream Christians know how we Jews feel.
Indeed.
Did you say pro LDS though?
Yeah.
Yikes.
He's saying we should spoof.
Oh, you got to get into some slave apologetics.
Yeah. Zippel says, why did Abraham and Sarah pay a tenth to Melchizedek? Well, because back in the day, it was fairly common to give an offering to any priest that is you're giving an offering to. That's like part of how they get paid. And so it would just been like standard fare. It's not that Melchizedek was anything special. It's just that they wrote legends about him later, making him sound uber special. Misha says, love when we have a friendly woman on the panel because it exposes these misogynist weirdos. So bad when a woman knows more and corrects them. Also, as I type this, a kitty has appeared. In fact, although both the kitties were here for a while and now they're gone, but they'll be back still yet. The night is still young, but yes, we've seen quite a few believers get really bent out of shape knowing that a woman knows the book more than they do. And Scribbles by Janice, great to see us, says these lineage claims are funny. Caller thinks Joseph was descended from David, but also believed in Virgin Mary. Virgin. If Joseph was around today, he'd be on Jerry Springer hearing, "You are not the father." And that is 100% the case. Jesus did not descend from Joseph. That is just the case. And Lost in FRP says Satan was not okay with the baby paste, so he was exiled. Satan was just not the God. Hail Satan. Hail Doug and hail Sharon. Indeed, we might have, that last guess might have, we could have pushed them into baby paste a little bit, but we just weren't able to get there. But we got time still left tonight. And Slug Racer, thank you for the super chat, says if God is responsible for all things, that means he's responsible for all evil. The fucked up part is that God puts us in a situation where he knows we will sin and then punishes us like it's our own fault. In fact, it makes it impossible to not sin, even because Paul says in Romans we have the sin nature, which means we basically have to. He even says, that which I don't want to do, I do. Meaning he doesn't even want to sin. And then he still sins because he's got that sin nature. All right, friends.
In fact, we willingly take that punishment like it is our fault.
This is case, friends. We're going to get Jersey in here from the TikTok queue, and then we'll keep the conversation rolling. Jersey, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yo, what's good? What's up?
Jersey, are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Sure. And what God do you believe in?
God of the Bible, Jesus Christ.
Sure. So you're a Christian. Cool. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God existing?
I would say creation, like who created everything around us. That's one.
I don't think it was created.
You don't think it was created?
No, what's the evidence that was created?
So all right, so let me ask you a question. You don't think anything with the naked eye was created?
I didn't say that, no.
For example, a car.
I didn't say that at all.
Who created cars?
I didn't say anything like that. So human beings created cars. I know that human beings created cars because I've seen them do it. Did human beings create the water puddle in my backyard?
So who created that?
Humans created cars. I'm asking about the water puddle in my backyard. Who created that?
God allowed it.
Did humans create it?
Did he allow it or did he create it?
He created everything we could see with the naked eye.
Sure. And how do you know that?
Because our Bible says so.
The Bible also says that the earth is flat and there's a dome over top of it. Why should we believe the Bible?
Let me give you a form of evidence, right? And I believe that testimonies are a form of evidence.
Oh, well, we don't.
If you do, all right, that's cool. Because when
And
you go
do you
to
agree
court, when you go to
testimony from
court,
other faiths?
when you go to court, right, they ask you for a testimony. It's a form of evidence. Whether you believe it or not, that's cool. But let me get to my point. Whenever you do research on near-death experience,
I have.
whether you believe it or not, you can't find any other religion outside of Christian. Wait,
all of
I didn't
them.
finish. You see, you're not even listening to what I'm saying.
So many lies in one sentence.
What you're going to say.
Okay, but you didn't even let me. What was I going to say, sir?
So it is the case that when you take a look at near-death experiences,
I want the host to complete what I was going to say. What was I going to say?
Yeah, when we take a look at near-death experiences, what you're going to find is that they are culturally relevant. So wherever the person lived, what their culture is, that's what they're going to see in their near-death experience.
That's not what I was going to say. That's not what I was going to say. All right, so what I was going to say was, You can't find any other religion outside of Christianity where someone has passed away, flatlined, went to the afterlife, and actually seen their God. Only Christians have
you'd be wrong then.
testimonies.
You'd be
Only
flat.
Christians.
You'd be flat wrong. There are hundreds of testimonies
hold
of
up.
this.
Before you
there
go in
are,
computer and start.
There are hundreds of testimonies from people who aren't
it's not.
Christian. In fact, the first near-death experience I ever even heard about was with one of my. We used to, when I was a kid, we were in like the Big Brother Big Sister program. My big brother, his name was Ken. His real life brother, his actual blood brother, was dying of cancer in his 40s. Ken was the one who first brought up near-death experiences to me because I was asking Ken about his belief system because he wasn't a believer in God. All of his family were atheists. And I was like, well, if all of your family were atheists, how did you get to the point where you still believed in an afterlife, even though you don't really believe in God? And he goes, well, when my brother was dying, the really interesting thing happens, even though he was an atheist, right before he passed away, he sat up in his bed and he was looking at the corner of the room. He sat up and looked at the corner of the room and said, Dad, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be dead, because his dad was already dead. And so this is an experience from somebody I know who was there that said, listen, my atheist brother had a near-death experience. So it certainly can't be true that only Christians have them.
All right. I guess you didn't hear what I said. I said Christianity is the only religion to where we have transitioned to the next life. Certain people transition to the next life, even outside of Christianity, even Muslims. They transition to the next life, seen Jesus, and came back and said a testimony.
Hold on. So we have a case here.
Only Christians. You can't find no other religion. I'm not talking about dream.
Yes, only Christians see Jesus. Only Christians. Hold on. Only Christians see Jesus in the afterlife. We agree. Other near-death experiences, as Cyber has already discussed, are culturally relevant, which is why typically Hindus don't have near-death experiences and see Jesus. Now, what are you going to say, Cyber?
Yeah, so you can look up, there's, I'm going to butcher this name, they're a researcher in Hinduism specifically. There's Satwant Pasricha, and then you can look up Ivan Stevenson. They have done extensive work on NDEs involving Hinduism. And what they find is that when they do these, they're in the ER, they have individuals who are flatlined, and what they experienced, the people that they're studying, what they have experienced, all of them are being taken by two dark messengers called Yamaduatas, which are like spirits that take them to their place for reincarnation. And they're brought before Yama, who's like this judge figure, and Yama goes through a record book, and then Yama, with these cases, because they weren't supposed to be unalived yet, they get sent back to their bodies. And so we do have near-death experiences that are being done in other religions. These are not dreams, right? Well, we would say they're dreams. We would agree they're dreams. But by your standards, these aren't dreams. These are people that are seeing their afterlife.
Okay,
being sent back to their bodies.
Okay, let me ask you a question,
They
right?
always seem
What
to see
evidence?
stuff
What
from the
evidence?
tradition of the religion they were indoctrinated into.
So give me one.
the
I
point
just
he's
need.
getting at.
Listen, I go to all these lives. Just give me one website or one video or some type of testimony. Just one. I understand. You explain what you explain. Just give me one. And I'm not talking about a dream. I don't want to hear nobody heard voices. I want to hear testimony explain in detail that they seen their God. You're not going to find that.
I can show you
only
right
going
now.
to find. You're only going to find atheists, Muslims, Christians, or whoever that transition to the next life and seen Jesus Christ and can explain detailed of how Jesus looked and how heaven looked.
That's actually just not the case.
Yeah, so here's one
All right,
coming
just
from
give me one. All I'm asking is for one, and I'll leave you alone.
Do you think
You
that
won't find one.
sliding in the word testimony makes it real somehow?
We
Does
have
it validate
Christians
that for
have
you?
over 100,000 testimonies. You can't find one, like I said. I just told you can't
Hold on,
find
can
one.
you give
If
me
you could
one real
find
quick?
one,
Give me one real quick so I can go compare, so we can make sure that what you're explaining isn't just a dream.
no, but because this the thing. You go on YouTube, just type in
No,
near
give
death
me your
experience
study. You
with
said there's
Christian.
over thousands of them. Give me
Yeah, there's
your
over
study so I can
thousands.
go
You can
compare.
find it right
Yeah, give
now.
me one. Well,
You
give me
just
one.
pivot. I asked you for
Hold
one
on, I'm not
first.
pivoting.
I asked you for one first.
Yeah, I
Give
gave
me
you two
one first, and we
studies.
could go to mines.
I gave you two researchers that
No,
you
no,
can
no.
go.
Pull up your screen and show us. I don't want to hear what you got to say. Pull up your screen and show, and I could pull up my screen and show you. We need
I'm not going
evidence.
to ask you to pull up a screen. I want you to give me a name so I can look it up to make sure.
I
Because you
just
could be
told you,
using
sir.
ChatGPT.
Just go on YouTube
So there's
and type in.
I don't know what the fuck YouTube has to do with it. We have actual like documentation from doctors and shit, right? So here's one from PubMed. This says 3 cases of near-death experience. Is it physiology, physics, or philosophy? And these weren't Christian near-death experiences that they're actually
And they
referring
better
to in
explain
here.
their God. They better
So it
explain how their
says,
God looks.
patient number 1, a 30-year postgraduate Hindu married woman with a 5-month-old baby with severe head injury was brought to the emergency room in Glasgow, a coma scale score of E1V1M2. She was operated for acute subdermal hematoma on left side. She was on a ventilator for 8 days and was unconscious around 2 months. Now, this is just a Hindu woman.
Okay, where does it explain that where does it show that she explains she's seen her God?
Do you believe that she experienced Jesus or a Hindu deity?
Sir, where does it explain that
I'm
she
just asking you
explains
a really
that she's
easy
seen her
question.
God?
Do you believe that she saw her deity or Jesus?
Whether she's seen, that's why I'm asking you, where does it show that she explains she's seen her God, sir? You're not going to find it.
Well, unfortunately, this particular woman is not named. She's named as patient 1 inside of the medical documentation.
You're not
the
gonna
medical
find
documentation, I will. In the medical documentation, the medical, yeah, the cynical laugh isn't going to actually help you at all, right?
You got
what you're
two people on the
suggesting,
internet surfing.
so what you're suggesting here is that this woman must have seen Jesus. Why would we believe that?
Cyber, I'm gonna do you a favor, right? Go on YouTube and just type in Muslim.
So you're not going to answer the question, because if you bothered to read the report,
what was your question?
If you bothered to read the report, it tells you some of what was claimed in the experience. It says Sabum had classified NDE into 3 types: out-of-body, transcendental, involving passage of consciousness into a foreign dimension and combined experience. NDE survivors have also reported viewing resuscitation efforts from the outside, meeting a being of light who helped them evaluate their lives, and finally deciding to return to life after going into a bliss of death. Vision of Christ and Yama. Do you think Yama is Jesus? It says Yama, the god of death in the Hindu pantheon, has also been reported.
Okay.
So people see all kinds of culturally relevant deities when they have near-death experiences.
How is this website credible? Is this website credible source?
It's by a medical professional on PubMed.
Why do you?
And the actual person.
Wait, why should I think that?
Holy fuck, guys! Let me answer the question. Okay, the actual person who documented it is Sam Parnia. Sam Parnia is a European medical researcher that spent the better part of the last 20 years doing research on near-death experiences. If there's anybody more credible than Sam Parnia on this matter, I have no idea who you're referring to.
Okay, so when whoever, had that near-death experience, where's the details showing that, they went through whatever they went through? I don't want him to paraphrase what she went through.
Sam Parnia told you.
No, I don't want him to paraphrase for someone else.
So I don't know.
I want to hear it out the person's mouth.
I don't know if you know this. Not every person who has an NDE makes a YouTube video.
I did keep it moving, sir. I want to hear it from the actual person that did it. The actual person that actually transitioned to the next life. I want to hear it from their mouth, not somebody else's mouth.
So the medical doctor that documented their experience doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
That's what you said.
Because he could leave out details. He could leave out certain things. We don't know.
Well, he left in the details
I got one here
with Yama.
So this is again. Yeah, and this
Oh
is going
man.
to Satwant,
Oh, man.
that one of the studies. This is the verbatim from the person who was having this. I became very ill and passed away at the hospital. And then after everything went dark, after that, I felt like I was being pulled out of my body. Two dark, strong men were with me. They didn't speak much, but I understood they had come for me. They took me somewhere far away. It felt like a large place, almost like an office or court. There were other people there, and everything seemed very organized. Then I was brought before a figure sitting in authority. I believe it was Yama. Someone nearby opened a large book or register and began looking through it. After a moment, they started speaking urgently. They said there had been a mistake, that I was not the person they were supposed to bring. They mentioned another man with a similar name from my village. The figure looked at me and said, "Your time has not come. You must go back." I did not want to return. I felt strange but peaceful there. But suddenly I was pushed or pulled, and suddenly my body woke up, and my family was all around me, understanding that I had passed away. Later, I learned that someone else from a nearby area had passed away around that same time.
And where's that source?
Yeah, so it's going to be in a study that's done by, again, I'll spell the name because I'm going to butcher it.
Hold
It's
on.
the researcher is Satwant. That's the first name, last name Pasricha. So this is a testimony from her research, or from this individual's research.
So this is somebody else's testimony, not the
This is an
researcher.
experiencer who had the NDE giving their testimony that was recorded.
And the person stated they believe that it was Yama. They wasn't sure, right?
They don't know what Yama looks like, right? You understand that
But
everything is
every
Hinduism
Christian
like an
knows.
avatar.
But every Christian, when they see Jesus, they don't say, "I believe it was." They know it was Jesus. This person wasn't sure who it was.
They don't know it.
This person wasn't sure who this DT was.
They have no idea what Jesus looks like. They just believe it's Jesus. Nobody no Christian knows what Jesus looks like. It's just a feeling. So saying that they know it's Jesus is irrelevant. They have no prior knowledge to go on what they think Jesus looks like.
What are you talking about? Every time someone explains Jesus, they say it's an automatic knowing. Once they see Jesus, it's automatic knowing.
Feeling of knowing. It's not actual knowing.
It's not a feeling.
Because you have no actual evidence of what he looks like. That's why it can't be real knowing. It can only be believing that you know. Also, there's another guy, a Hindu, who documented his near-death experiments on his own website. Well, some of us are using a higher percentage than others, but according to this particular Muslim, Murli Menon, he had a near-death experience over 40 years ago, and then even wrote books about it. He says, "I had found my mission in realizing the immortal soul for myself, and my favorite shlaka from the Holy Gita was validated in my NDE." He's saying my near-death experience literally validated what was written in the Bhagavad Gita, which had nothing to do with Jesus.
Where's your source, sir?
My source is the guy's own webpage. So he has a book.
So he passed away and seen his God?
His name is Murli Menon. And the article he wrote is called Near-Death Experience of a Hindu.
What is it? What's his name? Spell it.
Murli, Murli Menon.
Spell Menon. Is it Mennon?
Menon. He's authored like 30 different books and written all kinds of articles. Maybe the problem is that you actually haven't done any research on this. You heard like a really bad talking point and just assumed that the talking point is true. And now that we actually have the power of Google and we can read books, you're realizing that maybe this wasn't a good talking point.
So with this guy here, he doesn't show anything where he describes seeing his God. He had a near-death experience. That's it.
He says that his NDE,
he does. He talks about how he saw Yama.
Where does it say that? I'm reading a summary of his NDE. He doesn't
You mean
show
you're
anything
reading
that says.
a Google AI overview? Is that what you mean?
So what are you reading?
I'm reading the article that he wrote where he says that his
Okay,
NDE,
what does it say
where it says that
in his article?
where it says that his NDE validates what the Gita says.
Okay, where in his NDE shows that he explains how his God looks or him meeting his God?
It's weird that you keep moving the like
No, that
moving
was the original. That was the
goalposts.
original
It
argument.
actually wasn't the original argument. So what I'm saying is that there's an actual Hindu who claims to have a near-death experience, and his near-death experience, whatever he witnessed, I haven't read all of his stuff to know exactly what he witnessed. He says that his experience validates his reading of his holy book, which is the Bhagavad Gita. So that leads me to believe, obviously, what he didn't see was Jesus.
You didn't even read it, so how do you know? You just said you didn't read it.
Jesus is not in the Vedas or the Gitas.
Sir, I told you from the rip, there's no one that flatline went to the next life and seen their God. That's what I asked
just read one.
Well, actually,
he did not say he's seen his God.
He just read one.
He didn't even read it.
And here while you're crashing out, I read you the rest of the article where it says, just as gravity attracts the physical body downwards, the Hindu cosmic trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh, combined with the divine feminine, and then it names 3 names I can't pronounce, appear as a beam of dazzling light, brighter than the brightest light on earth, pulls one's consciousness through the divine tunnel. Your whole life flashes in front of you, starting from your birth on a cinemascopic, that can't be a real English word, screen, where there's one's soul's experiences, the emotions, so on and so forth. So he talks about beings of light, compares them to the Hindu deities. I don't understand why we would put Jesus into this near-death experience anywhere. He's still crashing out on mute.
No, I didn't even say I was listening to you, but like I said from the beginning, no one outside of Christianity flatline went to the next life and seen their God. You just brought up a guy that explained a near-death experience. All he did was explain it.
His near-death experience.
Where does he say he's seen his God?
I just read one to you.
He just told you.
You did not read one to me.
Yeah, we both did.
What are you talking about? He said
he go read it again.
The guy wasn't sure if that was even his God.
Imagine like having
the
to
guy
go
wasn't
to
even sure.
like publicly lying to defend your bad position.
All right. Matter of fact, Cyber, bring it up on the screen. Let me see it real quick. Bring it up on the screen.
Cyber can't bring anything up on the screen. I'm the host.
I guess. So I'm supposed to just believe. I'm supposed to just believe.
Let's notice the. Hold on.
Right?
Let's notice the goalpost shift here, though.
Mm-hmm.
You came up here initially saying that nobody has had these experiences.
No,
and then
I didn't. I said no one's seen their God.
No, you didn't. He said that nobody has had these experiences.
There's multiple gods, right?
Why are you guys lying?
I can rewind it for you. You want me to rewind the tape?
What do you mean?
Rewind it. Rewind it.
I'll just rewind the tape.
Watch this.
How much you gonna pay us when you're wrong?
I'll give y'all $100 each. And if I'm right, I'm gonna toss my Zelle in that chat, and I need that ASAP. Because the original argument was
we'll pray on that. The original argument was that near-death experiences don't happen outside of Christianity. I'll just rewind the tape.
Watch this.
How much you gonna pay us when here is wrong? The live.
I'll give y'all $100.
Saying it.
All right, we're gonna run it back about there.
Knowing once they see
a little further back. The guy a little further back. When I was a kid, we were in like the Big Brother. He's been up here for 22 minutes, so let me go about to 21 minutes.
God of the Bible, Jesus Christ.
Sure. So you're a Christian. Cool. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God existing?
I would say creation. Like who created everything around us? That's one.
I don't think it was created.
You don't think it was created?
No, what's the evidence that it was
So,
created?
so how? All right. So let me ask you a question. You don't think anything with the naked eye was created?
I didn't say that. No.
For example,
We
a
gotta.
car.
I didn't say that at
Who
all.
created
A
car?
little bit.
Who created
I
cars?
didn't say anything like that. So human
No, I'm
beings created
asking you.
cars. I know that human beings created cars because let's try out there.
Someone has passed away, flatlined. When that?
Humans created cars. I'm asking about the water puddle in my backyard. Who created that? Go faster too.
God allowed it.
Did humans create it?
Did he allow it or did he create it?
He created everything we could see with the
Sure,
naked eye.
sure. And how do you know that?
Because our Bible says so.
The Bible also says that the earth is flat and
I'm
there's
about to pull in.
a dome
All
over
right,
top of
all
it.
right,
Why should we
let
believe
me
the
give you-
Bible?
Let me give you a form of evidence, right? And I believe that testimonies are a form of evidence.
Oh well, we
If
don't.
you do, all right, that's cool. Because when
And
you
do
go
you
to court,
agree
when you go to
testimony from
court,
other faiths?
when you go to court, right? They ask you for a testimony. It's a form of evidence. Whether you believe it or not, that's cool. But let me get to my point. Whenever you do research on near-death experience,
I have.
whether you believe it or not, you can't find any other religion
I can.
outside of Christian. Wait,
All
I
of
didn't
them.
finish. You see,
There's
you're not even listening to what I'm saying.
so many lies in
We
one
know what you're
sentence.
going to say.
Okay, but you didn't even let me. What was I going to say, sir?
So
You
it
were
is the case that when you take a
No,
look
no, no,
at
no, no,
near-death
no.
experiences,
I want the host to complete what I was going to say. What was I going to say?
yeah, when we take a look at near-death experiences, what you're going to find is that they are culturally relevant. So wherever the person lived, what their culture is, that's what they're going to see in their near-death
That's not what I was going to
experience.
say. That's not what I was going to say. All right, so what I was going to say was you can't find any other religion outside of Christianity where someone has passed away, flatlined, went to the afterlife, and actually seen their God. Only
well,
Christians
well,
have
you'd be wrong then.
testimonies.
You'd be
Only
flat.
Christians.
You'd be flat wrong. There are hundreds of
Listen,
testimonies
hold
that
on.
this.
I want my
So
money. I
what?
want my money.
Well, no.
No.
You
Oh
said
my!
Jesus.
Oh yeah, you see, here we
So
go.
you specifically said
Yeah,
Jesus.
you said specifically knowing
So
Jesus.
we gave you at least two testimonies of people who had near-death experiences and described seeing
That
their
flatline
God,
and seen their God.
not Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Seen their God. Did they say they seen their God?
Yeah, not Jesus
Yes,
though.
I read one.
Who
where
said
the
that?
He
experiencer
just read it for you. Were you not listening?
said they
The
saw
guy
Yama.
said the guy wasn't sure. The way he read it, the guy wasn't sure who it was. every form of testimonies that Christians have
Well,
or anybody that's
so
seen Jesus
to
are
be
sure that it was Jesus.
well, you can be sure and be wrong. So
No,
also
host pay up. Your chat
also
is
the
saying pay
first
up.
one, and also it's on you to pay up. So also
Nah, they
the
saying pay up, host.
also the first one that I read you, the guy literally said the researcher said that the near-death participant saw Yama. So like your complaint with my first source is
And
that the person in the source didn't publish a YouTube video. That's not how that works. You don't have to
You're
publish a
right.
YouTube video for your testimony
And keep in
to be
mind,
your own testimony.
Okay, but a YouTube video is a form of testimony. We're in 2026, sir.
I agree, and so is a medical study. A medical
let's-
study counts as testimony too. So if somebody in a medical
But
study
they did not see
says
their God.
they saw Yama, try to pay attention. If somebody says to their own doctor that I saw Yama, it means that they had a near-death experience and saw Yama.
Where does it say that? Where?
I read it to you. Were you not listening?
you just read one.
He didn't say he saw Yama.
Hold on.
it
One
did.
thing you need to understand. Yeah, one thing you need to understand in that in Hinduism, there's multiple deities, right? And so deities that are record keepers are Surya, who's the sun god, Varuna, who's associated with like cosmic law and moral order, Shani, who is like is in charge of karma, and this is a name that's really long, I can't pronounce, but they're the record keeper for all of these deities. So when they said they were in the afterlife, there's a plethora of deities that they could have been seeing, and they're saying, out of all these deities, I believe that the one that I did see was Yama. They can't be sure because there's a bunch of deities
And
that
I
they
told
could
you
have
to
seen.
show me the article. Just show it to me. That's all I want to see. I don't
did.
want to hear it from your mouth because you could be lying.
I did.
want
It
to
was on.
see it with my
It
own
was
eyes.
on. It was on PubMed. Were you not paying attention when I showed it to you?
It did not say they saw Yama.
Yes, it did.
Show it again.
All right, I'll show again since you weren't paying attention.
Hey, Justin, before you do that, I'm going to go start some trouble.
Sure.
Because, you know, you've got 1,600 people in just this live, and I only got 38 new subscribers out of that. So I'm going to go to Mezzo, who just went live, and start a war and see if I can't figure out who's going to sub more to my stream.
Fair enough.
Or to
Fair
my
enough.
Panel. And I'll come
Nice
back and
meeting
let you
you.
know how it went.
It's good to hear
It
from
was
Gretchen.
nice meeting you too, Cyber.
Take care of yourself. All right, let me get back to the PubMed article. I should have documented the publication of the article. All right, it should be this one. Near-death experiences in India, a preliminary report. See if that was the one we had up. It has 16 cases of near-death experiences from Hindus. Let's see. That might not be the right one though. Hold on. That's got to be the right one. All right, let me click on it and see if it loads. Although it looks like it's behind a paywall. That can't be the same article. That one looks like it's behind the paywall. Give me a second. Fuck, now I got to go back on the live stream playout just to see where the fuck that link was. Hold on. It's crazy you have to do all this work when the guest isn't paying attention. That one looks like it's behind. All right, 1 second. Let me see.
But you still didn't pay me.
You're not going to get paid because you mentioned Jesus, seeing Jesus, and these people aren't seeing Jesus.
No, I said seeing their God.
You said seeing Jesus, and they did see
No,
their
you
God.
specifically, when the deal was being made, you mentioned seeing Jesus and knowing
No, I
that it
said
was
people.
Jesus.
I said
You can
every time someone passes away, they see Jesus. I said
But they
anyone
don't.
outside.
They don't see
All right.
Jesus.
All right.
Okay, the it says 3 cases of near-death experience, I think is the one. Physiology, physics, or philosophy. 3 cases of near-death experiences. Let's see if it pulls up the same article. Is it physiology, physics, or philosophy?
I could have ran through 4 testimonies by now.
It's irrelevant. Testimonies are essentially they're essentially useless.
It's a form of evidence.
It's actually not a form of evidence for the Christian God.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
so
not.
So in court, they should stop using testimonies as evidence then.
In court, testimony is literally the weakest form of evidence, and the evidence that you
But
have
it's
for
a
the
form
testimony,
of evidence at the end of the day.
The evidence that you have for the testimony you're making is contradictory, which is why it's not good evidence. It has to be.
You can't.
Has to be non-contradictory evidence for it to be considered good evidence. If you've got multiple sources of evidence and they all contradict each other, then it doesn't really count as good evidence. All right, so the article is called 3 Cases of Near-Death Experiences. Is it physiology, physics, or philosophy? The PubMed ID is 2520599, and in the article, the researchers are giving you their experiences, and patient number 2 later on literally says in the discussion portion that they saw, or at least one of the patients saw Yama. I'll give you the paragraph. Give me 1 second. It's going to be in the discussion portion, paragraph number 3. And it even links to the PubMed article for this. The PubMed article that it links to is Death, Dying, and Near-Death Experiences. That one, unfortunately, is behind a paywall. I can't get that one. This is on Google Scholar. Let me see if it loads up on Google Scholar. Oh, there's a PMC free version. Let's see if that has it. It has a summary. Let's see if I can get the full text. Oh, there's a full text. Cool.
They don't have the patient's name. It's just patient 1 and patient 2.
It's called patient 3, or patient 1, 2, and 3 in this particular text. Are you assuming that the doctors who did this are lying?
No, I'm saying they're paraphrasing for somebody else. So,
But are they lying?
I rather hear from the person that actually went
But are
through
they
it.
lying?
I'm not sure.
But you're not sure? The doctors doing the documentation on near-death experiences you think are lying.
They can obviously miss out on information.
Yeah, but are they lying?
We don't know that.
Oh, interesting, because they did document a number of cases in here, and one case specifically defined the deity that they encountered as Yamu or Yama.
Can you pull it up? Can I see it?
Yeah. It's exactly where I told you it was going to be. In the article that's linked, it's on page 304. The name of the article is Death, Dying, and Near-Death Experiences, Preliminary Report on Surveying the Need and Developing the Method, so on and so forth. And it's interesting because if you look at the names, they look like, I hate to be classifying people, but Singh is specifically an Indian name. It's probably a report. Yeah, it's the Indian Journal of Psychiatry. So these are all Indian NDEs then.
Can I see where he says he's seen Yama? I just want to see that part.
Who's he? Is it which patient?
Or patient 3, patient 3.
So the patients aren't named, and they're listed in the table what they saw in the afterlife.
No,
And
I just want to see the part you read.
One of them specifically listed Yama. So the table is on page 304, and it says near-death experience. It says near-death experience, and then it says what they experienced. Feeling of intense darkness, 3 patients reported. Feeling of total silence, 3 patients reported. Feeling of bright light and exploding firecrackers, 1 patient reported. Feeling of, I can't read that word, needing? I can't, that one's too badly broken. But anyways, it gives you a bunch of items here. Vision of a gray-haired...
I see Christ there.
Vision of a gray-haired, bearded man with flowing robe standing with arms open, identified as Christ. Also, one participant said the vision of a blurry individual riding a bull. And then one last person said that they identified something as Yama Deva. So what that means...
show me the one that you read earlier. I just want to see the one that you...
So what that means is one of these participants claimed to have seen Yama.
I believe you. Just show me where the article that you read, just that one part that you read to us, because you could be lying to us. I just want to see it.
This is the article. The article is on the screen.
That's not what you told us, though.
The name of the article, yes, the name of the article is Death, Dying, and Near-Death Experiences. I think you're confusing one of the other articles I had up where Merle Maynone, I think was his name, gave his near-death experience.
No, the one you read about saying patient 3, where is that one? Just show me that one. That's all I want to see.
That's this one here.
Okay, now show me where it says the guy said he's seen Yama.
Hold on.
I just want to see that part.
Hold on. That's going to be what this is linking to. And that came from, now I have to fucking type this in again. 3 cases of near-death experience. Hold on. Is it... was it psychology or no, physiology, psychology, or philosophy. I can't type. Okay. Here's the original article that had that case linked, called 3 Cases of Near-Death Experiences. Is it physiology, physics, or philosophy? And in it, they list 3 specific near-death experiences. The one for the Hindu guy that sees Yama is linked to this specific article from the Indian Journal of Psychiatry.
That's
So-
not what I'm asking. You
so
told
both
us.
of-
You
so
told
both
us
of
that he
these-
said it.
So both
I see,
so
now you
both of
lied to
these
us.
so both of these are reporting the same incident.
I believe you. You said patient 3 said such and such. Where is that?
That's going to be in both of these articles. You could have just looked for it. And I didn't say patient 3.
Sir, yes,
So
you did.
what I said is in the discussion portion of this, paragraph 3, not patient 3. It says quite literally, NDE survivors have also reported viewing resuscitation efforts from outside, meeting a being of light who helped them evaluate their lives and finally decided to return to life rather than going into the bliss of death. Vision of Christ.
Now, what does it say? He's seen Yama.
Vision of Christ and Yama, the god of death in the Hindu pantheon, have also been reported. That report is linked right here in the 5th footnote. That 5th footnote goes to this study right here. This study gives
You just
you
said Christ.
this study and Yama, not the same individual. And if
Yama
you look,
is the spirit of death.
if you look at the table, one
Yama's the spirit of
person,
death.
one person in the Hindu pantheon, one person said that they identified somebody as Yama. Specifically,
Yama is the spirit of death, not God.
specifically the vision of the person riding a bull identified as Yama.
Yama is the god of death, not
be
God,
clear-
not their god.
To
A
be
god
clear,
of
they
death
don't
is still a
need to
god.
see their god if they don't make it past Yama.
Are you?
It's crazy.
If they don't
It's
make it
crazy
past
that-
Yama, they're not going to see their god.
That's not
Yeah,
their god.
what this guy doesn't realize is that Hindus
Yeah, because
don't
Yama
have
sent them back.
Hindus don't
Yama
have
is a spirit that comes in the afterlife.
Okay,
That picks them up.
Just stop talking before you make yourself some even dumber. So in Hinduism, they have many god concepts. It's a pantheon of gods, which means they're never going to see the god. There is no the god. It's literally a pantheon, and one of those members includes Yama.
They say they seen Christ and a Yama, so basically the
Wrong.
spirit of death is Yama.
Wrong. It says they received a vision of a burly individual riding a bull who is identified as Yama. A burly individual riding a bull. When does Jesus ride a bull?
I never said that. When did I say that? I said the
That's
spirit.
that's what this says right here. Their
Yes, and that is the spirit
their own
of death.
testimony. It's not. It says a
Yes, it
vision
is.
of a burly
look up who Yama
individual.
is.
A vision of a burly individual riding a bull identified as Yama. Where can I find this in the Christian mythology?
Look up who Yama is.
I know it's the deity of death. We're not asking whether or not it's the deity of death. I'm asking why this is not specifically a Hindu experience.
Yes, and the dude that explained that said he's seen Christ. And
No, he didn't. No, he did not.
So that's not the same person that was talking about that?
Obviously,
That
fucking
seen
not.
Yama and
This
Christ?
table is of different individuals being surveyed. It doesn't tell you which individual responded to what. What it says is one of the individuals had a vision of a burly individual riding a bull who they identified as Yama. That's what it says.
He had a blurry vision?
Burly. A burly individual who's riding a bull who was identified as Yama.
Okay. And is that their god? That's the spirit of death.
Again, it's one of many gods in the Hindu pantheon.
No, it's not. It's a spirit of death.
Wrong again.
Hold on, you have to understand Hindu culture. In order to go on to see other things, you have to make it past Yama's desk. Like, have you seen Dragon Ball Z? Like this is
No, I
relevant.
don't watch that.
Okay, so Yama has a desk.
It
right?
says they don't worship Yama. I just
It
looked it
doesn't.
up.
It doesn't
He
matter
do
if
not
they worship
Yama
Yama.
is- hold
That's
on,
irrelevant.
Huh?
Yama
that
is
irrelevant?
the deity of death. So in order to go into the afterlife, think of Yama like Saint Peter, right? In order to make it into the afterlife, Yama has to give you the stamp of approval and then let you go in. If Yama doesn't give you that stamp of approval and he sends you back to Earth, then you don't see other deities because you don't make it past Yama. So all people who have NDE experiences, all they will ever see is Yama. That's all they'll see.
I believe you. But is Yama their god? Do they worship Yama?
There
He
is
is a
no.
god, yes.
There's no their god. There are many gods. We've said it 5 times. There are
Correct.
many gods in Hinduism, and Yama is one of them.
No, it's not. They
Yes,
don't
he
worship
is.
Yama. They don't worship
No one
Yama.
the
Look it
fuck
up.
is asking what they worship. We're asking what is a god, and
That's
he's
what I
literally
said. I
is
said
literally
them seeing
defined.
their
Is literally
God.
Stop fucking talking, man. Do you want the answer
That
or
is not their God. That's
It
not their
literally,
God.
they don't have a singular god, you dumb motherfucker. They've got many gods, and this is one of them. This particular god is listed as a god on his own fucking wiki page. It literally says he is often, I'm sorry, let me go back. Yama, also known as Kala and Dharmaraja, is the Hindu god of death. That just means it's a god. Whether or not anyone worships this god is irrelevant. The question is whether or not it's a god. You keep moving the goalpost. Every time we prove you're wrong, you move the goalpost because you're a baby.
Let me ask you a question. Is Satan a
And they
God?
do worship
Satan,
him.
Is Satan in the
They
Bible
do
a God?
worship him.
According
They
to
do worship
Corinthians,
him.
yeah.
They don't worship him in the same way they
Okay.
do like Vishnu or Shiva, but they do offer prayers to Yama for protection from an untimely death, for peaceful passing, and for favorable judgment after passing away.
All right.
So they
Hold on. He
do
just said.
do some
They
Yama
actually,
worship, but it's not to the same extent
Hold
as
up.
like
Hold up.
Vishnu, Shiva, who are the avatars of Brahma.
Yeah, the
He said
goalpost on
according-
wheels
he
here
said-
is crazy.
He said, according to the Bible, right?
Yeah,
Satan
he's
is
just
a
like,
God. So if I
and he's
tell
still
you
not
I
getting any
worship
points.
Jesus, right? If I tell you I worship Jesus and I pass away and I see Satan, right? Is that my God?
No, because your God specifically is Jesus.
You
but
just
Satan,
don't understand.
Okay.
But Satan, hold on.
Don't worship
Hold the
Yama.
fuck on. So it doesn't matter what they do, you dummy. They do worship them. They're literally
Show
rites and
us.
practices dedicated to Yama. That's irrelevant.
us.
There's no main god. There's no like one singular entity within the Hindu religion. There are many gods, and you can worship multiple of them. The point is quite clear that Yama specifically is part of a Hindu religious system. So is Satan. If you die and you see Satan, you're specifically having either a Jewish or a Christian NDE. It wouldn't be considered a Hindu NDE because there's no Satan within the Hindu pantheon. So this is not a good talking point. We agree that there are elements in every pantheon where the thing that you might see might not be identical one-to-one. Like maybe Yama isn't one-to-one with Jesus. We're not asking that. What we're asking is, are these NDEs culturally relevant? And the answer is yes, because Hindus die and they see Yama. No one can read that screen.
And that's what you're missing, Jersey. That's what you're missing, is that we're saying it's culturally relevant. So with it being culturally relevant, in the Hindu point of view, they don't expect to see Vishnu, Shiva, Brahma. In their culture, they don't expect to see these individuals. All they expect to see is Yama. And that's what they report seeing is Yama. So it fits within our argument that NDEs are culturally relevant.
All right.
That-
I'm gonna just say one more thing before I step down, right?
Nobody can read your ChatGPT entry.
I mean, what does that say?
No one can read it.
I don't know.
I just told
can't
you.
read it.
Short answer.
Answer to what? What's the question? What's the question?
Do Hindus worship Yama?
Okay, so the people who do are wrong then?
So if I see the spirit of death after I pass away, that's my God?
I didn't say
Because the
anything.
Bible said there's a spirit
That's
of
not
death.
our argument. You're trying to shoehorn your argument into our answer. Our argument is solely that NDEs are culturally relevant. Whatever your cultural belief is what you're going to experience. So in Hinduism, they don't expect to see Brahma. They don't expect to see any of the avatars being Vishnu, Shiva. They don't expect to see that. They don't expect to see any of their other gods. All they expect to see is Yama, which is what the NDEs show. The NDEs for Hinduism shows exactly what our argument supports. It supports our argument that they see Yama. You hold that they must see a higher god. That's not our argument. The evidence that we've pointed out supports our argument and destroys your argument.
Also, there's a fucking temple dedicated to a worship temple dedicated to Yama. It's a Hindu temple located in Tiruchirampalli. I'll never say that right. In the Tanjavur district of Tamil Nadu, India. The temple is dedicated to Yamu. Sounds like a
They
fucking
got a
place
Lucifer statue
of. Sounds
too.
like a fucking place of worship, huh?
They got a Lucifer statue too.
Who?
What that mean?
Who?
What do you mean who?
People
In
worship.
Texas,
People
Who the
worship
fuck is Lucifer?
I guess.
This has been the most embarrassing runaround for a nothing burger talking point, especially when we could have actually been debating the merits of Christianity rather than the merits of what you think happens when people have near-death experiences. What about Christianity would lead one to believe that it's actually true, regardless of what people dream when they almost die? Like, you understand that the Trinity is
brain stunned.
Is just like an actual
said what?
contradiction of the laws of logic.
I want to circle back around to where you're talking
Yeah,
about women getting
I wouldn't
raped.
address that either. I would
women getting
absolutely
raped.
never address the
No.
Trinity if
No,
I was.
I'ma go-
I
I'ma
would
go back
avoid
to
that.
that.
I would avoid that like the plague.
Let's
Do
talk
you
about the
do you
grape.
believe in the
You
Trinity?
talking about women getting raped,
Do you?
right?
Oh, you want to talk about that? Oh, this is not
Oh
going
yeah,
to go
we could
well
talk.
for
We
you.
could talk about that
All right,
because you twist the word.
let's talk about whether or not these women get raped. Yeah, let's do it. Do you think the
Yeah, let's
women
go.
in the women that God causes women to get raped at all?
Did he call for them to get raped?
Did he cause any women in the Bible to get raped? Yes or no?
No.
No. So when he says he's causing it, he didn't actually mean that then, huh?
Okay, so how did it happen?
Was Absalom. So according to
causing me?
Oh yeah, Absalom did it, right?
Yeah, that's right. And God caused it.
No, he didn't. He knew
He
Absalom
did.
was going to do that.
No, he didn't say that
You
at
just
all.
said Absalom did it.
He actually says he caused it. He caused Absalom
Yes,
to
he
do
ca-
it. Maybe
He
like,
didn't-
I
he
know
didn't say
I
he
know that
caused
reading is
Absalom
like
to do it. Now
very
you're
difficult for a lot of people, and I get that. For those of us who
where
actually
does it say that
graduated,
he caused Absalom to do it? Where
I
does
can
it say that?
Well, I read it for you the first time. You weren't listening. We'll read it a second time. In 2
I
Samuel,
want to see where it
he
says God
said,
caused Absalom to do it.
I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house. So who's raising up the trouble?
God, of course.
Oh, and did that trouble include the raping of the women?
Yes.
Oh, so that means God's caused it.
So God caused
Easy.
it?
He allowed it, yes.
No, he
you just said
caused
he
it.
caused it.
He did not cause it. You said
just said he
Absalom
did.
caused it. Did you not say Absalom caused it?
God caused it. He says,
You said
He says,
Absalom.
I will raise up trouble. Who's raising up the
So
trouble?
how did it? Okay, so how did it happen?
Who's raising up the trouble?
So how did it? I'm gonna go back to
I mean,
what you said
pay
earlier.
attention because
Now you're running.
we've now caught you in another contradiction. You said that God raised up that trouble. Do you still agree with that?
Yes, he allowed it.
Okay, what does it mean to raise up trouble?
What do you mean raise up trouble?
What's it mean when he says, I will raise up trouble? What does that mean?
He's allowing it to happen.
No, that's not what that means. Why wouldn't he just say, I'm allowing it?
Because he's paraphrasing it that way.
He's not paraphrasing it. He's just saying something contradictory to what you're saying. He's saying, I will raise up trouble. He's saying, I'm doing it. I'm causing the trouble.
You just said Absalom caused it. Now you're saying God did it.
No, I didn't say that. I said God did.
So what did Absalom do?
Absalom did what God required him to do. Because remember, if God says,
no. Now you're lying.
If God says that Absalom's going to do this thing, if he says, I'm causing it to happen,
Where does it say that?
What that means is that Absalom didn't have a choice. So if God says, I'm causing this thing to happen, and he's using Absalom as his instrument, that means Absalom could not have chose otherwise.
What are you talking about? God is all knowing. He knew Absalom was going to do that, so he allowed it.
He didn't know that.
What do you mean no?
So he chose this specifically.
This is God prophesying of what's going to happen.
No, it's not a prophecy, it's a punishment.
Yes, it's a punishment because he unalived kids.
Yeah, you got you. Okay, so if David didn't do this, would Absalom have raped the women?
You said what?
If David hadn't have done this to Bathsheba, would Absalom still have raped the women?
Nah.
There you go. That means God caused it. God decided because David did something, I'm going to cause these women to be raped. That's why he says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives. Did God say, I'm taking them, or did he say Absalom's taking them?
So the
answer the question. Did God Did God say I'm doing it, or did he say Absalom's doing it?
Absalom did it.
Did God say I'm doing it?
No, God said he was doing it. Yeah, he did.
Okay, so when God says I'm doing it, why would we read that as anything but God causing the event to happen?
Okay, now I see what you're saying. So who is a filterhead?
Ahithophel, I think you mean. Ahithophel is an advisor that shows up in a couple different chapters. In chapter 16, he advises Absalom to rape these women, which again was inevitable. Which again is inevitable because God is causing it to happen.
How did God cause it to happen when you just said Ahithophel did it?
God's got a million ways he can cause it to happen. He could put a lying spirit in Ahithophel's mouth. He could change the heart of Absalom. He does it all the time in the Hebrew Bible. There's a million ways he could cause it to happen. The question isn't how did he cause it? The question is, did he cause it? And he explicitly says...
This was already going to happen.
He explicitly says that he's causing it to happen. And if it was already going to happen, that means God is lying when he says he's causing it, because then he's not actually causing it.
No, he's basically saying this is what's going to happen in the future.
He didn't say that. No, show me where it says that. Show me where he says that.
What do you mean?
Show me where he says it.
That's what he's saying.
Show me where he says, I'm going to allow this to happen.
You just said a filterhead is the one that whispered in his ear and told him to sleep with the women.
Ahithophel,
was that God or him?
It was obviously God.
So he has no free will, right?
Obviously not. When God says, I'm causing something to happen, it can't be otherwise because God can't be wrong about what he knows he's causing. So God says, I'm causing it to happen, which means it just must happen.
So let me ask you a question, since you know that chapter. Why did Ahithophel tell Absalom to sleep with the women?
Because he wanted to solidify the power, and again, because God caused it to happen.
No. Solidify what power?
The power behind the coup. Remember, Absalom's running a coup against his father. That's the trouble that was raised up inside of the household of David, because Ahithophel was an advisor for David, and then Absalom was a son of David, and they conspired against him.
Okay. And you don't think Ahithophel had beef with David? He had some type of animosity towards him?
Oh, it's irrelevant. The question is, who's causing the thing to happen, and God takes credit for it.
What are you talking about? He allowed it to happen.
No, he didn't say allow.
Say that.
Yes, he did.
Show me where he says it.
Show me where he says he doesn't.
Show me where he says he's allowing it rather than causing it.
Because he said that's what's going to happen.
And he says, I'm causing it to happen. This is where a little bit of honesty needs to happen here. The text doesn't say he's allowing it. God doesn't say I'm allowing it. He says, I'm causing it to happen. In fact, if you were able to read Hebrew, you would see that when he says to raise up trouble, kum, it's actually in the causative verbal stem, which implies that I am causing the trouble to be raised up. I'm literally causing it. That's why it's translated, I will raise up the trouble. In Hebrew, it would literally read, I am causing the trouble to be raised.
Okay.
So God can use one of a million different methods he wants. Doesn't matter what his method is. He's saying that he's causing it. That means whatever method he chose to use, he's responsible for the actions.
Hold up, wait. Let me get that scripture. Where does it say cause?
Verse 11.
Where does it say cause?
Verse 11, I just told you.
It did not say cause. I was looking at it.
It certainly does say cause. You're reading it in English. I told you in Hebrew. Were you not paying attention? Verse 11, the root word is
Which version of the Bible are
kum.
you reading?
So the root word we have here is kum, and is translated as mekim, which is a causative participle, which means God is causing the events to happen.
Hold on, spell that. You said keem?
Mekim.
It's on your screen, my dude.
Oh, okay, I see it. All right. Hold up.
Mekim is in the causative verbal stem. So it'd be literally translated as, I am causing the uprising. I'm causing the trouble.
No, and what's important here
I'm
too?
looking it up. It doesn't say cause.
It does in
what version are you reading?
Hebrew.
Okay, where does it say cause? Show us cause.
The word is
Where
right
does it say
here.
cause?
The word is right here. Mekim in Hebrew literally means causing to raise. It's in the
Okay,
causative.
where's the cause? Show me cause.
It's in the word. Can you read Hebrew?
Okay, but where? Okay,
so
copy that.
Is it an easy question? Can you read Hebrew?
No, I can't. So
Okay, so
copy that and put it on
as it
Google
turns
and
out,
show me the translation.
Just look up what is a hafil verbal stem in Hebrew. I'll just do it for you. Let's see, hafil verbal stem in Hebrew. One of the 7 primary verbal patterns primarily used to express causative action in the active voice. Causative action. And if you look at this, it's very clear. It's in the causative verbal conjugation. It's a hafil participle, which means the subject is causing the object to be acted upon.
So I looked it up. It says to rise, to stand up, or to arise.
That's
what
the root word means. The root word kum means to rise. You conjugate it to get the causation. Hebrew conjugations are not like English conjugations.
You're adding your own verses.
No,
Where
I'm
does
not.
it say cause?
I'm not adding anything to it.
You're not showing me where it says cause.
I literally just showed you in the original Hebrew word where cause is used because of the way it's conjugated. That's not hard.
It just says I will rise up. I don't see where it says cause.
It doesn't say that. The problem you have here is...
Okay, if it doesn't say that, then don't add cause.
No, it doesn't say what you're saying. I'm saying it doesn't say what is overlaid here in the King James. In the King James, which is what's being overlaid here, King James just says, I will raise up. I'm not defending the King James translation. I'm saying this actual word is in the causative stem, which means there's causation happening. That's what it means. So
but
I don't
you
need to.
said God said I will cause. You said
yes,
with your own mouth.
That's
where
what
does it say that? He said I will rise up. You're twisting his words.
That's what this word means. I will cause the rising.
God,
Buddy,
it just
this is not difficult.
Translation right here.
No, it
says,
doesn't.
I will rise up.
No, it doesn't. It gives you a bad translation from the King James Bible.
So why are you using
there's
this
a
if
reason.
it's a bad translation?
I'm not using it. You are.
Sir, all right, so show us the website or whatever you want to show us to how to translate this. Because it says, I will rise up right here.
I just showed you right now the Hebrew text. I walked you through it and you weren't capable of following. Also,
you gave us the translation, but it doesn't say cause.
I didn't give you the translation. I gave you the original Hebrew word, and I demonstrated to you that the original intent of this passage was to show causation, which is translated in quite a few different translations. If you look at some of the translations, like the New Living Translations, it says, because of what you have done, I will cause your own household to rebel against you. Oh, interesting. And the New Living Translation agrees. Also, let's see which other translation agrees.
We read
Contemporary,
King James.
no, King James bullshit. Contemporary English version
what-
says
you're not
someone
even
from
Christian.
someone from your own family will cause you a lot of trouble. And then also, Good News Translation, I swear to you that I will cause someone from your own family to bring trouble on you, and so on and so forth. There's a number of translations that will just add the causative factor in there.
And this
So-
is why we don't read this. We read King James Version. That's it.
The King James is outdated and often wrong. It's also not even a full translation. It's just a reworking of the Bishop's
guess.
Bible.
I guess.
You don't guess. You
'Cause
have no idea.
You're a Christian, right? So you that's what you read. All right.
Are you aware of like the rules that King James put on the translating of the KJV?
What
He's
rules did
obviously
he
not.
put? What rules did he put?
Yeah. Let me get these. Yeah,
He actually told them not to
you can actually
depart.
find these if you ever get a chance to go.
He actually told them not to depart from the translation in the Bishop's Bible. Because again, it's just a revision of the Bishop's Bible. In fact, here are the instructions. I'll put it on the screen for you. The King James is not an actual translation of the Bible. Instructions: the ordinary Bible read in the church, commonly called the Bishop's Bible, to be followed, and as little altered as the original will permit. The King James Bible is not an original, authentic translation of anything.
And if you ever get a chance to go to London, you can go to the museum. They have this on display there. The actual edict from King James. It's on display there.
Jersey, have you ever considered that maybe you don't know that
James
much?
version is the most accurate version as far as
Based,
the Hebrew
based on
translation.
what? You don't even know Hebrew.
You're right.
How
I don't know
How
Hebrew.
could you possibly
I
know it's
don't
the
know
most
Hebrew.
accurate translation of the Hebrew without knowing any Hebrew?
I mean, I did my research.
You definitely didn't do research. If you did research, you would have learned Hebrew.
Why would I? I mean,
Because in order to know, in order
cross-reference.
to cross-referencing doesn't mean anything. To know if a
Why, that- you
translation
just
is
did
good
it.
or
You
bad, you
just
actually have to
cross-referenced
know.
now.
No, I didn't.
You just cross-reference. Yes,
I don't
you
think you
did.
even know what cross-reference means now. So cross-reference has not anything to do with what you're talking about. To determine if a translation is good, you need to know the source languages and the destination language. Then you can determine if it's a good translation. You don't know the source language, and you're struggling with the destination language. So you telling me that it's a good translation is the most meaningless thing you could have done.
I guess.
How come, like, almost, I don't even know of one accredited seminary that teaches from the King James. Why do you think that's the case?
So you didn't cross-reference, right?
No, I didn't. Why do you think that's the case?
All right. What does cross-reference mean?
Cross-reference is when one verse references another verse, which was I wasn't doing, and you don't need to do that for translation purposes.
No,
This is embarrassing.
that's not what it means.
It's hard to imagine somebody
look
being
up-
more
look up what cross-reference means.
confidently
No.
wrong.
Cross-reference is when you basically get another related passage, source, or section to get
That's
a
what I
better
said.
understanding of something. Yes, to get a better
No, that's not what
understanding.
cross-reference means.
So what does it? All right, look it up. Let's see what it
Cross-reference
means.
is when you just link two different sources. It's a cross-reference. Whether or not you use one for additional meaning is irrelevant.
Look it up right now.
I just did. Cross-reference is a notation, link, or instruction within a document, database, or book that directs the reader to a related piece of information in another part, which is what I said. You're not good at this. Jersey,
Yes,
I don't
and I looked it up myself too.
Oh yeah, where's your definition from?
Google.
Google. No, where? Not Google's not a source. Give me the actual source.
All right, let me give you the source. Hold up.
And
So
I don't
what's
even
your source?
think
What
he
is your
knows.
source?
The
Wait,
dictionary.
do you know what manuscripts were used for the KJV?
He does not.
You said what?
Do you know what sources were used for the KJV? Like when they were translating it, do you know which manuscripts they used? Like, do you know the Greek manuscript they used?
The ones you just looked up?
Yeah. Do you know which ones they used?
Oh, I'm not 100% sure.
So
No.
for the Greek, they used the Textus Receptus plus the Bishop's Bible. And then for the Hebrew, they went to the Masoretic text and then they compared it to the Vulgate and the Septuagint. But the Septuagint already has some issues, right? But since then, we have found other manuscripts, right? For the Hebrew, we have found the Dead Sea Scrolls, which has some key variances. And the Dead Sea Scrolls are much older than the Septuagint. We have found Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus, Codex Alexandrius, which these have some significant variants from the Textus Recepticus. There's some huge changes in this. This is why scholars don't use the KJV anymore. We found manuscripts since then that disagree with the translation of the KJV.
And your website is Credible Source?
It's not a website.
So what is he using?
He's using the actual sources. He just listed them, the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can buy them. Hold on.
He's looking. He just said he looked it up. So what website are you using?
You can actually just get a copy. I've got a copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls in Hebrew and in Aramaic. You can get yourself a
And
copy
how do
too.
you know it's how do you know it's credible source?
And you could. This is not a credible source. This is a copy.
I'm talking about cyber. He said he looked up. He just looked this up on a website.
So the people who did the translations of the scrolls just give you what they say. You can just go buy your own copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls. You know the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in the 50s,
and
right?
Codex Sinaiticus for You're aware of that, right?
Say that again.
The Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered like less than an
Dead
entire generation of, like, in the middle of the 50s, man. Was it 54?
Okay, that's nice. How's that going to help me? He's looking all this stuff up right now as we talk.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is common knowledge.
No, I'm talking about cyber.
I don't understand what this is relevant
Yeah, I'm
to. Okay,
looking
so the Dead Sea Scrolls had a period of discovery between 1947 and 56 is when most of them were pulled out. So starting in the 40s, most of them were pulled out by the mid 50s. So the point is very clear. We have more manuscripts now than what they had back when the King James Bible was done, which is why there's a lot of stuff in the King James Bible that just actually isn't correct. So, for example, every time the goddess Asherah shows up, surely you've heard of Asherah, right?
So what book is this?
Surely you've heard of Asherah. Have you heard of the goddess?
No, I didn't. No.
Okay, there's a goddess that's a primary in the Ugaritic pantheon. Her name's Asherah. She shows up elsewhere outside of the Bible in Hebrew literature. And they didn't know what Asherah was in the Hebrew text. So they translate the word Asherah as a grove of trees. Now, we've discovered tons of Canaanite tablets and other Hebrew manuscripts, and we know that Asherah is the name of a deity, not a grove of trees. So the Asherah doesn't appear anywhere in the Hebrew or in the King James Bible because they didn't even know what the word meant in 1611. We know what it means now.
So if they have updated manuscripts, where are they?
Which ones? There's thousands
what?
of them. Which ones do you want to
Okay.
refer to?
Yeah, but I'm sure they consolidate into one book, right?
No.
No.
No, so if you want the Ugaritic tablets, you have to go to like the
Alright.
catalog of Ugaritic tablets, which is actually in German. They don't have an English catalog of the Ugaritic tablets. When it comes to the Dead Sea Scrolls, I actually do have a copy of those. You can just go out on the internet
so
and
if
buy
they have-
that, both in Hebrew
if they
and
have-
in English. When it comes
said-
to other ancient Near Eastern discoveries, like the Kuntele Ajrud inscriptions or Northwest Semitic inscriptions like Phoenician and whatnot, Moabite inscriptions as well. Those are actually public as well. You can just find those inside of like catalogs, inside of books.
So if scholars found updated manuscripts, or didn't they consolidate to one book?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about consolidating. They're not in
What
a
do you
book.
mean by consolidate to one book?
What do you mean? Ain't the Bible manuscripts put into
don't-
one Bible?
I think what you're trying to say is, do they have a critical edition that includes these variants?
Yes.
And the answer to your question is yes. And here they are, the Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia, which is the Hebrew Bible critical edition. And this is one of at least 3 popular critical editions of the New Testament, the Novum Testamentum Grace, or Greek, with actually dictionary. And both of them are, you can go on the internet and buy them yourself. If you know how to read Greek, which I assume you don't, you can see the text in the critical edition as well as all the variants. And if you have Hebrew reading skills, which I'm sure you don't, you can get this book and it'll show you the critical edition that's mostly based on the Masoretic text and all of the variants. So yeah, this is all public information. And if you did like 5 minutes of Googling, you would have figured it out.
And one of the important things when it comes to like, especially Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, is these are like the oldest, like most complete Christian scriptures that we have. When we look at like the Ethiopian Bible, that's older for some other reasons, because they have some things that are added to it. But these are like the oldest, the closest you get to what the earliest Christians were using. We don't have any completed manuscripts older than these.
So these manuscripts, do they correlate with Christianity or Muslims or?
What the fuck do Muslims have to do with
Did
this?
you not hear what I said? They're the most.
Yeah, because Muslims have manuscripts as well.
We're not talking about Muslim manuscripts.
These are
they're not Arabic.
Christian scripture.
These are relating to the Hebrew Bible and the Greek New Testament. They're not
These are in-
Muslim manuscripts.
So the
how
Old
do you,
Testament, they have it.
how
and
do
it's
you know
written
that these
in-
manuscripts were Christian based faith?
They're not Christian based. They're
'Cause they're the
Hebrew.
Bible.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are Hebrew manuscripts that were found in the Judean desert. They are specifically related to the Hebrew people,
Yeah,
which is why
and
we use them for the Hebrew Bible.
Okay.
And then
what does that have to do with
Sinaiticus and
Christianity?
Vaticanus. Sinaiticus
What
and
does that have to do with
Vaticanus.
Christianity?
Well,
Because we're
hold on.
helping you to understand.
Vaticanus and Sinaiticus.
Well, then I don't give a damn if it has nothing to do with Christianity.
Well, all of them do. If you would stop yapping for 5 seconds, you put it together. We're talking about whether or not the King James Bible is an appropriate translation, given the fact that we know more today about the original manuscripts than we knew in 1611. Now we're talking about all of these new manuscripts that we know about today that they didn't know about in 1611, which means every one of these manuscripts is relevant to Christianity because Christianity is based on these fucking manuscripts. This is not difficult. I don't know why this is over your head. This is not difficult at all. This is like grade school, primary school bullshit. All right, so maybe we should do like just one. Do you think that this? Oh, he's gone. Okay, I'm gonna say, do you think that this guy thinks that satyrs exist? Because in the King James Bible, satyrs do exist in the book of Isaiah.
Yes.
Oh well. Well, friends.
It probably does.
Sorry, we drugged that one out for a bit. He was just particularly aggressively stupid. Oh no, he's still here. I thought he dropped. Oh, now he's gone. Well, he was just aggressively stupid, and it was time to.
But did you see that in a
to move
dream?
on? Oh, maybe if I had seen it in a dream, it would have been better. Yeah, indeed. Well, friends, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Gitsin Field, thank you for the super chat. Says if a natural hypothesis can be explained for whatever experience for NDEs as some opposed to a natural one, you don't have a case here, caller, and all the evidence that we have are natural. And indeed, I mean, we don't really have any good evidence that these near-death experiences are being caused by something mystical. Given all the reasons that we've already listed. And Chris, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says it's a new month and it looks like pause still means allow. Doug's pretzels and hot and twisted. You nailed it. Listen, if I know anything about Christians, is that they're going to read this book and they're going to tell me that these words don't mean what they say. God is a liar every time he speaks. And Jeremy says, thanks for forensic science. Over 450 innocent people have been released from prison based on faulty eyewitness testimony. That's true. Eyewitness testimony is not great. While maybe eyewitnesses can point you towards something that is evidence, it doesn't count like really well as real evidence. Like, is it evidence? Maybe, but the lowest form possible. And Design says a referee that allows personal fouls is a piss poor FF shit referee. What the fuck is that argument? I see what you're saying. So you're saying, like, listen, if God allowed it, it's actually just as bad because otherwise he wouldn't have allowed it, right? So God allowing it to happen when he could stop it is actually just as bad as God causing it. It doesn't help to say God caused it or God allowed it as if allowing is better. Like if I allowed somebody to harm my child, I'm still fucking at fault, right? And Bucky, thank you for the super chat, my friend. That's huge. 7955 says, happy Friday. Thank you for your efforts on our behalf. Praise Doug. Bucky, I got you, friend. And we're going to do everything we can to, crush the nonsense and the illogical, asinine, cruel, vindictive deity that shows up in the Christian Bible and also Islam and, everywhere else. We'll do what we can here. But anyways, that guest ran. I've got more super chats I'll save for closer to the end of the stream. I don't know how many we've got left over still yet for the end, but we'll save some for the end. But we do have a couple guests waiting to get in, so I'm going to try to get guests in here while the guests are actually available. Let's bring in Kenny from the YouTube queue, and we'll grab Orb after Kenny. Welcome in, Kenny. Are you at least 18, my friend?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Doing well, thanks for asking. And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Sure. What do you think is the best evidence or best argument for the God you believe in?
It depends on who I'm talking to. So, if like on a day-to-day basis, I would say personal experience. It's probably like one of the most convincing ones. As I'm assuming, have you ever converted anyone to atheism?
Yeah, I would say probably hundreds of people on YouTube and TikTok. Y'all put a 1 in the comments if you left Christianity because of my live stream. Probably see quite a few ones.
And we can see Doug.
So I would say it's the same thing with me. Just having conversations, doing life with people, caring for people, loving them, and also sharing how one's faith has been positively impactful. It's probably the best one, the most convincing one for people. If you ever if you ever asked a Christian before, like, hey, why did you become a Christian? They'd probably give you a personal experience. So
Most
that's
likely
probably the best argument.
And
yeah.
I've heard thousands upon thousands of personal testimonies, and none of them are meaningful to me at all because they exist in all the religions. So testimony can't possibly lead you to God if they lead you to contradictory gods.
Say it again.
I said testimonies of this nature exist in every religion, which means it can't actually be evidence of your specific God. It can only be evidence that all the gods exist or none of the gods exist.
Or do you believe, or are you your lack of belief is based on testimony, right?
No.
What is it based on?
Evidence.
What do you mean by evidence?
I mean, there's no actual evidence for a God of any nature, and all the evidence that we have seems to suggest that the universe is eternal and has always existed and that there's never been nothing.
Okay, so you're saying there's a lack of evidence, right?
I'm saying there's a lack of evidence for God and positive evidence
Yeah.
that the universe always existed.
Okay. Well, the second one would disprove God.
No, not necessarily. I think it's just strong
The
evidence.
first one would, though, right?
Well, no, not really. What I'm saying is a lack of evidence in God means that there's not a good reason to believe in a God, which is obviously why I don't believe in a God. But the positive evidence in favor of the universe being eternal does fill a couple gaps that Christians usually want to stick God into, but it doesn't specifically get rid of God, because even like some of the classic Greeks, they believed that the universe was eternal, but that gods were part of that eternal universe. So it doesn't necessarily get rid of God. But what I would say is it does make it like really weird, like why we would need a God to exist if the universe always existed.
So, have you examined the evidence for? Well, let me ask you this: as in, do you think that when humans die and they stop living, they just cease to exist? There's no conscious experience after that.
Yeah, and that seems to be the case. I'm aware of all the NDE studies, and I just argued with the last guest for like 45 minutes on NDEs, and it didn't get where he wanted it to go. Do you want to go down the same route, or do you want to do something more substantial?
No, I'm trying to get an understanding of where you're coming from. I've never interacted with you. I've seen any of your content. So, you saying you've looked at the NDE study, and you're making the point that it wasn't personally convincing to you, right?
Well, what I'm saying is, just like personal testimonies, NDEs are usually in every religion and every culture. So if a Christian having an NDE and seeing Jesus as proof of Jesus, then a Hindu seeing their deity as proof of their deity, so on and so forth. Same with the Greeks. There are NDEs reported in the ancient Greek documents as well. And that certainly you wouldn't take to believe that the Greek gods are real, right?
Okay. I mean, that's a fair point. So, but that doesn't mean that these near-death experiences are not real, right?
Well, what I'm saying is they're not evidence for your particular God. Like, it could mean that all of these gods are real, but that would be contradictory because a lot of these gods are like mutually exclusive. Like you can't have a monotheistic God existing alongside polytheistic gods, right? So that would be a problem. Now, it could be compatible with the idea that what's happening is inside of someone's brain, which certainly seems to be the case, which is why most people's near-death experiences are very relevant to their cultural background.
So are you saying that if I have a near-death experience as a Christian and then another person has a near-death experience as, let's say, a Muslim, that the fact that both of us had near-death experiences, it doesn't mean anything for what reason?
Because I said Hindu specifically because Hinduism and Christianity can't both be true simultaneously. In Christianity, there's only one God, although I would posit that the Trinity actually means
why
three
would it
gods.
make it true?
That's
Why
what I'm
would it-
saying.
like you're asserting that.
If your near-death experience is proof that your personal God is real, then that causes a contradiction, because that means people who have Hindu near-death experiences would mean that their gods are real, and their
What
gods
if your
can't be
worldview can
real.
account? What if your worldview can account for their near-death experience?
Well, in their worldview can account for your near-death experience as well.
Okay, how?
Because in their worldview, there are many gods and many spirits, some of them malevolent and some of them not malevolent, which means they can just say whatever
That's
God,
contradictory.
they can just say whatever God you experienced is one of these malevolent deities in our pantheon.
Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah,
That's not true at all.
they could actually, they
It
can
would be a
definitely say that.
contradiction for them. No, that
No.
would be a direct contradiction because
No, it wouldn't.
if they're a Hindu and I say that my God said that their God is false, they wouldn't say like their worldview wouldn't be able to account for that.
Yeah, they do
How
account
would
for
their
that.
worldview
Yeah,
account for that?
because it's just a
Okay,
spirit.
maybe I'm missing
It's just
something.
a spirit that told it to you.
It's just, is that what they believe?
That's what I'm saying. In Hinduism, there are malevolent entities. Yeah.
So a Hindu would just say that near-death experience you had doesn't mean anything for Hinduism because we just accept that,
Because it was
even
just,
though it says that Hinduism itself is false.
it's just one of those demons. It's a malevolent spirit.
Also, a Hindu would call it a demon.
Well, if you're using English, you could use the word demon. Obviously, they wouldn't use the word demon in their language.
What's your source material that this is what Hinduism teaches?
You can just look at the Hinduism Stack Exchange, where it talks about their various beliefs in their spirit worlds. Like, do you not know that Hindus have malevolent deity or malevolent entities?
Yeah, I understand that, but the point I'm making is that you're arguing that a Hindu would be able to account for that.
Yeah, I explained to you,
Right.
yeah, because the thing that appeared to you could have just been a malevolent entity.
And your evidence for that is the Hinduism Stack Exchange, right?
It's not an evidence for anything. That's just what they believe. You can go to their main wiki page about what they believe. You can go even to they've got a page on exorcisms. I don't know if you know this, but Hindus also do exorcisms because they believe that you need to get the malevolent entities out of you if they've possessed you. It's not difficult.
Okay.
In fact, they have a set of deities called Ashuras.
Okay.
Well, I'm saying they have a set of deities, or not deities, but spirits called Ashuras, A-S-U-R. They do is they give you false promises. Sounds like it fit right in with them trying to give you thoughts on Christianity. False promises.
Yeah, I'm not seeing how this is going to follow because your original point that you're making, make sure if I got this right, you're saying that near-death experiences can't be proof for Christianity because other religions have near-death experiences as well, right?
That would contradict the Christian worldview.
Not if the Christian worldview can account for it.
But again, so can the Hindu worldview. The Hindu worldview can account for what you saw. And again, what we have. So Kenny, the problem that you have is you're also assuming that what you like the thing that the Christian experienced is exactly what they were told or they believe they experienced, right? So if a Christian gets a legitimate near-death experience and legitimately meets Jesus, and then a Hindu legitimately meets Shiva and legitimately meets Brahma, that is a worldview difference that can't be reconciled. Those two worldviews can't live. Those two worldviews can't live together. Now, what you're going to say is they didn't see Vishnu. They didn't see Shiva. They didn't see Brahma. Those are demons. Those are malevolent spirits. But that actually doesn't address what I said. I didn't say that they saw spirits dressed up like these gods. I said if they indeed actually did see these actual gods, that would be a contradiction if you actually saw the real God of Christianity.
No, that's not true. That's not what you were saying earlier. You were saying the fact that they have this experience within itself, the fact that they have that experience means that the experience that a Christian has cannot be evidence for Christianity. Was that not what you said?
What I said is a near-death experience will never be evidence that Christianity is true, because if a near-death experience is evidence that your God is true, it would also be evidence that the other gods are true. And then I brought up Hinduism. If it's true that me having a near-death Hindu experience validates the Hindu deities, well, that would mean that the Christian deity doesn't exist, because the Christian deity can't exist within the Hindu pantheon because it's a monotheistic deity. So both of my examples are assuming that two people have legitimate near-death experiences. That would be a contradiction.
Okay. So if a Hindu person actually this is what you're saying. So if a Hindu person actually were to see one of these gods that
Mhm.
that itself would disprove Christianity?
Yes, because Christianity is
Okay.
monotheistic.
Well, okay, so let's just assume for a second, just logically, right? Let's just assume that a Christian has a near-death experience, right? And this near-death experience is substantiated in some way, right? And a Hindu has a near-death experience that is also substantiated in some way. Both of them are having near-death experiences.
Mhm.
How is the near-death experience that the Christian just had invalidated by the fact that a Hindu had a near-death experience?
Because they can't both be true, right? So if one religion is strictly monotheistic and one religion is polytheistic, what that means is they can't both coexist. You can't have Yahweh existing here and then other Hindu deities existing here. Either Yahweh is the only one true deity or Yahweh is one among many, but it can't be both.
It's false. That's a false dilemma, because
It's not.
either they could have a near-death experience that is being interpreted under their
No,
religious
nope. I already precluded that. I already told you if they're legitimate
Okay,
near-death
how?
experiences where they legitimately saw their specific God, then that would be a contradiction. And then you keep going to, well, what if they didn't actually see? Well, that cuts both ways. You got the same problem both ways. I'm asking you, if a Christian legitimately saw Jesus and a Hindu legitimately saw the Hindu gods, not a fake one, not an imaginary one, but legitimate ones, that would cause a real contradiction, because you can't have polytheism and monotheism. You can't have polytheism and monotheism, strictly speaking, both be true.
Have you looked into the near-death experiences?
Sure have.
That non-Christian. Hold on. Let me ask the question. That non-Christians have had. So people who are
Sure
not
have. I've read many
people
of
who have
them.
never-
Yes,
Okay,
I've been studying near-death experiences as long as some people have been alive, and yes, I've compared them, and none of them mean that Christianity's true. It only means that people see things. That's it.
No, that's not. No, but you said that the fact that another group of religion does have near-death experiences
Mhm.
is going to invalidate the near-death experiences that a Christian has.
Yeah, it's very easy.
But you haven't proven that.
Yeah, it is. I've showed you the contradiction. Do I have to document? I can write it down in a syllogism. We can make this formalized.
No, you haven't.
We'll just
No, I'm
make it
saying that
formalized since maybe you're not capable of tracking. So we'll say premise number one. We say monotheism cannot be true. Oops, there we go. Cannot be true if polytheism is true. Yes or no? No. Gotcha. Okay. So then premise number two, let's assume that the person has a near-death experience. So we would say premise number two, a Hindu, let me capitalize that, a Hindu NDE validates polytheism. Yes or no?
Yeah, there's a problem with this from the beginning, though.
It's just a yes or no.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So if the answer is yes, then what that means is the conclusion, which is that Hindu NDEs validate that monotheism is not true. Boom, easy. Logical, valid, sound, the whole thing.
So I would have to grant you, let me ask you a question. You agree that I would have to grant you that the experience that the Hindu encountered is in fact a legitimate, like they actually encountered a real Hindu deity, right? I would have to grant
Yes,
that.
and I would have to grant you the opposite, which is why this is a non-starter.
No, it's not, because
Mhm.
you made the claim. Here's the problem with what you're saying. You are the one that made the claim that just, and now you move the goalposts. Just because you have a Christian that reports a deity, a Hindu that reports a deity, because they both report a deity, the Christian deity is invalidated. That
No, I
was
didn't
your
say that.
original argument.
Nope.
Yes, you did.
Nope.
Right?
No,
Okay,
I
so you
said,
wanna restate your argument?
I said both of them would be invalidated. Only one of them could be true. You can pick and choose which one you think is true, but you can't have both of them true because it would result in a contradiction.
Yeah, so just because you have contradictory interpretations, it doesn't invalidate. They don't automatically invalidate each other. That's not logically
Can
following.
contradictions
I'm not understanding why
exist?
you're saying that. Yeah, of course they can.
Name one.
But we're not arguing. But you're arguing.
Name a
again,
contradiction that exists.
Hold on for a second. You're arguing that
So you're not going to name one.
when you no, I'm actually going to finish responding to your
It's actually
point.
kind of critical.
You
Either
made the
contradictions
point.
can exist or they don't. If contradictions
Here's a
can't exist, then my
here's a
argument
contradiction.
stands.
Christianity and Hinduism both of them cannot both be true. That would be a contradiction. You
No,
agree?
that's not a contradiction.
So
A contradiction would
Christianity
be
that posits
Hinduism.
monotheism and Hinduism that posits.
Hinduism and Christianity are both true. That would be a contradiction.
Okay, maybe I didn't say that right, but that's what I meant. Yeah, they can't both be true.
Okay, so if Hinduism and Christianity can't both be true, can they both be untrue?
Both of them can be wrong, sure.
You got it. Okay. So my argument is very simple. Having an NDE cannot just validate your religion automatically because you have one. So a Hindu NDE doesn't
wasn't my argument. I
automatically
never even argued
validate the Hindu gods for the same reason that the Christian NDE doesn't validate Christianity. So how would you demonstrate that the Hindu NDEs are somehow fake, which is what you would have to do?
No, I wouldn't, because I'm not arguing for NDEs. I'm just responding to. I asked you a question. Have you looked into them? You made the argument that. Now you're saying you didn't make that argument, but I think you did. So I'm not going to have to go back and forth on that. You made the argument that Hindus and Christians both have near-death experiences. Both of them can't be true. Therefore, we can't take the experience of a Christian having a near-death experience because it's immediately contradicted by the near-death experience of a Hindu.
Yeah, because if all you're using is
doesn't
personal
logically
test
follow.
is not, the logic does follow. Because
Okay,
if all you have to
now
demonstrate the
add
validity
on
of the
now.
religion,
Adding something to keep making your thing.
I didn't add
falsifiable.
anything. I'll just say it again.
You were about
If
to,
all
though.
you have is your own personal experience to
That's not
validate
all
your
the near-death
religion,
experience is.
that's what an NDE is. It's a religious
No, it's not.
experience.
Who
If
said
all
you
you
looked into
have,
NDEs?
if all you
What are you
have is
talking
the
about?
experience, I'm sorry, who experiences the NDE?
Wait a second.
Who experiences it? So people having NDEs aren't experiencing it? Holy fuck, you just undercut your whole argument. Guys, you heard it here. If you have an NDE, you're not having an experience.
Sure, I'll let you go ahead and do that as an ad hom. So again,
That's not an ad hom. An ad hom is when you make fun of somebody in lieu of giving an argument.
You're not giving an argument. So there you go. So if
I
a person
just
has a
did.
near-death experience, let me respond to what you just said. If a person has a near-death experience, meaning that they die, let's say hypothetically a person dies,
Mhm.
right? They're dead for 5 minutes.
Mhm.
Okay. And let's just say hypothetically, there's a doctor in the room, there's 4 nurses, there's parents that's at the outside, and this person's dead for 5 minutes. During that 5 minutes, they are pronounced dead.
Mhm.
Okay. The doctors have conversations with the nurse. The parents are outside having conversations. Let's say the doctor goes out and talks to the parents, and then that person comes back to life and to recount all the conversations that was had, which there are plenty of near-death experiences that are
Mhm.
like that.
Mhm.
Okay, so it's
Do
not
they happen
just
to
that
Hindus?
person- hold on. It's not just that person's irrelevant.
Does it happen
It's
to
not
Hindus? No,
just
it is relevant.
irrelevant.
Because you're saying
You
that
just
what
made
what
the claim-
happened
you
with
made the
this
claim-
person's
you made the
near-death
claim-
experience
I'm not even-
proves
okay,
that
hold on
their
a
God
second.
is real, and I'm saying
You
it
said
happens
that-
with other religions too.
Okay, so you're gonna let me finish making a point. You made the argument that a near-death experience within itself can't be evidence. Is that what you said?
No, I'm saying that it can't be evidence of your specific God.
Okay, can it be evidence for? Wait. Pause. Can a near-death experience be evidence of the afterlife? Let's go there then.
It can be, but not of your specific God.
Okay, but it can be evidence that there's an afterlife.
It can be.
Okay, so how does that not undercut your worldview then?
And my worldview doesn't entail that there's no afterlife. In fact, the Buddhists don't believe in God and they believe in an afterlife. The Buddhists are atheists and they believe in an afterlife as well. I actually don't have
Are
to.
Are you a Buddhist?
I actually don't have to not believe in an afterlife to not believe in God. So as it turns out, I actually don't believe in an afterlife for many of the reasons that we've probably already touched on now. But no, I'm not a Buddhist. What I'm saying is that my lack of belief in the afterlife is also the same thing that I would point as like the lack of evidence for the afterlife is also the same reason why I would not believe in an afterlife. But even if I did, let's say I was convinced that we have an afterlife, it still wouldn't mean that your God is real. Your God's obviously and demonstrably not real.
Sure, and you have no evidence for what you do.
No, I can prove it.
What you did just admit to.
No, I can prove
is
it.
That you can account. Hold on, let me respond to what you just said. You can account within your own worldview for an afterlife. So let me ask you again: are you a Buddhist?
No.
Okay, so under your worldview, not a Buddhist worldview, under your worldview, how would you account for an afterlife?
I don't know if you weren't listening. Buddhism is a subset of atheism. So the atheistic worldview allows for Buddhism to be true.
Do you believe in an afterlife?
I personally don't. In fact, if I found good evidence for the afterlife, I'd be a Buddhist, and I'd still be a Buddhist, and I would still not believe in your God.
Okay, how if I'm trying to provide you evidence, but I'm asking you, how can
haven't done that yet.
You account for this quote unquote evidence? How can your worldview account for it? Because you can just sit there and dismiss it all day because your worldview can't even logically account for it.
Why can't it logic? No, so you just told me contradictions can exist. Your worldview is contradictory, not mine.
I'm asking you, how does your worldview account for a near-death experience?
Well, the near-death experience in my particular worldview is that it's just a phenomenon that's happening in the brain. People believe that they're leaving their body and they're not. And we've done lots of studies using deep brain stimulation, mushrooms, DMT, where we've triggered people who claim to have out-of-body experiences, and then we ask them to do things while they're out of the body, like turn around and tell the auditor what's behind you, right? And it turns out nobody ever can. So in all of the laboratory tests that we've ever done for out-of-body experiences and near-death experiences, nobody in an actual like laboratory setting has been able to validate the thing that they claim is happening. And we've tried. We've done tons and tons of studies on this. And until there are, in fact, reproducible like results from a controlled study, I have no reason to believe that this is anything but a hallucination.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that you just, it almost sounds like there's a contradiction that you're in right now.
What's the contradiction?
I'm about to prove it to you.
Yeah, I can't wait.
You argued earlier that a near-death experience can count as evidence for an afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then I asked you, how can your worldview, which I would assume, I don't know what you are, that you're some sort of strict materialist, how does your worldview account for an afterlife?
I just told you. I just told you.
Are you a Buddhist?
I just told you, and you wanted me to answer not as a Buddhist. So I gave you a not a Buddhist answer. In the not a Buddhist answer, my particular worldview, there is no afterlife.
Okay, I didn't ask you if some atheist compatible religion, what they believe. I'm asking about you.
I did just tell you what I did believe, and I don't believe in an afterlife, and I just told you why I don't believe in an afterlife. It's like you weren't even listening.
Okay, but so that means when I asked you earlier, can the near-death experience count as evidence for an afterlife? Your answer should have been no, it cannot.
No, in the atheist worldview, it can. In my particular worldview, I don't have any reason to believe in it.
Okay, so you are an atheist, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so under your atheist worldview, it cannot account for an afterlife.
No. In atheism, it can. In my particular particular worldview, I've already told you, no, there's no reason to believe in an afterlife.
No, you didn't. Okay.
I've told you like 3 times. You weren't even listening.
No, you didn't.
Maybe you didn't learn to listen in school.
the original question I asked you
So
was that
I'll just
can your
clarify since
worldview
you're really confused on the whole thing. My personal view is that there's no afterlife and that NDEs are not evidence of an afterlife. In the atheistic worldview overall, there are atheists who would say that there is an afterlife and that NDEs could count as evidence for that afterlife. I've answered for both worldviews now. My particular worldview is that no, there is no afterlife.
Okay, so earlier, and we can move on from this, right? I don't want to annoy the hell out of you, right? Earlier, it seemed as though, and I could be wrong, maybe you'll keep this up and I can go back and watch it and correct myself. I asked a question about you. I said, can your, meaning what you believe as an atheist, not what other
Yeah, and then I told you.
believe, what's compatible with atheists. And my question was,
I already told you. I explained it twice now.
I know you have, but let me finish how you originally answered, because it seems as if you've shifted, and
Nope.
I'm trying to point this out.
I didn't shift. I gave you the answer for me personally and for the atheist view overall.
Yeah, but your answer for you personally originally was that it can account for an afterlife.
No, it wasn't. You asked about the atheist worldview, and I gave you an atheist worldview. You didn't ask me about me personally. What do you personally believe? We were talking about atheism, and I just explained to you that atheism in general doesn't preclude an afterlife. Now, my personal worldview, like my personal belief at least, doesn't involve an afterlife.
Okay, so going back to the original point, no near-death experience that I can communicate to you can never be substantiated because you don't even agree that it can even, like, under your worldview, it can't even account for it, right?
No, it can't account for it. It's a hallucination.
Okay, so I'm referring to the afterlife. Your worldview can't account for the afterlife being something that exists.
But you mean my worldview or my opinion? My opinion is that there's no evidence of an afterlife. The atheist worldview does have a variants that include an afterlife. I'm just telling you my personal belief is that until there's evidence of an afterlife, I am going to continue not believing in an afterlife, and I don't believe that near-death experiences are evidence of the afterlife.
Okay, so I think you're saying that if you were a Buddhist, that's what you're saying. That's how you're answering that.
That was pretty clear from the beginning.
Okay, so you're saying I would have to first, so under your current worldview, it cannot never count as evidence for the afterlife. But
in my worldview,
under someone else's worldview, it could, right?
No. I'm saying in my worldview, if there was evidence for an afterlife, I would just start believing in the afterlife without the God. I would become a Buddhist. So my worldview includes my own personal view and also the views of the Buddhists. It just happens to be that I'm not a Buddhist. But if it was proven that there was an afterlife, I'd just be a Buddhist.
Okay, so all right, so you're not a Buddhist, but you could be one. Like, is that what you're saying?
That seems pretty obvious, yeah, if there was evidence.
If there was evidence for what?
If there was real evidence of an afterlife, that would mean I'm a Buddhist.
I understand, but your worldview can't account for that, though.
Yeah, it can.
So how? Can you show me, so what type of evidence would count?
Well, first of all, we need proof that the consciousness actually does exit the body. So when we do laboratory settings and we give people DMT or deep brain stimulation and they report leaving their body, they could actually do something outside of their body to validate that. They could go into the room next to them and tell them what's in that room. They can turn around and see what's behind them on the wall. They could actually validate that their consciousness is leaving their body in a real laboratory setting. Not like, hey, I woke up from this near-death experience and here's what happened, and then just hope somebody believes me. I mean, in a real controlled setting, we need actual proof. And all the proof we have shows that this is something happening in somebody's brain, not something happening in real life.
Why would that be the only thing that constitutes as proof?
Well, I wouldn't say it's the only thing. I didn't say that's the only thing.
So
the amount of putting words in my mouth is crazy here.
You would be depending on sense data, right?
The same thing you're depending on
essentially, right?
too. Yeah, all NDEs are based on sense data.
That's what about is I'm talking about you. That's what about it. We're critiquing your worldview right now, so don't bring up mine. 'Cause
I
it's
can't
irrelevant to the
I
point.
can't
Even
wait
if
till we
I
talk
was
about
wrong,
your
it doesn't make
worldview.
me right.
You
I
are
know,
not
but
gonna
even
like
if
when
I
I talk
was
about your
wrong,
worldview.
even if I was wrong, even if I was wrong, it wouldn't do anything for your argument, right?
If you're
So
wrong, my
don't bring up
argument
what I believe.
no, if you're wrong, my argument remains the same. It just happens to be that you're demonstrably wrong, and you don't want me to
Okay.
prove it.
I don't want you to prove it. So are you uncomfortable right now, or are you fine?
No, I do this all day. This is what I do for a living, bro.
Okay, so let's finish then.
I'm still waiting.
Can you repeat back what you just said about how your worldview can account for it?
The atheist worldview can account for an afterlife. In fact, it would be similar to what the Greeks posited, which is that the spirit is still made of a substance. It's not completely immaterial. They believe that there was a finer substance. We might even say something akin to like a quantum substance that they believed existed that accounted for the spirits. Now, it might be that that is the case, but we have no evidence of it, which is why I don't believe it.
I know, but when I asked you about what would count as evidence, you basically just said sense data, right?
Well, I said actual repeatable experimental data, which you can only gather by conducting scientific studies. And so if you know another way, if you've got a third eye that allows you to take in new information, please tell me about it.
Okay, I'm just asking a simple question. You can just say yes.
I know
right?
you're going to go into the script about sense data. You're going to go into a script about sense data, and then you're going to try to walk me down hard solipsism. And then I'll point out to you that hard solipsism ruins your worldview just like it ruins mine. It's a useless conversation. I've already been here, Kenny. I've done this same argument a million times.
I don't even know what that word. What is that?
You'll figure it out. Just run your script. I'll point it out.
Just tell me what it is.
Just run your script. You'll find out.
Okay. So you're dependent on sense data essentially, right?
Yep.
Okay. So why for you? Because you said that's the evidence that why is that particular set of sense data important?
Because it's all we have. That's all we have.
What does that mean?
We don't have anything beyond our sense data.
We don't have anything, but how do you know that?
But show it to me. What's beyond our sense data?
No. I'm asking, how can you prove that?
Yeah, because we have science. We know what the senses are. Until you can find me another sense, that's what we're stuck with. Like asking me to prove that there's not another sense data is the dumbest point of argumentation ever. We know for a fact that we have 5 senses. If there's a 6th, let me know what it is.
Okay, how do we know that?
Because we use them. I'm sorry, do you not use your eyeballs?
No, that's not what I'm asking you.
Wait, do you wait?
How do we know?
Let's do a couple points of agreement here. Do you agree that you and I both have eyeball sense data?
How do you know that your sense data?
I'm proving it to you right now. Just pay attention. Stop being a coward and pay attention. Do you and I both agree that we have sense data in our eyeballs?
How do you know that it's
I'm demonstrating it to you right now. You're asking 2 different questions. You've already moved on from the first question because you're terrified. Do you want me to answer your first question or your second question?
Answer both.
Okay, well, let's go to the first one. Do you agree with me that we both have eye data?
Possibly.
Do you agree with me that we both have touch data?
Yeah, under my worldview.
Do you agree that both of us have auditory data?
Yeah, my worldview can account for it. Yours can't.
Yeah, it can. And do you agree?
Answer the second question.
Okay, so you're not going to finish all 5 senses. That's fine. So we agree that we have 5 senses?
Under my worldview can account that these senses
That's
are
adorable. That's adorable. Your worldview can't.
How do you account for it?
So again, I can account for it because we have data. Like, so for example, if I said the grass, if I said that the grass is green, and then 4 million people also said the grass is green, and then we put like a spectrometer on it and said, actually, we're looking at the way that the photons are being absorbed and reflected off the grass, and it turns out it's within the green wavelength. We would have a lot of data showing that actually grass is green. That's how we use data.
Okay. You have to interpret the data, right?
Sure, don't you?
Okay. So
Wait, do you?
That's irrelevant. It's
He'll never
irrelevant.
answer. He's
So
terrified of answering questions. Just to be clear, Kenny, you have the same problem I have. All of your information is coming from your sense data, and it's not a problem.
Okay, so you have to interpret this data, right? So I'm
And
asking you,
wait,
how
do
do you
you?
know what? How do you know?
Wait, do
how
you?
Do you know?
Do
How
you?
do you know?
Do
You're running
you?
from the question.
Do you?
You're
No,
running from the question.
I'm actually
What
giving
about
you.
ism? What about
I'm giving
ism?
you the
You're
problem
running
with
from
your
the
question. The problem is
How do
both
you
of
know
us
that this
have to
sense data
interpret
that
data.
you count as evidence under
He
your
won't.
worldview? How do you know it's
He's so
reliable?
stuck on his script. I just told you how it's reliable. Did you hear my answer?
No, I didn't hear it. Can you say it again?
Yeah, it's because we can set up repeated tests. We can observe the same phenomenon in a dozen different ways. If I ask you what color the grass is, do you know how many ways we can determine that?
Okay, so are you arguing
Okay, so you're
that?
not going to answer the question.
No,
Gotcha.
hold on.
Okay,
No,
so
no, I'm
wait,
responding to what you just
do you
said. Are
believe
you
that I
arguing,
have the capacity to know what color the grass is?
dude? You cannot, like, you don't like being internally critiqued. You don't like it at all, and it's
I,
quite
I'm
evident.
helping you to
Like,
understand. I'm
you
helping you
won't
to
let me get
understand
you to
the
you won't let me
problem
take
with
you
your
because you know where this is
worldview.
going.
I've heard your script a
So let
million
me, okay, so let me get.
times.
You said
I'm
you were gonna
showing
let me
you
get
the
through the
problem
script.
with your
Let me get
script
through the
along the
script.
way.
That's fine. So let me go to the next point.
Your sense data
All right.
ends in hard solipsism, which is a problem for you too. Just get there faster.
Okay, I understand. But you want to explain to me what that means?
Yeah, well, you'll find out when you get there.
Okay, so under your worldview,
Mhm.
you're saying that this evidence, this sense data is reliable. So that constitutes as evidence, right?
What I'm saying is our
Right?
sense data is testable. So reliable is one of those amorphous terms. Like, what does it mean to be reliable? Is something reliable? Is say if it's 90% reliable? Is it reliable if it's 80% reliable? It's a vague question. I don't know what you mean by reliable. What I can tell you is that we can test propositions and see whether or not those propositions have something that we would say is reliable. So, like, if I said that the grass is green, could we not test that proposition?
Are you going to answer the question?
Yeah. Could we not test the proposition that the grass is green?
Yeah, that you testing it is not telling me why that sense data that you
Sure.
have to
Sure.
interpret is reliable. See
So
how you're just not
again,
answering the question?
if we
Why is it
if we put a
reliable?
if we put a like a spectrometer to see
How do you know it's reliable?
do you not know how spectrometers work?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I know. I'm
You
asking
don't
about
know what
you.
spectrometers do? Holy fuck. So a spectrometer isn't actually the sense data. The spectrometer is actually measuring the individual behaviors of light.
Who interprets it?
Well, obviously you're going to have a readout. You can have it. You
Yeah,
can have
exactly.
an
So you
auditor.
have to interpret the
So
data that it's
so
giving
again,
you, right?
no, you're not interpreting the data. The
So
data
you don't
is
interpret
being
data?
the data is being calculated for you. And there's about a dozen different ways. Fuck,
Well,
it could
there
write
is
it in
data that has to be
braille.
interpreted.
It could write it in braille for you. It could auditorily say it to you. It could write a script for you. But the instrument itself is the thing that's measuring the light behavior.
Okay, so what is that showing? Is it showing some form of consistency or something?
Yeah, what it shows is that we've got multiple methods for knowing the color of grass. You can use your eyeballs. You can use manufactured instruments. There's so many ways you can do it. So when a million people all say that the grass is green and nobody disagrees and our actual scientific equipment agrees, it just means that we have good, reliable reasons to believe that the grass is in fact green.
Okay, so your sense data plus your reasoning is bringing you
Plus
to truth, right?
plus
I'm asking you.
plus
I'm asking
independent
you.
verification.
Okay, okay. That's all gonna go be under sense data and reason. So what are you talking about?
No, the light
Is it outside of
sensor
that?
the light sensor is not sense data. The light sensor is telling you what it has done. Has it measured the behavior of the photons? Yep, sure did. That's all it's telling you.
Okay, you have to interpret to come to any of the conclusion you just came to. You have to
You don't
interpret all of
you don't
that
have to
using
interpret
your
that.
sense data.
No, you don't.
You don't have to interpret it.
No, the device itself is going to tell you what it detected. You're not interpreting what it detected.
It's going to tell you.
It's
How's it gonna
telling
tell
you. It's telling you what it
How?
detected.
How? Through how? Is it like
Obviously through all of our
telekinesis? Like how is it telling
obviously
you?
through all of our
Through your sense
senses,
data.
which
There we go.
is which is again all you got.
Okay. So you have your senses plus
Mhm.
your reasoning. And my question I'm asking you
And independent
is that
verification.
okay. So you are saying that that's going to bring you to some sort of truth, that you're going to use your cognitive faculties to arrive at some form of truth, right?
Yeah, do you not believe that we
Okay,
can use our
what is that?
cognitive faculties?
Regardless, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I don't believe anything. It doesn't matter what I believe. Okay, talking
It,
about what you
it actually
believe.
does kind of
So
matter what you
what
believe, because what
grounds?
you
Okay,
believe
so
is
under your
actually
worldview,
easily and
under your worldview,
demonstrably
what grounds is
untrue.
that?
It wouldn't take more than 2 minutes to prove it.
What grounds that? Why do you have so much confidence in that? What
Uh,
grounds it under your worldview?
My confidence or my claim I last made? What grounds what?
You said it's reliable. You said it's reliable. So you look
I
at
said what's
things that are
reliable?
reliable. You are okay. So the reason when I asked you earlier about what would constitute as evidence, and you
Are you
gave me
going to
that
tell me what
reasoning,
reliable
and then
means?
yeah, I'm answering that for you.
Well, I'm waiting. What does it mean to
Based
be
on what you
reliable?
said, based on what you said, that it
What
has
did
some
what did I
level of
say?
that it has some level that it has some level of consistency,
There you go. So
some
it's
level
something
of
that has,
predictability. Okay,
but what level?
okay, so
90%,
so
80%,
I'm at,
20%? What
I'm
level is
asking you.
reliable?
So I don't know. I'm asking you that. So I'm asking you, how do you
Don't ask
know
me. I'm
that?
asking you. You're asking me how do you know it's reliable? I'm
No,
asking you, what do you mean by reliable?
your worldview is under critique
Listen,
right
I'm
now.
just asking
How do you
you
know?
to explain the words you're using. When you say reliable,
use the word.
what do you mean, Kenny? I didn't use that word.
No,
You did.
Yes, you did. No, she
I
did.
watched you do it 5 times. How do you know that your sense data is reliable was your exact question. And I'm trying to figure out, what do you mean by reliable?
Okay, how about this? When I say reliable, because that's really vague. Let's move from reliability. Let's
That's
say
what I said.
consistent. Is that better? Okay.
No, it's the same
so-
word.
Okay, so consistent. How do you know
How
that
consistent?
sense data and the reasoning is aimed at truth rather than just like
You
some
presented the
survival
same
mechanism?
problem with the
How
new
do you
word.
know
What level of
how do you know-
consistency is reliable?
That's not what I said. I said
You
how
said
do
you're
you
going to
know
change the word reliable for consistent, but consistent has a spectrum. You could be 90% consistent. You can be 50% consistent. What percentage consistent are we talking about?
for you? I don't know. You tell me.
It's your word, not mine. I want to know what you mean.
No, that's not true. You made the
That's how
claim
that works.
earlier.
You are asking
made the
me,
claim earlier that in
how do
order
I
for
know
you to
it when
reach
sense
near-death
data is
experiences-
consistent, which means you have to tell me what you mean by consistent.
Okay. So
Yeah,
what
I don't
mean
think
by
I don't think you know
consistent-
how like
No.
these discussions
Well, actually,
work.
I
You must
actually-
be new at this. You found a script on the internet and you just think you're going to run it now, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying my hardest.
I know you are. It would go a lot faster if
Yeah,
you just
so-
define what you mean by reliable and consistent.
I don't need to define it when you
You
used
do,
it
because
earlier.
that's the word you're asking me about. If I asked you, how can you prove that your God isn't Florpedorp, I'd have to tell you what the fuck Florpedorp meant. So if you're
False.
asking me a
False. You're trying to
question,
get out of
I
this
need to
dilemma.
know what
It's
you
a problem
mean.
for you, so you're trying to
It's not a
avoid
problem
it.
for me at all.
Yes,
I
it is.
already
Yes,
know
it
the
is.
end. Kenny, just take a fucking seat for a
I
second.
asked you if your
Kenny,
sense data was reliable. You said yes.
Kenny, take a deep breath. I've done this exact script 5,000 times with people way more educated than you are.
That's irrelevant.
So what I need
That's
you
irrelevant.
to do for 5 seconds
your argument?
is just imagine that maybe I already know where this goes and it doesn't go anywhere, and I'm helping you to clarify your terms so that you can bring an actual usable argument. Because if you're going to use this argument
These
in
are
the
your
future, you have to define what you mean. When you ask me, how do you know your sense data is reliable? You have to tell me what the fuck you mean by reliable, or I can't answer your question.
Mhm. Did you not use the word reliable in this conversation?
After you asked me if it's reliable.
So you agree with it then?
No, I don't. I don't know what you mean by reliable.
So why didn't you ask that 5 minutes ago?
I did.
No. No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you did not.
I asked you immediately, what do you mean by reliable? 80% reliable, 90% reliable. And then we went on a whole discussion about actually you can just change the word reliable for consistent. And then I said, that has the same problem. How consistent is consistent?
I'll answer it for you. Reliable means truth seeking, like the ability to track truth. That's what it means.
That's not what reliable means.
To arrive at a true conclusion.
That's not what reliable means. So, you could say reliable, we might paraphrase it. We might say reliable is something that we can just say is personally trustworthy, because when it talks about trustworthiness, there's no objective trustworthiness. Like we can't say that any piece of data is trustworthy objectively. We can say it's trustworthy to me. I find this data to be reliable and to be helpful for getting me to what is true. You might actually disagree. You might say, actually, I'm looking at this data, and while it might look a little bit reliable, there's enough variance in here that I don't trust it, which is why, again, this argument is kind of silly.
Yeah, so you're right. It's a silly argument. So 80 to 90%, the truth.
Cool. So are our sense data 80 to 90% accurate?
Mm-hmm.
Probably. Do you have data? Do you have data against that?
You've answered the question. We've defined what we mean. So now let's go back to let's go back to the script. You ready? Can we go back to the script now?
Sure.
Okay. So you are basing that your sense data is going to be able to give you 80 to 90% reliability, that it's going to bring you to a true conclusion, right?
I don't know what you mean by conclusion. Like if I'm asking my sense,
green, I'm gonna tell you what the grass is green, right? That's a true conclusion. And you're saying that, well, we have ways to arrive that the grass is green, right?
yes, the proposition that the grass is green is a very reliable, true claim based on all the measures we have to measure.
Okay, good. So let's go back to what I was arguing earlier, right? You have your senses and you have the reasoning, right? How do you know that is aimed at truth rather than it just being sort of useful survival mechanism? How do you know that?
Because it wouldn't be useful for survival if it didn't deliver truthful results. If your survival depended on you finding food and it didn't find you food, then it wouldn't be leading you to anything that's true.
Okay. So let me respond to that for a second. So you're arguing that.
Is this your first time running the script? You want me to fast forward it?
No, you don't need to. You can just let me.
I'll fast forward it. So the question you want to ask is, is it possible that your sense data could be wrong? The answer is yes. It's possible that anyone's sense data could be wrong.
No, that's not the question I'm asking you.
You should. That'd be the better question.
Under your opinion, but I don't really care about what you're saying.
It'd get you faster to the end point. The end point is that you shouldn't trust your senses.
Okay. The end point is your worldview can account to why you should trust it.
That's
the point. Okay, how?
Yeah, because it is reliable and calculatable. We can actually do calculations demonstrating.
Reliable? What do you mean by reliable?
Because you used the word reliable.
No, you just used it.
I did. I literally just responded to you using the word reliable. You said reliable is something like 80 or 90%, and that's fucking fine with me if that's the way you want to use reliable. The reason why we use our senses to come to conclusions is because it's easy to test those propositions and determine whether or not they fall within some sort of mathematic probability of something being true. So if 10 billion people say that the grass is green, and 10 billion people verify it, and another 10 million people use a spectrometer to verify it, and you've got one person that says, I don't know, maybe it's fucking blue, that's pretty good evidence that it's green.
Okay, that would be evidence for some form of intersubjective agreement.
No. I don't know these people. If somebody says that the grass is green and I walk outside and say, actually it looks like the grass is green, and somebody went around and collected the data Does it mean that we were collaborating?
I didn't say collaborating. I said intersubjective agreement.
What do you think agreement means?
What do you mean? Okay, a shared experience.
Oh, a shared experience. Yeah, we agree. Yeah.
That we're all interpreting through our minds.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that our minds are truth sacking. It could just be some sort of mechanism for survival. And you haven't proved that it's not that. And I think that's all
not that is not what the fuck are you even talking about? It's pretty easy that we can just test propositions. Which proposition can we not test?
Oh, yeah, but that's not the point though. You're not understanding the point. I thought you said you.
I don't think you've even articulated the point yet.
Okay, but you haven't answered the question.
The point that you want to articulate is that you can't actually trust your sense data. That's the point you want to articulate, but you haven't done it yet.
Okay,
you're slow.
Question, right? Maybe this will speed up the script here. Would you say that the grass being green is objectively true?
I don't believe in making objective claims. So now you're doing like some Frank Turek gotchas, and I already know all of them, so they're not actually going to work here. So all scientific claims, he's a goof who invented some of these bad arguments.
I don't subscribe to anything Frank Turek says.
Well, you shouldn't be using his bad gotcha then. So the reality is all propositions are by definition subjective, which means all claims about that proposition is going to be what's the word I'm looking for? All claims about the proposition would be tentative. It would be a good way to say it. So until evidence comes out that the proposition is either true or false, in comparison to what the original answer was. So like scientific claims are not objectively true or false. They're just propositions.
Okay, is that objectively true? What you just said?
Again, I don't believe in objective truth. So asking me if something is objectively true is just like a really dumb gotcha. So when we talk about something being true, we're just talking about something being warranted to believe. Like something being true just means we've got a proposition and we measured that proposition. That proposition appears to align with reality. When a proposition aligns with reality, we say it's true. That's all.
Does testing assume reliability?
Testing alone doesn't assume reliability. It depends on your test methods, which is why we have lots of different methods to ensure that people aren't testing things wrong.
Okay, so okay, are the methods you're describing, do they assume reliability?
Yeah, if the methods we discover aren't reliable, we get rid of them and we use ones that are. Like a spectrometer is a reliable method of determining wavelength and photon behavior, which is why we continue to use it. If it turns out that it's not reliable, we get rid of it.
Okay, but it's not justifying the method though, right?
I don't know what you mean by justifying.
Okay, so when you say that you have repeated tests, right?
Mhm.
And that the repeated test is confirming something.
This
right?
is bad, Kenny. Even the Christians in the chat right now are roasting you. Even Ross Soul over here says, work on your rhetoric, guest. This is not good.
I don't care. Dude, I promise you I don't care about any of you dudes. I don't
You
care.
should
So
care.
let me get back to what I'm saying. Okay, so do you want to continue the conversation or not?
I'd love to. Can you just get to the point where you declare that my sense data is unreliable and I can't prove that I'm not a brain in a vat?
When you say, right, that repeated tests confirm something, right? Are you assuming that the future is continuously going to be like the past, right?
No.
You're not.
It depends on what you mean by future. Do I assume that my grandma is going to exist tomorrow? No. Do I assume that the grass is still going to be green tomorrow? Yeah, I have good reason to believe that. As far as I'm aware, a grass continues to be green because of the process of because it's full of chlorophyll, which is required for the process of photosynthesis.
Okay, what grounds that particular induction under your worldview?
What the fuck you mean by induction?
I'm asking you what grounds it.
What do you think induction means? That's the word you used. You tell me what induction means.
No, you look it up. I'm not
You
doing
tell
that with you.
you tell
Look it
me
up.
what you think
You have a
induction
computer in
means.
front of you.
So you
Look it
don't
up.
know
You
what the
know
word
what the damn
means?
word is, and look
Bro's
it
out
up.
here reading a script with words he doesn't even understand.
using it.
I'm going to say
Okay, look it up.
induction. I can't tell you what it means, but it's in the script.
You don't know what it. Okay, so
What's it mean?
what grounds your worldview?
What do you mean by grounds?
What
What
grounds?
do you even think grounds means?
Okay. What was the first question I asked you?
I have no idea anymore. You've had a rabbit trail of bad
Well,
questions leading
try
to
it again. Let's try
nowhere.
again. When you say that we have tests that confirm something,
Mhm.
I ask you, are you assuming that the future is going to be generally resemble the past? Like it's going to resemble the past?
It depends on
You
the
said
specifics.
you said yes. Grass green. You said yes, right?
I said on the specifics. Do I believe that every human being that's alive right now is going to be alive tomorrow? No. Do I believe that the grass will still be green in my front yard? Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you for that one, the grass being green.
Yep.
What grounds what's going to ground that in your worldview?
There's no grounding. It's just statistically the likely case. So you can do probabilities based on statistics. And based on the statistics that the grass in my yard is always going to have chlorophyll in it and always going to rely on photosynthesis and always is going to be full of nitrogen, we can conclude that yes, in fact, it's going to be green tomorrow, unless the fundamental nature of grass changes overnight, which we have no reason to believe.
Correct. I understand that, but I'm under your worldview. I'm asking about your worldview. How does it account for that?
I don't know what you mean by count. It just happens to be the case that when something is full of green substances, unless it stops being full of those substances, it's not going to stop being green.
Okay, you're saying you know that that's true, right?
That what is true? That the reason why grass is green is going to be the same tomorrow that it is today?
Yes. You're saying you know that that's true, right?
Well, obviously that's going to be the case unless grass has a property that allows it to just lack those particular components. And it just happens to be that they don't lack those components. So what you're actually asking me, what you don't realize is, why is grass the way it is? Why is grass the way that it is rather than a different way is your real question.
It's not the question I'm asking.
It's actually what it boils down to, yeah. Why is grass full of chlorophyll today, but not tomorrow?
Okay, so I'm asking you, how do you know it's going to be that way? Like what's grounding that?
Because it wouldn't be grass tomorrow if it lacked chlorophyll.
Okay, so answer the question.
I just told you. The reason why I know the grass is still going to be the same tomorrow is because when it stops having chlorophyll, it will no longer be green. But since grass has chlorophyll, it will continue to be green.
Okay, so do you have any evidence that it's going to continue to be that way? Yes or no?
Yes, millions and millions of years of doing like botany, people can tell you that grass has been green for all of recorded history.
How is that evidence, though?
It's evidence because it gives you statistical data points. Statistical data points are evidence.
And then that brings you back to the original problem.
Imagine thinking NDEs are evidence, but not literally looking at grass. Maybe this guy needs to go out and touch some grass.
I didn't make that argument.
That's definitely the argument you started in.
No, I didn't.
This is the longest, most painful version of my worldview. Should never be critiqued, but only your worldview I've ever engaged in. You should make this go a lot faster.
We can move on to my worldview if you want to.
I actually want you to finish this one. You just need to get there quicker.
I've already made my point.
I don't think you've made a point yet.
And I'm satisfied with my point.
You should not be satisfied. That's not even the Christians here think that this is a bad argument.
This is your audience that's biased. Is it
not my audience? Raw Soul hates me. Raw Soul, put an H in the comments if you hate me. That guy doesn't like me at all. He's not my audience. He hate watches me. And he's up here telling you that you're an idiot.
Why is that relevant?
Because your point was that he's my audience. He's not my audience. He's a guy who hate watches me.
He's watching you right now.
Your point was that these people agree with me because they like me because they're my audience, and he doesn't agree with me, and he doesn't like me, and he doesn't hold biases because he doesn't like me.
Do you not think that your audience is biased, dude?
Not Raw Soul. He doesn't like me.
Yeah, but you said your audience. You said
I
you
said
said the
Russell
Christians
specifically.
are. Yeah, but you also said the Christians, right?
Yeah, that's Russell.
Oh, so you just talking about him?
Actually, we'll do this. Hey, Christians, put a big C in the comments if you're a Christian and you think this is a bad argument. See how many we get
Yeah, I
here.
don't care if they think it's a bad argument. Christians think all types of things.
We'll get some.
Especially
I'm sure
probably
we'll
the
get
ones that
some
follow
Christians
you.
in here with some C's. But the reason why this is a bad argument is because, one, you're delivering it wrong. Oh, there's one from Keith.
Okay.
Keith thinks this is a bad argument. He's a Christian. So does Hart. Hart thinks this is a bad argument. We get Jack thinks this is a bad argument. A lot of Christians here think this is a bad argument. So the reason why this is a bad argument is, Kenny, is because you didn't do the script correctly. You've got the wrong script. This is the popular script. It's run by Darth Dawkins, by Matt Slick. It's literally run by every pre-sup apologist on the planet. We've all heard it. Nothing new is in that script. You just happen to run it wrong. I'm sure you don't. So the reality is your script wasn't proper to begin with, which is why it didn't even land in the point where you needed it to land, which is that your sense data is unreliable. And if your sense data is unreliable, then so is your worldview. That's where you should have been going with it, but you didn't go that way because you don't know your own script. Now, the reason why I know that your worldview is suffering from the same problem is that you only know your worldview to be true using sense data as well. Everything about your worldview you would not know had you been involving your own sense data. So that's why this whole argument is entirely useless, because both of us actually need our own sense data to come to the conclusion that our worldviews are either true or false. And it just happens to be that your worldview is demonstrably false because it entails contradictions and lies.
What contradiction does my worldview entail?
That you have a God that is both three and also not three.
Can you explain?
Do you believe in the Trinity?
There's different forms of the Trinity, but yeah, I would overall subscribe to the Trinity.
Sure. And do you believe that Jesus is 100% God?
100% God. I wouldn't put it in a percentage.
Is he fully God?
I would say he's God. Yeah, he's fully God. Yeah.
Okay. Is fully not 100%?
Yeah, but I just don't see the point of saying like 100%.
What's it mean to be fully? You know fully means 100%, right?
I understand. I'm just saying I wouldn't say it that way, but that's fine.
It doesn't matter if you say it. It's just true, isn't it?
Sure.
Okay. So if you're 100%,
that's not how typically we refer to it, but that's fine.
It is.
He's 100% God. Go ahead.
Okay. So what that means then is that if Jesus is 100% God, and I'm going to draw a diagram to keep track of this here. So we've got a thing, and we're going to call this God. And we're actually going to say that also this thing is 100%. So here's a thing that is 100% God, correct? What to say? Everything that is God is in this circle so far, right?
Okay.
Okay. So what that means then is inside of God, you've got we're going to do
inside of God.
Well, inside of my circle that I'm drawing. We'll get to that wasn't maybe the best way to say it. But inside of this circle that contains all things God, we're going to say that it also contains the Father, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, what that means is that we've got a serious problem, because if I ask you about one particular thing, and I'm going to ask you about the body of Jesus, is Jesus's body God?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I don't understand what you mean by is his body God?
Well,
He's
if
God.
Jesus is 100% God, that means his body must be part of that 100% God, correct?
Yeah, I don't know if the Bible teaches that Jesus like his flesh body or his divine nature is like a physical body. Does Christianity teach that?
So Christianity teaches typically the hypostatic union, which is that the Godhead or the Godness was joined to the non-Godness, called the hypostatic union. Now, the problem with that is it means it invalidates the idea that Jesus is 100% God. It actually just means that Jesus is a demigod. He's part God and part man. And according to the Trinitarian doctrine, Jesus can't be a demigod because he's got to be 100% God.
Yeah, I think the Trinity is describing who is God. And when you're talking about the incarnation of Christ, it's describing what nature the Son possesses.
Does the nature of God change?
I think there are two different doctrines there. Would you agree that those are two different doctrines?
No. The hypostatic union teaches that the divinity of God made a union with the body. That's the hypostatic union. And so according to Christianity, that creates a contradiction because it can't be the case that Jesus is fully God because he's got a body that is not God, which means he's part God and part human.
Okay.
But
so the Trinity is one being, right? And it's
well,
three persons.
That's the
right?
claim.
So yeah, you're interacting with the claim, right?
Yeah, no, I'm saying that's the claim. I'm going to tell you why I don't believe it in a minute.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant because you're saying that it's a contradiction. Not
I'll show you the
why you
contradiction in a
believe it.
second. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't care about why you don't believe it. We were.
Well, I'm just going to show you the contradiction.
Okay. So the claim is right.
Kenny, we're losing you. Give me 1 second to see if you got three red bars. Give it a second to see if it catches up.
Okay.
I think it's stable now. Say it again.
So the Trinity is one being and three persons.
That's what they say. Mm-hmm.
Okay. The Son is, or the incarnation, is talking about how the Son takes on human nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that would mean that his body is not the divine essence. If he's taking it on, his body is not the divine essence, right?
You got it.
Okay, so respond to that because I don't understand how that's a contradiction, or how is that saying that he's not God if he decides to take on flesh?
Does God have parts?
Again, what do you mean? Does God have parts? Again,
So there's a
we're talking about what
there's
we're
a
talking about who God is.
there's a heresy. There's a heresy called partialism, which declares God doesn't have parts. So if you're saying that the body is a part of God that he took on later, you've just fallen into partialism.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what it means. Want me to give you the definition of partialism?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Partialism. Partialism suggests that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are not fully God individually, but are three distinct parts or components that combine to make one God. It violates the Orthodox Christian doctrine of the Trinity, so on and so forth. It was declared a heresy way back in like Theodosius II's reign. So partialism is this idea that God has parts. He's not divinely simple. Now, listen, you could be a heretic and adopt partialism, and that's fine. But what that means...
Yeah, but I'm not saying that he has parts, though.
Okay, is his body not a part of God?
Yeah, so that's a trick question.
Okay, so does Jesus have parts?
So what I'm saying, I'm not saying that the divine nature has parts. That's what it would have to be if it's partialism.
But does Jesus have parts?
You're trying to pigeonhole me into a very...
I'm just asking you to demonstrate what you mean. I'm asking you, does Jesus have parts?
The human body is not a piece of the divine essence.
I'm not asking you about the human body right now. I'm asking you, does Jesus have parts?
Okay. The human body is not a part of the divine essence.
I didn't ask if it was. I'm asking... I'm not asking that. I'm asking, does Jesus have parts?
No, Jesus does not have parts.
Okay, gotcha. So then
Not the way you're trying to ask me.
Okay, so Jesus doesn't have parts, meaning Jesus isn't part human nature and part divine nature?
Jesus is, so when you say parts, let's go to percentages. What do you mean? Do you mean like 50% and 50%?
Any part, anything that's not 100%.
Yeah, but that's not what Christianity doesn't teach, that Jesus is 50% God and 50% man.
I'm aware that's the problem that you're facing right now.
It doesn't teach that his body is part of the divine essence. It
Okay,
teaches that
so
it teaches that the Son of God is fully divine by nature and fully human by assumption.
by
That's what it teaches.
assumption, I don't think that's the word you wanted. But listen, the reality is, if Jesus is 100% God, what that means is that his body must also be part of the 100%.
No, it's a part of the 100% that is human.
But then that would be a part. You just used the word part.
No.
So you just said Jesus. You just said Jesus is part human and part God, which means Jesus has parts, and Jesus can't have parts because Jesus is 100% God.
Okay. So when I say Jesus is God and man, do you understand I'm making a distinction between the two, right?
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, the distinction
How's that a
is the problem
How's that a problem?
because you've described parts. So the question is, we'll say Jesus is God. Premise number one. Premise number two would be God has no parts. Okay. So what that means is that the conclusion, Jesus has no parts. It's just how that works out. It's the law of identity. So if Jesus is God and God has no parts, that means Jesus has no parts, which means you can't then say that the body was part of Jesus.
Yeah, so I'm not saying, so this is what I'm saying. The divine essence does not have parts.
I didn't ask you about that. I don't know why you keep bringing up the divine essence. I'm not talking about divine essence.
Okay, but that's what I mean by when I say
I'm asking you
God.
about Jesus.
You're referring to Jesus.
I'm asking about
And I'm
Jesus.
saying that I'm saying that he is assuming flesh or humanity.
Yeah, that means Jesus has parts. So Jesus is an identity, right? The identity of Jesus. And Jesus's identity makes up both a divine part and a non-divine part. That's called parts. And if Jesus is God, he can't have parts. He could be a demigod, but he can't have parts.
Okay, so how is this not making sense if I'm saying that when we're talking about Jesus assuming, at one point, Jesus in the incarnation, he's assuming flesh, right?
Yes, that means he has parts.
Okay.
Disposable
Yeah, but that's
parts.
the conclusion. Okay, I don't understand how that's
Because he no longer has a
how-
body. It means it's disposable.
no. The
Wait,
incarnate.
does he still have the
incarnate
body?
Son, no.
Well, then it's disposable. He got rid of it.
The son takes on human nature. You agree, right?
So that means God has two natures?
No, I'm saying that.
Well,
does he
if
take-
Jesus is
yeah.
God and Jesus has two natures, that means God has two natures.
The son, yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's what
that's
Christianity
parts again.
teaches.
Two natures would be part human nature, part God nature. It's two parts. So you're
Yeah, but that's
partialist
not
again.
partialism, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me look up the definition of partialism because I
Mhm.
think you're misusing it. So let's just read the definition here. Let's read it here. Let's read the definition of partialism. Okay. It says partialism, Father, Son, the Holy Spirit are each only parts or components of God,
Mhm.
and all together they combine to make one God. What?
That's partialism.
Yeah, but what the heck? How? Come on, man.
Because Jesus has parts and Jesus is part of God. So you just described Jesus having parts and Jesus is also fully God, which means Jesus being fully God has parts. It's just
That's
a
not
law
what
of identity.
partialism is. It's not the partialism is. It
It
says,
is.
and together they all combine to make one God.
Yeah, which is what you just
So
described.
it says Father, Son, and Holy Spirit all
Which is what you
are
just
each
described.
only parts of components
Yeah,
of God.
that's what you just
And
told me.
together, okay. No, that's not what I just told you.
Okay, Jesus has a body. That body is part of Jesus's identity, and God doesn't have a body, which means Jesus is bringing in a part that God doesn't have. That's partialism.
Yeah, but that's why I'm showing you that there are two natures.
That's
So,
parts.
but you're yeah, I know, but that's no, it's
Wait,
not.
the
You're
natures would be
treating
parts.
you're treating the divine nature as if it's just a part.
But you have to, because Jesus is 100% God.
Okay, so this is what you're saying. You're saying that the Father is a part, the Son is a part, and the Holy Spirit is a part.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that you can even just say that the Holy
Yeah, but
Spirit and the Father are not parts, but you would have to conclude that Jesus does bring in a new part,
Yeah, but
because
that's not
Jesus has a
partialism
body.
is, though. Okay, let me read the definition again. Because
Yeah, I know,
partialism.
I know,
Father, Son, and Holy Spirit
I know the
are each
official
only part.
doctrine or the official heresy of partialism. What I'm saying is, what you've uttered is the same thing, same violation as partialism, meaning there's something that is in the Godhead that is a part, whether it's 75% or 20% or 10%. There is a part there that creates a part rather than a whole.
Yeah, but my understanding of what it's positing is that God is made out of some sort of pieces or parts.
He must be.
The body of Jesus is not a piece of the divine essence.
Then that means Jesus isn't 100% God.
How?
Because if he was 100% God, 100% of him would be part of the divine essence.
I don't understand how that follows.
If I'm 100% human, that means 100% of me is human.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you remember? Okay, this is why I wanted to try to get away from the percentage thing, because I think you're just misunderstanding, right? So Jesus has a real human body. You agree to that, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so that's what the doctrine states. He has a real human body, right? Okay. That human body and soul, according to the fact that he has a human nature, right?
Well, it's clear that he has a human nature. It's actually not clear that he has a divine nature yet, given that he lacks some of the indispensable characteristics of that divine nature. For example, he's not omniscient. He's not omnipresent. He's not.
It's not what the Bible teaches. It's not
Yeah, it
what
is.
Christianity teaches.
Yeah, it does.
That's what Christianity teaches?
Yeah, Matthew 24:36, he doesn't know stuff.
Yeah, but that's not okay. So has Christianity?
Wait, I should have asked you. Do you think that God's essential attributes include all knowingness?
I think that yes, necessarily, but I think that the Son deciding to limit himself, because he can do that because he's God.
No, he can't.
He can't.
So either you're all knowing or you're not, right? If you're not all knowing, then it just means that you're not all knowing. Now you can say he's limited himself, but the reality is, even if he limited himself, he would still be all knowing. He would just, for some reason,
Technically, he would. Yeah.
He would just,
He
for
is,
some
though, is he
reason,
not?
he would just, for some reason, not be accessing that memory. But you can't be all knowing and then not all knowing. You either are or you're not.
Okay. Well, I don't think Christianity teaches that Jesus is not all knowing.
Well, he says so in Matthew 24:36. He says, about the day or the hour, no one knows, neither the angels of heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. And he actually validates that he's not all knowing, because in that same chapter, he predicts when his second coming is going to be and flubs it.
Okay. Do you want to pull that up and go through it?
Yeah, Matthew 24. He also does the same thing in Matthew 10 and Matthew 16. So in Matthew 24, the relevant verses are going to be 29 through 34. And he says that the end times and the judgment is going to happen within that particular generation. And I'm sure you've heard this before and you think that you've got a fix for it, but I know that you don't. It says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. From the fig tree learn its lesson. As soon as his branches become tender and put forth his leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see all these things, know that he is near at the very gates. Truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place, and those things did not take place.
Okay, so let me respond to that for a second. And maybe this is not the right way to respond to it, but let me just give it a try. So, did Jesus, under the story, under the claim, right? Does Jesus die?
It seems to be the case.
Did Jesus sleep?
It seems to not necessarily be the case because according to 2 Peter, or maybe 1 Peter, he actually descends into Sheol when you get the herring of hell. So it's not clear that his soul sleeps, only his body.
No, I'm talking about, okay. Does he hunger?
Oh, he certainly does hunger.
Okay. Do any of those things apply to God?
Yeah, which is good evidence that he's not God.
I'm asking, do any of those things apply to God?
Well, kind of. It depends on your view of God. So if you were talking about the classical ancient Near Eastern gods, well, yeah, even in the Bible God, he does get hungry. In fact, he eats in Genesis 18.
Okay, so does he need to eat to like live?
No, it doesn't appear that he needs to,
so
but
he
it
doesn't need
does.
to eat, live.
It does say that the angels eat. In fact, they eat the bread of heaven. It said.
Yeah, but I'm talking about God. God doesn't need to eat to live, right?
It's actually not clear.
It's not clear.
It's not clear. There's some
There's
some verses. There are some verses that would intimate that God does eat.
I'm not asking about your interpretation.
And there are you are asking me about my interpretation. I'm saying that there are some passages that intimate whether or not that God does in fact eat, and some that he doesn't. It just depends on which passages you're going to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the question I asked was, does he need to eat to live? Is that what Christianity teaches?
Again, I'm telling you from the Bible, it's not actually clear.
It's not clear if God needs to eat to live.
Yeah, because he refers to the offerings as his food in Exodus. In fact, that's why he's got 2 daily offerings in Exodus that are both described as meals.
Food?
Yeah.
Food?
Yep.
Okay. Can God die according to the scriptures? Let's talk about God dying.
So according to like the Hebrew Bible, like smaller, lesser gods seem to be able to die. In fact, in Psalm 82, he talks talks to the council and says that they're going to die like men. Now, does that mean that God himself, like Yahweh, couldn't die? We don't really know. It just seems that he's the most powerful according to the Bible. And if he's the most powerful, maybe he could die, but I don't know what's going to kill him.
So you don't know if Christianity teaches that.
I didn't say anything about Christianity. I keep saying the Bible.
Yeah, but that's okay. So are you doing an internal critique, or is this just your like personal opinion?
I'm just talking about the Bible. I didn't say anything about what you specifically
I don't care
believe.
about that, then.
Well, you don't care what the Bible says? Holy fuck.
No, I'm saying I don't
Jeez,
care about your
Pete.
interpretation
This guy
of the
doesn't care about what the Bible says. It's wild.
Yeah.
Imagine being
I
a
thought
Christian and not caring what the Bible says.
Sure. I thought you were doing an internal critique, though. Is that not what you're doing?
Yeah, on Christianity at large, not whatever version you pretend to hold. I don't really care your like specific version of it. Although I would say, like, if you didn't believe in the Trinity, obviously we wouldn't be talking about the Trinity, but we are talking about a Christian that does believe the Bible, don't you?
Mm-hmm. So to the questions I asked you, can you tell me what Christianity teaches and not your personal opinion?
I didn't say anything about my opinion. I said the Bible.
Yes,
and
you did.
so
That was your personal opinion.
I didn't say
That's
my
your personal
opinion.
opinion.
I didn't say my opinion. You just
said
want it
that
to be my personal opinion because you haven't read the passages that I know about. But it turns out
I
that
asked you-
your
I asked
inability
you
to
if
read the Bible
God,
doesn't make
according
it
to
just my
Christianity,
opinion. So according to Christianity, no. Like most Christians would say that
Okay.
God couldn't die unless they're like some form of Gnostic. There are some Gnostic
Good.
Christians that would say so.
Good. So we got somewhere. So historical.
I don't know if we got
historical
anywhere yet.
Christianity. Well, for me, maybe not, I know you for you, but okay. So God can't die. So does Jesus die according to the gospel accounts?
Yeah, which is why he's not a god.
Okay. So Jesus died according to the gospel accounts.
Yeah,
So
which is why he's not a god.
okay, according to the gospel accounts, did Jesus rise again?
According to the gospel accounts, yes, but it doesn't make him God.
Okay. So are you arguing that according to Christianity, right?
I think you're confused. My argument is that Jesus lacks the divine attributes that would make him God. He doesn't know all things, and that's a requirement to be made all God. And then he makes predictions that he personally fails. Are you going to
I
address the
understand that.
failed predictions or no?
Yeah. Well, the point I was trying to get at was
Well,
that
I
Jesus
want
has a human nature.
it's
Jesus has a
weird.
human
It's
nature.
weird that you're
And if
not
he has
actually
a hu-
addressing the
if he has a
part
human nature,
where Jesus is
if he has a
wrong.
human nature and he limited
So
himself,
Jesus can be wrong?
that would be my argument.
Shit, so
If he
Jesus
has
can
a
say
human,
things that are untrue? Oh my gosh. So what percentage of Jesus' sayings in the Bible are true?
do you have any evidence for that?
That's what you just said. You said Jesus in his human nature can say things that are untrue.
No, I didn't say that.
Can
When
is
did I say
all
that?
are all of Jesus' sayings
Wait,
true or
pause,
not?
pause. When did I say that?
Y'all just heard him say it. I've never talked to somebody with
I
such
said that Jesus
a
can say untrue
short-term
things.
memory loss. Is it
Come on,
possible
man.
for Jesus to say something untrue?
Now you're just lying. You're just making stuff
Is
up. I'm not gonna
it
continue
possible
the
for
conversation
Jesus
if
to
you're gonna
say
start
something
lying on me.
untrue?
Dude, I'm not going to continue the conversation
They
if you're
all
going
heard
to
you
start
say it.
lying
I'm
on
just
me.
asking you, correct
No,
the
they didn't.
record. Correct the
No,
record.
they did
Can
not.
Jesus say things that are untrue?
There's no need for me to correct the record because I never said that.
I need you to answer the question. I don't give a fuck what you think you said. Can Jesus say things that are untrue? It's an easy yes or no. You got the answer? Yes or no? Can the Jesus of the Bible say things that are untrue?
Pause. Yeah.
Are you going to
So
answer my
you
question?
You said so. Jesus
Oh, he's
can say
never
things that are
going to answer my question.
I'm reading back.
What I
bro.
need for you is just to answer my question.
I'm
My question
exposing
is,
you for being
okay,
a
well,
liar.
I'm a fucking liar.
Your
Answer my question
question was,
now. Okay,
your
great.
question was,
Great. I'm a fucking
so
liar now. Kenny,
Jesus
tell me,
can
can Jesus say things that are untrue? Kenny,
untrue.
can Jesus say things that are
No,
untrue?
no,
Yes or
no,
no?
no, 'cause you
Yes or
just tried to
no?
lie on me, so
I'm
I'm
a
gonna
liar,
expose
Kenny.
you as
I'm
a
a
liar.
fucking demonic liar.
You
Now
are a
answer my
liar.
question. Answer my
Yeah,
question. Is
so
it,
I'm not going to
can Jesus
continue a
say things that are
conversation with a
untrue?
liar.
Why are you
Why would I
running?
talk to
Why are
a
you fucking
dishonest liar?
running?
I'm
What
not
a
running. You're a
coward.
liar.
What an
Are you
absolute
admitting to being a
coward.
liar?
He won't actually answer my question,
Are
which
you
is,
admitting to being a
can
liar?
Jesus say things that are untrue?
Are you admitting to being a liar?
I admit that you're a liar and a coward. So answer my question.
Your
Is
question
it
was,
possible
I've been
that Jesus
I'm a
can
coward. I'm
say
sitting
things
right
that are
here. I haven't
untrue?
gone anywhere.
He's never going to
Your
answer
question
it.
was,
He's too much of a
so
coward.
Jesus
Answer the
can say things
question.
that are untrue.
It's yes
I
or no.
answered.
Yes or
I did
no.
not answer that
Yes or
question. And you
no.
said that I answered
Yes
it.
or no.
That's what you did.
Yes or no.
No, Jesus cannot say anything that's untrue.
Gotcha.
But
So
you
if
said
he
that I said
so
that
if
that
he
I did
says
say that.
something in the Bible that's untrue, what does that mean?
No, we're not moving on from this.
If he
Did
says
you not
something,
make the
I
claim?
wouldn't want to move on
We're
from
not
this either
moving
if
on
I
from
was
it.
you. I would
You
be
made the
terrified to
claim.
move on from this. This is very
I'm not
easy.
terrified.
My position is quite clear.
I'm
If
not
Jesus
terrified.
can't say things that are untrue, then we shouldn't find him in the Bible saying things that are untrue. Would you like to hear him saying things that are untrue?
Can you admit that you lied?
Nope.
And then we can go there.
Nope.
So you're not going to admit that you lied, even though I have you on record lying?
I didn't, and no, you don't.
Yes, I do. I have it right
Well,
here in front of
go
me.
ahead and fucking post it later. Then I don't care. Answer the
I have it
question.
right here in front of me, dude.
Read the Bible
Right
with me,
here.
coward.
No, are you going to admit that you lied?
Nope. Are you going to admit that
For
you
your
lied?
audience, for clout. For
I don't
clout.
need the clout.
One thing you can't call me is a liar.
You actually are a liar. We've caught you in like a dozen lies already. And again, I don't need any of your clout. So again, it's very easy.
You obviously need some clout.
In Matthew
start saying I
16,
lied.
27 through 28, did Jesus tell the truth when he says that Some
We
standing
could just
here
end the
will not
we
taste
could just
death
end the
before
conversation
they
here
see the
because I'm
Son
not
of
ready
Man
to end
coming
the
in his kingdom.
conversation with a
Oh, he's
liar.
terrified of reading the book. The minute they read the
I'm
book,
not
they
terrified.
they
I've been talking to you for
they
over an hour and a
cry
half,
like babies. Oh no, I'm
but you're
tired.
lying.
Oh
You're a
no,
liar. Why
don't
would I
read
sit
the
here and
book with
talk to a
me.
liar?
Oh no, don't read the book with me. I can't do that. Oh, I'm terrified of the book. And he's gone. Oh well. It's crazy that the minute you start reading this book, they disappear so fucking fast. It's wild to me that they have like no ability to read this book. Remember, they've got the Holy Spirit. They're out here with the power of the Holy Spirit, still not being able to read. It's pretty wild, actually. I got to write some notes for this conversation shit in the clips. I said near death. He said near death experiences are proof. LOL. Does not understand basic contradictions. Let's see. Flops on the Trinity and then on Jesus's false predictions and then runs. Very very confident. Very confident in his position, but not confident in actually reading the Bible. All I needed was the answer. I just needed to know, is it possible for Jesus to say something that's untrue? And we could have moved on. Okay. Well, I'm going to read a couple of super chats, friends, and then we'll get another guest up in here. It's past midnight. It's 1 a.m. where I'm at. I don't know how many more I can take, but we're gonna keep pressing on here. Go Pibble says, I haven't laughed out loud so much for years until this live. Thanks from Dallas. Well, Go Pibble, thank you for being here. I really appreciate that, my friend, and I hope that you get something out of it. And Lost in FRP says, impaired understanding is a real pandemic, and you fucking nailed it. Not only did this guest have impaired understanding, he actually couldn't even remember the words that left his own mouth. And Philo, thank you for the super chat, says, my father taught me the best thing about banging your head against a wall is that it feels so fucking good when you stop. That is true, actually. My father never met Kenny, but was obviously referring to him, and I believe that to be the case, actually. Kenny is a special case, for sure. But you know, he cooked me. He got my worldview cooked, even though he couldn't articulate how. Still Attack says, this is the first time I have heard a guest say, yes, I'm running a script. Let's get back to the script. LOL, what a maroon. As Bugs Bunny would say, keep it up, Justin. I haven't heard maroon in a while. Definitely appreciate that reference. I'm a Bugs Bunny fan from way back, from even before I was born. And Not a Robot says, oh my God, he killed Kenny. And that is the fucking case. Poor Kenny is done. He's toast. He's down for the count. And Philodragon, good to see your friend, says, accounting comes cheap and mere assertions get you nowhere, Mr. Presupper. You nailed it. Remember, my worldview can't account for sense data, whatever the fuck that means. And Mason says, in the name of Doug, the Father, Justin, and Son, and Sharon, the Holy Spirit, I rebuke the spirit of not listening. Indeed. Listen, it's one thing if you don't listen to me, but at least listen to the words that come out of your mouth. Like, at least know what you were talking about. Although it's preposterous that he came in talking about NDEs after hearing the last guest. Like, did you not listen to the last guest? He couldn't have. And Only LC, good to see your friend, says, first, words don't mean words, but now Hebrew doesn't mean Hebrew, even though he doesn't know Hebrew. Totally, dude. The gall and the arrogance of these people. That was referring to Jersey, by the way. Imagine not knowing Hebrew and then telling me that the KJV is a superior translation of the Hebrew. Is that a real question, Cyber? You know he's reading KJV trash. Yeah, we actually did know it. We did know it. We'll read the rest of the super chats in a minute. I got time for at least one more guest. We only have one guest in the queue that actually looks like they're super ready to go, and that looks like Ren. Happy Humanist, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Ren has got a good connection, 3 green bars, got the camera and the microphone plugged in. So we're going to grab Ren from the YouTube queue and hopefully get some conversation. Ren, I have one important question, though. Are you at least 18?
I am.
Are we
Nice
good to
to
go
see
then?
you, Justin.
Hey, good to meet you, Ren. Ren, do you believe in God?
I do not.
Oh, you're an atheist.
Well, I'm a deconstructing. Well, I'm a deconstructed Christian. I deconstructed about 3 months ago, while being
Congrats.
at a Bible college. Um, and I found you through Apologia, so yeah, that was a great collab you guys did.
Oh, dope.
But I have some questions for you, because I'm not really sure how to respond when Christians bring up these things, and I think you're a very smart man, and you might have some good answers for me.
Sure, what you got?
So how do you respond to religious experiences that are like really specific? Like in my mind, I have like dreams. Like I have family members. I come from a charismatic background, and I have family members who report having dreams that give very specific details the next day, and they'll show me their recordings of their dreams, and the details are crazy. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird that those details do match up. I'm not really sure how to respond to those.
Well, I don't know the experiences that you're referring to, but what I do know is we would like refer to these typically as like premonitions, and they happen in all kinds of religions and even to atheists. So let's imagine a worldview where premonitions are true, they actually do happen. That doesn't actually vindicate any one particular worldview. It literally just means that premonitions happen, right? We can talk about like why premonitions happen, if they're a naturalistic phenomenon for the premonition. What I can say is the studies I've read on premonitions all have the same fatal flaw, which is that people who claim to have premonitions, when they ask them to like write them down, one of two things is true. One, they stop coming true. Like people with premonitions stop having them come true if they have to record them ahead of time. Now, if they do record them ahead of time and they come true, they almost universally are vague enough that almost anything could fulfill them. Very similar to like what's the word I'm looking for? Like reading the astrology charts or things like that. So I think that's kind of the two issues with premonitions is usually they're too vague or they could be applied to anything or multiple things. And so they're not all that convincing. Plus they happen regardless of whether or not you're religious or what your religion is.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's how I would have responded to. I would have thought like, yeah, this happens in every religion. So what? So do you think it's just possible that like every now and then there could be like a really detailed example that doesn't seem statistically possible, but it just happened?
I think it can happen. So have you read the sibling oracles?
Mm-mm.
So there's this really interesting series of texts referred to as the sibling oracles. And there's a lot of really interesting predictions in there, similar to like the predictions made by Nostradamus, but more specific typically. And it looks like a lot of them actually came true. And I think that validates the power of people being good at predicting things. So like when we look at, I've got some Babylonian, I can bring them up on the screen, but I got some Babylonian prophecies as well that came true. Because when we're predicting things that are likely to happen, like geopolitically or in your personal life, you're going to get some stuff right eventually. And sometimes you get something right that sounds really improbable. But I think one of the other problems is that they actually get a lot of stuff wrong, which is another hallmark of,
Yeah,
if you guess enough, eventually something's going to stick.
that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Thank you. I have more questions if you have time for it.
Sure, yeah, I'll take another guest after you, but I mean, it sounds like you're a recent deconstructee, and I want to be as helpful as possible so you don't get
Yeah,
pulled
thank
back into this nonsense by these believers.
It does feel like delusion, but you don't realize it when you're in it.
hmm
Um, how do you respond to mathematics being used to try to prove God?
I don't know
I
what.
found it's kind of like fine tuning, and I'm not really like basically the idea that I've heard from a Christian before is the fact that mathematics describes our universe so well that that's seemingly kind of built into the existence of the universe, that that order somehow points to a creator.
So I think the reason why mathematics describes the universe so well is because we designed mathematics to do that. So, for example, if I said, I'm going to describe this ball as green and hard and crystalline, maybe a little bit translucent and with a gray dot on it, that's a very accurate not translation, very accurate description of this thing. It's not because my description or my words are inherent to the universe. It's because I decided to use words that would accurately describe this thing. And we can use numbers in the same fashion. The numbers that work to describe this thing accurately, we keep. Like, oh, those mathematical formulas work. The ones that don't work, we get rid of. So the reason why math matches reality is because we're actually designing math specifically to describe our reality. We're inventing the math.
Okay. How do you respond when a Christian says, did 2 + 2 = 4 before we invented math?
Because equals is an evaluative question, right? So if you say, does this color equal green? That's an evaluation, right? So anytime we're doing addition or mathematics, we're actually evaluating something. That's why we have the equal operator. And so are we asking 2 + 2 = 4? That evaluation can only take place if, in fact, human beings exist. The notion of 2 and 4 and evaluations, none of those would exist without humans. So it's kind of a nonsensical question, right?
Oh, I've never heard it that way. That's a good way of putting it. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's really good. And how do you respond to people saying Christians have better morals, specifically in regards to cheating on a partner?
Well, I would show them that that's not actually true. And in fact, there's a lot of studies that show that women stay in domestic violence relationships a lot longer because they're married and they're Christian, but they have a higher rate of extramarital affairs, meaning they don't want the social stigma of being divorced publicly, but they still want to be with somebody else. So sometimes they sleep around. This is something that is pretty prevalent. Because having social pressure to stay in a marriage, to me, I don't think is good evidence that you're actually doing things out of your own good moral intuition, and more or less you're doing things to not incur the wrath of the social circle that you're a part of. I would say this too: Christians overall don't like when we talk about morals. Like, I don't know what morals we'd be referring to. If we conclude that killing innocent people is bad, well, I mean, it just turns out that Christians overall throughout history have done much more of that than a lot of other religions. So we could look at the Crusades, we can look at the Inquisitions, we can look at the early times with Constantine, Theodosius I and II, when they're literally forcefully baptizing and murdering Jews and Arians. When we say that like Christians have better morals, like who determined that the Christian morals are better? Because God in the Bible has women raped. In 2 Samuel chapter 12, he has women raped for the crimes they never committed. In Deuteronomy 22, he has women stoned for crimes he knows they didn't commit. In Zechariah 14 and also in Isaiah 13, there are more women that get raped as punishment. So like when we say that the Christianity has better morals, I'm like, what do we mean? Which morals are we talking about? Does the divorce rate, is that the only moral that we care about? Because I personally don't care if women are getting divorced. If women get divorced because they're in a bad situation, to me, that's good. I don't want them stuck there.
Okay. Maybe you could debunk this claim. I've heard it said before that only 2% of wars are Christian. Is that true?
Well, it's certainly not true. In fact, if you just look, well, the initial claim was like a small percentage of wars are theistic in nature. And that's not true either. If you read any of the ancient literature, all of those wars are blamed on their gods. But if you look at specifically the Christian wars, the wars that the Christians were in, almost all of them were based on their god too. Remember when they went to war with the Turks in the Crusades? That was a religious war. When they went to war after the schism, when they went to war, well, there's another war. Hold on, was it the 100 Years' War? Give me a second. There's been quite a few religious wars. Yeah, that was between England and France. That particular war might not have been religiously motivated. I have to double check on that one. But there's been a lot of wars that were just started by Christians, and I'm not really sure what else we can do with that. Like if you look at the Anabaptists, that's the earliest Reformation groups. They broke off from the Catholic Church. because they thought you should be able to baptize people who convert to Christianity or claim Christianity as adults. They don't think that infant baptism is a right way to Christianize people. So they started baptizing people as adults. And the Catholic Church responded by murdering them. In fact, they invented a form of death called the third baptism, where they would take the person who got baptized as an adult, they would round up their entire family and drown them in the river. This is not like,
Oh wow.
whether or not Christians are starting wars or not is maybe not the right guidepost to be looking for, but we know for sure they did a lot of stuff that caused wars. That's why a lot of the Anabaptists ended up in Denmark and then eventually in the USA, because they were trying to escape the bloodbath of the Catholic Church.
Okay. Interesting.
And also, Constantine early on was spreading Christianity by the sword. All the people that were conquered, even when they came to the African continents, they had authorization by the Pope to seize land, to make slaves. In fact, let me get you the edict here real quick. Is it the Duma Verses is what I'm looking for? But also they massacred the Cathars. They massacred all the Waldensians, which was like hundreds of thousands of people in these people groups were completely massacred. But the Pope Nicholas is what I was thinking of. Pope Nicholas in 1452 issued a papal edict called the Dum Diversus, which granted the Portuguese authorities to enslave non-Christians in Africa and take their stuff. It says, here's part of it, just desiring that whatsoever concerns the integrity and the spread of the faith for which Jesus Christ our God shed his blood shall flourish in the virtuous souls of the faithful, we grant to you by these present documents with our apostolic authority full and free permission to invade, search out, capture, and subjugate the Saracens and the pagans and any other unbelievers and enemies of Christ, wherever they may be, as well as their kingdom, duchies, counties, principalities, and other properties, and reduce their persons to perpetual slavery. That's what Christians did.
Okay. Okay. And what are your thoughts on partial preterism?
I think partial preterism is just another way to say Christianity. I think all Christians actually fall into camp of partial preterism. They think some prophecies were fulfilled and some weren't. Typically, the partial preterists I know believe that there are some prophecies from the Hebrew Bible that are yet to be fulfilled, but they typically believe that Revelation already has been fulfilled. Partial preterists are trying to wrestle typically with the New Testament prophecies more than the Old Testament prophecies. However, there's a large gradient between partial preterists. I would say I can tolerate a partial preterist because they're just people who believe some have been fulfilled and some not. But a full preterist, I think, are out of their mind. The full preterists think that every prediction in the Bible has come true, as long as words have no meanings, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you do with like a Christian who takes the Bible like really metaphorically? Like anytime you bring them these contradictions, they play all these word games and say, "Oh, it's not meant to be like taken in that literal way."
I mean, I usually make fun of them and ask them, did Jesus die metaphorically or literally? Because what's your measuring stick for determining which parts are literal? Like the way in human English we determine something's literal is if it's telling a history, we're like, okay, the history is literal. If it's telling a statement for the future, that's literal. If it's making a metaphor, they're very easy to distinguish. If I said that Ren is a cow, I'm typically trying to say that like you eat too much, but obviously you know that you're not a cow. It's how metaphors work, right? The metaphors are pretty easy to pinpoint. If they're saying it's a metaphor just because they don't like what it's saying, ask them, what's the metaphor mean? Because it can't be good enough just to call it a metaphor. Metaphors have a clear purpose. When I said that Ren is a cow, it means you're fat, you eat too much. What's the purpose of this metaphor in the book? And how do you know that it's a metaphor?
Mm. Mm. And do you think it could be lost in translation because of just the cultural difference? Like there could be metaphors back then that we just don't fully understand?
I think that's true for a lot of English readers, but you don't usually get that in the English text because most of those metaphors are actually translated out. So when I was in seminary and I learned Greek and Hebrew, we had to learn all the idioms and metaphors. They actually don't, a lot of them don't make it into the English. Like, so when it talks about God being angry, that's typically a metaphorical term. It's an idiom. It actually says in the Hebrew text typically that God has a hot nose. It'll say God's nose got hot, which means that God got angry. But like, you don't read that in the English. The English usually just translates a lot of those metaphors straight into the English.
That's really interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you'll find it if you do an interlinear translation. It'll say something like "af ham," off his nose, and ham typically means hot or warm. So, but God's nose obviously, but he's not saying God just has a hot nose. It's trying to say it's a metaphor. People believed that when you got mad, that your blood raised in temperature and your nose would get red because your temperature was being raised. So saying someone had a hot nose meant that they were mad.
That's funny. That's interesting. I cracked up so much earlier when you pulled out those massive crayons. I was laughing so hard.
You have
Those
to.
are so
You have to.
And my last question for you is, why do you think some Christians are able to deconstruct and some aren't? Because I'm bewildered that I was lucky enough to realize all of this, and some of my friends who I'm really close with, just it doesn't make sense to them.
So I think one of the things is there's a lot of people that aren't ready to they're not ready to question what they believe, and they're not willing to. So when I was a young Christian, and I don't know exactly what your experience was like, but like when I was a young Christian, I was always of the opinion of I really want to know what's true. I think that Christianity is true, but if it's not, I'm willing to admit that it's not true. And so one of the problems that we run into is there's a lot of Christians that just actually aren't willing to deal with the problem as it really exists. So rather than looking at a problem and saying, "Oh, that's not good. That's not something that I would expect," they go immediately into apologetics mode because they actually weren't ready to address the problem yet.
That's fair. Yeah. Well, just want to thank you for all you're doing, and I think whether people come on here or say it or not, that you really are giving people their lives back. I certainly have felt that through your channel, Apologia, and some other channels that do similar work. So I just want to thank you personally for all that you're doing, Justin.
Well, thanks, Ren. And you're a young man. You've got lots of time ahead of you to learn a lot of these points and be able to articulate them. Join the Discord. There's a lot of really smart people in the Discord. There's a lot of people in the Discord that know Greek and Hebrew probably better than I do, that you can bounce questions off of. They're very articulate. They know the Bible really well. The Deconstruction Junction is a great community to talk to other people in various forms or different parts of their deconstruction journey. If you just need to get online sometime and ask some good questions, there'll be some people in there that can answer your questions for sure.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Have a good night.
W. Ren, and I've got one correction. Hot nose in modern Hebrew is af ham. I just looked it up in the Bible. They have an older word for hot, and it's char, not ham. Something must have changed between biblical Hebrew and modern Hebrew, but that's neither here nor there. Nevertheless, af is still the word for nose. But yeah, the idioms in the language are pretty abundant. There's a bunch of them there, and they just get translated out when you get them into the English. But let's bring in Corbcore. They've been waiting for a while. We'll see if they can connect. I'm seeing loading dots of doom. I thought we were going to get one more debate still yet. We'll see. Corb, are you connecting? Corb. Okay, Corb's not connecting, so let's try Jaden. Maybe Jaden's got some connecting dots of doom as well. There we go. Jaden's connected. Welcome in, Jaden. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah. Oh God. Yes, I am at least 18. I am 18 currently. I do not believe in God. I just wanted to come up real quick and ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you have any Bible verses you could suggest for me? Because I'm currently working on this document where I'm writing down specific verses of terrible things that have taken place within the Bible, and I
Gotcha.
have
Yeah, on my, if you're a member of the channel or is a Kraken Crew elite member on the channel or on the Patreon, you're going to get a link to my deconstruction cheat sheet. And the very first tab on the cheat sheet is labeled worst bits. It's got like 75 verses from the Bible that has all the worst shit you could imagine, genocide, rape. And I don't mean that these things are just happening to people. I mean, I'm listing the ones that God specifically causes, where God says, I'm causing this to happen. Like Hosea chapter 13, when God says he's causing the army to come in and rip women open by the sword and dash rip pregnant women open and dash their babies against stones. That's the kind of stuff that I've got on the first tab of the cheat sheet.
I have way lighter stuff. I currently only have 1 Samuel 15. Well, specifically for what God commands, I only have 1 Samuel 15 and Deuteronomy 20:16 through 17. That's what I currently have for what God specifically commands. I mean, I have a lot of other just general ones. I do have this one that I haven't ran into a lot of people that know about this one. You probably do. Exodus 4:11. This one is
he makes people blind, deaf, and mute.
That one.
Yep, that's in
this
there.
one. I specifically like this one the most because this is just God admitting to creating disabilities for people with no reason for it. But yeah, thank you for letting me come up.
And remember, in Leviticus, he bans a number of those people from participating in the worship because of that. So he caused that problem for them.
Isn't that later on, like 20, if I remember correctly?
Let me grab it real quick. Let's see. I know for a fact it's in Leviticus. Let me grab the right one. Let's see. All right, Leviticus 21:16 through 21 is the passage that I was looking for. And it says, speak to Aaron and say, none of your offspring throughout their generations who has a blemish may approach to offer food to his God. Indeed, no one who has a blemish shall draw near, one who is blind or lame, or one who is mutilated or deformed. So if you're blind, you can't offer anything to Yahweh, even though he's the one that made you that way.
That's kind of ironic since Jesus heals a blind man.
Yeah.
I also wanted to know your opinion on Mark 7 with the story of the Gentile woman. Whenever I look at that one, I specifically focus on the word dog being used there because I'd read this source where originally when a Jewish person was calling a Gentile a dog, during that time it was considered a racial slur. I wanted to fact check myself on that one real quick.
Yeah. So when you call someone a dog in this particular world, dog is like a dirty, street walking scavenger. It'd be like referring to the same thing as a pig. In fact, in the ancient Near East, both dogs and pigs were often lumped into the same classification of being unclean. And so when he called the Syrophoenician woman a dog, he's basically insulting her as unclean. Like the Gentiles are unclean, just like dogs are. And it was common too to refer to like temple prostitutes as dogs. So it's unclear if he's using the word dog just to say she's unclean, or if he's also adding that in to demonstrate that you're actually not part of our religion, you're part of these pagan religions, which makes you a dog as well. So, but either way, it's derogatory for sure.
Yeah, if I actually remember correctly, the word used for God there, for dog there, is actually a softer term. If I'm not mistaken, it's like Canarian or something. I have no clue how to pronounce it, but the word for dog there being used is like a neutral term. I've heard some people try and argue that means like puppy or something like that, puppy, house pet, along those lines. But I mean, it doesn't improve what's happening here at all. It's just a little fact checked again, because I'm pretty sure you know a little bit of Hebrew. I don't know if you know a lot, but
I don't know. I probably have a vocabulary of like 500 or 600 words. The key, there's actually not that many distinct Hebrew words in the Hebrew Bible. If you know about 1,000 words, you can basically pick up a Hebrew Bible and read it, because most words are like a derivative of one of the root words that you already know. That being said, of independent words, even ones of the same root, there are about 6,000 different words in the Hebrew Bible, but nevertheless, you don't actually need to know 6,000 words to read it. Greek's different. Many thousands of words you have to know to get good at Greek. But the little dog or the puppy from Mark is not a term of endearment. So to call somebody like a puppy or a dog would still intimate the same thing, meaning that you're unclean, because the dogs didn't become clean just because they were puppies. Both puppies and dogs were considered unclean. And even in Egyptian and Hittite literature, there's actually really interesting regulations for the temples in Egyptian and Hittite literature. And specifically, if you allow a dog into the temple, even if by accident, you get murdered.
seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a source or anything I could look at that off of? That's wow. Okay, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, let me grab it real quick.
Okay, and do you know who Evidence First is, right?
Yeah, no evidence first.
Yeah, Cody, Dalton, and all of them have been wanting me to come up here and talk to you.
Mhm.
So I decided, you know what, today is gonna be the day. I saw you were on live, and I saw you also gave me a follow. I don't know if that has any correlation with any of them, but yeah.
Well, I saw you were live on somebody's live stream. It looked like you were in the atheist debate space. So I just dropped you a follow because I try to follow people that are in the debate space. But
Yeah,
Mhm.
I do debate normally. I debate often. I'm not nowhere near the same level as like Cody or Dalton, but I'm okay at it.
Dalton is, I'm going to say this and not to demean Cody in any ways, but I would say that Dalton is in an entirely different classification as Cody. I think Cody's a cool dude, but Dalton's got the goods. That motherfucker's smart.
Yeah,
But let me grab the text for you.
I would say that Cody is better at philosophy, while Dalton is better scripture-wise.
Maybe. I don't know if I've seen Dalton do much with philosophy, but nevertheless, give me a moment. The text that I'm looking for is inside of a program, and I have to open up the program and get the text. This is one that I don't actually have. I actually don't have on paperback, but I do have it in here. So one second. It's going to be in the Context of Scripture, Volume 1, and we're going to go to the table of contents and look at the Hittite text. Dun, 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 dun. Akkadian, West Semitic, Hittite, probably the royal texts.
You said volume 1.
Yeah, Volume 1 in the Context of Scripture. Let's see,
Okay.
I see the Hittite myths, prayers, rituals.
Is it by Brill? Is that the website?
Brill does have the book, but I would say that it's expensive. So there might be some ways to get a hold of it that are less expensive. We can talk in private about, but let me let me grab the text though.
Give you a follow back there.
Let me get the right text. Should be Hittite Palace Laws, is if I remember the basic name of it.
I'm just gonna see if I can Google that and see if anything will show up. Law.
Okay, it's in the context of scripture, and it is specifically called Instructions to the Priests and Temple Officials. The specific the specific work is Context of Scripture, Volume 1, Entry 83. And let me see if there's not a great way to add this to the screen, but there is for sure a way to add it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to add this to the screen. I just need to close the table of contents and zoom in on the text so that you guys can actually read the text. 1 second. Zoom in. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, and then I'm going to add this to the screen or to the live feed. All right. Let's see. Window capture is what I'm working on here. I'm going to capture Logos Bible software. Oh, I already had it in here. Let me add apparently I already had it. I don't see it in the list. That can't be right. I'm just gonna call it Logos number 2, I guess. All right, so I've got the link added. Let me get the software added up. I don't usually show anything from Logos Bible software on the screens. I don't have a source for it typically, but here's the source on the horizontal screen, and here is going to be the source on the vertical screen. Let me get that up. There we go.
There we go.
I'm going to make it readable real quick. The text is a little bit small. I apologize. I can zoom in a little bit more to make it better to read. Okay, so this might be readable for most. We'll see, but so it says, the place for breaking bread must be swept and sprinkled by you. Neither pig nor dog is to ever cross the threshold. You yourselves are to be bathed, wear clean clothes. In addition, your hair and fingernails are to be trimmed. Let the will of the gods not find fault with you. If a pig or a dog does somehow force its way to the utensils of wood or clay that you have, and the kitchen worker does not throw it out, but gives the gods to eat from an unclean vessel, so that one will, to that one will the gods give excrement and urine to eat and drink. Whoever sleeps with a woman as he performs the rites of a god, gives them to eat or drink, let him go to the woman who is thus unclean. Further, blah, 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 blah. Where's the part where they get murdered? There we go. So at the end of all these warnings is, however, if he intentionally delays without bathing, he forces his way near the gods, sacrificial loaves and libation vessels while unclean. His fellow servant knows about him, and he appears to him. If he conceals it, but afterwards it becomes known, it is a capital offense for them both, and they must die. So if you lie about defiling the temple through any of these means, and it becomes clear that you actually did defile the temple through any of these means, then you're going to get murdered, right? Because that's how seriously they took these purity laws.
That is insane. And just one last thing before I do get going here, and I don't want to waste any of your time. It is really late. I don't know your time zone actually. But when it comes to the whole like fine-tuning argument, would I be fair to say that, like, let's say I granted them, right? The universe, it's fine-tuned, okay. But I would feel as if with that, we wouldn't expect that from an all-powerful God, because we would more so expect that the universe should be able to have these constants that they're judging this fine tuning off of as something more easily movable, while we see the exact opposite here. So it's a sign of no God instead of there being a God.
So I think there's a couple ways to attack fine tuning, and I brought my buddy Danny up because I know he's going to have an opinion as well. But when I do the fine tuning argument, I would say a couple things. One is that if God is real and he's all powerful, then no matter what he wanted to produce life with, he could. He could literally make everything just out of water molecules and create life using just water molecules. There's nothing that God couldn't use to create life. So that means it's irrelevant to say, well, these are the only ways life could have been created, and therefore that means God. Well, that's not true, because if God's real, he could do life any way he wanted to. But the other problem is fine-tuning has one fatal flaw, and that is it assumes that life was the goal, right? Life is not actually the goal of the universe. Life is just a consequence of the universe behaving the way that it does. Like if I take a deck of 52 cards, and I throw them on the ground, well, the order that they fall in, that specific order is going to be what, 1 to the 52nd power? Like that's the odds it's going to fall in that arrangement. But that doesn't mean that I just did a miracle. Now, it would be a miracle is if I intended them to fall in that arrangement. If I told you before I throw these cards down, here's the arrangement they're going to fall into, and then they did, well, now that astronomical number is now meaningful because I've just applied a goal in mind. But if you can't demonstrate that the universe has a goal, well, the unlikelihood of life arising is now irrelevant because life was never the plan to begin with. It's just kind of a byproduct. But what would you say, Danny?
Yeah, it's a whole can of worms, but one reply, the idea is that there's all these physical facts that allow for life, and they want to say that that demands an explanation for why there's those sorts of physical facts that, and yeah, sure, let's just say there's very improbable that would get that arrangement of facts such that life is possible. So they want to say, well, let's posit these mental facts to explain those physical facts. So think about the, little old lady who swallowed the fly. Well, she swallowed the spider to catch the fly, right? But then you see where I'm getting at? What do you think I'm getting at?
Yeah. To me, it's sounding like currently that you're kind of creating a development thing here.
Yeah, you're kicking the can down the road, right? Because if it's required that we need an explanation for why we have those physical facts, right? Then okay, well, we'll have these mental, divine, intentional facts to explain those. Then what explains those specific intentional facts? And if they say that, well, that doesn't really need to be explained, then the naturalists could say, well, then the physical facts don't need to be explained.
Yeah, but yeah, I just don't, I typically respond just with, well, I don't think that this would be expected of an all-powerful God or a God in general that has the power to create something. I would rather expect that these constants that they do judge this fine-tuning off of to be more movable, while according to them, we see the opposite. We see that these are very tightly allowed for movement within these numbers. So I would rather see, what I would more so expect is that these numbers that they're judging this off of to be able to be moved larger instead of as tight as it can possibly be with God.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuances here. It gets technical pretty fast. Maybe you can follow me and we can talk about it. There's different types of fine-tuning arguments, and that's another problem, is like what might be a vulnerability in one won't be in a vulnerability at all. There's no one argument. So it's sort of like, but you should look, if I'm to lead you somewhere, look up stalking horse objections. Those are generally cover most of the arguments, stalking horse objections, right? So to fine-tuning. The idea is that, well, if you're comparing theism and naturalism to explain some data, well, the theist has to add in a particular psychology, right, that God has in order to explain those facts, because God they don't want to say God just accidentally like bumped into stuff and things happened. God intended. So you have God, and then you have the psychology of God. That's an adding to your hypothesis. So if the naturalist can do the same thing. So you have the natural world where you can add certain physical facts that dispose the world to producing life or life permitting conditions, right? So then it's called stalking horse objections, because for anything that the theist wants to add in the psychology of God to show why, oh look, well, God wanted life, so look, there's life, aha, right? Okay, well then I could do that with the universe. Okay, there's a universe, and now let's implement a kind of natural disposition where it's disposed to producing life. Aha, that's expected on that theory, right? So you can match the theist for whatever facts they want to add to God by adding facts about the universe that get you the same data.
The reason I specifically asked about that argument is because it's one that I do normally get confronted with. It's not one that I normally know how to respond to. That's the response that I brought up there is my normal one. It just, to me, it doesn't really make any sense for a God that's all powerful to create something so finely tuned. I would expect to see the opposite.
Well,
and I did follow.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt, but part of the reason why I said there's not one fine-tuning argument is because the most sophisticated versions of the fine-tuning argument actually don't argue for a God. They argue for a designer, and then once they get the atheists on the board of a designer, then they say, well, now that makes the God hypothesis more probable. So you have to reply to that argument, right, without, appealing to omnipotence, because they might grant you that the designer is not omnipotent. So you have to be prepared for an answer.
Okay, I did give you a follow if you want to continue discussing this. I don't want to waste any of your guys' times. I don't know if you have another guest coming up or if you're planning to end the live here soon. But yeah, I will drop now. I did give you a follow, Danny. You can follow me back if you want to continue.
Yeah, got you. Yeah, we'll talk. Actually, I came up to ask a question because I was reading some Bible stuff, and I was looking at Philippians 2. Is it 6:5 through 9? I find that passage really interesting, but it's sort of difficult to interpret for me, and I needed some help. So let me pull it up really fast. And or are you gonna pull it up? I mean,
Yeah, I got it, buddy. I got it.
You're fancy like that. Okay, so I don't have to do it. Okay. All right. So yeah, the interesting verses being 6 through 9 for me. So first of all, when you look at the NRSV, verse 6 is more neutral to a Trinitarian versus Unitarian view. If anything, what Unitarians argue is that did not require equality with God is to be interpreted as did not see himself equal to God. And then as something to be like stolen or taken or exploited, what they want to interpret that as is like, hey, he could have tried claiming that he was equal to God, but he never did, right? But when you look at the NIV version, and someone was arguing that the NIV version was a superior translation, and it's clearly Trinitarian, right? But I wanted your opinion on verse 6 about what the more clearer translation is, or how people might have interpreted it, when it was written, or what the author might have thought.
So I'm going to take Paul and assume that Paul's got a little bit of a Greek framework, not all that different from the Greeks of his time period. So if you look at like his descriptions of Jesus, it seems to match like what we would find in like Philo and like some of the other like Jewish / Greek thinkers. But in the NIV it says, being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. So this is actually pretty distinct from what we find in some of the other translations. And I've heard recently some people were asking me about this, about like what does it actually mean, right? Because this says, did not regard equality with God something as to be grasped, meaning he could not obtain it. And grasping something versus, say, utilizing it for your purposes, those are actually two like very different takes on it, right? So
yeah, that's why I wanted to come up and ask.
Yeah. Give me grab. Give me a second. My cat is now in front of my screen.
Well, if you guys wouldn't mind, Danny, you had said something that I've always thought about. Whenever it comes to possibilities for God, like let's say the person that you were talking to in that scenario that brought up this argument or wherever you saw this, whenever they bring up the possibility of Jesus being God, I don't think an all-knowing, all-powerful God would have any form of possibilities aligned with him because he's all-knowing. And since that's the case, there is no possibilities, because if there is possibilities, then that would mean there's something that God does not know, something that could surprise God within those possibilities.
Depends on what you mean by possibilities, but yeah, I think you're talking about like indeterminate future events. Like if given our past or what the prior conditions before the future or what was about to happen, it could go either way. Then yeah, a lot of philosophers, including Christian ones, argue that God can't know about those what will happen. In fact, these people are called open theists. So yeah, there are a lot of people that think that if God is looking into the future and there are two possible outcomes insofar as that the past or any facts about the present don't determine what's going to happen, then there's no facts for God to know concerning what will happen. Now, what open theists will want to say is that doesn't hurt omniscience, because omniscience, you can only know about facts. So if there are no facts about what will happen, because there are multiple possibilities, as you're saying, right, then there's nothing that for an omniscient being to know. So that's how they say it, right? They agree with you that if there's these possibilities in the future, right, God can't know about them, but that doesn't hurt omnipotence because there's nothing to know.
That's something I haven't thought on. I got to think about that one.
Mm-hmm. What did you come up with for verse 6?
Yeah, so I think it's probably going to be the same as last time I talked about this particular issue, which is it's not actually, because of the sentence structure, it's not clear unless you actually are like really good with Greek. So what we have typically with Greek is we've got like these case endings that tell you like which word goes where, because the word order in Greek's not always important. Like in English, the word order is like super important for determining like subject, object, verb agreement and things like that. It's actually not the case in Greek. The word order is almost meaningless. So you kind of have to use a lot of these words in their conjugated form to figure out what goes where. So the typical English rendering says who in the form of I want to say the existing God. Give me a second to put the cat down. And the reason why I'm using the comma here as a divider, saying the existing God, is because it's perfectly fine to use this as an adjective for God, but you don't have to. It just happens to be that in the King James version, the way it's laid out, they're kind of using it in that particular method. You could necessarily move that somewhere else and it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Okay.
But I'm still reading it saying in the form of the existing God, because Jesus, even though he was existing, didn't exist in that particular form because he was incarnate, but who in the form of the existing God, not something to be grasped, considered to be equal with God. So the question that typically comes up is, first of all, what does it mean to be grasped? And what is grasping referring to? So I think grasping is referring to considering to be equal with God. And grasping, typically in this particular context, harpa, let's see, what's the original word? This is a conjugated word. The original word is actually different. Let me see what the original word is.
Okay. Robbery.
Kind of. So if you look at I wouldn't worry too much about the lexical summary. If you go to the actual lexicon, it can mean robbery, but typically like the root word means to seize or to grasp something. Kind of like in Deuteronomy 22, we have the word tofaz, which means to grasp, but more often when that word is used, it's used to refer to forcefully grabbing hold of something, but it doesn't always have to be used that way. this is one of those words that it typically gets used to seize something or to grab hold of something, often that thing being something that doesn't actually belong to you. So I think the question that I would ask is, when it says seize here, is it referring to taking something unauthorized? I don't know if that's the case. I'm going to stand with most translators and say that maybe this is just referring to literally grasping something, and that just happens to be Paul's usage of the word. But the next question is, okay, if Jesus existed in some relation to the existing God, but did not grasp something, he didn't grab hold of something, the thing that he didn't grab hold of appears to be the next thing listed, which would be the consideration that he was equal with God, meaning Jesus didn't hold on to the idea that he was equal with God.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Interesting. Yeah.
And to be fair, Paul doesn't really say that he is equal to God. In fact, Jesus himself says that the Father is greater than I am. So it would seem that maybe there's, while Jesus might be part of a celestial Godhead of some nature, Jesus himself seems to be inferior in some nature, some way.
Yeah, it's just that if they want to say that this is for whatever reasons, right? They want to say that this means that he's equal to God, then I have a hard time understanding verse 9.
Oh,
because verse 9 is he's exalted and given a name, and that's harder to understand if he has equality. And I give the analogy, like let's say you and I own a I don't know, a pastry, a bakery, and a large bakery, I don't know, and you want to do the undercover boss thing, right? So you dress as a cashier, you're really the co-owner along with me, and so you're humbling yourself, right? You're like you're counting change for the customers even though you own the whole thing. And then like I come into the store and then I say, well, I'm going to promote you, right? And I'm going to give you the title owner or co-owner, right? But you already have that, right? Like you would already have equality with me, even though you've humbled yourself and counting, being a cashier with the undercover boss thing. So I think that if you interpret equality in verse 6, that makes harder to 9. But then what they want to tell me is that number 9 is to be understood as like some more like, oh well, the Father or God is actually going to show off what you are. So it would be like me coming in and like, guys, guess who this is, right? This is my co-owner, right? Like we're both owning, got everyone like, well, like, which is not giving you a title, and it's in a way kind of exalting you. Everyone's looking at you like, wow, like, oh my gosh, in a way I've honored you. So that's the Trinitarian interpretation of verse 9, but it's not, doesn't seem to be the plain reading. I wanted your take.
Right. Well, so my understanding of Paul and the earliest gospel, like Mark, is that they were more or less adoptionists, meaning Jesus, just like Baal, just like Marduk, he rose to this prominence and was given the authority by somebody higher than him. So basically, Jesus would be the adopted son of God, just like David in Psalm 2 says, I am begotten, this day by God. So this general idea that Jesus wasn't actually like this God in the past, while he might be in some God-like form, like Melchizedek or like Enoch, or also known as Metatron, he didn't come with the identity of God, but because of what he did, God elevated him. So it would say, therefore, God exalted him, which you couldn't exalt somebody. If Jesus already is identical to God, then he can't be exalted. Says God exalted him even more highly and gave him the name that is above every other name, so that the name given to Jesus, every knee should bend in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. So it's really interesting because when it says God, it says that God exalted him, meaning there must have been a time where Jesus was not exalted, meaning he was lesser than the Father. Which is why, Jesus says at some point that all authority in heaven and earth has been given to me. Well, it couldn't have been given to him if somehow Jesus is co-eternal and co-equal with the Father, right?
Right. So you see what I'm saying then? If you take the NIV interpretation of 6, 9, you're going to have to do some, loop-de-loops on verse 9, right? That's what I'm seeing. I didn't know if you, because I want to be charitable to.
I'm with you. I agree with the rendering in the NRSV. That's what I have right here. The NRSV renders this the way I would think Paul is talking, which is he existed in some form of God, or he existed with the existing God. There's something in there, but did not regard equality with God something to be grasped, meaning didn't regard himself as being equal to God because theoretically he wasn't equal to God. And then he later gets elevated to some status of maybe formal equality. It's hard to say. But the reality is, if you are already equal with God, then you can never be elevated to that status, right?
Mm-hmm. And one last question. What do you, for whoever Paul is writing to, how would they interpret morphe there, do you think?
Okay.
In verse 6.
Yeah, morphe in Greek is almost always referring to a change of some kind. Same way we would use it in English when something is going through metamorphosis. So if that's the case, if Jesus is already co-eternal and co-equal with the Father, then it wouldn't make sense that he morphed at all. Like that would be a degradation of his status even.
Oh yeah, isn't there there's another usage of morphe, I forgot where it does, well, Jesus has two, like he changes forms, right? Like I'm trying to, do you know what I'm talking about? Like there's another usage of morphe earlier in the Gospels, right?
Let me check
see
where it pops up at in the Gospels. So,
Mark 16:12.
Okay.
I think.
Grab that.
You know what's kind of brought my curiosity here is when it says God the Father. The thing that's bothering me about that is with the Trinity, because the Trinity, the Father is commonly considered to be Yahweh, but here they're using God, and God typically within the Bible is referring to El Shaddai. So was this kind of like insinuating that Yahweh isn't the Father here, it's El Shaddai?
No. By the time the New Testament was written, Yahweh and El Shaddai and Elyon had all been conflated into one God already. They don't actually know about the back history of the Hebrew Bible where prior to the conflation. My cheat sheet covers that as well. I've got a section in the appendix of my cheat sheet where it shows you the verses where El Shaddai and Elyon and Yahweh get conflated into one deity. But in Mark 16:12, let's see, how are we getting the word morphe here? Was it 16:12? Did I hear that correctly?
Or yeah, 16:12. Afterward, Mark 16:12. Afterward, Jesus appeared in a different form.
There we go. Actually, this is interesting. This is technically a noun, the way that it shows up. Hold on. So this is the fun thing about Greek and Hebrew is a lot of times like verbs and nouns are roughly the same root word sometimes, but this actually shows up in the form of a noun, meaning like in another form, not another, like he's not physically morphing. He just showed up in a different
I thought,
form.
I thought Philippians was using the noun, is it not?
Let me double check on Philippians. Okay. How are they using it? They were saying,
I thought it was a noun. Because there was at least in the English, there was an article. Oh, I see. There in the NIV, it doesn't really. What does NRSV say? In verse 6, it's verse 6, right?
And it uses appearance. I think it shows up twice, right? It shows up in
right. It does show up twice.
Yeah. In the NRSV updated edition, for I think 8 is probably the one that's most interesting. It says he humbled himself and became obedient to the point of death, even to the.
6, I think. It's 6, right?
Appearance as a human, which is probably
what 6,
they're...
right, uses form.
Oh, yeah, he existed
in the form.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let me grab that real quick.
I thought that was a noun for some reason.
It might be in 6. I think it shows. Why did it give me the English? I don't want the English. All right, so we do, yeah, we get the noun for morphe in 6, the form. And then later on, I think it shows up again. Yeah, we get it in 7 as well, where it says, but he emptied morphe. Actually, this is morphane, the form of a servant. And then I think it shows up one more time. An appearance. Oh, schemati I thought was going to show up as another form of morphe, but it actually isn't. So that never mind. It shows up in only 6 and 7.
Okay,
But
so how would they interpret then the noun version?
well, it's still the same thing. Like the form of something would be like a general appearance. Like you could say the form of a caterpillar or the form of a butterfly. It just means that something took the shape of something.
So in the case of
Mhm.
yeah, so in the case of Jesus, like because one way that I was interpreting it, but of course I don't know if this is the way they would interpret it or the way Paul intended, was something like he took the role, like a role of it, like of God or something like that. But I'm not so sure. I think I don't know if that works or not.
That's it's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if that is the case, but I would think that if it meant that, it definitely runs into like modalism. Like it's going to get you real quick into, well, the heresy of modalism, right?
Yeah, and the thing is that the reason why I'm thinking that is that he took on the form of a servant, right? And it describes what he does. So that when I'm thinking of role, I'm thinking about, okay, there's things that he's doing on behalf of the Father, right? Such that he does appear to be God, right? Like he's forgiving sins and blah, 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 whatever it is. And he's also doing things that what a servant would do, right? So I want to look at it as performative, but I wonder what the people that he was writing to, if they're, I don't know if they would take that interpretation or not.
It's hard to say because I feel like the word has a pretty good semantic range. Like you could say in the form of a servant, which is like an inner status, like a servant is an inner status. You could also say, in the form of a man, which would be more of an outward status, right? I think the word has enough semantic range that you can use it in either direction.
Okay, interesting. Well, I appreciate it. I think this is a very interesting chapter, or at least these verses are very interesting. And it's just so weird that it can, like, it seems to swing one way and then they swing like I don't know. It's just like I wonder if it's it's too indeterminate, right? As far as whether it supports a Unitarian or Trinitarian view. But every time I talk to Trinitarians about this, they always want to say that, well, look, they don't really emphasize the words and the semantics so much as like, well, look, there's a sense of the way they thought about exaltation, right, was like a celebration or something. Like I'm like, where are you getting this from? Like, if you just take the plain reading, I'm having a hard time. And then they usually concede, yeah, the plain reading doesn't look very good, but in conjunction with the culture, and I don't know. It's like kind of irritating because I don't know what they're pulling this from.
Yeah. But a lot of these things are like it's doctrine first. Like this is what my church teaches. And then they go back to the Bible and try to retrofit it rather than starting with the Bible and working the doctrine out of it. And I think that's why a lot of the Trinitarian doctrine, it can be hard to really pinpoint unless you're like squinting really good.
Okay, and one last thing. I'm sorry. So in verse 5, is there any import when they say have the same mindset as Christ Jesus? So what is he just the mindset being in verses 3 or 4, I guess, not so much what he's doing in verses 6, 7, 8, I guess. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, the mindset of Christ isn't described too well here, but it looks like the mindset of Christ would be akin to like having the fruit of the Holy Spirit, like being full of love and being like in one accord with your, with your brethren, not having like selfish motives. But it's interesting that like verses like 5, 6, and 7 come right after that, as though somehow we could adopt the mind of Christ, being mere humans, right? Because it says, let each of you look not to your own interests, but to the interests of others. Let the same mind be in you that was in Christ Jesus. Well, that can't be the case. We can't have the same mind as Christ Jesus, like just from a actual standpoint of his like divinity, right? So it seems like if we're doing a little bit of work here in verse 5, 6, and 7, it's almost like verses 6 and 7 are laying out a framework of humility. Like the mind of Christ is a humble mind that didn't even conceive of being equal with God.
Right. That I'm wondering, because I think they want to say that, well, look, that mindset is really just referring to 3 and 4, and then it's then now giving a description about who Christ is.
It's actually verse 5 and 6 are all part of the same sentence structure. It's not like a separate thought at all.
Mm-hmm. Because then you could interpret 6 and 7 as, look, this guy, he's godly. He's a godly guy. Doesn't want to, even though he's godly, like, he doesn't consider himself equal to God. In fact, he really takes the role of a servant, even though being kind of a godly guy. But I don't know, as I was curious what that mindset stuff was doing there and how to interpret that. But I'm fine to grant them that it refers to 3 and 4, not to be selfish and show humility. And but
as Christ
I
was
appreciate your opinion.
Humble, right? Because even Jesus says, when the rich young ruler approached him, he says, good teacher, what must I do to inherit eternal life? He says, why do you call me good? Only one is good, God alone. And so it seems like Jesus's mindset throughout the scriptures is that he actually isn't equal with God. And I think Paul probably agrees with that. I don't think Paul thinks that Jesus was initially equal to God, maybe elevated at some point, but certainly not from like the same, ontological stock.
Have you heard what the Trinitarians say about the why do you call me good stuff? Have you heard what they say?
Typically, they'll say some nonsense about like, well, he's referring to his human part, because in the hypostatic union, you're like, the divine is mated up with the human. And when he says, well, anytime he makes a distinction between him and the Father, he's just referring to his human portion. But I don't know how that gets you anywhere helpful, because now it just sounds like there's part of Jesus that's not divine, and we can't say that Jesus is fully divine anymore.
Yeah, I one thing I've heard, and it's actually kind of interesting. I thought it was plausible, but I really don't know. They said that, well, Jesus is trying to point out that they're sort of unbeknownst to them calling him God, right? It's like, oh, you're calling me good? I bet. Do you know what that kind of means? Who's the good one, right? That's God, and that's me, right? Like that kind of thing, which I thought was interesting. But I think it makes Jesus kind of a troll, right? Like, I like when he like in the where's that verse where it says Lord, Lord, is it Kyrie, Kyrie, that one?
That's when he quotes Psalm 22.
Lord, Lord?
Oh, you mean Matthew 22 when he quotes Psalm 110, the Lord said to my Lord?
Yeah, and is that Kyrie, is that right? Or I forgot. But yeah, and so, but my issue with like these little subtle like, oh, am I God or not? Oh, I guess I am. But you're gonna have to really think hard about the words I'm using to get there. I mean, like, I'm just sorry if Jesus is God, right? Like, and like he's a troll, right? He should have just said it very clearly. Look, guys, I'm God. Okay,
right?
Like, just straight up, like, none of this, like,
What's the
sort
point
of indirect implications.
Like, I don't understand what you gain by concealing it.
Well, he gains a world of theological confusion, right? Like, the church was sort of, splintered like crazy in the late 3rd century, right? Because of this,
right?
This kind of stuff. Yeah. But anyways, thanks for having me on. I got to go, but I wanted your views on Philippians 2.
Hey, it's good to hear from you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. We'll connect soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Take care.
Cheers, man.
Well, I would actually say that what Jesus could have gained here by trying to hide that idea is that humbling sense that he likes to create about himself. Like, I feel like if he would have came out rightly and just said, yeah, I'm God, there wouldn't be any form of humbling in that sense. Well, we see the opposite of Jesus. We see that he's constantly trying to create this narrative that he's very humble. So I think that's something he could have gained there.
But does God need to be humble? Like, the God of the Hebrew Bible is not humble at all.
Yeah, that's where I'm a little bit lost on is I don't see where the need would come into play, but I could see the possibility of what he could gain there. But something that one of the comments had said that brought my interest here, if you look at Hebrews 1:3, it kind of goes against this narrative and instead insinuates the idea that he's the reflection of God's glory.
Yeah. Yeah, it says he is a reflection of God's glory and the exact imprint of God's very being, and he sustains all things by his powerful word when he had made perfect, so on and so forth. So it's not entirely clear if the author of Hebrews understands Jesus in the same way that Paul does, because the book of Hebrews seems to suggest that Jesus is somehow identical to God, but he's the physical form of God, whereas God the Father is like the spiritual form of God.
Okay, I can definitely see that. Well, for me, whenever I run into somebody who does believe in the Trinity, I normally just bring up the fact that Jesus had prayed in Matthew 26:36 through 46. I mean, if he's God, then what's the purpose in him praying here? All he'd be doing is praying to himself. That doesn't
Right.
really make any sense.
Right.
And just one more question before I get going here. I do one of the biggest struggles that I have when it comes to trying to translate some of these certain words back to like Hebrew or Greek, is that how they're used differently in different verses. Like how you brought up in Deuteronomy 22, where it uses that word sees, it has other variations. I struggle with determining how it actually is being used within that specific verse.
I think so I would say this. That's one of the reasons why we don't recommend lay people worry about translations. Like even myself, I took a year or more of Hebrew in undergrad, and then I took even more in seminary. So, I learned enough Hebrew that I understand the language, even if my vocabulary is not as high as I would like anymore. It's I've lost a lot of it in school. But the reality is, even if you know the language, like, you have to be really intimately familiar with the culture and the way it was used at the time period it was used. And even going to seminary and learning a couple years of Hebrew doesn't really equip you for that. Like you can demonstrate some things. Like for when the King James Bible in Daniel 9:23-25 says the Messiah, you can go in and say, hey, these motherfuckers are lying. It doesn't say the Messiah. It says a Messiah because there's no definite article there. They're just flat lying. But when it comes to like trying to figure out what part of the semantic range to pinpoint a word that has a wide semantic range, honestly, I leave that shit to the professionals. The reality is, like, even though I went to school and learned the languages, I didn't do a PhD in just Semitic readings. So one of my professors, David Baker, he just retired. So unfortunately, he's not available anymore to take classes with. But David Baker did an undergraduate degree, a master's degree, and a PhD just in Semitic languages. That was his whole field of study for like all 12 years was Semitic languages, which means he wasn't just reading the Hebrew Bible. He was reading every other Hebrew text. He was reading the Akkadian text, the Ugaritic text. He was reading all of these texts, which means someone like that has the historical and linguistic background to look at these texts and say, actually, the way that this word is usually used in this context is this way. He knows all of the extra biblical texts. Whereas someone like me, I could say, yeah, I learned some Hebrew, but like, listen, my extent of the non-biblical Hebrew text and the Akkadian text is very limited. And so when it comes to really nuanced translations, there's no point in trying to do it yourself. Just let the professionals hash it out. When it comes to blatant lies in the translation, that's where you can just open up a lexicon and be like, listen, this translation, the King James, the ESV, whatever, is just clearly lying to you on this one very specific thing. And that's kind of how I deal with it. So you won't hear me up here a lot trying to correct the translators of the modern Bible translations, unless it's something that we know is clearly an apologetic lie.
Okay. Well, for me, what I try and do is when I run into like problems like that, I try and use the context of what is being said there. I don't know if that's really a good idea to do so, but it's really the best thing that I've tried to do.
Sure, and that's what you should be doing. The context of the passage should help you determine where the semantic range of the word is going to fall. But even that is very, very difficult. So, for example, you might have a root word where when it shows up, say in the past tense or the present tense, it's very specific in how it's used. But then it might show up in a participle format, and the participle format is used very differently than the past tense and the present tense, or the past tense and the imperfect. So it's important to know more than just how to use a lexicon. You have to know a little bit of trends about like how a word is typically used in a particular format. And so even when I do arguments, like I'll talk about 2 Samuel 12 and how, the word can be conjugated, akum, it can be conjugated in a causative fashion. And that's actually a pretty decent argument. The problem is there are some words that because of how history happened, that particular word, it became fashionable to only ever use it in one particular verbal stem. So if you've got the various verbal stems in Hebrew, it might be the case that one word shows up in all the different verbal stems and you can use them as you would normally. It might also be that there are some words that one particular verbal stem usage became so popular that all the rest of them fell out of use. And so when you see it, you're like, oh, it just kind of generically means this. We don't have to do any fancy stuff with it because it shows up in a particular verbal stem. And that's something that you would only get by having lots of intimate knowledge of the language and all of its trends, how the word is typically used inside the Bible and outside of the Bible. While it does obey the rules of grammar usually, sometimes the rules of grammar get a little bit tweaked and are bent. And that's where you need a real professional to come in and say, actually, while this does seem inconsistent with how it's used over here and how it's used over here, it's actually not inconsistent, because if you look over here at this other extra biblical text that explains this phenomenon, then it actually turns out there's a good reason why it's going to be translated differently. And so I know that's what I would say about that. What personally, my personal opinion, and you could take it or leave it, is that people who didn't learn the grammar of the language shouldn't be participating in translating or trying to correct the translators. Learning a language is hard enough, but learning the grammar is where the rubber meets the road. Anyone can learn the alphabet and then pick up a dictionary and start looking through the dictionary. But to really learn how the grammar works, that's where you actually learn how the language functions.
Yeah, the reason I ask that is because I get confronted a lot of the times with, well, if you look at this in the Hebrew, if you look at this in the Greek, and it gets really annoying because then I'm like, well, I don't know what the Greek says. And then I have to go and try and find my best way to try and make an argument back for that, or even try and fact check it, but I don't have any good lexicons or anything I can base what I'm saying off of.
So if you don't know the language, then what you might want to do is, when people bring up the linguistic arguments, is say, listen, I don't know the language and neither do you. Which means if you want me to believe your argument, then you need to present me some data, some information from a professional who does know the language that can vouch for your position. And then in the inverse, I'll go and find something from my professional that vouches for my position, and we can weigh them together and see what we actually prefer. And you'll find that on every translation difficulty, you'll find a number of people that are on one side of the fence and another people on the other side of the fence, because translation is an art form. It's not always cut and dry. But if somebody's going to give you an argument from the original language, definitely make sure that if it's their argument, they actually know the language. If they don't know the language, then I don't give a fuck about your argument. Go ahead and show me your source that gave you the argument, and I can address that source. But if you don't know it, like if you're not a nurse and you're like, listen, I'm not a nurse, but I know when they administer like morphine, they have to administer it in like 5 cc's or less. Well, how the fuck do you know that? Give me an actual source for that, right? So I would say the same thing about languages. If somebody's saying the language says a thing and they clearly don't know that language, like, listen, you don't know the language. You can't tell me dick about this language. Send me to a professional that can.
Why? That kind of irks me that I never thought about that as a response. But I thank you for having me up. I'm gonna get going now.
Yeah, sure thing, buddy. Best of luck to you. Let me know if you need anything, okay? And last and certainly the opposite of least. How you doing, Aaron?
Good, brother. How's it going?
Good, man. I missed you. How you been?
Good, man. Yeah, just busy. Just working on tons of projects, constantly working on stuff. There's never enough time of the day, right?
Dude, I get it. That's why it's 2:42 in the morning and I'm still alive right now, you know? Just one of the things. And I've got a full day tomorrow at 11 a.m. I'm recording a podcast with Sarah. And then later that night, I'm on the line. So sometimes you just, you got to burn that midnight oil.
Yeah. I'm doing meta ethics homework with Jordan. I got Mike giving me guitar homework constantly. So it never stops, man. And then I'm trying to get through the Bible and do a bunch of philosophy homework. Yeah, so it's not fun.
I totally get it. What's on your mind tonight, bud?
Well, I just wanted to mention really quick. I didn't get a chance to mention this. There was a previous guest, but sort of like talking about the fine-tuning argument, right? So I felt like I just felt compelled. It was important to note, like, because this is something that comes up a lot, and I think it's just not talked about a lot. Is really the bare theistic hypothesis. So BARE, right?
I don't know if I do.
Yeah, so I feel like this is something that we talk about on like what we call Team Monkey Boy all the time. But when the idea of the fine-tuning argument comes up a lot, right? There seems to be this sort of like underlying assumption by those drawing the argument that it's going to be the Christian God, or it's this God that wants or desires to create, right? The problem is that the bare theistic hypothesis doesn't give us any expectation whatsoever of creating anything, right? You have to build in a bunch of assumptions first. So if you're just starting from this question of, well, would we expect a world to be created by a designer because we see the world the way it is? Well, the next question is going to be, why would we assume that if there was this bare theist God, right, that doesn't have any properties yet that we've given to it, why would we assume that it would even have the desire to create in the first place?
Right. I think that's actually a really good point, which is, okay, if we granted, let's imagine somebody comes up with fine-tuning, or even they found a way to connect the kalam to a God. If it's true that fine-tuning proves that there is a God, I don't fully understand why we would then go to a Christian God or assume that there was only one God. It certainly could be the case that the fine-tuning argument leads you to a God, but if that God's evil, right? I don't know what you could say about that. Let's say, listen, I do see the fine-tuning. I also see the carnage. So it seems to me that whoever created, if it was created by an entity, one, it could be a God, and number two, it seems to must love carnage and suffering, which to me doesn't strike me as a Christian God. Am I understanding the argument correctly?
Yeah. I mean, to set some of this jargon aside, we sometimes talk about fine tuning versus coarse tuning. That's in the philosophy literature, but suffice to say for now, right? It's like the big point to draw out here is that even if we're looking at this question of design or fine tuning, if you will, you could even just grant, you could say, well, maybe there's fine tuning, maybe there's not, but the bigger question is, even if there is this being that we call God, well, why would we make any assumptions that it would have the desire, the will, or anything to create anything at all? You have to assume that, right?
Yeah, I mean, also, what that's a fair point. It's an assumption, but also, what if the God created something, let's say, is it possible that the God could create something without having a goal in mind? Is that possible? Or do we have to assume that the God is all knowing?
Well, I mean, it depends on which modality, right? Because now potentially you're getting into modal logic, but because it seems like there's not a contradiction in saying that it's possible, right? So if there's no contradiction, then yes, it's logically possible. The question is it physically possible, right? Or metaphysically possible? And that seems to be like, for some, an open question. It doesn't seem to be, I mean, just at first glance, like intuitively, it doesn't seem impossible. But yeah, I think it's one of these things where I think it's overlooked a lot. Like we say, there's this fine tuning that we see, things are the way they are. They look so intricate or something, whatever word you want to use, right? So therefore the implication is, the better explanation is there's this being that wanted to create. But you say, but wait a minute, hold on. This is a famous line from Jack Angstreich. He says, if my shoes are missing, right, in the morning.
Oh, he's
right,
that
then
legend that
say,
Darth always runs from, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
Jack
okay.
Angstreich is, he's fantastic. So he says, think about it in terms of explanation. If my shoes are missing in the morning, I could say, what explains it? Well, shoe stealing fairies is an explanation, right? But you'd say, but why would I assume that shoe stealing fairies did it? Because even if there were shoe stealing fairies, why would I assume that they had the desire to steal my shoes? And that's a parody, if you will, right, to this idea of like the fine tuning argument, right?
I think the other thing too is like, when we start assessing motivations for creation, it seems like any motivation possible from the Christian or from the Muslim, it has to be assumed, right? They have no way of knowing what that motivation is because none of the holy books actually tell you.
Yeah. Well, actually, this just occurred to me just now. This perhaps is an imperfect analogy, but imagine that you're trying to, like, you're building a car or you have a car you're thinking about building from the ground up. Well, what's potentially the first thing you start? You start with just the bare frame of the car, right? And that might be like the bare theist hypothesis. You haven't added anything to it yet, right? So, but when you come to these situations or these arguments with fine tuning, in so many cases, the theist is coming to the debate with like a full car. And you're saying, but wait, why should we come with the full car? Why should I make all those assumptions, right? You've got a specific type of seats and da-da-da-da-da. Wait, no. If I just have a chassis, then why do I accept that this thing is going to run?
So I think that's the problem with a lot of these arguments is they want to start with, let's imagine that a God is the cause of this thing. Oh, I'm going to plug my God into it. Easy, done. But actually, that you don't actually get that. You have to start from the ground up and saying, okay, if there's a God, let's carefully add every attribute that we can add, but purely from this argument, not from what we desire or not from what we assume. And when we do that, I can't see a good reason for them to give attributes for their God that match anything related to the Christian God. I could think of a lot of different attributes that this God could have based on what we see around us rather than the attributes of the Christian God. They actually can't make that connection, which is why you get like really ridiculous people. Like, remember when Sage Ray was making the rounds on TikTok, I don't know, like two and a half years ago, and his answer for everything was the impossibility of the contrary? That's because like they know that even if you granted that there's a God, there's no good reason to assume that the attributes of that God are anything remotely like the God that they believe in, right?
Yeah, and actually I'll give you one other thing that you may not have heard, right? But one of the things that you may see in these, like, in just debates, right? Like recorded debates, every once in a while you'll find a fine-tuning debate where the theistic side is going to say, well, I just define God as being good and one who creates. So you say, but why would I do that?
Also, we would have to ask the question is, why is creation even good? Like, if we're just saying that creation itself is good, like, I think most people would say that, right? But like, why is that the case? So like, I can tell you from my viewpoint, I think me being created is good because I personally like to exist. But if we're saying objectively creation is good, but like on what grounds? At what grounds would creation be good? Because what if God created and his sole intention is to torture humans? Is that good? Like, how do we determine that what God does is good or that creation is good? Where do we come to that? Like, where do we get to that point? I think at one point, and you probably know more than I do, obviously, I thought, and I could be wrong, but at one point, didn't Aquinas address this? I don't recall reading it, but I thought he at least touched on it, right?
It's a good question. I don't know. I didn't really focus on, honestly. I may come across as somebody who's a philosophy guru. I'm not. I just like stay in my lane. There's so many people who know way more about philosophy than I do, although I love it and I study it every day. But with Aquinas, yeah, I don't know. I would probably want to research that. Yeah, I just think that this needs to be like more talked about and more like out in the open to our community, because it seems to be like a case where the fine-tuning argument just comes up over and over and over and over and over again. And a lot of folks just don't know that like underneath the surface, lurking right underneath the surface, is this big giant assumption that the other explanation is a God that would have created. But you have to make a bunch of assumptions to get there, right?
Yeah, well, you've probably heard me run the argument against this, which is like, I will, for fun, I'll grant like the kalam. And so, but to me, a better answer of the kalam, if we assume that there's like an origination point of the universe, is that there's a naturalistic cause. We don't know the name of it yet. We don't know all of its attributes or if it even has attributes. We just know, we can say that it satisfies the requirement. And that requirement is that there's something that possesses the ability to create and, in fact, the ability to be a first mover. Well, if that's all we need to get past the kalam, is say that there's a prime mover and there's something that has the power to create. Well, that could be a naturalistic cause. Anything beyond a naturalistic cause seems to be adding something on that you don't need anymore. The minute you say that it has a mind or a will or emotions, that's where I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't actually satisfy the requirements. The requirements of whatever the kalam is just that there is something, a thing of some nature, that has the ability to instantiate things going from non-existence into existence. And I can't see a good reason to believe that that thing is a god, given that we'd have to determine its characteristics, and any determination of its characteristics would then be based on, well, my holy book says so.
Yeah, actually, you touched on a very interesting point, which is a point that Gregory Dawes brings up in his famous work, which I'm going through right now, called Theism and Explanation, which is one of the notions is called ontological economy, which is to say, if we're explaining something, we should not extrapolate things that exist unnecessarily, right? We should be economical in the things that we postulate that exist. This is kind of similar, right? You can tell similar to Occam's razor, but this is just having to do with how when we attempt to make an explanation for certain things, like in this case, the initial state of the universe, so forth and so on. Well, you're right. You would win on parsimony, because you'd say, why do I have to extrapolate and say that there's this additional thing when I don't need it, right?
Yeah, because my understanding of like Occam's razor, which is, I get it, it's not like a philosophical like hard line, but like, listen, if my explanation fulfills the requirements of whatever's needed based on the conclusion of the kalam or whatever, then I don't see why I would add anything else on top of that, right? At that point, every other entity that you or attribute would be considered an unnecessary entity of some nature. So, and they might say, well, listen, the thing that creates must be a god. Why? Give me the argument for why it must be a god rather than a naturalistic force. And like, I think the thing for me typically is something like, like there's no good reason to believe that a mind did a thing as opposed to a naturalistic phenomenon, because both of them are invented. The minute we both give an answer to the kalam, both of us are admitting, hey, I actually don't know what the cause is, so let me posit a cause. And I don't see why my positing a naturalistic cause is less valid than them positing their God cause, especially when mine has a lot less assumptions. Am I crazy?
Yeah, it's more parsimonious, right? You're making less assumptions or extrapolations needed to explain that thing, right? One thing I think about a lot, and I have a small video on my channel about this, is earthquakes. So imagine that you have an earthquake, right? And it shakes a mountain, and then there's all this boulders and rocks and debris, and it falls and it settles. Well, if I was to come up to the, this rubble, and I said, yeah, like there's this earthquake and it was caused by aliens. Say, well, why do we need the aliens to explain the earthquake that took place? We could just say, like, we have these forces that we understand pretty well, that tectonic plates shifting, and they cause the San Andreas Fault in California or something, right, to shift, and now we've got tons of rubble and ruins. If we go above that, we're saying we're just now like extrapolating some unnecessary stuff, right? And so you just shave that off. You're saying, yeah, like an unnecessary entity is being posited here. And so generally speaking, like the explanation with the least amount of extrapolations is probably going to be the most accurate one. Right?
Yeah, because we can say an entity caused that, but the minute you say that the entity is aliens, now we need additional explanations for why the entity is an alien rather than, I don't know, a human being who is in the wrong place at the wrong time, right? So it seems like all of these explanations really suffer. From a philosophical standpoint, there's a lot more ground we could concede on these arguments just for fun. So I've done this a few times where I've just conceded that the Kalam conclusion is true. Now get me to God. Or I'll concede that God is real. Get me to your specific God. And I think this is where these arguments they have the biggest roadblocks. Because I think so often people are stubborn like me, where they'll bring an argument for God generically, and then it stalls out because their argument for God doesn't really work, right? But for fun, we could just grant that there is a God. I can say, okay, I'm Hindu. Tell me why the Christian God exists. And I don't know if there is an argument philosophically. You might know one. I don't know if there's a good philosophical argument to get you from God exists to the Christian God must be that God.
Yeah, well, it's a good point, right? Because there's quite a few ways to splice that apple, but like some people might. Well, yeah, I think a lot of this will just come back to the empirics, right? You're going to just talk about, well, here's the evidence of why our God is real, or you might do this like comparison, which is what sometimes done a lot by apologists on our side, or what like people we used to be, our old apologist selves used to just, our Jesus is different, so therefore he's better. But you're right. I don't know anything that sounds convincing or is good in that way. But before I forget it, in jumping back really quick to this idea of like the aliens and stuff that are being posited to explain what happened with an earthquake, the parity to the design argument, right, to fine tuning, is that not only is this person positing that an alien is the cause, right, of the earthquake, but they're also positing intent, right? Because even if there were aliens, what is making us say that the aliens would desire to cause an earthquake?
Right.
It's the same thing with fine tuning, right?
That's such a good point, because the minute you suggest that an agent of any kind is responsible, now, whether you know it or not, you've invoked intentionality. What would be the reason for the agent to behave in this way? And they never have a good reason for it.
Right. Yeah. So, and anyway, I just felt like that's it's been pretty useful to me to kind of touch on this, and it's probably because I'm just going through Dawes right now, and that's really what we're focusing on is the philosophy of explanation and stuff. So I felt like that might be helpful to you.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'll say one last thing before you go, because it's 3 a.m. where I'm at. I've still got like an hour of super chats I have to to read. I did not intend to be up at 4 a.m, but nevertheless, I did have one question, which is maybe two. I've been wanting to, and I did run it by a few people, and I understand that not everybody in my audience will enjoy this, and I'm okay with that. I've been really wanting to put together a live stream, maybe on a weekend or sometime, where we just do philosophical talking points. And part of the reason is because I think there's a lot of philosophy out there that's actually good and helpful, but we don't really take the time to work through it on this particular channel because, let's be fair, it's nuanced and people get bored. But I would be really interested in doing that. However, I was hoping to put together a group of people that would be interested to join me, like yourself and J Mike, and maybe I can even convince Ian to join. If you're interested, let me know. But also, I have J Mike's phone number, and I've texted him a couple times recently without a response. And has his phone number changed, and is he okay?
Yeah, he's good. He's just slammed busy with stuff, and it's faster to get him through WhatsApp. So if you got WhatsApp, it's faster to get him that way. Yeah,
I'll have to check that then. But if you hear from him recently, let him know that I was trying to get a hold of him. I want to put together a night where we're going to do some philosophy with people that are more attuned than myself, because not only is it good to show the audience that philosophy doesn't really get you to God, but also it's really helpful for me to learn because I get to engage in the philosophical arguments and figure out, where I fall on some of them, and maybe even figure out where some of the problems are.
Well, hey, I'll be the first one to tell you I agree with Danny. Danny has talked about this a lot, that so many people in the world of philosophy have done themselves a disservice because they're just overly pedantic.
Yeah.
So it gets to, you just wallow in the mire. So I think with philosophy, it's like there's definitely folks who just know a ton. They're just a total giant brain, which is great. But then there's some that don't know how to communicate it very well. And so I think that's the divide, right? Even for myself, I suffer from that. I read certain philosophers, I'm like, I have no idea what you're saying, right? And you just break it down for me, and stuff. And so I feel like if we have more of those people in our community, that's great for us because then we have more power, right?
Right. Yeah, I agree. So I realize a lot of my channel people, we've for the past 3 years, we've kind of avoided getting lost in the weeds of the philosophical debates, but I do think it's probably a good time to start wading into some of them because they're so pervasive in the debate community that it's worth your time to at least go through as many as you can and show the problems with them. And then, I'll continue to document them on my cheat sheet. I've got a page on the cheat sheet of a lot of these arguments, why they don't work and whatnot, and I'll continue to add to it. But I think it'd be really good for the community to see people that are really engaged in the philosophical side of things and demonstrate that actually, even these people, some of them with degrees who went really deep in the philosophy, their arguments actually aren't that good. They just sound impressive if you don't know the jargon.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. But so to that effect, I think there's some great communicators in our community already. I mean, Danny's a fantastic communicator with philosophy.
Yeah,
of course.
I wonder if Danny'd be able to join us.
Yeah, he's great, right? He definitely, because he's already a teacher, or at least he was, right? And he teaches and stuff. I taught for years. I don't teach anymore, but so I like to try my best to like communicate in a way that's like understandable to like non-philosophy majors. And I think Blitz does that really well. Ian does that really well. There's certain people that are fantastic at that in our community. I think we need more of those because of course, like once you're caught up to speed, then it's like, oh, I'm picking up what this person's putting down. Right.
It could be fun once you learn a lot of the insider lingo and how the words are used. I think it can be fun for some. I understand, again, that there's some people that would be bored to tears, but I think we do owe it to the percentage of the audience that likes philosophy to try to spend a little bit of time digging into the arguments, because I think there's some people who were in the faith that read some baseline philosophy that might enjoy seeing the arguments get addressed. Like, okay, someone brings up the ontological argument. Let's actually walk through it slowly, define all the terms, and demonstrate why it either does or doesn't work. Whereas typically, on my live stream, I'd kind of rush through that nonsense because it's so boring. But I think it could definitely be worth a live stream to do the boring stuff.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I don't think you should feel compelled at all to like change what you're doing, because I think we all have our lane, right? And I think that's fantastic, right? Like Blitz, like just nobody's going to touch Blitz when it comes to physics. Let's face it.
Blitz is a one-man wrecking crew. There's not much that Blitz can't do. So it is what it is. People talk about intelligence. We know intelligence is kind of a spectrum. I don't know of anyone that would be above Blitz on the intelligence spectrum. He's just one of the smartest persons I know. I knew a guy once. I used to work with a guy who had a PhD, and he was in physics, although his field of physics was different. But like we would work on some algorithms. We used to design machines with this fella, really cool dude. But he'd come up with like really like super advanced algorithms where I was like, fucking, I don't even know how you came up with that. But like I can just give him a scenario, and like a day or two later, he'd in his head work up an algorithm that was functional. Some of these people like Blitz and these other, real heavy physics people, they're working on a different plane of existence as schleps like me. And that just seems obvious.
Yeah. And the last thing I'll say about this is, and you probably noticed this too, right? I've noticed this for like quite some time, is like Blitz has this ability, and I don't even have this ability. He can just pick up or be presented with any philosophy topic, and he gets it like almost instantly.
Yeah, he's good. He's really good.
Right? Yeah. And I'm a hard study. I mean, I'm the guy that I've got, degrees in philosophy, whatever, but I have to go over it and then over it and then over it and then over it. Right?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So anyway,
listen, buddy, we'll connect soon. Let J-Mac know I'm hunting him down. I'm going to grab a handful of people that are really into philosophy and see if I can schedule a couple philosophy live streams. I think it'd be a lot of fun. And I mean, even if it's not fun for the majority of my audience, the reality is I would like to dig into it and learn it better myself. So even if it's just for me, I'd love to put it together.
Yeah, that'd be super good. Cool.
Okay. Well, buddy, get some rest. We'll talk again soon.
Yep. You guys too. Have a good night.
Cheers. Fucking W, Aaron. What a great guy. Aaron's been supporting the live stream like since the very beginning. We've had a lot of people that have been supporting the stream since I literally first started. Does anyone if there's anyone here like Yakolov who saw my TikTok live streams before I even started debating, put a 1 in the comments. I'm going to see how many old school people are here. There's a couple people that used to watch my live streams even before I was debating people. When I first started doing live streams, it was topical, and I would discuss the topic, and then I would bring people up, and we would do a couple minor discussions, but we never argued. We never truly debated. In fact, the first time someone came up to really debate, I actually shut them down. I think, no, we don't do that here. We're just having calm discussions. And it took me a little bit to get to the point where I was like, fuck this shit. We're going to debate these people. These people are out of their goddamn minds. So yeah, but we've got some real OGs in the community that have been around for a long time. So thank you for people that literally been here for 3+ years, supporting the work that I do. I really do. It means the world to me. I also would say one other thing before we read super chats. Friends, I was earlier in the live stream, somebody suggested that I download the Noah's Ark game for NES, for the Nintendo Entertainment System, and boy, is it a doozy. While I was debating these goofballs, I found the game and an emulator that works with the game. And listen, I guess I'm not shocked. I'll show you what it looks like though. I'm not impressed at all. 1 second, where's this thing? All right, here's on the vertical or the horizontal screen. Here's what it looks like. And then on the other screen, there we go. I might have to change the shape of it. But like, guys, it's just a ripoff of Mario. Although there's one really interesting thing. In the game, the first enemy that appears in this game are fucking unclean foods. We've got crabs. Look, right away we've got crustaceans. Look at that. There's just crustaceans over here that God apparently doesn't like. And my dude fell off the screen. I don't know what happened to him. I guess he died. This is not a good game. This is obviously just a ripoff of Mario. Don't get caught under the crustacean. Obviously, you gotta knock those dudes out. I don't know how I'm supposed to be collecting the animals, but look, snails, crustacean, these animals that are obviously unclean are your enemies. So, but I don't see how this is much different than Mario. I'm gonna have to play a little bit of this game and see what's up. But yeah, apparently you can just. This particular game is readily available for whatever Nintendo emulator you might have. It's right there on the internet. So it is what it is. I'll try to get an emulator put together for the I Am Jesus Christ game because I know people want to see that played. So we'll get that taken care of. But friends, let me read through what's left of our super chats, and then we'll call it a night. Hopefully before 5 a.m. Babs, says 100% of cardiac surgeons, the heart is uninscribed. Oh, when it says that God is going to inscribe anything on our heart, well, it turns out that science and cardiac surgeons disagree. There's no shit inscribed on our hearts. And Josh says, the other one we didn't get, why won't Jesus die? Oh, that's a good one from Why Won't You Die? What was that quote from? Hold on. Why? Was that from Austin Powers? Hold on. It was! The famous Why Won't You Die quote is prominently featured in Austin Powers' The Spy Who Shagged Me. That makes sense. Okay. It's been a minute since I've heard that reference. And Furtive Patach, good to see your friends this Friday. A cold Modelo and barbecue Christians. That's what I'm talking about. And you've given me the Hebrew equivalent of rock hard for Doug, Reish Hay pay Dalit. So rock hard for Doug, back at you to Furtive Batak. Way to be creative. And AI Induce Apologist says Chewy's fruits are showing, and trust me, they're heavily chewed, not very functional anymore. Evil Banana wins says my favorite crash out this week. Chewy, indeed. Listen, we had a couple crash outs this week. I would say, though, if I was going to rate them between Monday, Wednesday, and today, I kind of got to go with Chewy. Chewy really took the cake and ran away with it and ate it, apparently. And Furtive Patak with another one says, how early did Chewy start drinking? I got to be honest, I don't know if he was intoxicated via alcohol or electric lettuce, but he was on something. And Reverend 8 says, genuinely concerned, Chewy is unwell. Please drop. Chewy was maybe unwell, but I think mostly unwell because of his religion. And Prisoner Fan, good to see you, says, if Chewy is a Christian, I want no part of it. Rock hard for Doug. And I hate to say it, but I think we all know that Chewy was we're going to say, a pretty normal Christian, meaning off this rocker. And Tim, good to see you, buddy, says, I ground my morals with the green wire. Oh, fuck, that's what I'm talking about. Another electricity joke. I need to start awarding points for electricity jokes. It's warranted. There's no good reason not to. And, let's just say, people here like a little bit of nerd in the joke. So I'll be thinking on that one. And so TDI says, holy fuck, this guy ain't okay. Y'all, he reproduced. Actually, that's the scariest part is a lot of these crazy Christians that are up here crashing out. Like, it's not that they exist. They exist and they are reproducing. I would say this, though, as somebody who came from another individual, a parent who may not be really with it at all times, given brain conditions and things like that. Just being out of your mind and reproducing doesn't necessitate that your child is going to be out of their mind, but it does increase the odds. Mixtress Monica says, Jesus be 9 Fanny pills for Chewy. Oh boy. You know what? I think Chewy could have used some Xannies. That's what I would say about that. I don't know if that's something that gets prescribed a lot anymore, but I did know some people back in the day that did some Xannies, and trust me, they would not have crashed out if they even had like a half a bar of Xan. But here we are. Extreme Storm Chaser says, I love your streams and YouTube videos. Well, thank you, Extreme Storm Chaser. And I've got more YouTube videos coming, not just debate clips, but I've been slowly decreasing the amount of debate clips that I post on my main channel and making sure they're on the debate channel. But on my main Deconstruction Zone channel, I'm preparing a whole bunch of old school videos, like response videos, shorts, like from the old TikTok days. I'm trying to get more diverse content on the main channel. So if you like educational content and response videos, check out the main channel, Deconstruction Zone. I'm going to be having a bunch coming. I'm responding to a bunch of videos by the major apologists, calling them out publicly, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, on DZ Debates, we'll continue doing what we always do and doing live debates and debate clips. Guitar Atheist says, death doesn't care about your feelings, and that is the case. Death doesn't give a fuck about anybody. In fact, one of my favorite lines is from the Bale Cycle, which basically says, death takes its place at the table and eats whatever it wants with both hands, if I remember correctly. And that's the case. Death does whatever the fuck it wants. Nobody gets to escape. It's got a 100% win record. And Chris says, Tag defines grounding into existence. Fucking pathetic. This is actually the idea of grounding to me in philosophy is not a great topic to even address, because basically we're just saying that it needs a cause or an explanation. But the reason why they're using the word grounding is because they think that everything must go back to a source that is not caused. But that's an assumption. I don't know why anybody is assuming that whatever is out there, we can trace the grounding causation steps back to something that isn't itself caused. It might very well be some sort of infinite causation loop, whether or not you believe in an infinite past or not. And Guitar Atheist says, caller is going to need a box of Kleenex. That is the case. He's got a fucking mess he's got to clear up. And Birdkeeper Mikey says, I love hearing a person who made their argument past 5 minutes on Ian's stream come here and try the same shit and expect you to play the Philbro game. It is wild to me, and you all seen it, where we'll have believers go up on someone else's stream and then another stream and then eventually end up on mine. I don't know why when they go on one stream and then they fail, they go to the next. When I was doing apologetics, when I was a young person, and I provided an argument to somebody and then it just failed, I stopped using it. I was like, oh, this is not a good argument. I need something different. But these dishonest apologists out here aren't even doing that. They're like, oh, it failed? Let me just pretend it didn't fail and go on reusing it. And Guitar says, caller, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then that's it. Was there a Batman after that? Because in my heart, I feel like it should say Batman after that. And Dustframe says, next time someone comes in to talk about grounding, I'm going to pray to Zeus and see how grounded they really are. Another a philosophy and electricity joke in one. Definitely appreciate that. I need to myself start, just for fun, mixing in electricity terms to the conversation just to see if we can catch the interlocutors off guard. I think that'd be really a good time just to fuck with them. In one conversation, how many electrical terms can I mix in? We'll see. Maybe we'll keep a tally. Elvis Presley touched me. Good to see your friends as Phil Bros want to pretend logic is some magical high IQ thing when it's just my cat is a cat and not a cat, which is understood by my mind via senses. Indeed, that's the case. Listen, logic isn't something that needs an explanation. We're literally just giving a description to something that is. We're saying this crystal ball is. And if it is, then that means it can't not be is. It either exists or it doesn't. And if it does exist, that just means that it exists and it can't be also not in existence at the same moment, right? So and logic is really just giving the basest description of isness ever. That's it. We're just describing the quality of existence. That's all we're doing. And Not a Robot says, Justin, why do you call me scholar? No one is a scholar, but one who has completed his dissertation. Chat, he is a scholar. Rock art for dog, simply but for sure than just as fucking rock. So I would say this. Definitionally speaking, if you look up what the word scholar means, it's basically somebody who studies something. It's somebody who has scholastic pursuits. So like based on the easiest definition of scholar, I would basically qualify. What I would say, though, is if in fact you're in the field of biblical studies or even in the field of history, people really reserve the word scholar because we need a way to distinguish between some schmuck like me with an undergraduate degree and a master's degree from some guy who did a PhD. Doing a PhD is not remotely the same level of intensity as a master's degree. The type of work you're going to do in your PhD work exceeds what I did by far. So when we're saying scholars, I think it's just more helpful. When I say scholar, I mean somebody who is at the top end of knowing about this shit, right? Because if we want the word scholar, when we say the scholars say something, if we want that word to have force, it needs to refer to the people at the top of that list. You know what I mean? And Mark Siegel, thank you for the super chat, says, have you revealed to Christians Luke 24:26 and 1 Corinthians 15:3-4 lied that it's written in the Jewish scriptures the Messiah will raise from the dead? So we've talked about this before. And the reason why these goofballs are saying things like it was written or predicted or fulfilling the scriptures is not because it's literally written there. It's because they have to take the Old Testament passages, take it completely out of context, squint, turn their head, and say, actually, if you read it wrong out of context, we have a prophecy about this. And I personally am of the opinion that Paul, with this practice of doing typology bullshit, I think Paul was 100% on board. The same typological bullshit that the rest of the Bible is using, I think Paul would have been the king of it. He doesn't seem to use it a whole lot, but he does mention it, the types and the shadows. So my suggestion is when Paul says that it was written or foretold in the scriptures, his method of being written means there was some weird passage over here that if you look at it just right, you can find a foreshadowing of something. I don't think Paul understood Jesus to literally being fulfilling anything. And Kane says, Hail Justin, King of the Juice. Oh, fuck, King of the Juice is good. I'm actually shocked that pun hasn't occurred to me yet. I appreciate that. I'm going to bring juice. Next time I do the skit, I'm going to bring juice and say that I'm the king of the juice. Should be a lot of fun. I'll probably get fucking banned. We'll see what happens. Dustframe says, the relationship between Yahweh and the Israelites is like a toxic couple. They fight and split up, then get back together over and over again. It really is. And remember, this God is love. 1 Corinthians says that this God is love. Doesn't match any of that description. But then in 1 John, it says that God literally is love, which is kind of crazy if love means being vengeful and hateful and taking pleasure in harming people, which Deuteronomy 28:63 says so. The Christians I often debate seem to love bringing up the 500 witnesses line. I'm not good at debate, so what's the quickest, most effective response? So in 1 Corinthians 15, Paul is giving the succession of events. He rose from the dead, appeared to the disciples, and then appeared to 500 others. Well, the reality is a claim that 500 people saw him is meaningless. Not a single one of those 500 people said so. Not a single one of them was ever named. I can easily just say 500 people saw me walk on water. It's true because I said so. But until you hear from any one of the 500, what a useless claim. It's a meaningless claim. And Mr. Steligas, thank you for the super chat, says, speaking of sacrifice, I was reading through Exodus recently, and I ran across this. Exodus 22:29-30, God demanding child sacrifice, or am I way off? You're not way off. And in fact, this is probably what Ezekiel was mentioning. In Ezekiel chapter 20, verses 24 and 25, Ezekiel says of God, I gave them commands that they could not follow, they could not obey, they were not good commands, namely to sacrifice their sons or to pass them over the fire in order that I might horrify them. It seems pretty clear that Ezekiel is actually responding to this because of all the books that Ezekiel addresses from the Torah, it's almost exclusively the Exodus stuff. So it seems that Ezekiel would be referring to the verse that shows up in Exodus on this, and in Exodus 22:29, it doesn't say anything about redeeming these individuals. Now, in Deuteronomy 13, it repeats it. Let me grab that for you real quick. In Deuteronomy 13, there is a redemption. I'm sorry, Deuteronomy. I mean Exodus. I'm Exodus 13. Try this again. Exodus 13. Either 13 or 23. I always forget. Let me double check. Consecration of the firstborn in Exodus 13 says, when the Lord has brought you into the land of the Canaanites, as he swore to you and to your ancestors, and has given it to you, you shall set apart to the Lord all that first opens the womb, all the firstborn offspring of your livestock that are males shall be the Lord's, but every firstborn donkey you shall redeem with a sheep. If you do not redeem it, you must break its neck. Every firstborn male among your children you shall redeem. So this passage in Exodus, which actually comes later, seems to be reiterating the same command, but saying, no, you actually get to redeem it. Whereas the older passage in Exodus 22, because remember, Exodus 22 is part of the covenant code. The covenant code in Exodus is the oldest portion of Exodus by most scholars. So it means the one that you don't redeem your children in is the one that's probably the original reading, which is why it shows up in Ezekiel. And Ezekiel doesn't seem to have any awareness of the right of redemption, which would indicate that the one talking about redeeming is actually a later text that even Ezekiel wasn't aware of. Elvis Presley Touch Me says historians do accept accounts, but supernatural accounts get thrown out. Theists agree with this approach for every mythology except their favorite. That's the case. Indeed, we do accept claims as evidence, but only claims of maybe the mundane things. Like, it's not even difficult. But the minute a claim can validate things with millions of data points prior that contradict it, well, now the claim itself isn't really evidence. You need something better than just the claim to contradict the, thousands of years of priors and data points contradicting the claim. Rational Atheist, good to see your friend, says happy Friday barbecue. Justin recently heard that Hadrian could be the beast in Revelation, even though most scholars attribute it to Nero. Thoughts? Well, so kind of. So, and even it kind of shows up in the Gospels, like especially in Mark, when it talks about the abomination of desolation. Let me get that real quick. So in the book of Revelation, there's a description of the beast where it sets itself up and exalts itself above God and whatnot. This has kind of been depicted as possibly being what we would expect of the emperor, like Titus Vespasian in 70 AD. And then also, I believe Revelation 8 talks about something similar, which it could be either Titus or Hadrian. The reason why Hadrian seems to be a compelling argument is because the abomination that is referred to in the Gospels didn't happen during the 70 AD revolt. The temple was destroyed, but there was no abomination of desolation. That happened under Hadrian. Hadrian, prior to sparking the Bar Kokhba revolt, of what was left of the temple, set an abominating sacrifice on the altar. And that's one of the things that sparked the Bar Kokhba revolt. So if that's the case, if we're saying, hey, there's some tie-in to the abomination of desolation, it seems to only match Hadrian, not what we found during 70 AD. And there seems to be some language that would agree with that in Revelation, like when the beast, again, is exalting himself above God. That's something that we would see under Hadrian, but I don't know necessarily under Nero, although it was clear that Nero didn't like the Christians. So it's hard to say. I think those would be my thoughts on it. I could probably go deeper into it, but I don't know to what avail. Bacon and Bush says, what if the baby is a serial killer? My kids were vicious with the Cheerios. Oh, fuck. Fair enough. Actually, I've been known to be a bit of a serial killer myself. So it's been a minute since I've had a good bowl of cereal, but man, I used to pound some cereal back in the day. In fact, even when I was just a single, young person in my 20s, it was easier to rather than to cook food just to get a bowl of cereal. And, you got some nutritional value in there. Not a lot of protein typically, but there's some nutritional value. Anyways, W fucking cereal. Regulus Helsing, good to see you, buddy. Says, Christian challenge. Talk about morals without doing grape apologetics. Level impossible. You nailed it. Listen. The minute you challenge a Christian on morals, and then you bring up the Bible, they're going to start doing grape apologetics. They don't have a choice. They have to. And Just a Ranter says, theists, can we just do a Mount Carmel test and put this to rest? If God no shows, will you relent and admit scaring kids about hell is wrong? Yeah, so famously, the prophets of Baal met with Elijah on Mount Carmel to do their standoff. It's funny, God seemed perfectly willing to reveal himself to the people on Mount Carmel, and it seems like maybe he's not interested anymore. Maybe he doesn't care if you believe in him, or maybe that story's fake shit, which is where I'm going to put my opinion. And Stargate Master says none of these guys can cry foul play. They aren't outnumbered because it's actually a 4 verse 3. God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are there to back them up. That's the case. And also, even if it was just them and God wasn't somehow 3 in 1, it still would be a huge advantage. Like, nothing can be superior to God. God knows all things. So like, even if it was just them and a singular God and it'd be like 2 verse 3, they should still win. Having God on your side kind of should be the trump card. And Space Lord says, dude, I can't ask God. He won't answer my texts. The a-hole. Could you imagine, like, trying to, you're a prophet of God, you're Jesus, and you're like, yeah, pray, and God will reveal it to you. And then millions of people are praying. Like, did Jesus really believe he was going to tell people to pray to God, and then they would do it, and that it would always come true? Or did he know he was lying? Or was he just deluded? Mike Paul, good to see you, buddy, says 3 verse 1. I thought the Frisbee guy had the Holy Spirit backing him up. Actually, same joke twice in a row. We appreciate that. Who knew God was so powerless in a debate with 3 mortals? Exactly. If it's God in any debate, it should always beat a million mortals. It would never be a contest. And Coffee Mom, beautiful cat, says, holy incredulity, Batman. That's a good line. I don't know if I've heard that one, but we might want to mix that one in a little bit more. And Guitar Atheist says, humans have created certain breeds of dogs, so God isn't that special. Shit, I forget which talking point this is responding to. But yeah, also, don't buy designer dog breeds where like they fuck up the dogs like pugs. Just we gotta discourage that type of dog breeding. Dogs are too sweet and innocent to let humans fuck them up for weird designer dog breed purposes. And 49 Perfect says, just caught up with Chewie being 3 words away from crying after saying he's a criminal, right? Brutes, just to hear this lepton fake laugh as you roast him. That is one of my favorite things. Like, so I think it's one thing to laugh when someone says something that sounds weird to you, right? It might show that you're being overconfident, but whatever. I think it's another thing when you're being absolutely flayed alive to then give that same laugh. It's like you're in the you don't even know what room you're in anymore. And Marduk, good to see you, friend. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. It says the NDE bro has done the same thing on everyone's live stream. They always do. Listen, these people that are coming around debating their God concepts always have a script. That's why they accuse me of having a script. They oh, you're running your script. No, I'm not. Like, no matter what point you bring up, I have a response for it. I don't actually need a script. Now, I could run a script. That is a thing that I could do. It's just not really necessary. And Mike Paul says this guy can't find the YouTube videos on the out-of-body experience because he doesn't understand Hindi or Arabic. That is the case. And remember, the goalpost was constantly shifting. First, it went, well, people that are non-Christian don't have near-death experiences. Then it was, well, people who do have near-death experiences don't see God. And then they're like, well, people who have non-Christian near-death experiences don't see Jesus, as if that mattered at all, right? It's nonsensical. These people will continually shift the goalpost. I do have a goalpost on wheels in my emojis now. And Guitar Atheist says, caller, Christians are known to lie, just like everyone else. That's a fair point. A lot of Christians lie. And technically, it's kind of okay because God will forgive you. The only unforgivable sin is blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. And so it seems like liars are okay. But this, again, is a contradiction of the scriptures because in Revelation 21:8, it says that liars go to the lake of fire. So what is it? God's Messenger of Meat, thank you for the super chat and for being a member. It says, I like how a scientist reporting a witness is invalid, but an AI summary is equal to reading the words of the witness directly. Unfucking believable. Could you imagine relying on the AI overview, but when a doctor or a scientist who's collecting the data says that it's somehow not trustworthy? This was a man experiencing deep levels of cognitive dissonance. And Space Lord says, Jersey's goalpost shift leave skid marks. Actually, yeah, not only did it leave skid marks, I have a reason to believe that during that conversation, Jersey himself may have put some skid marks in his underoos. And TDI says, imagine not having ears. Could you imagine? Not just Jersey, but also, who was the other guest? Hold on. Jersey and Kenny. Kenny and Jersey couldn't track the conversation or even remember their own talking points. They were completely lost in the sauce. And so TDI coming in again says, he's getting them running shoes tied right now, y'all. And it really was the case. Especially Kenny. The minute I opened up the Bible with Kenny and started addressing the Bible, fucking gone. Not going to stick around for that shit. Because the reality is, these goofy, scripted idiots, they don't ever want to address their own worldview. They only want to address yours. And if they can find a problem in your worldview, then they just declare their worldview true by default. That's not how that works. Your worldview isn't true just because you can find something in another worldview that seems to be off. You still have to demonstrate your particular worldview being true. And Guitar Atheist says, caller wanting all these sources, yet he hasn't brought one source himself. This is actually a good point. People like Jersey, they want you, the minute you say something that contradicts their point, they want more and more layers of proof with each successive step. That almost always goes into hard solipsism. Like, well, you can't know anything if you're a brain in a vat. This is just dishonest. And the reality is, if you press them for the same level of evidence in the worldview, they won't even get past step number 1. And Jennifer, good to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well. Says Jesus or a doctor. Rock hard for Doug. Jennifer, I love you, friend. I may not fully understand what this is addressing. I know it's with the discussion with Jersey, but I might have lost the point that you were making because it's been a bit. Loco, good to see you. It says, when I was a Christian, I saw Vishnu. Just saying. Well, that's some pretty wild stuff. I actually had a friend who claimed that he was visited by 2 Hindu deities, but it wasn't a near-death experience. It was an awake experience. And you guys all probably know Hanji. Hanji was visited by 2 of the Egyptian deities, according to her retelling of the story. But again, it wasn't a near-death experience. But I don't know why being near-death has any bearing on whether or not you were indeed visited by the deities. Peace-loving Cake, I hope you're doing well, says Jersey. No one is ever going to say you are the all-knowing one because that's clearly the only thing anyone could ever say that you'd accept. Wait, the Jersey's the all-knowing one? I apologize, Peace-loving Cake. I may not fully remember what that's responding to either. But Bacon and Bush, good to see us at Jersey insists on substantial evidence. Agreed. I guarantee he doesn't have any himself. Precisely worded. Then dismisses it. He offers assertions and ChatGPT, like every caller seems to. Which is what I'll say again, friends. ChatGPT is not a good source. I developed my own LLM model based on an actual library of scholarly works, and it still can't answer basic fucking questions. I'll ask it to find something in my library. It'll find something that to me, I'm like, that's not real. That author didn't write that. And when I go to verify it, I'm like, actually, the author didn't write that. You made that up. And it'll say, oh, my bad. Because these things are not smart. They're just not smart. In fact, I'll give you a demonstration real quick. Hold on. Let me get ChatGPT open on my phone. Let's see what we can get here. Actually, Grok was the one that was even worse. But let's try ChatGPT and see what it can do. So I would say, hey, ChatGPT, how many words are in this sentence?
Well, counting the words right here, that's exactly 13 words in the sentence you just asked. If you've got more word counting to do or anything else, I'm ready.
How many words are in this sentence?
That sentence you just asked has 8 words. If you want to toss me another, feel free.
That was 7 words. How many words are in this sentence?
This time you've got 11 words in that sentence.
That was fucking 7. That was 7 words. Try again.
You're right. That previous one was 7. I appreciate the nudge.
Let's do another task. I'm going to run a mile. I love running. I want you to track how long it takes me to run a mile. How's that?
I'd love to cheer you on. I can't track you in real time, but if you note when you start and tell me when you finish, we'll have your time. Just
Okay.
let me know.
All right, start now, and then I'll tell you when I finish.
Got it. I'm ready to mentally track it. You go ahead and start your run. I'll be here when you finish. Enjoy the mile.
Okay, I just finished my mile run. How long did it take?
Welcome back. I don't have an actual stopwatch, so you'll have to tell me the time. But if you checked a clock when you started or kept track, let me know, and we'll mark down your mile time.
Well, I asked you to track it. All right, count every minute that it takes me to run my mile after I say go.
I'm not able to keep time like a stopwatch, but if you want to run again, you can start a timer on your side, and just tell me the final time when you're done. I'll be right here for the results.
Gotcha. Okay, so now you're being honest that you can't track time. You'll have to let your cousin Grok know that, because Grok still keeps trying to track time with nothing but failures.
I'm all about keeping it real. No imaginary stopwatches here. But I'm always happy to help you figure out a way to get what you need, whether it's cheering you on or doing something else.
Sure
So
thing.
whenever you're... Absolutely.
So anyways, there's more tests. I'll do some more tests. Maybe I'll do some videos on it. But fucking the AI models are not smart. They're not intelligent. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know. Mason Tori says, I'm right. Look it up. No, that's wrong. Trust me, bro. Isn't that wild, the amount of people that will say, it's true, look it up? Listen, it's not my job to look up your argument. Like, either you have an argument or you don't. And Mason says, my work colleagues said the New Testament is in the Dead Sea. In the Dead Sea Scrolls. I told him he's wrong, and he replied, I should know. I went to Catholic school. Oh, fuck. Going to Catholic school has no bearing on whether or not you were trained to understand textual criticism. I went to Catholic school, and I learned in Catholic school that the Dead Sea Scrolls don't include the New Testament because they're written in Hebrew, and there's not a single New Testament document that shows up in there. The New Testament was written in Greek, and it's not part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, I mean, neither here nor there, but yeah, what a dumb thing to say. And the follow-up from Mason again says, my uncle told me the KJV is the only true version because it uses the most powerful language. For example, thou shalt rather than you shall. Well, listen, I don't know. Maybe he never bothered to read a Bible before the King James, but so does the Bishop's Bible. So does the Geneva Bible. So does the Tyndale and the Wycliffe and all the others. So does that mean that they're superior to the King James just because they're using the same language? What a dumb thing to say. And Tammy, my friend, thank you for the $5 donation and also for the $5 super chat. Says, ask him what shape the earth is. And you know what? I didn't, but I'm willing to bet money the clown may have been a flurf. A lot of these King James only are flurfs. And Ampersand says, man, I wish I had your brain. At least I've got the next best thing, the cheat sheet. Now I can argue against uninformed religionites. Thanks, XOXO. Well, Ampersand, that's why I made the cheat sheet. If you are part of the Kraken Crew Elite or you are a member on the Patreon or even on TikTok, you have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet, and a lot, not all, but a lot of the data and arguments that I use during my live streams will show up on that cheat sheet. I just recently actually added a tab going through all the verses that prove God doesn't give a fuck about free will. I also added a tab recently showing from the Talmudic sources how it actually was true that they used the bloody sheet as evidence for the virginity of the women, and they would actually, in fact, kill women if there wasn't blood on that sheet. So the cheat sheet's a really good resource for a lot of these dumb apologist claims. And Peace, Love, and Cake says, I'm starting to think I'm having an NDE right now, and this caller is a glimpse of hell. Oh, I'd say so. I say so. I don't know if it could get worse, to be fair. Like, at some point, burning in flames in agony, even though you don't actually have a body to burn, you'd get used to it like anything else. But arguing with dumb idiots, I don't know if I ever get used to that. That never seems to dull for me. And Philo says Kenny is too arrogant and too stupid to know how arrogant and stupid he is. Indeed, that is the case. But listen, he found a script on the internet and it must work. It has to work, because otherwise the people who gave it to him are liars or not very intelligent. I refuse to believe that he made that script himself. It wasn't a good script. It was just a really bad form of whether or not you can or cannot trust your sense data, and therefore your worldview needs an ultimate entity to ground like knowledge and whatnot. He was doing the worst form of tag ever performed, and he didn't even do it correctly. And Design, good to see you, buddy, says, when dealing with reality, why are the religious so desperate to find places to insert their worthless ass unjustified bias? I think my opinion is this. I think the reason why these people are so determined to prove they're God isn't because they're 100% convinced that God exists, although some of them do believe that. I think it's because they're trying to convince themselves. They're trying to convince themselves that the dumb thing they believe isn't all that dumb. And so they go to really bad arguments that aren't convincing to anybody outside of the religion, because it makes them feel better in their fifis. They sleep better at night saying, oh, actually, here's a smart person who believes what I believe, so I don't feel so dumb about it. And Raw Responda says, pretty sure Kenny's first question was, you look into NDEs? Actually, that might be his first question. That's what I wrote down for Kenny says Christians. And then the first note, or was a Christian, first note was, thinks NDEs are proof, does not understand basic contradictions, flops on the Trinity, and then on Jesus's failed or false predictions, and then runs. That guy wasn't tracking at all. And Aaron, thank you for the super chat, buddy. It says, Mr. Presupper, merely asserting you solved Hume's problem of induction doesn't mean you have. Accounting is cheap. Stop the bullshit. And that's, I used to bring this up a lot more. Listen, saying that you have an answer to a problem, just saying that your worldview has an answer, isn't the same as proving your worldview has the answer. Atheists are just more honest. If there's something in our worldview that we don't have a full answer to, we'll just say, well, I don't know yet. I'm still figuring that out. Now, I could posit one. I can be a liar. I could say, listen, there's a sacred cat, a sacred tuxedo cat that has like the power of creating first life. It's just the life cat. Like, there's nothing I couldn't just posit. Like, just positing an answer to a problem will never make it true. You still need to demonstrate that your solution is real. Otherwise, I'll just make shit up too. Mr. Morpheus, my friend. Also, Mr. Morpheus, there's a gentleman that super chatted me earlier that I think sent me a Discord message. Their username might have something to do with the word stray, who has informed me, and I'm sorry, friends, I'm not through my Discord messages yet. I still have, according to the website, 58 unread Discord messages. So it's less than 100 now, but it's not all that great. But let me see. Let's see. I don't see any messages from. Oh, here's Stray. Do I have a message from Stray? I do. All right, let me accept Stray's friend request. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this message, Mr. Morpheus. You are in fact on TikTok or on you are in fact on Discord. So I'm not gonna say why I'm doing this. Oh, Mr. Morpheus, you're not on Discord. Okay. So I'll email you then, Mr. Morpheus, because I know I've got your email address. Back when we were having a discussion about a medication that you needed and were struggling with the affordability of it, there happens to be somebody in our community that has a whole bunch of that medication that you can utilize. So let me grab your email address, Sean Morpheus. I got you, and then do a reply to all. And I'm going to say, buddy, hope this helps. I can't type anymore. This helps from another community. Oh, there we go. Community member. And then I'm just going to copy and paste the message they gave me, and I'm going to send it directly to you, my guy, and we should be ready to rock and roll. Although I don't know why it changed the font color to gray. That's some bullshit right there. Let me change it back to the appropriate color. Change it back to black text. There we go. And bada bing, bada boom, it's off to you, Mr. Morpheus. So, Mr. Morpheus, please check your email. There's something in there that may be helpful to you. And big W to the community for reaching out to me and letting me know about it. Mr. Morpheus says, riddle me this, Batman. If God wants us all to believe in him, and Christians believe because they had an experience, why don't he give us all an experience? And this is a very good question, Mr. Morpheus. And I didn't get around to answering it, but I should have. I should have brought it up, because listen, if in fact the experience is like the best definitive proof, and that guy seemed to think so, NDEs were the best proof, then it just seems like God is withholding the best proof. Also, it doesn't seem to me that if that proof is good, that he needs to get you near death to prove it to you. Like whatever experience you're having during your NDE, he could have you do that whether you're at death's doorstep or not. It doesn't have to wait for you to be like mortally ill. And Chris says, most callers were so stupid, I feel sad for society. And Chris, that's why we do this. Because those people, not only do they exist in abundance, they get to vote and they get to reproduce and they make the world a better or a worse place for people to live in. Still attacks a bit, says, can God make himself go away? That's a fair question. And this proves what the caller we didn't get to address, which is that contradictions don't exist. If God can do contradictions, that means he can exist and not exist in the same moment. God can make atheism true while still existing, which is logically absurd. It doesn't work out. So God obviously abides by logic, which is the other thing. Christians will use tag, or even Muslims, they'll use tag to be like, well, the laws of logic are transcendental. And so you have to ground them in God. But why? Is God required to follow the laws of logic? Because if God's not required to follow the laws of logic, I don't see how he's grounding that shit, right? It'd be like more like God's grounded in the laws of logic, not the other way around. And Dan, oh my poop, says, just got back from Target and I tried out the hoodie to be sure when it's on Justin, it seems like boyfriend material. Gay for Justin. Dan, that's a good one. I appreciate that. I haven't heard a good pickup line in a minute, but I don't know what it's made out of, but it's definitely made out of boyfriend material. Actually, I didn't even look at the tag on this, but I'll say this. This is one of the softest hoodies I've ever had. That's why you've been seeing it so often. It's kind of loose fitting, but I think that's what the kids are into these days, right? Eddie Bombay says, you mean God one day decided to identify as a man? God's a woke liberal based? Yeah, in fact, that's the whole thing. If we need to call God by the he, him pronouns, and he doesn't have a penis, it just seems to me like God has preferred pronouns, and that there's nothing wrong with having preferred pronouns, whether or not they match your, whatever's happening downstairs or lack of downstairs. Mason Torrey says, I'm officially a false prophet. I predicted right from the beginning that Kenny was very respectful and won't end up crashing out. Well, unfortunately, Mason, I don't know if you got to see the rest of the conversation, but he did basically end up crashing out and storming off. Love you, though. And Bacon and Bush says, looks like a good night for clips. Actually, it is. I don't know how many of these people I'll get clips out of. Not as much as the prior two live streams, but definitely going to be some clips in here. We got a lot of clips coming. It'd be a while before we actually be able to post all of them. I might have to start getting much more picky about which ones get posted, because we've got so many good ones. Cheesy Cheese 421 says, crash out. I am crashing out. I have no argument. I have no argument of my own. That's definitely the case. He had a bad scripted argument, but it wasn't even a good one, and it certainly wasn't his, and definitely did end up crashing out. Borfro says, but Kenny, nobody knows the mind of God. 1 Corinthians 2:11, very true, good point. Making a lot of claims. Turn to Doug right now and repent. Rock hard for Doug. Love what you do, Justin. Well, thank you, Borfro. And it's been a while. We do need to go back and redo the original Doug episode and do Pet Rock versus Jesus and make people pray to Jesus, and I'll pray to the Pet Rock and see which one comes true most. Pet Rock versus Jesus was a classic episode. And Eddie Bombay says, headphones describes the item so well. Therefore, language can't exist without headphones. Exactly. Yeah. If you invent a language to describe something, the thing can still exist without the language. It's just that the language describing it wouldn't exist anymore. Just like the existence of this would be, it would be in existence. But to say that this is a thing, like it's a ball, that saying wouldn't exist anymore. That's irrelevant. And any proposition that we would use the laws of logic for, that proposition couldn't be evaluated anymore because you need language and you need minds to evaluate. So it just is what it is. Zakul says, release the Herogasm files. Wait, what? What? Hold on. I need to look up that word. I don't know that word at all. Herogasm meaning. Herogasm refers to an infinite storyline from the Boys comic book series and corresponding episode season 3 of the Amazon Prime video adaptation. It is an annual exclusive private event where Vote American sponsored superheroes engage in a massive orgy and drug-fueled party. Well, fuck. Okay. Release. Oh, yeah. Release the government orgy files. Yeah. I mean, we need to. I'll tell you what. If we get a true blue wave this fall, which we really need one, we need a blue wave so bad. If we get a true blue wave, we might get enough people in Congress to force the Epstein files being completely addressed and maybe even some people being prosecuted. I hope so. Also, Zakul says, gay for Justin. Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. And the follow-up says the Cathars, Gnostics, and Marcionites got axed. Indeed. I wonder if there's an estimate. Let's see. Estimate how many Cathars were killed by the Catholic Church. It says estimates of the number of people killed during the persecution of the Cathars, primarily during the Albigensian Crusade in the 1200s and the subsequent Inquisition vary widely. Some historic estimates suggest up to 1 million casualties. It's a lot of people to get murdered just for believing a thing. Still attacks a bit. Thank you for the super chat. Says it's telling how the Bible warns against knowledge. Don't look, don't find out. The devil is deceiving you. Really? We should stay stupid. Actually, this is one of the primary things that Celsus accuses Christians of when he's doing his disputation with Origen. He's saying the Christians' form of persuasion is saying to non-Christians, don't think, just believe. Don't test, just believe. This is a tactic they've been doing for a very long time. Is you just need to have faith. Otherwise, God will fucking roast you. Is it logical? No. Believe anyways. And JC Tintscom, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, Justin, you have opened my eyes to the truth like Morpheus did Neo in The Matrix, and you are the undisputed, undefeated champ like Floyd is in boxing. Well, fuck, JC. I appreciate that. That is a huge, huge compliment. I really appreciate those kind words. And I don't know if I'm undisputed or undefeated because, I'm kind of debating people mostly on my platform. But like, and there's a lot of people that aren't going to come here. Like just because I'm on my platform, they're not going to want to come on my platform. I don't have a platform like Alex O'Connor where I can entice a really big name apologist to come and debate me, because let's face it, I'm not Alex O'Connor. But maybe one day we'll get to that point where I'll be big enough that any real apologist needs to come and have a sit down with me. But to that end, I am actually going to be doing a lot of apologist response videos this year, where I actually address apologist claims from their videos, and hopefully I can draw them into a larger debate. Sail Joe says, so my dog licks my wooden spoon after I'm done cooking, and now I'm doomed. Oh no, my wonderful wickedness. Oh boy. Listen, you know me, I don't believe in objective morals, but like, please don't. Dogs can't consent to what's happening. They just, you know what I mean? Please don't do this to your dogs. I don't approve of this particular behavior, especially because, listen, I know dogs are dogs, animals are animals, but like they don't know what's happening. We have a higher knowledge than they do. We kind of owe it to ourselves to treat the dogs in a particular manner. But anyways, Ryan, thank you for the $50 super chat, friend. That's monstrous. This is Deconstructing, spouse not. Well, it happens like that sometimes. It's just wild. All feelings, no facts. A foundation built on dogma, not the text. It's mind-bending and hard to find common ground. Rejection of any facts and blind following. Acceptance of the atrocities. Cognitive dissonance, yeah. So, I mean, this is generally the case. We see this a lot, where there are people where it seems like a lot of their decisions, they don't know how they arrived there. They feel that one thing is a particular way, but they don't know why they feel that way. And if you dig deep enough, it turns out that these are kind of intuitions that they have that are really rooted in their upbringing and what they learned as children, but they don't actually have a good, valid reason for believing in them other than that's what feels right to me. Well, what feels right to you only feels right because what you were indoctrinated with, not because you have any facts to back your feelings up with. There are things that feel intuitively right to me now that didn't when I was a Christian. So it's just one of those things where, like, I get it, feelings can be powerful, but all of your feelings are still built on some general intuition that comes from your life experiences and information. When you feel things, you need to ask yourself, why do I feel those things? But thank you for the follow-up, Ryan. I appreciate the $20 super chat. It says Yahweh is 1A, Jesus and HS is 2A, 2B. Oh boy, Jesus and Holy Spirit. Okay. So Yahweh is 1A. I believe that is the part. Jesus and Holy Spirit are 2A and 2B. The text is clear. Yahweh is the boss. Jesus and the Holy Spirit are junior partners. That's true. They don't own the firm. It's amazing how the text never means what it says when it's explaining the unexplainable. Pretzels. And that's the problem with the Trinity, right? There are so many statements where Jesus doesn't know what God should know, says that the Father is greater than him, clearly isn't omni in any nature. And then people will say, well, he's God anyways. Well, what the fuck makes him God? Because if he's just God in that he's in the category of God, he's not identical to God the Father, that means he's one of multiple gods. Just saying you possess divineness, like the isness of being divine, doesn't mean that you're one God. It just means that now you're one of multiple gods. If he has isness of God and I have isness of God, and God's not an identity, it's just a category, well, it just means we got multiple gods. You fall into polytheism. And Uno, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, what contradictions, failed prophecies, etc. would you use when apologists say things you're showing them doesn't affect their soul's salvation, anything specific? So I would say a few things. One of the big contradictions that I point out when it comes to salvation is whether or not you need to be born again through the Spirit and the water, or just the Spirit, or whether or not you need to follow the laws of Moses, because both the New Testament and the Old Testament seem to differ on this. The other topic is whether or not you need to work for your salvation, as it says in the book of James, and as it is implied by some of Paul's own epistles, like when he says, in 1 Corinthians 6:9, don't you know that these particular people won't inherit the kingdom? And he lists off people who just are doing sins as if they can't be forgiven. So listen, if salvation is through grace alone, through no work of your own, but then if you commit certain sins, you go to hell, well, that implies that you have to not commit those sins to go to heaven. And if you have to not commit certain sins, it just means you have to earn your fucking salvation. This is not difficult. Paul talks out of both sides of his mouth all the time. So I think those contradictions are very telling. I think the other contradiction, the biggest contradiction, is between the Old Testament and the New Testament, which is the sacrificial laws. So you can get to a point where people will say, actually, Paul still thinks some of the moral laws will stand. And that's one thing. But the reality is the Old Testament teaches that even the sacrificial laws are going to stand. And if the sacrificial laws stand, as we find in Ezekiel chapter 40 to the end, in Jeremiah 33, Isaiah 56, Isaiah 66, if it's true that even the non-Jews, also Ezekiel talks about this in chapter 14, if it's true that even the non-Jews are going to have to give these offerings and sacrifices, or even just the Jews from the beginning to end of time, well, it just means that the Christian message isn't true. Jesus obviously wasn't the final sacrifice. We're done. Write them off. JD, thank you for the super chat, says, yo, quick ducking a debate. You say yo or you? Are you saying you quit ducking? Because that's what it feels like you meant to say. But I'll read it for what it says. It says, yo, quit ducking. You mean yo, comma? Like yo, comma, quit ducking a debate with me, talking to these dudes, having me sit in your lobby and not debate you will lose. I don't know who the fuck you are. Why would anyone be afraid of you? I've never heard of you. Like, it's weird. Like, in your deluded mind, someone like me would even know who you are, and then I would be actively trying to avoid you. Who the fuck are you? Why would I know you? How could I possibly be scared of somebody that I know nothing about? You're not special. My queue was full of people tonight. If you didn't get up, it's because you didn't get into the queue fast enough. But I'm going to Google your display name and see what it says. JD Olympus Mons. And I bet your channel is full of bullshit, nonsense, garbage apologetics, just like everybody else. Let's see what it says. You do have a channel. I'm going to switch to my main account and go to your channel. And let's see. You've got 292 subscribers. Oh, I'm so fucking terrified. Oh no, golly me. A guy who has 292 followers is going to come and cook me. You've got videos on your channel from 15 years ago. How do you have a YouTube account for 15 fucking years and have less than 300 followers? Maybe you're just a goof and nobody should consider you seriously. But JD, thank you, my friend, for sending me $10 to cry and to show the world your ass as to how stupid you are, that you think anybody is avoiding you, having known literally nothing about you. Next, it says, thank you for this late night stream. Gay for Justin, rock hard for Doug, and Justin's fucking rock. Well, Nexus, sometimes it's just unplanned. Tonight's stream wasn't planned to go this late. It just happened to be the case. And I am starting to wear. In fact, I'm going to be going to bed here after it looks like 8 more super chats. And I got to wake up early, fucking just a couple hours to do my, podcast with Sarah, which, by the way, make sure you're going to the Leaving Faith YouTube page to follow our podcast together, and also on all of your podcast platforms. You can look up the Epistemological podcast and you'll find our podcast there. So watch over there as well. And Gretchen says, thank you, Justin. Between you and Mezzo and Joel, I've gained a pretty good clip today. I'm on my way. And thanks, TikTok and YouTube chat. Well, Gretchen, good to hear from your friend. I'm glad you were able to pick up a few people. And it's late now. Hopefully you're getting to rest just like I am. And Ryan, with the follow-up, thank you, Ryan, for the additional super chat, says, a simple, I will bring forth my seed to provide your Savior Messiah to save you, atone for your sins, would have done wonders. Omniscience definitely has some limited ability. So like if the Hebrew Bible like said things specifically, like how it says, I will bring forth seed to provide for you, so on and so forth. If it said specific things that Jesus actually did, that'd be really compelling evidence. You and I both know it didn't, right? So when it says that, will come from your body, like 2 Samuel chapter 7, verse 12 and 13, like, listen, it'd be really interesting if Jesus fulfilled those requirements, but he didn't. Matthew, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, Holy Roman Empire history. Well, this is actually a really big topic now, because it turns out that those who grew up in the Catholic Church, like myself, have an alternative rendering of that history. And if you look at the secular history, it drastically disagrees with what the church was telling us. But let me read it. It says, Emperor Frederick Barbarossa added term holy in 1157 because of a power struggle with the Pope. Frederick was asserting his divine authority came directly from God rather than the Pope. I mean, there's a lot to be said there, Matthew. If you look at some of what was said early on about the Holy Roman Empire, their claim is that they're using the Holy Roman Empire to tie themselves to the classical, like papal empire, even if they didn't accept that particular pope, right? They're trying to use the authority of the original church to invoke their own authority, which is why they picked up that particular name. Now, whether or not like there was a real connection is neither here nor there. I'm just saying that's my understanding was that's why they picked the name. They wanted to steal the authority of the original Catholic Church. But anyways, weird. There's Christians in TikTok right now that are crashing out. Christian with no name says, did you ever touch a little boy as a preacher and that's why you think God isn't real? I have no idea why that would have anything to do. First of all, no, only your Catholic priests and whatnot do that kind of nonsense. But even if somebody did, it has no connection on whether or not you think God is real. Like, do you think the priests who were touching little kids just touched them and the next day were like, oh, I guess God's not real? Well, no, you fucking idiot. That's not how that works at all. You're demonstrating that you're just as dumb as every other person that's been on this stage tonight, which is you can't logically connect two thoughts together. You're just an idiot. And only LC says, in the middle of, and now he's out of the guest box, as you should run, you dummy. In the middle of brutal finals. I'm sorry to hear that. Finals are really brutal, by the way. So exhausted. I get it. And LC, I got to be honest, I don't know if I miss it. I do remember some all-nighters like what you're going through. It wasn't my favorite thing, but best of luck to you. Doug, give me strength. Can't wait to finish and continue Bible study. Great courses on Christianity, Judaism, and history. Well, Elsie, if anybody is able to keep up and still learn about the Bible and history and culture, you're the one. I've met a lot of people in my life. You have a great memory. You're quick to learn, and you're good at synthesizing the different ideas together. So best of luck to you. I've got a lot of faith in your friend. And Psychonaut says, what will the preachers do when the devil is saved? That got me to thinking about Origin and thought God would save Satan, make room for Saint Justin. This is a fair point. Although I would say that, like, I could be wrong, but I kind of would suggest that Satan has already violated the unforgivable commandment or the unforgivable sin, which is blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. And look at the Christians are still crashing out in the comments on TikTok. Your language is foul. Yeah, it is, motherfucker. I'm not a Christian. I don't have to abide by your language rules. Stop this nonsense. I won't, Daniel, and you can't stop me. I don't know who hurt you. Maybe the church did, but Jesus is waiting for you to come back. Nobody's hurt me, Daniel. I'm just pointing out how stupid you are. See, that's the thing, is you assume that the only reason why somebody would leave your precious church is because somebody harmed them. That's not true. The vast majority who leave the church do so for intellectual reasons, meaning the math stopped mathing, which is the same reason why I left. If you had been around my my live stream for any amount of time, you would have heard all of my many reasons why Christianity is not true. And Daniel, I don't sound hurt. You're projecting your own problems out in society. you're suggesting that people can't have strong opinions on something unless they're hurt. That's not true. You're just stupid. You haven't considered that maybe your religion isn't true. And then when you go around trying to force it on other people, they might have a strong opinion on why you shouldn't do that. And rather than engaging in real dialogue as to, hey, maybe we shouldn't be forcing this toxic shit on kids, you just go around saying, oh, they were hurt. Nope, nobody was hurt. What atheist hurt you that you're a Christian now? See how stupid this type of argumentation is? Listen, either your religion's true or it's not. Me pointing out how stupid it is has nothing to do with whether or not I've ever been hurt. I don't even know who the fuck would hurt me. I was typically in the leadership in most churches I was at. Matthew, with an additional super chat, though, says, on the 500 witnesses, not only what you said, but the number itself is suspiciously large and exactly even. That's a good point. When people give you like whole round numbers, it does become suspicious. Exactly 500, really? Not 501, not 503. An obvious made-up number like the ancient writers used to do. I'm actually in agreement with this one. I don't believe that the 500 would be a real number, and I don't have a good reason to believe that Paul was like rounding. He was obviously just told something and he was repeating it. Charles says, I just threw up watching you on Tim Pool. I was yelling at the screen for an hour. Well, I'm sorry, Charles, that you threw up. It was a really dumb discussion, but I would say this. It was an open-ended, dumb discussion topic, which is, can America survive without Christianity? Which doesn't really have an answer. It's an unanswerable question because it's like, what the fuck do you mean by survive? Obviously, America's not going to disappear if we didn't become Christian anymore. But I at least got Tim to concede that the Bible clearly endorses slavery. And I got IP to crash out on the idea that Christians got rid of slavery and by demonstrating they clearly fucking didn't, and they didn't use the Bible to do it. So we did a little bit there. The only problem is Tim didn't understand the difference between like debating a good point and just shouting at somebody, right? So at one point, I actually don't remember what he shouted at me, but I was bringing up the point because he was mentioning how like atheism is dangerous, and I was talking about, well, all the kids that get molested within Christianity, and he just shouted at me, started yelling at me, and at the same time IP was talking, and then and just moved on. And some people were like, oh, he really fucking cooked you. Like, no, he didn't. He didn't even address my point. So the reality is there are some people who think shouting at somebody is the equivalent of like winning an argument. And unfortunately, that was kind of his version of winning that particular argument was just shouting at me, which, I didn't shout back because it's not my show. When I go on other people's shows, I'm always on my best behavior. I don't shout at anybody. But the reality is the Tim Pool like quasi debate was kind of a nonsensical debate because there's no clear endpoint and there's no clear goal in mind. Like IP was trying to prove that we needed Christianity, couldn't do it. I was trying to prove theoretically that we didn't need it, which how the fuck do you prove a negative about the future, right? So it was just kind of it just was kind of a dumb debate topic. But to be fair, that's what Tim wanted, right? When you do these debates, like it was on their Culture Wars podcast, when you do these debates, the goal is to pick something that does prompt good argument with no clear solution. That's how you get this ongoing debate without getting to any type of solution, which is, to be fair, what these people are looking for, because, if it bleeds, it leads. Psychonaut says, what I meant to say is if the Pope, what I meant to say is if I was the Pope, and that's not at all likely, I'd make room for a Saint Justin. Keep on cooking. Well, thank you, Psychonaut. I appreciate that. I would say this. Based on the many Catholic priests that I did know over my life, most of them are much more open to deconstructing and questioning the faith than people realize. In fact, I tell this story often because this correlates with my experience. I had a friend when I was in the year I graduated high school. His name was Paul. And we were talking about some of the doctrines, and he thought some of them were kind of silly. And I said, listen, not every doctrine in a religion is always adhered to by the leaders of that religion. Like, ask your priest about some of these doctrines and what he believes. And so he did. And then I was like, okay, well, tell me some specifics. And he goes, actually, I asked, does he believe in all of the doctrines? Like, if I opened up the catechism, does he believe in every single thing there? And his priest literally said, not even the Pope does, which I think is pretty characteristic of my experience in the Catholic school system, which is that in higher education, a lot of Catholic priests and people with higher degrees as well are very open to critiquing and questioning and changing and modifying things and being sensitive to learning new things. Whereas it's people on the lower end of the spectrum, people who don't have an education in this particular field, that are really compelled to say, no, everything's black and white. You have to believe everything in here or else you're not a real Christian. This has not been my case in higher education. And Ivy, thank you for the $10 super chat. And Beautiful Pup says, have you ever met a Christian who is ND, ADHD, and ASD? What does ND mean? Hold on, I gotta look this up. Oh, neurodivergent is probably what you're reading. Okay. Have I ever met a Christian who's neurodivergent? Yeah, a lot of them. There's a ton of them, actually. I went to school with a bunch. I guess their God made our brains incompatible with mystery. Thanks for your work, the baby paste thing, and the responses make me terrified of them. I agree. Their willingness to do horrible things for God is one of the reasons why I started really doing these debates. I saw Skits and Bits doing some of these debates where he was really grilling Christians on what they would and wouldn't do. And I was like, oh, fuck, that's crazy. I need to get involved in this. Also, rest in peace, Skits and Bits hasn't been live in like 2 years. But if you know, you know. Love Skits. But yeah, in terms of neurodivergency, there's a lot of neurodivergency, I would say, in the academic study of the Bible. And I don't know if you get it as much in the pulpit, in the pastorate. Most people that are super neurodivergent, like myself, that get really fixated on like the meaning of things for real, not like this fluffy bullshit metaphorical meaning of things, they often deconstruct, or they go into academics rather than into ministry. So a lot of the neurodivergent people that go into seminary actually end up in academics rather than going into being a pastor or a priest. And OLC with the follow-up says, remember, David allegedly unalived and raped a teenager. He is uber Christian, and atheists don't have morals. Justice for Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I don't know who that person is, but this is a fair point. Remember, David did some of the most horrific things possible. And then God literally said, this is a man after my own heart. Listen, I don't care who it is. If some guy was like really in love with me, but this guy also was like, I don't know, sexually assaulting women. Listen, this is not a person I want to be associated with. This is not going to happen. I don't care how much he likes me, how many offerings he sends to me. Not going to happen. And Tim Cooney, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I really, really appreciate that, friend. Hey, Justin, long time no see live. Really? I'm live like 3 nights a week minimum. At 10 a.m. here and woke up to my favorite host. Well, glad that you could wake up to me. Sorry, it's the end of the live stream. Gonna be a great day. Gay for Justin, rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Doug, and love for Rocky and Pebbles. Well, thank you, Tim. I'm sorry that you didn't catch the beginning of the stream. There's some good stuff happening there. Please do watch it back. And I really appreciate you coming by and supporting, even though you didn't really get to see many of the debates. Dynamite says, hosts, have you ever looked into other Abrahamic religions and deconstructed? I don't know what you mean. I deconstructed from Christianity just by studying the Bible itself. I don't know what studying Islam would do for me. Like, studying Islam is not going to cause me to deconstruct from Christianity. Studying Judaism might. Studying in Judaism could definitely lead you away from Christianity, but I didn't believe in, by that point, I didn't believe in the Jewish God either, the God of the Hebrews. And last super chat from LC again says, thank you, my friend. Have a beautiful night. Thanks for staying up with us. Fuck Donald Trump, rock hard for Doug, and fuck religion. And I'm with you on all accounts, LC. I really appreciate being here and supporting the stream. And definitely do let me know how your learning comes along. And we need to see, I know it's 4 a.m, y'all, and I realize that some of y'all might not believe this, but we need to see who's live right now. Let me see who is actually live. And maybe we can send somebody a good raid. Who's live on TikTok right now? The only people I see live right now on YouTube actually appears to be the Async network, the network we were talking about recently. I don't know if they're doing debates, but it does say open topic, atheist versus theists, left versus mega. Anyone can call in. And since, Born Again Atheist is live on TikTok. All right, here's what we're going to do. Everybody on TikTok, I need to run over to Born Again Atheist and let them know that Justin sent you the raid coming from Deconstruction Zone to the Born Again Atheist. If you're watching on YouTube, let's all pop over to the Async network. Our friend Gretchen is live right now and what has happened? And is debating, it looks like people. It's the A-Sync network. Let me see if I can zoom in on this. There's the logo and there's the network, A-Sync network. Live right now. Gretchen is literally debating as I can't hear it. I don't have the audio on, but Gretchen is literally live right now on the Async network talking to people. So let's run it over. It's a new channel. It's recently created. Let's get them up over 1,000 subscribers as fast as we can so that they can get their mojo happening. And tell them that I sent you. And friends, I'll pop over here just a minute and say hi myself before I get myself to bed finally in the morning. Not even night, it's literally 4:30 in the morning. I haven't gone to bed. That is crazy. I got a problem. But anyways, friends, thank you so much for being here. I really love and appreciate y'all. Thank you for sharing and liking and commenting and sending supports via Super Chat and members. Members really help the channel thrive. So if you're a member of the Kraken Crew Elite or on the Patreon, thank you so much for supporting as a member. I really do appreciate it. And friends, we'll see you again. Am I live? I'm live tomorrow on the line, but then I'll be live again on Unapologetic Sunday and back here on Monday. Have a great night, friends.